Here we are again. A new series of Battlebots is here, and with the first episode out, I'm going to try, again, to do a review series of Battlebots. Some amazing action was seen here tonight, and I have a feeling that it's only going to get even better, but let's get right into this. So, as always, Battlebots had an awesome intro, though they had some weird bits, like what was going on with that human Hydra there? That was... All I'll say is, I want it to fight Gearcrow. Imagine that fight. Oh my god. There wouldn't be a box left. Anyway, in our very first fight, it's Witch Doctor versus Ribbot, and right away, I was thinking, hang on, Witch Doctor versus Ribbot seems way too high tier for an opening fight. I know it's the first episode and Battlebots wants to come out swinging to get that attention, but man, Ribbot versus Witch Doctor, there's no way that that's gonna be the first fight. Now, this was the first time we were going to get to see the new power of Witch Doctor's spinner. I was a little bit nervous because, of course, while I have no doubt that that spinner is a little thicker than, say, a singular tooth on the old Drisk, I also know that changing things like that can have unforeseen consequences. And against someone like Ribbot, you really cannot afford to show any weakness. Witch Doctor's a consistent performer, but Ribbot is pretty damn consistent as well. Ribbot, meanwhile, also made me a bit nervous because those wedgelets, while they look pretty decent and low to the ground, they also look pretty fragile. Like, those shafts on it just look a little bit too thin for my liking. They look like they could bend quite easily. Anyway, the fight starts, and it looks a little bit like a stalemate at the beginning. It didn't look like anyone's going to get the immediate upper hand, but then Ribbot's wheel is broken off. Just like Jonathan Pierce used to say, don't bring wheels into the arena. You should be more like Chomp. But once that happened, Ribbot was on borrowed time. They were still looking like they might have a chance, but then some huge hits from Witch Doctor came in, disabled the weapon, and then very quickly ended the fight entirely. Now I understand why this was an opening fight. It wasn't anything truly incredible like some of the opening fights we've seen in the past. This was still good, don't get me wrong. It got me wanting more, it got my appetite for more robot destruction going. But it's definitely a situation where I was definitely expecting more given the caliber of the robots in the opening fight. I gotta say, Witch Doctor is looking very impressive in this opening bout. And with this being the most powerful Witch Doctor to date, I gotta say, that is a terrifying robot, and it's no doubt going to end up very far into the competition again. Ribbot has plenty of room to redeem itself, thankfully. I think it's got a solid chance against all of its opponents from now on, so hopefully it can make up for this shocking loss. Ribbot's a pretty damn good robot though, so I'm willing to bet that they can come back from this. Witch Doctor's schedule, meanwhile, good lord. It looks like Witch Doctor has this pretty much in hand. Minotaur is probably going to be the toughest fight on there. No one against Fusion and Gruff, but I just feel like Witch Doctor, that is one high tier robot, and so it's going to prove to be a bit of a nightmare for these robots to deal with. Next up, we had Shredderator versus Quantum. Now, I know that Ripperoni is the pizza bot this season, but I gotta say, I was expecting plenty of pizza time in this fight. I mean, let's be honest, did anyone expect Shredderator to win this fight? Nothing against Shredderator. I don't want this to come off as me disrespecting the team, but this seemed like a clear-cut victory for Quantum right out of the gate. Saying that, Shredderator bringing in the wedge had me a little bit unsure. Something like that really can change things up. I had a feeling that this was either going to be an incredibly smart decision that completely changes the tide, or it's going to have precisely zero effect. Yeah, you can guess which happened, really. Quantum wasted no time rushing right out of the game, getting right at Shredderator. It's a classic strategy against horizontal spinners, just giving them no time to spin up, and so therefore Shredderator was a sitting duck. Now, Shredderator very quickly seemed to lose its ability to spin. I think it lost it pretty early on, and after that, it went from very little chance to no chance at all. Now, I feel like Quantum wasn't piercing as deeply as I would have expected. It seemed like it was only getting mild penetration at points with its fangs. You know, the teeth were only going so deep. But there were a few very nice meaty bites there, so I think it's maybe just either a problem of consistency or maybe they were holding back, you know. It's hard to say, but I definitely saw that some of the bites were looking a little bit deeper than others, so not sure what's going on there, but either way, Quantum still had an amazing performance. Not only was it piercing Shredderator, but it was throwing them into the screws, around the Battlebots, into the pulverizers. Quantum was showing that it can absolutely have an exciting fight when it gets going. It was amazing. By the end of the fight, Shredderator was finally dead with a little bit of smoke coming out. Honestly, this fight was a lot of fun if you're a massive fan of Quantum. Like, for someone like me who enjoys watching Quantum go, this was perfect. This couldn't have gone better, really. But if you're a fan of someone like Shredderator, or you were hoping for a more back and forth tussle, yeah, this fight isn't maybe what you were expecting or hoping for more. Now, Quantum's schedule looks to be very interesting. I gotta say, robots like Black Dragon and Emulsifier are really going to push this robot, especially Emulsifier, given that it has such a big weapon. It's going to be very difficult for Quantum to get around that. And I think that both of these robots are really going to test the durability of the Crusher design. We saw before that this Crusher can die in an instant when a spinner hits it, so I really hope that they can turn it around, really. Meanwhile, Shredderator's schedule looks very bad for it. I don't rate Shredderator's chances this season. I have a feeling we're going to see an 0-4 record for this veteran. After that, we got Ripperoni versus Gruff. Now, I knew this was the fight that was really going to test my theory. Was Ripperoni going to be a robot that would cause destruction in its wake? Or was the robot going to fling itself around? Which, either way, I knew I was going to be entertained. Also, did I see Tom Brewster just lifting Ripperoni's disc like he was doing a workout in like one of the pre-match bits? Oh dear. It's always fun to see the shenanigans of the builders backstage. Anyway, the fight begins, and immediately Gruff rushes right in and sends Ripperoni flying. Then you get some wonderful clashes back from Ripperoni. That disc is definitely one of the more impactful vertical spinning discs I've ever seen. Gotta be up there with the likes of Aftershock with the kind of damage it seems to deliver. However, the flywheel on the back quickly seemed to stop working. They mentioned earlier in the episode that the flywheel is meant to counter the gyroscopic forces, but as you'll see if you watch the fight, Ripperoni was full of gyro. It was practically undrivable. And that really hurt them in the end, as Gruff was able to bully Ripperoni around, and it just didn't stand much of a chance from that point. It was fun as hell to watch. It reminded me of a lightweight Deep Six, just bouncing about, flinging itself around, but Gruff, because of that, was able to take full control. It managed to get a good lift in on Ripperoni. Ripperoni nearly flung itself onto the shelf. The driver of Ripperoni was running around the battle box. That was amazing. This was easily Gruff's match, especially as at the end, the pizza was smoking. Now, I have to say, seeing the points for the judging system definitely did make me raise an eyebrow. 5 for damage, 3 for control, and 3 for aggression. That means that damage is nearly double control and aggressions categories. That is heavily skewed in favor of damaging robots. And I have a feeling we're going to see some very controversial judges' decisions once again because of a system like that. However, in this case, Gruff was easily the winner. The judges didn't even dispute it. It was a unanimous decision, and I can't lie, that was a lot of fun. Probably my favourite fight of the night, just because it was pure insanity. Ripperoni going mental, Gruff taking full advantage, only encouraging it, really. I gotta say, that was great. Now, looking at the schedules, Ripperoni's looks tough. Facing endgame in a future episode means there's a lot of confidence in this robot. And let's hope that confidence is well placed, otherwise we're going to see Ripperoni get destroyed. Meanwhile, Gruff also has a pretty tough schedule, but these are more along the lines of what I'd expect Gruff to face, being the brick that it is. Anyway, next up we had Huge versus Shatter, two robots that I love, but I gotta be honest, heading right into this, I didn't rate Shatter's chances at all. Huge is a type of design where you need to be a specific type of robot to really be able to go at it. I gotta say, I did love Shatter's little decoration, making it look a little bit Huge-esque. That's always a nice little touch. I like when the robots do that, you know, when they're going to face an opponent, they add a little decor to make themselves look like their opponent. It's cute, I like it. Anyway, right out of the gate, Shatter rushes right out of the gate. They know that they have to get in as much damage as possible, but man, it just was a downhill battle. Hit after hit after hit from Huge. Shatter was holding strong for a while. They tried to get a few hits in, but they really couldn't do a thing. And then Huge exposed the wires of Shatter. Shatter, with that amazing armor, was not enough. Huge's new bar and motor, they were going on about how powerful Witch Doctor is. Huge, holy cow, they are on a new level. That is a scary amount of power if they can so easily tear into Shatter like that. Remember, Witch Doctor once fought Shatter, and I don't believe it could do that. And yet there's Huge just making it look so easy. That's terrifying, honestly. Now looking to the schedules, Huge's looks relatively doable, but it's definitely not going to be easy either. But I have to say, Huge versus Starchild is absolutely one I'm eagerly awaiting. Look, all we need now is for Gabriel, Huge, and Starchild to get into the battle box. Freeway melee, come on, just once. Please, Battlebots. I don't know what we have to do to make that happen, but I'm begging you, that would be amazing. Now, Shadow's schedule also looks pretty interesting, and I gotta say, a similar fight that I'm excited to see, Shadow versus Beta. Come on, that's either going to be a stomping or an amazing driving competition. Now, Glitch versus Riptide was a fight that I had a huge amount of expectations in, possibly more than the main event. I mean, these are two incredibly powerful egg beater spinners, probably the best that the heavyweight scene has ever laid eyes upon. Now, Glitch nearly didn't make it due to some problems they were having beforehand, but thankfully they were fine. And I gotta say, Farouk's intro, I genuinely thought was an editing error at first. But no, it was just another clever Farouk intro, so you know, business as usual. Now I do gotta say, I love Glitch's wedgelets. They do fit in really well with the rest of the design, they don't stick out too much. But they did look less low than Riptide's forks. As I kept looking at those egg beaters, I gotta say, I knew that it was all gonna come down to that first hit. I mean, Glitch's weapon looks like it's been stretched in pain, for God's sakes, and somehow Riptide's is even heavier than before? Like, come on! And with one hit, not only did that test the tide of the battle, that was it. One hit and Glitch was up and over, and it just couldn't self-right. Riptide actually did go in for one more hit, seemingly Glitch wanted it to be... From what I can tell, Glitch wanted it in a hope that it would get them back on their feet so the fight could continue. But that hit knocked them onto the shelf, and yeah, that was it. Glitch couldn't self-right, there was no way Riptide was going to get up there, so a quick fight. Definitely not a great start for Glitch. Given that it had such an impressive rookie run, you would expect it to have started out with a big bang there, but Riptide really isn't pulling any punches. And I gotta say, Riptide, I think it's got its schedule pretty much in hand. Glitch's schedule, though, you can tell that they have a schedule befitting of that rookie run. That is gonna be tricky, but hopefully Glitch can make up for that disappointing first match. Then they showed the main event hype video, which is always exciting. Tantrum and Minotaur, two amazing robots. On one hand, Minotaur is one of the best of all time, and Tantrum, a giant nut winner. This was a brilliant fight to set up for the first episode. But before that, though, we've got free shipping versus Gigabyte. Now, I gotta say, though, one thing in its favor, though, are the original Sin-style wedgelets are looking better than ever. Like, dang, if you replace that spinner with another wedgelet, it would just look like original Sin. Lovely. I do like it whenever free shipping has those resemblances. So, now, right out of the gate, Gigabyte definitely had some bad driving to start off with, completely driving the wrong way, which, given Gary's familiarity with this team, meant that they were done right there. It's hard to say how well they would have done, given that a quick rush, and so Gigabyte would have had some trouble keeping up any form of spinner speed, but the fact that they got stuck right out of the gate meant that I don't think they were ever really going to get up to speed the way they wanted. Now, I'm going to be honest, it felt like I blinked and suddenly Gigabyte went through all the problems it usually has. It got flipped over, the pole snapped off, and wow, it and Ripperoni are amazing dance idols. Gigabyte looked like a Beyblade the way it was going. Now, it seems that the weapon on free shipping does get enough damage, though I imagine it's still not going to be enough should they fight a bigger, more damaging opponent. Holy cow, free shipping schedule is ruthless. By the way, I just want to say, I love how even Gary doubted the weapon. That's amazing. Me and Gary, we're on the same wavelength here. Also, overall, I'd say the fight was a little disappointing. Don't get me wrong, I probably wasn't going in with the best expectations anyway, given how I felt about the new weapon on free shipping, but I gotta say, I know that these robots can be extremely entertaining and just didn't do it for me. It ended a little too quickly for my liking, whereas I thought this could have gone to be a lot crazier and a lot more exciting, but there we are. Now, Gigabyte's schedule, holy cow, what did Gigabyte do? My goodness! Bloodsport, Endgame, Jesus Christ! Oh my god, there's not going to be anything of the poor robot left by the end of the season. Alright, well, we'll move on now to the main event. The championship banners were such a nice touch. Seeing Tombstone, Son of Waiachi, Biohazard, Vlad the Impaler, Endgame, Bite Force, La Machine, and Tantrum all being commemorated felt like a hall of fame of sorts. You know, that was such an amazing thing, seeing Tantrum being unveiled up there, and it really adds to the prestige of being a champion. The Giant Nut itself brings its own prestige, but doing this really highlights the robots themselves that have come and gone and reached that point. It really just looks incredible. I love that. I love that they've done that, honestly. It's a small touch, but in my opinion, it really adds a lot. Now, before the fight begins, we can already see that Minotaur looks as strong as ever. Minotaur doesn't really change its design on the surface all that much, and that's because it's just generally got a working design. I'm sure under the hood things change, but you know that Minotaur's going to be tough to deal with. There's not a whole lot that needs to be changed. Drum spinners have kind of found where they're comfortable, and I think it's going to be a while till we see some major transition for drum spinners. Meanwhile, the swordfish attachment on Tantrum, I'm going to be honest, right away, I felt like that was a bad call. Nothing against the team, obviously they know better than I do, but my thought process was that thing is right in the center where Minotaur's drum is going to be. If Minotaur just gets one hit in from one bad move on Tantrum's part or one good move on Minotaur's part, that ground clearance is going to be irrevocably damaged on Tantrum's end. And the fight began. Tantrum was fast! My god, could they speed around. They rival Hypershock in terms of speed now on that Battlebots floor. They were rushing Minotaur, and immediately it looked like this was going to be a nice back and forth collision between two top tier robots. Very quickly, the front on Tantrum started to bend, and immediately I knew that it was over at that point. Tantrum was decimated from that point on. Now, what ended up happening in the end was Tantrum was flipped over, their self-righting arm was busted, they couldn't self-right, and therefore Minotaur ended up getting the victory. And I gotta say, this was a classic bout. Not the match of the night, in my opinion. Minotaur and Tantrum, however, both showed what I love about them. Tantrum in the early stages was fast, it was tough, that weapon packs a little bit of a punch, which just does enough. And I gotta say, it's probably going to be pretty darn good, as long as they can avoid those similar things happening again with the self-riding arm, and maybe toss away the swordfish attachment. Minotaur, meanwhile, was once again impeccable. It's gotta have a deep run into this tournament. Like, no doubt in my mind, it hasn't missed a beat. It's still the absolute killer drum spinner that I know and love. Minotaur's schedule definitely looks difficult, but they all look like fights that I see Minotaur having a fair shot against. So it looks like it's going to have a pretty decent season all around, should all things work out for it. Now, Tantrum's one is definitely a tough schedule, what you would expect for a champion. But the fight against Bliv, now that's one that I am excited to see. That is going to be... That's going to be... I hope it's as good as I'm making it out of my mind, because that could be a lot of fun. Overall, this was a fun episode, but I gotta say, I definitely think it can be improved upon. One thing that I noticed with a lot of these fights were, these are fights that I'd expect to have been like 5-star classics. And don't get me wrong, they were fun. A lot of them were a lot of fun, but I haven't seen any of those killer moments yet that really make a season. We haven't seen the Tombstone versus Counter Revelation or Minotaur versus Blacksmith moment yet. I'm waiting for that episode where we get the moment where a robot just gets decimated or a robot gets sent into orbit. You know, that's going to be incredible. And I am excited for when that happens. We didn't really get it this episode, however. But I can't be down on it, because again, this was still a very fun episode, and it just gets me excited for what's to come. You know, if you missed this episode, be sure to check out Battlebots. It's currently being aired on Discovery, at least in the US. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. It's gotta be easily one of the best robot shows of all time. Welcome back once again. Episode 2 of Battlebots has just aired, and I've got some things I want to say about it. Another exciting bot bashing episode. Let's get started. So, I don't have much to say in the intro, except how do you expect Fusion to not light themselves on fire when you're roasting them like this? Oh my goodness, like, they do not let up throughout this episode. Every time Fusion is mentioned, it just gets brought up how it lights itself on fire. Now, getting into the first fight, it was Sawblaze versus Hypershock, which, oh my goodness, I was excited right out of the gate. Hypershock is obviously a pretty powerful robot when everything works well. It's fast, it can be a lot of fun to watch, but Sawblaze is always such an entertaining, well-driven machine. I love watching that thing every time, so I knew immediately this was going to be good. And as I saw Sawblaze, I was thinking, oh my god, how many different types of wedgelets does Sawblaze have? It has the 2 longer wedgelets, it's got a few medium ones, and it's got a bunch of short ones as well. This felt so weirdly over the top, but I imagine it's extremely effective, so I can't really fault them, honestly, and it still fits the general aesthetic. Sawblaze looks awesome. Speaking of looking awesome, Hypershock as ever looks like a beast. Now immediately Sawblaze started off with the better ground clearance, some very good shots from Hypershock in return, but then got flipped over, and after that it was all a struggle for Hypershock. Flailing, wriggling around, trying to avoid Sawblaze, but Sawblaze taking out a tire, taking out an entire wheel, and then one last hit to the belly of Hypershock, and Sawblaze was stuck! I can't believe it! Now, whenever this happens, the fight will be briefly stopped to try and unstick the robots. If it can't be done, then the fight ends. And they couldn't do it. The first fight ending due to the fact that they got stuck. Now, Sawblaze ends up winning due to the judge's decision, but I gotta say that's more than well deserved. because if they'd have gotten free, I imagine Hypershock would have been counted out anyway. It looked like it was dead to me. Now, to give an idea on just how stuck they were, later on in the episode they show the hammer arm of Sawblaze has actually been detached from the rest of the robot because it's so stuck to Hypershock. And then later on from that, they finally get it free. My god. Saying that, listen, I know you're joking, but we'd all want to see Hyperblaze, right? Right? And this was definitely a fun first fight, but I understand with the kind of like abrupt ending with the fact that the robots got stuck, I can see now why it didn't get put into episode 1. Looking at Sawblaze's schedule, it looks pretty darn tough, but we know that Sawblaze is a top tier robot, so they're not going to go down without a fight. Plus, if we haven't seen Sawblaze versus Sawblaze by now, it's long overdue, so these are going to be some exciting battles. Hypershock's also got a really quite difficult schedule. Whiplash, Endgame. Claw Viper seems like it'll be the easiest one for Hypershock to deal with, but even then, Hypershock is gonna have to really up its game in these next few fights. Then we had Emulsifier versus Fusion, which I knew should be a lot of fun. Fusion is apparently more reliable due to the, to try and avoid some of the heat concerns, so it doesn't set itself on fire. And Emulsifier looked so sturdy. I was definitely worried about it going up against the vertical end because they had nothing really to deal with the wedgelets, but I knew this was going to be fun either way. The fight begins now. Admittedly, Emulsifier's weapon didn't seem to be working well at first, and we got a few massive hits from Fusion, showing a lot of power in that machine. It's surprising just how much power is packed into this robot. There's so much going on, you'd think that it wouldn't be able to dish out the hits it does. Now, because Emulsifier seemed to be struggling, Fusion just kept picking away, and I thought that this was going to be the Quantum versus Shredderator of the episode, because it just didn't look like it was going to go in Emulsifier's way. But then, Emulsifier's weapon started working, and Fusion, after a few hits, was on fire once again. Just as I thought it had become a squash match, the two had managed to deal heavy damage to each other. Even with the fire, they both kept going. The fight ended up going to Fusion, which, given Emulsifier's state at the end and how they were doing in the beginning, I kind of see why. This, to me, was an excellent fight. When I see a spinner on spinner fight, there's either one or two things that I want to see happen. I either want to see a robot get sent into orbit, get completely obliterated, or I want to see a fight, a back and forth tussle where the robots are knocking lumps out of each other and keep on going until either the judges come in or you finally get that one last knockout blow. I feel like we finally really got to see Fusion's potential come out here, and of course Emulsifier in its debut heavyweight fight looked really impressive. Now, Emulsifier's schedule does look pretty doable. I definitely think that there's going to be some fights which are going to be trickier than others. Malice could be quite an interesting battle for it, but I could see Emulsifier leaving with a decent record at least. Fusion's schedule, meanwhile, is rough. I feel like the legacy of the Waiachi robots is definitely influencing that somewhat, but I really hope that Fusion can step up to the plate and show that this is no fluke and that it is going to be more than capable of taking on the competition. Then came Valkyrie versus Mammoth, and I already knew this was not going to be Mammoth's night. Valkyrie is a low-to-the-ground robot. It has less for Mammoth to get a hold of. I mean, we saw the same thing when it was fighting Hijinks. There wasn't a lot for Mammoth to grab onto. Now the fight begins, and Mammoth rushed out of the gate, but once again, I realized there was no grip. It seems that Mammoth's leg, however, caught the spinner of Valkyrie, and I was thinking, hang on, are we about to see Valkyrie's spinner potentially burn out due to this? This is like an entanglement device almost. They thankfully got free, so the fight didn't have to be stopped, and Mammoth really couldn't do much of anything as Valkyrie slowly picked them apart. And I do mean slowly. They were very cautious with their driving. They'd go in, do a few hits, back out, do a few hits, back out. The very different driving style for Valkyrie this season. But what did Mammoth in the end, after it lost half of its drive, was the entire lifter broke. Mammoth ended up done after that point, and the win went to Valkyrie. Now I'm going to be honest, the fight was disappointing. Mammoth really can't do a lot in these situations, so it just wasn't as entertaining as I'd normally expect from it. And Valkyrie, just, while that driving style was very effective and I can tell that they're trying to be more competitive, it didn't make for the most exciting fight in my opinion. Still, overall, that lifter breaking like that was a major deal and definitely made for a big moment of the episode. Now, Valkyrie's schedule looks really interesting. It's fights I could see it doing quite decently with, but I can't judge how well it's going to do. This is definitely going to be very entertaining either way, though. And Mammoth's schedule looks rough, with robots that are not going to be easy for Mammoth to do its usual thing on. I worry for them. Good luck to them, because it looks like that Battlebots is really trying to make this Battlebot go extinct. Now for the next fight, Jameson Go actually joined as part of the commentary team, which I gotta say, just saying it right here, this was an incredible addition. I hope we get to see more of it throughout the season. Getting to see that additional insight from people who are building the robots is great. Don't get me wrong, I love Chris and Kenny, but it's great to have not only just their excitable commentary, but someone who can really give that detailed insight. And this should hopefully fill the Pete Abramson-shaped hole in our hearts. Anyway, the match that he was joining the commentary for was for Whiplash versus Mad Catter, which I knew already could end up being an amazing match. Now, right at the gate, there was a bit of a deadlock. The lifting arm of Whiplash was working quite nicely, but the spinner didn't seem to be. Meanwhile, Mad Catter's spinner was going nice and hard, but at first wasn't able to get a good shot in. But it didn't take that long, as Mad Catter soon got a nice hit in, which took a little bit for Whiplash to recover from, and Mad Catter, in a very smart decision, actually got their lifting arm out of the way, utilising the reach of the spinner. At least that's what it felt like to me. And they were able to get some massive hits in that sent Whiplash flying. And then Mad Catter, with a huge hit, ramming them into the screws and hitting with that spinner, sent Whiplash high into the air, taking Whiplash out. That was a pretty damn good fight. I still think that Emulsifier and Fusion was the match of the night, but this had to have been a close second for me. It was definitely a great showcase for Mad Catter. I was a little bit sad that Whiplash didn't get to do much itself, but these things can happen, and I'm sure Whiplash can redeem itself. Now, Whiplash has a tough schedule ahead of it. Normally, I'd have expected them to go 4-0 with a schedule like this, but based on this initial performance, I am a little bit uncertain. I don't think they're out just yet, but they'll definitely need to come back harder than ever for the extra fights. And Mad Catter's schedule is just as rough in my opinion, but based on that stellar performance, I'd say that they've got a good fighting chance. Obviously, it's way too early to judge schedules this early on, but based on this opening performance, yeah, they're doing pretty darn well. Now, here was a fight I was excited to see. Switchback versus Banshee. I mean, Switchback's new design looks so good, and Banshee was a design I was interested to see. Although, I already started to worry when they started tempering my expectations about Banshee's power, pointing out that it was more about getting a number of flips in and getting control, rather than sending robots into orbit. And so the fight starts off, Banshee misses a flip, Switchback ends up getting a small glance with the spinner, and then the death hum begins. A small flip comes from Banshee, and I do mean a small one, and I could see immediately why my expectations were tempered. There were some nice overhead shots from Switchback, some decent flips from Banshee, which put the arm back, which actually ended up being probably a very costly decision, as it meant that that Switchback was able to get in more decent blows throughout the fight. The fight ended up being a pretty good back and forth. Neither robot was really doing anything that amazingly, but Switchback kept going in with some shots. Banshee was definitely not giving up. It got some good flips in throughout, but in the end, Switchback ended up winning the judge's decision. I'll be honest, I thought this fight was definitely a little bit weak. I think that's possibly because I just hyped this up to myself. I was expecting huge things from these robots, and maybe that wasn't fair. So I'm willing to accept that I probably set my expectations way too high for these robots, but it just didn't really wow me. Both robots did show some moments of potential, And I think if they can continue to work to achieve that, they could be quite interesting. But overall, I will admit I was a little disappointed. Now, Switchback's schedule is very interesting, and they'll need to work on that performance if they want to stand a chance against robots like Death Roll. Meanwhile, Banshee is really going to be put through its paces with its schedule. It'll be interesting to see if it sinks or swims with a lineup like that, but I'll admit it doesn't look good for them. Then we got the main event hype package, and it was a great way of advertising it. Two teams that got so close last season and had a lot to prove. Endgame, of course, being a former champion, further elevated it, as well as them being a Golden Bolt winner. You know, they were the clear favourites, but it was made very clear that these were two robots where anything could happen. So I was excited even before this, but these hype packages are so well edited. But we have one more match between us and the main event, as Hijinks takes on Big Dill. Now, Hijinks came out with their heaviest bar, while Big Dill came out with its strongest wedge, meaning that you didn't get to see the spinner this episode. Now, the fight began, and Hijinks goes tails first. Now, I'm assuming that they keep doing this to let the bar spin up, so if a robot rushes into them, it's a little bit more difficult for an opponent to jam the bar up and stop it from getting up to speed. They get a good first hit in, but then Big Dill gets them and runs them into the wall, flipping them over. Their lifter ended up being stuck, however, which ended up being catastrophic. Now that Hijinks' bar was higher up, it meant they could get some really good hits in on that arm and just do some damage. After some big hits, Big Dill's drive began to suffer, while Hijinks' bar seemed to give up. Then, with one last half-hearted push into the screws, Big Dill caught on fire. We had a smoked pizza, and now we've got a burning pickle. It's with them and the Grillmaster fusion, it's like Hell's Kitchen in Battlebots recently. Overall, this fight was also pretty disappointing to me, with neither robot faring as well as I'd have expected. Hijinks did do pretty well overall, so I don't want to seem too harsh to them. Their robots seem to be working pretty well, and I feel like there could be some exciting moments there. Big Dill will definitely need to figure out what caused them to burn out like they did, because I gotta say that was a bit unfortunate. Now, Big Dill's schedule is not easy at all. If they can tune that reliability, they will stand a chance, but they really are. That is going to really hinge their chances, in my opinion. Hijinks' schedule, meanwhile, has me excited. I mean, Ripperoni versus Hijinks seems like it could end up being crazy. Two gigantic spinners going at each other. That's the kind of thing that I can't wait to see that. That's all I can say. Like, the possibilities, if those two get up to speed and just slam into each other, that should be fun to watch. Now, heading into the main event, I knew that Endgame was going to have the advantage here. Like, I love Blip, and honestly, if I was to pick one, I'd probably want Blip to win just that little bit more, but as tough and compact as they are, Endgame is one of the best vertical spinners in the heavyweight scene. Just so powerful, so well built. I just did not like Blip's chances. Now the fight begins, Endgame gets a few good digs in, but Blip then pins Endgame, which I did not expect to see. That's definitely not the tactic I was expecting them to go for. A big shot from Endgame though takes out most of the wedgelets on Blip and leaves them basically done. Yeah, they were still moving, but how were they going to get under? Not only did they basically only have like one or two wedgelets, but Endgame had that extremely well-designed wedgelet system of their own. Although I gotta say that there was a nice hit from the pulverizer onto Endgame, so the Blip team was trying their best here. There was another huge hit from Endgame, Blip was still moving, and then Endgame's weapon stopped working. And honestly, this bit is where the main event did fall off a bit for me, as both robots ended up becoming a bit more of a pushing match, and it wasn't that kind of exciting match where Quantum grabbed Shredder in and just threw it all around. Like, neither robot really had the ability to really ram each other around. I mean, Blip couldn't because of the ground clearance issues, and I don't know what Endgame's drive is like, but I guess it couldn't either. Endgame ended up winning the judges' decision, and honestly, for 75% of this match, This was a main event level match with just some amazing hits from endgame, that great durability you'd expect from a robot like Blip, the use of the pulverizers. It was looking great, and it just fell off towards the end. I don't think that last quarter ruins the main event. It was a bit of a shame, really. Now, looking at the schedules, Endgames is not what I would have expected of former champions, so I think they've got them well in hand. Blip's schedule, meanwhile, looks nice and competitive. I think there's a lot of chance for Blip to really get to show itself off despite this initial loss. I don't know if it's going to walk away with enough wins to progress beyond this point, but I think we're going to get to see some incredible flips either way. Overall, I'll admit this episode was weaker than the first. The episode no doubt had some amazing fights in it, such as Fusion vs Emulsifier, which was my match of the night, Whiplash vs Mad Catter, which was an incredible display from Mad Catter, and for the most part the main event was pretty good too, but a few of the fights fell short of my expectations. We are back once again with another Battlebots review. Another amazing episode of Battlebots has come and gone, and my god, amazing is an understatement. But let's not waste any time, let's jump into this. So the opening fight is between Cobalt and Deathroll, and oh my god, what a beautiful matchup. Cobalt and Deathroll are probably two of my most anticipated robots. Two robots that have been around before, that were, I believe, that were in my top 10 returning Battlebots video. That were so good. They were incredibly good robots in the past, and I was so hyped, because this meant that this fight could be so destructive. Now, Cobalt came out with some new wedgelets, though I was a little bit worried, as these look even flimsier than Blip's piano keys. And then Deathroll comes out, and oh my god, that spinner, just as large as I remember, if not bigger. That thing is enormous. It's such a great bit of character from Deathroll. This alligator with the knife on the back, and just an absurdly large vertical spinner. It's great to see it back here in Battlebots. Now the fight started, and there was an insane first hit from Cobalt. So Cobalt right out of the gate was getting some amazing hits, but Deathroll, as ever, was proving that reliability just like they did in their fight with Endgame back in the day. So it's great to see that both of these robots aren't missing a beat. However, the fight soon ended. After being pinned with the pulverizer, Deathroll wasn't able to get back up. I couldn't believe it. Deathroll was stuck. It tried to get back up. It clearly wasn't dead, but it was in such a position that it just couldn't get the momentum to get back up. This was an incredible opener. Easily had to have been my favourite opener so far. It was quick, sure, but the hits delivered made it such an amazing blast of a match. I'm shocked to see Deathroll go out like that, but the team behind Cobalt is a masterclass, so I feel like if there was ever a robot that was going to do this to Deathroll, it would be a robot like Cobalt. Now, Cobalt has a very interesting schedule. Minotaur will definitely be a very tough fight, but I could see them very well going 4-0 here. I mean, they are looking more dangerous than ever before, and that spinner, wow, does it leave a mark. Now, Deathroll definitely has a chance here to redeem itself with its own schedule. I think the Monsoon fight in particular, though, will be their biggest obstacle and will hinge Deathroll's chances of progressing, as obviously a 2 out of 2 record would be far less promising for them than if they could manage 3-1. Next up, we had Claw Viper versus Ominous. Claw Viper, the package of speed and durability, and I gotta say that, and one new addition to the robot is the Idiot Strap. Basically, they want to make sure that they can have more control points by keeping the robot held up in the air. Kind of similar to how Complete Control would grab a robot like Bombshell and be able to just keep it up in the air if it wanted. This is a very smart idea in my book. Ominous, meanwhile, is a robot that, once again, I was extremely excited to see. With the Omni Drive and the powerful weapon, in my opinion, heading into this, it was the favourite. Now, I gotta say, they said that Claw Viper was faster than ever, and they were not kidding. They rushed in so incredibly quickly. There was some good hits from Ominous to start us off, but a quick flip from Claw Viper and Ominous was flailing. Claw Viper then got another great lift in, and this fight was going a million miles an hour. There wasn't a single dull moment. Claw Viper is so quick, so agile, and was so aggressive that it felt like the fight was going in fast forward. Claw Viper then takes Ominous into the screws where they looked like they were going to get stuck for a moment. Ominous does get a nice hit in, but Claw Viper's aggression means they really don't get to make much of it. Claw Viper then uses Ominous to break the Battlebots before slamming them onto the shelf, before finally leaving Ominous on its spinner to die. That was some incredibly smart driving there. Now this was spectacular. It absolutely blew away any expectations I had heading into this. Ominous got some nice shots in, but this fight was all Claw Viper. Just absolutely better than ever. This fight never lets up, and I'd argue this is looking like one of the best fights of the season. This alone should make someone go watch Battlebots if they haven't already, and it's why I love this show so much. Seeing two unique designs go hard like this is such an incredible sight, and it's why you can never overlook a design. Even if you think it hasn't got a chance, it may very well shock you, and I have to imagine that a lot of people were not expecting Claw Viper to be as good as it was here. Now, Claw Viper's schedule is ruthless. I'll admit I don't like their odds against some of the robots they're up against, but based on their first fights, they really could still pull off some major upsets. Ominous's schedule is actually quite interesting. With the design being as new as it is, this is really going to put the bot through its paces and really test the design out. But it's nothing that makes it seem like it would necessarily flounder. It really will need to redeem itself after that first fight, but it'll be interesting to see how it does in the next few fights. Next up was Bloodsport vs Copperhead, and I knew right away that one of these robots was going to get really messed up, but holy cow, I would not have expected it to go the way it did. I didn't expect it in that way, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So Bloodsport looks so cool. The weapon bar is incredibly thick. Like, that thing looks like it could do a lot of damage. And with the motor being more powerful, it was definitely my favourite heading into this. Despite how good and reliable Copperhead is, Bloodsport is a robot that just does so much damage. I thought that surely Copperhead can't beat Bloodsport here. Like, Copperhead's good, but this is like the new Bloodsport. Now, Copperhead looks relatively unchanged, but I don't blame them for that at all. Once again, I'm sure that there are changes under the hood, but the robot is so consistent, it's so capable that really they didn't need to change anything, even if it's under the hood still the same. And I knew that because of Copperhead's consistency, I couldn't make a clear-cut prediction as to who was going to win. Sure, I was leaning towards Bloodsport, but I knew it was just as likely that Copperhead could pull out a big victory here. Now, both robots avoid each other at first to get up to speed, and holy, my god! One hit, and it was all over. Both robots go flying. Copperhead sent careening to the other side of the battle box from a hit from Bloodsport, while Copperhead's hit to Bloodsport sends it up in the air and breaking apart. Bloodsport was on fire! Man, what a quick and memorable hit. Not an amazing match per se, but that was an amazing, incredible moment. That's the kind of thing I like to see when a fight is short but sweet. I want to see a robot just get completely decimated. Now, I hope that whatever caused Bloodsport to go out that quickly can be fixed for its next fight, but both it and Copperhead are clearly dishing out some serious firepower. Now, Copperhead's schedule looks to be quite tough against robots like Triton and Ripperoni. It seems that Copperhead is being tested against some of the mightiest big spinners this season. But if they can repeat that performance that they just did with Bloodsport, then they may just have this in hand. Bloodsport's schedule does look like it should be able to redeem itself. Beta might end up being one of their toughest opponents based on Beta's durability against Tombstone before, but given Beta lost to Tombstone in that same fight, I have a feeling they might be able to dust themselves off given they don't burn out again. Next up was Lockjaw vs Malice, and a little side note, Ever since I got a comment where someone compared Lockjaw's Wedgelets to Hell's Angel, my Robot Arena 2 robot, I can't stop seeing it. Now, I mean, if Lockjaw wants some design advice, anything that resembles my robot is off to a bad start if they want to win. Okay, for the record, I'm joking. I know that this is entirely a coincidence. Who the hell's gonna copy my Robot Arena 2 robots? Anyway, Lockjaw came out with the rear plow, and I'll admit, I was a little disappointed at first. I thought the whole point of the new forks was to take away from that rear plow, make it so it wouldn't be necessary anymore. So I'll admit, I was a little bit disappointed to see it back. Now, Malice also came out, and it looked relatively similar to how it was in the last season, but if that weapon is more reliable this time around, it should pack a mighty punch, and I thought that the forks might be helpful if facing Lockjaw's rear plow. Now, the match began, and admittedly, the plow worked really well in this match. It managed to jam up the weapon of Malice, and by the time they turned around, Malice hadn't gotten even a chance to get that weapon up to speed, meaning they got a few good hits in. Now, at some point, Lockjaw's drive seemed to be having some issues, and Malice was trying to take control, but Lockjaw refused to give up. This wasn't an explosive spinner-on-spinner fight by any means, but there was a great story to this fight as both robots slowly weakened, but were not giving up, with Lockjaw's drive and Malice's weapon taking longer and longer to spin up. Another great hit from Lockjaw sent Malice in the air, and Malice was on the run with its bar looking to have finally stopped spinning. But then Lockjaw started smoking. It was still going, but it was definitely less powerful, and Malice started hunting Lockjaw down. By the end of the fight, I genuinely didn't know how the fight would go. This was an amazing fight, and Lockjaw really made me see the light with the plow. This is, in my opinion, the best use of the plow so far. Lockjaw ended up winning, but I've got to say, Malice has nothing to be ashamed of. You know, Bunny, Soriel, and the rest of the team had an amazing fight here against Lockjaw. It was an incredibly close encounter, and far more methodical than I think most people would expect from a spinner-on-spinner fight. Lockjaw's schedule looks like it'll only get tougher from here on out against the powerful robots they'll be facing. The team, in my opinion, are going to need to step it up even more so if they want to gain more victories, but they're off to a good start, so they do have a bit of hope. Malice's schedule, meanwhile, I have to say, Emulsifier could be their toughest opponents in this. Best of luck to them though, as if they can keep that weapon spinning, then they may walk away winning. Next up was Triton versus Lucky, and oh man, on one hand I was so excited to see Triton in action, but not at the cost of Lucky. Oh my god, it feels like that robot can never catch a break. It really is the antithesis of its name. Now coming out, Triton's bar is terrifyingly big. Like, if I thought the Bloodsport's bar was quite notable, this was... it's freaky, it's terrifying. And being called Tombstone on steroids, while definitely seems like it's really setting up Triton for maybe some unfair comparisons. Like, yeah, I've made comparisons that it's similar to Tombstone, but you don't want to say that it's Tombstone on steroids, because that's a hell of a legacy to follow up. Meanwhile, Lucky's plow looked incredibly durable, and I was hoping that it would help them out in this. Now the fight began, and that spinner gets up to speed quite quickly, but it seemed to be having trouble with landing some big shots. I assume it has something to do with the torque. It just seemed to not be able to follow through when the spinner collided, as Lucky was able to brush off these hits and bully Triton around the Battlebots. Some more nice hits from Triton, but again, Lucky looked completely unfazed. And throughout the fight, Triton really was not performing as expected. Lucky eventually then ends the fight, much like Claw Viper did, by placing Triton in a way that it couldn't get moving, and was stuck and therefore counted out. Now honestly, this was a great fight for Lucky. Much more conservative than what I would normally expect from them, but this fight worked out perfectly for them. Triton, however, definitely didn't perform as well as I was hoping for. Overall, it was an alright fight. I was definitely expecting more, however. Now, Triton's schedule looks quite tough, but each fight looks like it could be a ton of fun, as they're going to be facing some big, powerful spinners. I really hope we get to see more from Triumph Spinners in those future fights, because those could be excellent. Now, Lucky's schedule looks to be not insurmountable, but definitely is going to be a very tough challenge for Lucky. I can't say I'm overly optimistic for their chances against robots like Cobalt, but based on this initial performance, I'm not going to count them out just yet. Next up was Jackpot versus Scorpios. Jackpot's weapon looks as killer as ever. That thing really lands a serious shot. It does some major damage, and I had to say it was the favourite for me heading into this. Scorpios, meanwhile, comes out with a mega front dead. Holy cow, that thing looks beefy. The Hammer Saw also still looks quite nice. Now the fight began, and neither could have got a major hit at first, but when Jackpot did, it got flipped over, which I was not expecting. Scorpios got a nice dig in with the Hammer Saw, and then it began to smoke. I thought that was it, but they seemed to be fine, but Jackpot couldn't self-right. Scorpios bullies Ace while Jackpot gets counted out to celebrate the victory, and then right after the buzzer, Jackpot went up in flames. What is with all these robots getting set on fire? I can't believe it. This has been an absolute barbecue here this season. Overall, it was a decent, if short, fight. That had to have been a major upset for a lot of people, but Scorpios looks like it has a solid chance against Verts from now on. I'm excited, honestly, to see how they continue to do based on this. And also, I have to say, I loved how Diana Tarleton said that she was waiting for a good hit. Look, I'm not saying that was a reference. All I'm saying is time is like a flat circle. Now, weirdly enough, this time the Championship Hype package was right before the main event instead of before the fight before it, which, bit of an interesting change. Also, why is Jake Hewitt and Hydra so... Yeah, why are they like this season? Like, in all of these videos, every time Jake Hewitt appears, it's... Anyway, we're on to the main event finally, as Hydra takes on Rotator. Now, Rotator had been having issues throughout the episode getting ready for the main event. It was definitely a great bit of drama to get you excited for what would happen. Was Rotator going to be ready in time? Would they stand a chance against a robot like Hydra if they're not at 100%? Now, Rotator is looking quite good in my opinion, but Hydra's front plow looks incredible. It looks like it's trying to cover all the bases to make sure that Hydra is still one of the best flippers out there, but able to endure some of the hard-hitting shots that they're gonna face against a robot like Rotator. Hydra starts flipping Rotator around, and this really showed what the match was going to be like. Rotator tries to get the weapon up to speed, but some more flips from Hydra ruin Rotator's hopes there of using it. Rotator cannot get a look in here. Hydra keeps on going. It was relentless. And eventually, with one more flip, one of the forks got stuck on the wall, ending the fight in Hydra's favour. Sadly for Rotator, I don't think it was so much radio issues that hampered it, more than just Hydra itself. This was, in a similar vein to Quantum vs Shredderator, an amazing fight for people like me that love watching Hydra go. I mean, there were some incredible flips. Hydra looks to be just as big and badass as ever. It looks so damn cool. But for people who like Rotator, like me, it was a bit sad to see it really didn't get to do much of anything at all. Still, it was definitely a very fun and dominating main event this season, and really goes to show you that Hydra is almost certainly still a favourite to win the Giant Nut. The Waiachi clan is still on the hunt, and I've got to say, you've got to keep a close eye on Jake Hewitt here. Now, Rotator's schedule looks tough as hell. One fight that did catch my eye is that they're going to be fighting Fusion. It seems Rotator this season will really be waging war with the Waiachi clan. Hydra may have won the battle, but the Waiachis haven't yet won the war. Now, looking at Hydra's schedule, a rematch against Tantrum, as well as driving matches against Free Shipping and Saw Blazers mean that, win or lose, It's going to be so much fun to watch these fights go. I honestly cannot wait. Hydra might have one of the most fun-looking schedules of the entire season. Now, overall, I have to say I think this was the best episode so far. I know it's only the 3rd episode, so it might not seem like much, but it really was not just a step above the competition. It was a hop, skip, and jump from the previous episode so far for me. I was loving this episode all throughout, and it truly had some iconic moments and some truly great matches. Honestly, this has been my favourite episode so far, and it's gonna be a tough one to top. Here we are once again with another Battlebots review. Now, I apologise that this one was delayed, but it's finally here. Let's get started. Now, right off the bat, that Minibot charity intro was hilarious. The fact that Battlebots took how so many Minibots get decimated every season and made it this whole charity-style intro was great. Going that extra mile just to entertain us on something that really, we would never have even thought about this. That's what I love about Battlebots. But with that out of the way, we move on to the first fight of the night between Black Dragon and Monsoon. Now, I knew this was going to be awesome right out of the gate. Between the ground clearance of Black Dragon and the reach of Monsoon, this could go either way. Now, Black Dragon was looking very good with 2 nice long wedgelets, which I knew was there to try and help them with getting under Monsoon, and I imagine also to help with the reach due to Monsoon coming down with an almighty spinning bar. Now, I mentioned that Bloodsport has a brilliant spinning bar itself, that Fit Key or whatever it was, but Monsoon looks like it's got an equatable spinning bar of its own. That thing looks like it could do some serious damage. Now, right out of the gate, there were some nice hits at first, which Black Dragon got the better of, but Monsoon kept working. Black Dragon weapon then started having some issues, and Monsoon went and ripped off one of their wedgelets and then got another big hit in. Then after taking another wedgelet out, they got a massive hit in. It really was looking bad for Black Dragon at this point. Monsoon was delivering some almighty shots and looked like they were closing in on the win. Black Dragon was still working though their drive was looking pretty rough. However, Monsoon's weapons seemed to have stopped working at this point. So then we got some massive hits from Black Dragon. Monsoon eventually, after getting stuck, they were counted out. Overall, I'd say this was a pretty solid opening fight, where it genuinely looked like it could have gone either way. If Monsoon's weapon hadn't have given up, they might have been able to take Black Dragon out, and in fact, later on in the episode, it looks like that would have been the case, as it looked like they were about to take out one of the motors of Black Dragon. So Monsoon came so close to knocking out Black Dragon. Black Dragon, however, one of the hardiest spinners I've ever seen, able to take so much abuse, and was able to keep going until they got the win, showing that even when they're not at 100%, they are ones to fear. Now, I gotta say, on an off note, when it comes to hardy spinners, I gotta say, I'd love to see Black Dragon versus Death Roll. That would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Now, looking at the schedules, I gotta say that Black Dragons looks tough, but doable. If they can dish out some major hits, they'll put up one hell of a fight, especially as we know Black Dragon can deal with a lot of damage, so a fight against Riptide is one that I've got my eye on in particular. Monsoon's schedule, meanwhile, also looks very fun. Matches against Death Roll with those 2 long-reaching spinners could be brilliant, should be some massive impacts there. And a fight against Whiplash, though, could be a problem based on this initial performance. I feel like Whiplash, they could deal with some of those shots and might be able to outdo Monsoon there. But I'm a lot more confident in their fight against Horizon. Monsoon has the potential to do pretty well this season. Next up was Emulsifier versus Malice, and I can tell you, right as I saw that fight, I was worried for Malice. Emulsifier, with that sturdy wedge, and that big powerful weapon, I just feared for Malice in this case. And Malice came out with those forks, Emulsifier came out same as it was before, and I felt those forks were going to be Malice's best chance here, as they would help to get under the robot. Starting off, there were some nice hits from Emulsifier, followed by a huge collision as they sent Malice flying. once again, and then Malice got stuck on the pulverizer. Meanwhile, Emulsifier ended up upside down. Emulsifier ends up freeing Malice, but a loose piece of Malice's frame has them only barely moving, just barely avoiding being counted out. However, while I was focused on Malice being stuck on that bit of the frame that had been bent out of place by Emulsifier's almighty shot, it turned out Emulsifier had stopped moving at all. I gotta say, this was a shocking result. A bit disappointing as the fight stopped just as it was getting good, and had it continued, I think this could have been a very memorable fight. But I've got to give congrats to Malice for hanging on, as once again we see that durability and reliability can decide a fight. However, I gotta say, even though Emulsifier lost, it looked mean with the damage they did to the frame of Malice. So far, we're seeing two mean vertical spinners come close to victory, then fall short to hardier robots. Next up, we had Overhaul versus Starchild, and I thought that Overhaul was done for. I mean, how are they going to grapple a robot like Starchild? Also, Chris, please don't make me sad by saying stuff like, what the heck is a Thwackbot? That was just depressing. We need more Thwackbots. Anyway, we get a promo video about Starchild, where they bring up inspiration from robots like the Master, which is such a cool thing to see. It's nice to see that even nowadays, these old designs still inspire. On top of that, the Battlebots throughout the episode brings up Beetleweight events that inspired several teams, which again is extremely cool. They even brought up how Jason Marston was part of international competition. You know, I'm not going to mention Robot Wars by name, of course, but I love that Battlebots is willing to acknowledge the team's other ventures. It helps with people who maybe don't know what these teams have done. You know, some people only watch Battlebots, so to know that these people aren't rookies and know what they're doing and are more capable than you think, I think that is an extremely good way of going about things. Anyway, the buzzer sounds, and immediately, I gotta say, we got a good lift from Overhaul. There was a lot of missed thwacks from Starchild, and then we got some more good lifts from Overhaul as Starchild just started flailing around. Eventually, Overhaul managed to hook the wheel and took Starchild into the screws. Overhaul then fully grabs Starchild and lifts them up in the air for a suplex, the force of which even tips them upside down, which was incredible. And once again, there was just a few more glancing blows from Starchild, but this fight easily was given by the judges to Overhaul. And I gotta say, I massively underestimated Overhaul this time. This has to have been Overhaul's best performance to date. An incredible display right there. Overall, I thought this was a surprisingly good fight. I don't know if it was the match of the night because I really wanted to see what Starchild was capable of and I just didn't get that. But we're really getting to see grabbers and lifters come up to the forefront here and show that they still have a lot of fight in this game. Of course, vertical spinners are the meta of Battlebots. They're clearly the ones with the biggest advantage. But to see grabbers and lifters aren't going away quietly and are really going to give all these different robots a hard time, that's great fun to see. Now, Overhaul's schedule does look rough. Robots like Claw Viper seem way too fast and aggressive, and I was on about Verts. Cobalt is a robot where, if it doesn't go Overhaul's way, they might get split in half. Shredder Bro seems like their best chance as Shredder Bro doesn't have low ground clearance. Now, Starchild's schedule on the other hand, looks like a lot of fun. They're going up against less conventional designs, in my opinion, that could lead to some very fun fights. If they can get their driving in order, they might have a solid chance too, but we'll have to wait and see. Next up was Gruff versus Quantum, a fight that I was very curious to see how it would go. As Quantum, we know, is the big killing crusher, but Gruff is a brick. It endures so much punishment and could take control of the fight. And better yet, Adam Wrigley comes to join the commentary team. I'm so glad that they're sticking with this as a running theme. It's so fun to watch the builders weigh in and on these robots that they're getting to watch fight. Now, Gruff comes down and it has some special attachments. On the sides, they've got these little bars, which I think were to try and stop the jaws from crushing down, as well as a lift bit on the front, which apparently was to hook the tooth of Quantum. Basically, they don't need to get underneath Quantum's wedge, they just need to get within the mouth, and then lift up Quantum by the upper jaw. That was actually a very interesting strategy. And when I saw it, I thought, dang, if that works, Quantum's not going to stand a chance. Quantum, meanwhile, decided to go with this singular tooth, which I believe is slightly bigger, so I have to imagine they're doing this to get deeper into Gruff and get more damage. The match begins, and immediately Quantum gets around Gruff and bites in and starts pushing Gruff around so easily. They let go and then go in for some more, and Gruff already is struggling. The stuff on the side easily buckling under the crushing power. That didn't do a single thing. There was a nice lift, but they weren't able to make much of it as Quantum then puts them on the upper deck. Gruff's drive seems to be damaged, and it's clearly going downhill fast for this normally very durable robot. It seems that Gruff is only trying to avoid further damage at this point, as Quantum is super aggressive, going in for more bites and shoving them all around the battle box. Gruff is flailing around, begins to start smoking, and is struggling to do anything at this point. They break the arena, signing their panic it seems. Eventually the drive seems to completely go from Gruff, just before one final massive bite from Quantum really sinking its teeth in. Gruff, in a really rare situation, has been supremely badly damaged. Count it out, this was another incredible win for Quantum. I don't think I've seen Gruff this badly damaged even when it fought robots like Tombstone. This was a brilliantly fun match, if a little one-sided. For fans of Quantum like me, this was super fun to see, and another incredible display from them, and shows that it wasn't a fluke when they beat Shredderator so handily. Gruff sadly got nothing in, and for fans of Gruff, I could see this being a disappointing fight, but overall, I really enjoyed how tough they were throughout, keeping them going for way longer than you think they would have. Next up though was Kraken versus Beta. Kraken coming out with its new design. I'm sad to see Kraken lose its Crushers, to be honest, but I can understand why they've gone with the Hammer Sword design, and to give them credit, it still has a lot of that Kraken spirit in its appearance, so I can't be too hard on it. Beta, meanwhile, comes out with a different, almost reminiscent of 4 in its hammer. It's incredibly thin, and it looks like it would make it more trigger happy, but call me a psychic, but I could see that it was going to get badly damaged just right from the get-go. The match begins, and immediately you could see a difference in Beta's driving as they start swinging that hammer much more openly. This is what we've been waiting for from Beta. Beta, one of the most powerful hammers in Battlebots history, and we have been dying to get to see that power in use. The ground clearance goes back and forth. My guess is because neither of them have hinged wedgelets, so it actually is just down to just where the wedges are positioned at the time. We get a massive hit from Kraken, and Beta immediately seems like they're in major trouble as their mobility gets massively hindered. Kraken gets some nice hits on the weaker backside before Beta finally gets moving again, though they're clearly struggling for a bit. Kraken, however, also seems to be having some driving issues. I believe they had some issues. I believe the team Kraken actually brought this up on their Instagram. Check out the teams, by the way. They actually go very in depth into some of these issues that they end up having with their robots, what goes right, what goes wrong. If you go on battlebots.com, you actually get a nice list of most, if not all, of their social medias. Do check that out. But they did have some issues, clearly, with their driving. There was some nice hits from both. There was some nice hits when then the spinner massively warped Beta's hammer. That thing looked so ridiculous. It was completely bent out of shape. And when I thought the hammer was out of commission, no. They kept firing the hammer. In fact, they were more trigger happy. They were firing that hammer like nothing else. That was going down like crazy. I love this comeback from Beta. It was very close. I thought Kraken had done enough, but the judges went for Beta. While I didn't expect them to go for Beta, I have to say I do still respect the decision. This was incredibly close. What an on and off fight, honestly. There was definitely an off period where these bots were clearly struggling to just get the offense in that they wanted, but when they were going strong. Kraken's new weapon is incredibly powerful, such a delight to see. And Beta, far more aggressive. I have been begging for this. I think a lot of us have been begging for Beta to really get more aggressive, to get those good hits in, and my god, have they finally delivered. Thank you, Beta. Please keep it up. Now looking at the schedules, Kraken's looks challenging. A lot of robots that, if they perform well, they could stand a solid chance against, but the tide could really turn on them if they don't. Their weapon power, in my opinion, though, gives them a solid chance here, because that thing really does leave some massive shots on its opponents. Beta's schedule also looks quite tough, but it looks like a lot of fun. Could lead to some massive fights and some incredible wins that I think, due to the challenge, could help them get a shot of going further in the tournament. You know, say they beat robots like Bloodsport. I mean, given Bloodsport's track record, that could give Beta a very good reason to be allowed further into the tournament, so good luck to them. Next, we have the main event hype package. It's a really good hype package of two teams that are up against the odds. They both need to dust themselves off and pick up a win, but paradoxically, because they are both so proven to be such excellent teams, it makes it extremely difficult because, well, they're up against another extremely good robot. So, honestly, I was excited to see how that would go. However, first up, we had to have Shredded Bro versus Horizon. Oh dear. Now the match begins, and there's some very slow spin-ups to start off with. Some small bumps from Shredded Bro, a glancing blow from Horizon. The Horizon is clearly not getting much weapon speed in. Shredded Bro starts struggling with its drive. Horizon really does seem to be struggling as well. Shredded Bro then starts spinning that drum up as fast as it can, and you can really start to hear that death hum coming into play, but still struggling with the movement. Horizon is just not being aggressive, likely due to the weapon problems. And then, as they come it close, a massive hit from Shredded Bro as we finally get to see the power of this drum spinner. Horizon, for a moment, looked like it was going to be stuck, but due to the special design, Horizon gets itself free. Which, honestly, that was a very clever case with the design as it is. Now, Shredded Bro gets another hit in, which pops Horizon on top of Shredded Bro, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but due to the drive issues, they ended up getting stuck. It ends up going to Shredded Bro, likely from that one major hit, giving them some very good damage points. Guys, this fight sucked. I hate to say it. I like to try and look at things positively. Like, even the lowliest robot, the robot that dies in one hit, I couldn't make that. I couldn't make Chrome fly. I don't like to be harsh because I know that these robots take so much time, so much effort. And this fight was bad. This fight was so bad. It was easily the worst fight of the season so far. Both robots were clearly plagued by some issues. I really, really hope that they can work on it and bounce back into a more entertaining battle than their next fight, because this just was boring. Now, Shredded Bro's schedule is one that I think will really put them through their paces, each of which will really catch Shredded Bro out if they can't work out their drive by then, as all are extremely well-driven robots. Horizon's schedule, in my opinion, is insurmountable. They're up against some very powerful robots, so I think what they need to do is show some of the potential of this design and go out swinging. If they can leave a mark before their exit, I think that will still be a job well done, even if they go 0-4. Now, the main event had me nervous and excited. Obviously, Whiplash, an incredibly well-driven robot that had some issues in its last fight, versus Hypershock, a robot with an exceptional amount of power, but when flipped over could end up really struggling to drive the robot to a win. Now, Whiplash came out with some nice long forks to help them with ground clearance. I noticed they still had their vert attached, which I knew would be helpful in trying to claw back some damage points if it went to the judges. Now the match begins and immediately Whiplash rushes over. Hypertruck tries to get round, but a nice lift from Whiplash tips them over. I was so excited, I thought, oh my goodness, this one is already off to the races. Hypershock tries flipping themselves over, and with a boost from Whiplash gets moved to the upper deck. Then there's a nice shot from Hypershock as they try to keep going before finally flipping back over. Then we get some really nice shots from Hypershock as they begin to turn the tide. This immediately means that they get into the driver's seat. Whiplash now on the defensive. Whiplash is flailing and gets hit with a pulverizer. A small driving error from Hypershock, but Whiplash can't do enough to make much of it. One last massive hit from Hypershock causes the guts to spill out of Whiplash. Hypershock's drift spinner does a number as Whiplash smokes up the arena looking like a YouTube barbecue video. That was a brilliant main event. I gotta say, both robots got some nice shots in. We gotta see Whiplash get some nice lifts in. Hypershock with that powerful spinner though. Once it got control, it was all over. Still, Whiplash never gave up, and it made for a brilliant fight between two main eventers. Overall, I'd say that this was still a pretty good episode. Fights, sure, Shredded Bro Horizon was definitely a low point for the season, but when you've got fights like Monsoon versus Black Dragon, Beta versus Kraken, Overhaul's performance against Starchild, as well as the main event, I still say that there's enough to love about this episode that I'd still recommend people watch it if they can. Another episode of Battlebots has come and gone. Welcome back. It's time for another review. Let's look at the latest episode of Battlebots and let's talk about it. Now, I was actually really excited about the fight card from all the different robots showing up. There was a lot of generally fun robots to watch, and the debut of Dumba and Double Tap. And I gotta say, that main event definitely caught my eye. Given that these weren't robots I would typically expect to see in the main event, I knew something had to be up, so immediately I was very interested. Now, the first match was between Free Shipping versus Minotaur. Heading right into this, I felt this was going to be Minotaur's fight without a doubt. I can see why Free Shipping went for the more forklift-shaped wedgelets, but I also worried that we were going to see a very similar thing to what happened to Tantrum with the wedgelets starting to bend. But regardless of what strategy Free Shipping went for, these were two of my favorite teams out here in this opening fight, so I was already hyped here. Now, Free Shipping raced right out of the gate, but then backed away, and it was probably for the best as Minotaur, getting a nice hit, ripped a wedgelet right off. Forget bending, Minotaur is out for blood in this fight. Free Shipping starts sparking and running away as more big hits look like it's even maybe making the frame a little worse for wear. Minotaur is really doing some major damage. Free Shipping does manage to push Minotaur about a bit, but Minotaur is quickly back with more hits. Free Shipping then ends up getting sandwiched into the pulverizer, losing a wheel, back into the wall, and seemingly getting stuck, which is probably for the best because Free Shipping really didn't get much of anything in this match. It was all Minotaur, and yeah, that's kind of what I expected. I love Free Shipping, but this was not a fight that they were going to win. This was absolutely Minotaur's fight to win. It was a good opening fight, as even though Free Shipping wasn't a losing battle, it did survive surprisingly well, got some good pushes in, and just kept surviving despite all the abuse it received. And obviously on the flip side, Minotaur with another just absolutely incredible win, showing its dominance. And I gotta say, it's still proving to be a giant nut favorite in my opinion. Next up, we have Claw Viper versus Ribot. Now, I was very much looking forward to this one. We saw how good Claw Viper was in its last fight against Ominous, and this is going to be a really good test to see if it was just a fluke, or if Claw Viper really was better than ever. On the flip side, Ribot, of course, is going to want to try and redeem itself after its loss to Witch Doctor, and we know that Ribot's really good, so this is probably one of its better chances to do so. Now, Ribot comes out with the vertical spinner, which really seemed like the best option, as trying to get underneath Claw Viper would have been the best possible option in this. Now, the buzzer sounds, and oh my god, blink and you'll miss it. Claw Viper was already over to Ribot and got a good hold of them, just like that. It is baffling just how quickly they've gone. I remember, seeing comparisons to Storm 2, and that's exactly what I was thinking as well. It's great to see these kinds of fast, compact robots just being able to bully a robot around. You know, I know that Storm 2 is not the only one, there's also the likes of Tornado, but it's just nice to get to see these robots that have just great driving power be able to just shove around like crazy. Anyway, a good hit in return from Ribbot means that Ribbot is not backing down just yet, but Claw Viper very quickly back on the aggression, though their claw is notably a little bent. Ribbot ends up looking stuck at one point, but manages to get free, though at this point half of the drive seemed to be damaged. Claw Viper did pause a little while, seemingly very hesitant about going into Ribbot's weapon, which I can see why that might be a bit frustrating for people who want to just see the carnage, but of course you have to look at this as a tactic, you know. Claw Viper are trying to win, they can't just go headfirst into a weapon. Obviously, it does bring down the entertainment value somewhat, because you're just waiting for the moment where the match can get back going again. Thankfully, after a wait, Claw Viper finally comes in and gets a lovely suplex in before ramming Ribbot into the screws. It seems it's all about finding that opportune time, as now the aggression is all the way back up again. Ribbot's spinner looks to have broken at some point as Claw Viper rams them all over the box, grabbing and lifting them, playing cat and mouse with them, just absolutely toying with Ribbot. The fight ends, but I knew that Claw Viper was going to get the judge's decision. Sure, it definitely backed off at some point, but realistically, Ribbot took more damage internally, you know, the weapon, the drive, and Claw Viper was so aggressive and so in control, this fight was easily Claw Viper's. Ribbot did do some damage, but they were clearly unable to deal with the suffocating force of Claw Viper. 2-0, Claw Viper is having one hell of a Cinderella story so far. An awesome fight in my opinion. Claw Viper is so much fun to watch in the Battlebots. Then we have Sawblaze versus Lockjaw. Lockjaw I would have thought would have the advantage, but sacrificing the forks for the minibot in my opinion was a very bad move. Sawblaze of course gets right underneath them and gets some big shots in. There were some nice sparks flying from Lockjaw's weapon, but they clearly were not getting a good hit in. Sawblaze backs away, bats the minibot away just so casually before going in for more against Lockjaw. Lockjaw gets pushed around, though Sawblaze's arm seemingly isn't spinning up. Maybe Lockjaw was slowly chipping away at it, I don't really know, but it's clearly not enough to stop Sawblaze. Lockjaw gets flipped over at the screws and ends up stuck. While Lockjaw is counted out, Sawblaze continues to bully the minibot. Sawblaze was honestly pretty lucky, seeing as their spinner had stopped working. I could see the damage score going in Lockjaw's favour. But overall, Sawblaze came away with the victory, and honestly, this was a pretty disappointing fight given the caliber of robots involved. It could have been a crazy back and forth driving test between two of Battlebots' finest robot teams, but it was basically just Lockjaw tried to out-endure Sawblaze while being dominated around the Battlebots. Definitely not what I was expecting when I saw Sawblaze versus Lockjaw were competing against each other. Then we had Blip versus Huge! And I gotta say, I knew right away this was not gonna look good for Blip. Huge's design is very good against your typical compact low-to-the-ground style robot, and I just wondered what Blip could even do. Some fingers were added to Blip to help hook the wheels and allow them to get some better flips in than they would with the regular panel, and I admittedly was a bit skeptical. Their hooks looked to be a bit too small, but I was still intrigued to see if it would work. The fight starts and we got a nice hit from Huge after both robots size each other up. Another great hit, and Blip then gets a nice flip or two in return. Blip, after a rocky start in the beginning, does seem to be having a nice back and forth with Huge, though Huge is definitely, in my opinion at this point, getting the better of things with some massive hits, in fact embedding the bar into Blip. The match is stopped temporarily as they have to unstick the robots, and Huge's eyes looked so sad that they had to stop the fight. Thankfully, they managed to successfully separate the robots and the fight is resumed. Now, one thing that's notable by its absence is Blip's flipper that must have been disabled by that massive hit. However, Blip is enduring well and is being incredibly aggressive. Blip, being so compact, is acting like a brick to Huge's powerful weapon. Now, Huge does manage to get less in, actually, at this point, in my opinion, though they do manage to rip off one of Blip's fingers. It goes to the judges, who give it to Huge. I definitely can see why the judges went that way though, with the power disabling Blip's weapon, cutting a nasty hole into them and ripping a finger off. I can see why Huge would have gone the judge's decision based on the weight and damage, and I probably would have gone the same way as myself. But overall, I'd say that was a pretty good fight. It was two great robots just giving everything they had, and what should have really been a mismatch actually was really good. Next up, we had Witch Doctor versus Fusion. Now, I was interested to see how Fusion would do in this, as it showed some of its ability in its fight with Emulsifier, but we know Witch Doctor to be one of the top Battlebots, a runner-up, who can absolutely dominate the competition, so I knew that this was gonna go into an all-out flame war. Witch Doctor came out with a wedge, which I didn't expect, admittedly. The plan about going for the horizontal spinner is solid, but I feared right away that this was going to cause similar issues to what Emulsifier dealt with when it comes to facing the vertical side, which, shocker, the match begins, and Fusion is keeping the vertical side pointed to Witch Doctor. Manages to bend the wedge with the first hit. Then there was a second hit, and Witch Doctor is flopping around like a fish out of water. Witch Doctor starts avoiding Fusion for a bit as they're seemingly trying to get to the horizontal spinner, but they quickly seem to realise that that is going to be very difficult. However, a nice hearty hit disables the vertical spinner of Fusion. Witch Doctor now, with the fact that they managed to disable one of the weapons, know that they've got Fusion trapped. Fusion has to use the horizontal spinner or get eaten alive. However, dang! Fusion comes in with the heat. That horizontal spinner is not playing around. It rips Witch Doctor's wedge apart and just does so much damage. Witch Doctor's spinner seemingly stops working, and it's looking grisly as Witch Doctor rams into Fusion. And with a cough of smoke, Fusion's other spinner is now worse for wear, though it is still working. Witch Doctor continues to be aggressive, which is keeping Fusion on the ropes. Fusion is certainly not 100% and also looks like it's in a bad state at this point. The fight ends and we get the first split decision of the season. Witch Doctor wins, but I said that Blip versus Huge could be a controversial one. I can absolutely say that 10 times for this one. This was incredibly close, and I could see an argument being made either way, really. In fact, it's such that they even bring up the appeals decision. However, Reese Hewitt seems to be rolling with the decision and is just happy that Fusion didn't catch on fire, which definitely that's an improvement and a sign that Fusion is getting better, especially with how they pushed a robot like Witch Doctor to their limits. Honestly, controversial decision aside, this was my fight of the night. It was a hell of a back and forth between two incredible spinners. Fusion's unique design is really causing these powerful verts to really test their durability, power, and driving skills in a way it seems they might not normally have to. Not to say that they're not usually challenged, just that Fusion is such a unique package, it's clearly causing the opponents to rethink things. Next up was Double Tap versus Dumba, and I'm just going to read what I put in my notes. This fight is gonna suck, but I am dying to see it. Now, in a pre-fight package, they show all the new robots that have come to Battlebots this season. Robots like Terratops, Doom, Double Tap, Dragon King, and Dumba all were shown, which was very exciting to see. My critique is saying how they're outclassed, which, yeah, it's true, but with so many surprise rookie years that we see year after year, from robots like Glitch, Jackpot, Blip did well in its first season, it just seems a bit sad that you immediately write these robots off right out of the gate, but at the same time, it is being realistic. Now, as they came down to the battle box, I gotta say, I love Double Tap's carrying robot. It doesn't have the might of Tombstone's, but it has its own charm that really matches the theming of the robots, which I love. That's a very charming entrance. Now, Dumba looks very fun, but I gotta say, when they said that the chainsaw is just a prop, I was like, no, it's ruined forever. I want that chainsaw to be used. Listen, my notes for Dumba version 2. Note number 1, make Dumba's chainsaw work. I want that. I don't care if it does nothing. Make it work. Then they show what the teams are gonna say, which I don't normally bring up, but Team Double Tap says they're using their vertical spinner. What are you on about, Double Tap? That's a horizontal. What? Double Tap? Double Tap? Now the fight starts and both robots get up to speed. Dumba is real slow and a nice hit is landed from Double Tap. Double Tap takes a moment to get back up to speed, but Dumba is losing its head. A second hit comes in, and Dumba is ripped apart, guts are exposed, and it's counted out. An easy win for Double Tap. Honestly, this was a terrible fight, but the robots themselves were so insane that it still entertained me nonetheless. But like, looking at it as a fight, yeah, this this was bad. This was really bad. Finally, we move on to the main event. Now, early in the episode, they brought up that Mad Catter's team in the lower weight classes has a robot very similar in design, and they implied that Riptide copied it. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the full extent of any tension and drama behind the scenes. This might have just been played up for the episode, so I'm gonna not get into all of that, because that seems like a minefield. I gotta say, the editing for Mad Catter in the promo package was incredible. It was so out there, and it was so fun to have. You just couldn't help yourself. Like, this sucked me in. I could see right away there was a bit of controversy, a lot of intrigue, a face, a heel. Like, this was good. Like, I can see why they picked this to be the main event. I'm a little dubious about using drama for these shows because, you know, these are real people and real teams, and we already have enough problems with teams unintentionally caught in controversy. I worry about doing it on purpose. And Mad Catter came out with an interesting looking front, which actually made sense when I looked at their page, and I actually remember seeing that it was apparently a case of that for the little Beetleweight, I think it was, that it just is probably the most efficient front at dealing with them. So I can see why, theoretically, bringing it into the heavyweights would make sense. Meanwhile, Riptide apparently exchanged some armor for a 60-pound egg beater. Honestly, that thing is terrifying. Like, that is such a beefy egg beater. Something so incredibly powerful. It just scares me, I'm going to be quite frank. Now the match begins. Mad Catter gets a good first shot in, though Riptide immediately retaliates with an enormous hit of their own. And then there's another big back and forth with the hits, and then one of the wedges of Mad Catter is taken off. With that and a flip, Riptide smashes Mad Catter about and then flips them up and over, getting them stuck on the wall, where they're counted out. They then kill Gassy Cat as Mad Catter is counted out. That was an incredible, if short-lived, main event. Riptide is looking terrifying, but Mad Catter, I've got to give them dues. I think that if they'd have stuck around, this could have been a really close call. So, if anything, I'm just a bit sad that it ended as quickly as it did. The whole hand in the face thing did the post-fight thing. I'm just making a quick note of it. That kind of... yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about this. Like, I hope that there isn't actually some major beef going on there and that this is just being done for the camera. Similar to how, like, Jake Ewart is playing up being the villain. I hope that's along the same lines because I'd kind of hate to find out that this is, like, a big actual bit of drama, like, between two teams that Battlebots is, like, using for using for episode material. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way. Overall, though, I'd say this was a pretty good episode. Fights like Witch Doctor vs. Fusion was easily my match of the night. You know, Ribbot vs. Claw Viper was an incredible showcase from Claw Viper. It was a brilliant fight when it was going. Free Shipping vs. Minotaur was a pretty good opener. You know, the only real disappointments were Swordblaze vs. Lockjaw because I expect a lot more from teams of that scale. And Dumba vs. Double Tap because... yeah, like, I find it funny, but I don't find it good. And I'd love to hear what you have to say about this episode. If you watched it, what are your thoughts? Did you like it? Did you dislike it? Please let me know. And if you liked the review, please be sure to hit the like. Welcome back once again to another Battlebots review. My goodness, this is one crazy episode, and I can't wait to tell you my thoughts on it. Here's another review. Let's get to this. Now, starting off, they have an intro about Hydra versus Tantrum, a tale of revenge from Hydra, and honestly, a great opening, and already getting us hyped for that main event. Also, Jake Ewart didn't look crazy this time. My god, it's a miracle. Then they have Chris and Kenny on the stage, which gave me some older season vibes. You know, typically we see them next to the Battlebots, you know, this season. And man, that fight card, I knew right away that Ripperoni versus Endgame was going to be interesting if they were going to have that as the curtain jerker. You know, if you're starting off with a fight, usually that's something to get us excited, to get the episode really going. So I was very intrigued to see what would happen. I was also intrigued by Shredderator versus Hijinks, and I felt bad for poor Switchback. Now starting off, we had Ripperoni versus Endgame, with Riptide's Ethan Kurtz joining the commentary. A good choice overall, given that this is a fight between two big vertical spinners, and Riptide is one of the most fearsome vertical spinners in the competition right now, so it makes sense why they'd have Ethan on the commentary team. He seemed a lot more withdrawn in this one, so I have to wonder if maybe the whole hand in the face thing might have, you know, blown back on him backstage. Let's not speculate. I don't want to stir up drama. I know how the internet can be, and we're going to get back to that. So Ripperoni comes out, and oh my god, they have forks! They are truly the most competitive robots. Then Endgame comes out with a pizza. Honestly, both teams look like they're clearly having some fun with this, which I'm really happy about. Ripperoni taking a bit of the mickey with having their own forks, and Endgame coming out with a pizza. You can tell that they're having fun, which I like, you know. It's good to see that. But man, look at those long Endgame forks. Apparently they're specifically designed to make Ripperoni gyro dance, which honestly is a smart tactic given how they were in the Gruff battle. Now the last time Endgame fought a vert that was like this, from memory serving like this, would have been when they fought Death Roll, which already had me thinking, could this be another upset? The match starts and immediately Endgame gets stuck in the kill source slot. With a massive shot from Ripperoni, Endgame is looking like it's in a big shot of bother. Endgame is starting to get counted out, but Ripperoni ends up freeing them and just gets with just an almighty shot, and then starts ripping some of the forks off. Endgame is floundering. The weapon reach is causing them issues in comparison to Ripperoni's. A few good shots from Endgame's weapon, however, nearly gets Ripperoni onto the shelf, so Endgame is not backing down. Soon though, Endgame ends up dying. Ripperoni has half of its drive seemingly giving up, but Endgame's frame is warped. It is so badly damaged, and they're counted out. Ripperoni, with an almighty powerful weapon, has done it. And one thing that undoubtedly helped this time was the rear flywheel was working effectively the entire fight. This thing was so stable. That was crazy. It even had Ethan Kurtz saying that he really did not want to have to fight Ripperoni because, you know, if there was a robot that could potentially upset Riptide's current streak, it would be Ripperoni. What an opening fight. That was a shocker that I don't think anyone could have seen coming. Ripperoni finally got to show the potential of its massive disc spinner with the rear flywheel keeping it stabilised, and I'm so happy to have finally seen that. It's always so cool to see shocking results like this, showing that nothing is ever certain in this sport. Both teams also clearly had a lot of fun with the fight, which just made the mood so light. Yes, it's a competition, but it's good to see the teams having fun with it at the end of the day. So overall, probably the best opening fight of the season so far, and I'm going to say it, it's probably not going to be topped. This was absolutely incredible. Next up was Death Roll versus Switchback, and oh, Switchback. Oh, my sweet summer child. This fight seems like it's going to be extremely one-sided if Switchback's weapon wasn't working better than the fight against Banshee. Some folks from Switchback in an attempt to help them out with getting underneath Death Roll, which I didn't think really was going to matter because of the reach of Death Roll's spinner. Death Roll threatened to join the wedge game if things don't work out, which, don't you dare, Death Roll! Well, actually, you can, I don't, you know, you do you, I'm not going to judge you. But, no, Death Roll, don't do it! Now, at the beginning of the fight, there was a weapon clash, which got some good hits from both, actually, to be fair. Although Switchback's weapon is quickly disabled with the belt coming off. Death Roll got some more brilliant hits in, even some sparks flying when they couldn't quite land a huge shot. Then there was a slam for the pulverizer, pinning Switchback for one last blow, One of the forks is ripped off and Team Switchback just give up, allowing the countout to continue without even trying to escape, assuming they even could at that point. Safe to say this one was a lot more one-sided, definitely good, but not a great fight. Death Roll didn't have a legendary hit, but they were just dominant and generally entertaining. Switchback on the meanwhile, it seems that they do still have some issues to work out. I definitely got to appreciate what they're trying to do, but it definitely needs some further working so they can truly get the potential of the robot in order. Next up was Shredderator versus Hijinks. Shredderator came out with the 4 hammer teeth, while Hijinks came out looking about the same as it usually does. Now, I thought Hijinks had this for certain with the better weapon power, but I also knew Shredderator's body shape meant that it might be better at deflecting some of the hits. Now the match starts and Shredderator ends up running into a wall, which causes them some issues when it comes to spinning up, meaning that Hijinks, when it gets up to speed, manages to land a brilliant shot, which causes the frame of the shell to warp slightly, causing it to get stuck. Unfortunately, Hijinks' weapon also seems to give up. Hijinks, because of this, ends up using their tail wedge to try and push Shredderator around. It's a little clumsy, but it is getting them some pushing in, which would be good for control and aggression. The match unfortunately does ground down for a little bit, but then we get to see Shredderator's spinner come back to life. Shredderator apparently, once they got past the little bit that was keeping them in place, were able to get up to enough speed that it wasn't really a problem, and so because of this, they were able to get some nice shots on the tail. Hijinks' wheel then eventually ends up no longer working, and their left wheel, just barely off the ground, means that they have no way to continue moving and are counted out. I'll admit, I don't know if it was that great of a fight, as both the robots struggled with reliability issues, or in Shredderator's case, the frame being buckled, but I will say the highlight of the fight, and something that was pretty nifty, was Shredderator coming back from the dead like it did. Definitely not what you expect to see, given that usually when a spinner dies out, that's it for the rest of the fight. You don't typically expect to see it die and then come back later, so that was actually quite interesting to see. Hopefully both robots can work out their gremlins for better performances next time, but clearly we're seeing that both of these robots have got some fight left in them, even Shredderator. Next up, there was Rotator versus Jackpot, which I knew could genuinely go either way. Rotator is a very hardy robot, and typically is a decently powerful machine, though I knew it was running at 50% weapon power. Meanwhile, Jackpot can land an almighty shot, but definitely isn't as hardy in my opinion. So I could see this going either way before the fight even started. Also, Jackpot came out with these little wedges, essentially acting as an anti-horizontal wedge. And the match starts and Rotator rushes right out wedgelets first in an attempt to make sure that their horizontal spinner gets up to speed and isn't blocked by Jackpot. Both spinners then get some good shots on each other, but Rotator is clearly getting the better of it. Now that Rotator is up to speed, it is very aggressive. They even end up ripping off one of Jackpot's wedges. Jackpot is struggling at this point, as they're actually struggling to get their spinner up to speed, while one half of their drive seems to be gone. Rotator, meanwhile, backs away, comes in for more, backs away, comes in for more. I think they must be waiting to see if Jackpot's going to give up, but they may keep aggressive every time that they see that Jackpot keeps moving. Jackpot, meanwhile, refuses to die. It does begin to smoke, however, and a small shot, but it just can't even phase Rotator, who keeps going for more. Jackpot's spinner eventually dies, and Rotator continues to wear away at them. The kill sword does temporarily cause Rotator some issues, but Jackpot seems to die entirely at the end, counted out while the kill sword gets some last shots in. A good fight all in all. Jackpot didn't go quietly, but Rotator showed it is far from done in the competition, with some great aggression and power. If this is them at 50%, it's safe to say that once they get all these little things worked out and they can go back to 100%, well, let's just say Rotator is looking like it might make a big comeback this season. Next up, we've got Big Dill versus Scorpios. Now this fight seemed very interesting to me. On one hand, Big Dill was coming down with their spinner, which I felt could give them a good shot, but I knew that if Scorpios controls the fight, it would absolutely wreck Big Dill. Big Dill actually also came out with some hinged forks, to help them in getting underneath Scorpios. finally I was excited to get to see what this vertical spinner could do, because it's kind of interesting, really. I know that people typically malign vertical spinners, and I understand why, but one thing that people need to... But oftentimes the way vertical spinners are used do differ from each other. So it was interesting to me to see how it would work with Big Dill. Scorpios, meanwhile, has their more traditional front with the hammer saw. The buzzer sounds and both race right out of the gate. Big Dill gets under and gets a glancing blow. Then Scorpios gets under and gets a nice shot in with the hammer saw. Big Dill then breaks free, and after a struggle back and forth where it becomes a major driving contest between the two, jockeying for position, Big Dill gets another nice hit. Then there was another shot from Big Dill, and then some more sparks from a third attack to Scorpios. Scorpios, however, keeps going and gets some nice shots of their own, which causes Big Dill's armor to break, and the robot to break down entirely. Scorpios starts smoking a little bit, but is still working just fine. Big Dill, however, is counted out. Honestly, I liked how tense this fight was. While it may not have had the impact some are looking for in these competitions, it was clearly a major driving match, and both did very well in my opinion. Big Dill needs to be more durable or reliable, but they're definitely onto something here, as the weapon is definitely doing some nice shots, and it's helping them to gain a bit more control of the fight. And Scorpio seems to really have put everything together for a winner. They look like they may go far if this keeps up. Then it's onto the main event hype package. Now, I gotta say, Jake is a really good villain in Battlebots. He does it in a way that's different from Ray, that makes him his own supervillain, and it makes them both so entertaining to watch when we get to see them. It also gives the narratives of, let's be honest, the fans can be a little bit overly critical. It's fine if you disagreed with the original Hydra Tantrum match. I'm not saying that, people can't have different opinions. In fact, I openly welcome you to have your own opinions in the comment section about this episode. Maybe you hated Ripperoni versus Endgame, and I'd love to hear why. But it's often the case that sometimes fans do take it too far. Take, for instance, the whole thing with Chomp. Yeah, you can dislike the robot. You could say that Bite Force should have won the fight, but you've got to keep in mind that there's a real team that builds these robots. They're real people, and they're not doing this to be malevolent supervillains. They're doing this because they love the sport just as much as we do, and have been wanting to make a robot in their own way. If a decision doesn't go the way you expect, or you don't think a robot's very good, that's fine, but, just remember to be more measured, because, getting to see that even Battlebots is acknowledging it for the main event, it kind of shows that sometimes people take things just a little bit too far. Let's be better than this. Anyway, the whole main event is building up to Tantrum wanting to prove that it deserved that first win, and Hydra wanting to try and claim what it feels it was its rightful win. Honestly, a great little bit of setup for the main event. Anyway, before that though, we've got Banshee versus Valkyrie. Based on how Banshee endured with Switchback's defense, or really didn't, I had little hope for them here, and I felt that Valkyrie would tear them apart. I was glad to see the anti-horizontal wedge on Banshee, however. Clearly they are trying their best to be competitive with their first time here with Banshee. Valkyrie, meanwhile, had a fork which I thought was really going to prove to be a major problem for Banshee, because that means that Banshee, a flipper, isn't going to be able to get under Valkyrie as easily. Or so I thought. The fight started and Banshee rushed right in, easily got around the fork as they got a good ram in, and then got an amazing flip. Sure, this isn't like Hydra, Bronco, or Sub-Zero, but it's a decent enough flip and clearly helps them to gain control of the fight. They seem to have finally got the flipper dialed in as they go for a second flip. Valkyrie is struggling upside down, though they are getting some damage in as the spinner is really revving up. However, they also end up taking their own fork off as Banshee keeps pushing them around. Banshee remains in control as Valkyrie is struggling to do a lot as it's pushed around, and the robot looks worse for wear. However, around about this time, Banshee's drive starts to have issues, and it's clear that both of the robots seem to be struggling. I'm assuming radio issues or something, as both robots are really struggling with aggression at this point. Banshee suddenly ends up stuck on the kill source, and for a moment looked like it was going to get counted out. However, the kill source actually end up freeing them. Unfortunately, the fight seems to peter out at this stage as neither robot is really able to go in for additional attacks and seem to be more roughly trying to bump into each other. It ends up going to the judges, who give it to Banshee, which makes sense. Now overall, I'll still say that this fight wasn't too bad. It definitely did go downhill in the end, but both robots in the beginning were really fun when they were swinging. Valkyrie clearly has a lot of power in its spinner, and Banshee showed that it's working out its issues and is slowly becoming more and more viable as a competitor. If it continues to improve like this, it might be a robot that provides some real upsets, which, given that they're going to be facing a Multiplier and Blip, they really need to. And finally, the main event, Tantrum versus Hydra. Now, they mentioned earlier in the episode about sorting out Tantrum Shremek, which obviously is critical against a flipper like Hydra. Hydra ends up coming out with thicker wedgelets, meaning that they should be able to get low while keeping the wedgelets durable against some of Tantrum's attacks. Tantrum, meanwhile, went with their regular front, which I'll admit had me concerned. You're going with that against a robot like Hydra? I don't know, Hydra seems more determined this time around, so I wasn't sure on that. However, the match begins and Tantrum got right under Hydra and got some nice punches in, immediately proving me wrong there. Eventually Hydra does return with a nice flip, though Tantrum quickly recovers and then cautiously goes in for more, getting some nice punches, and one punch pops Hydra into the air and takes them out. It was a quick but effective fight from Tantrum as Hydra is counted out, and I think this absolutely made a statement that, agree with the decision or not in the first time they encountered, Tantrum deserves the title of champion. I also appreciate that Jake showed a bit of humility here. You know, that's the last bit from Jake and Raid that I do appreciate them when it comes to them being villains. Yeah, they play it up that they're all evil bad guys, you know, you want more? Or, you know, Jake being like, of course I'm the best, you know, that kind of arrogance. But at the end of the day, you know, they're not bad people. They're, you know, there to have fun just like everyone else. And it's nice to get to see that facade, you know, fade a bit, you know, when it isn't necessary anymore. Overall, I'd say this was an incredible episode of Battlebots. Bookended with 2 stellar fights and interlaced with some pretty decent ones throughout as well. This episode had a lot going on and is definitely one of the better ones so far, at least in my opinion. But what do you... back once again, another episode of Battlebots has just been aired, and today I'm here to give my review on it. Let's not waste any time and let's just jump straight into this. Similarly, Battlebots jump straight into things as Chris and Kenny come out to introduce the show, and the fight card, as always, looked exciting. Bloodsport versus Gigabyte, Claw Viper versus Overhaul, Starchild versus Mammoth, and of course the main event of Minotaur versus Cobalt. Just seeing that, I was so excited for this because there was a lot of crazy action here. Some hard-hitting spinners, some great control bots, and a quite unusual matchup with Starchild and Mammoth. Now the first fight was going to be Bloodsport versus Gigabyte. Now I was praying that Bloodsport would make up for their last performance. That Wheel of Misfortune looked awesome. Bloodsport not only looks like a beast, but they've done a lot to make that aesthetic and presentation also look the part. Bloodsport has to be one of the best looking spinners out of any of them. Like, maybe not the most competitive if you consider robots like Riptide, but in terms of just the combination of how good Bloodsport has been in the past, along with that aesthetic, it's hands down one of the best. They also had a wedge to deal with Gigabyte that they labelled Kilobyte, which, you know, that's pretty nice. And with that superior firepower, I just had a feeling that Bloodsport, if it could last, would have the advantage. Gigabyte came out looking about the same as usual, you know, though it is a very capable robot. Now, they came out as well with a cutout of Brent Riker from Robotic Death Company, who right now is battling cancer. God, I didn't expect to hear that, but I genuinely hope that Brent's doing okay. Cancer is an awful, awful thing, and really, I just hope that he's doing okay. Hopefully, we'll get to see him come back next season, once he's managed to get this all sorted, and he's feeling better. Now, the match starts, and surprisingly, instead of spinning up, Bloodsport just guns down for Gigabyte. Gigabyte runs away and manages to get up to speed, and Bloodsport really wasn't able to stop that from happening, and Gigabyte got some good shots in. Bloodsport, however, then begins to spin up to speed and delivers some absolutely massive shot, One shot, in fact, was reminiscent of their last fight, though Bloodsport did survive this time and was back for more, spinning up while Gigabyte seemed to have stopped being able to spin. I'm guessing something similar happened to Gigabyte that happened to Shredderator. Bloodsport is causing all kinds of sparks at this point as Gigabyte begins to smoke. If I had to guess, it might have been a weapon belt from trying to get spinning but failing, though at the same time, Gigabyte did end up dying and got counted out. So it could have been anything that was smoking there, as the win is given to Bloodsport. Now, it wasn't quite as amazing a win as I think Bloodsport needed, but we really did get to see some of the potential of this more powerful Bloodsport. Let's hope we can get to see what they have when they have a bar attached in a future fight, as that'll be when we see the upper limits of Bloodsport's damaging potential. It was a fun bout between two full body spinners to start us off, but I definitely know that these robots are going to have much more entertaining fights. Next up was Claw Viper versus Overhaul, which I was already excited for because I knew this could be a fun driving competition. It's good to see a bout where two promising non-damaging robots get to properly showcase themselves against each other. I could already tell based on this that there were probably going to be people who won't enjoy this simply because there's no hard-hitting damage because it's two grab and lifters, but for me that didn't matter. A great control battle can be just as entertaining when it's, when it's in the right hands. Now, I wasn't sure how to predict this, as both robots have the same thought process, but I still felt Claw Viper had the advantage due to the crazy drive, so I was definitely leaning towards them. Another thing that I was surprised about was how Overhaul only brought out 2 forks, and clearly the design can use 4, as demonstrated in their little picture, and the fact that there's 2 additional slots. I imagine having all 4 would have helped them a little bit more with the ground game, is all I'm saying. Now the fight begins, and Claw Viper of course rams into Overhaul, though it doesn't make much effect, but a second ram does manage to flip Overhaul over. They're quickly pushing Overhaul around, but they do end up getting stuck in the kill saws. Overhaul tries to take advantage, but can't, as the moment Claw Viper gets free, they are out of there. They're just not sitting still. Claw Viper ends up sending Overhaul into the screws, and Overhaul is just flopping and floundering around. Even when there's a stalemate, Claw Viper has the much stronger drivetrain, meaning that they can push Overhaul around so easily. Now, while Claw Viper is dancing with Overhaul, Overhaul does manage to push Claw Viper into the screws at one point, but that's about it, as every time they get even a minor lift in, Claw Viper gets away. Overhaul finally manages to hook a wheel guard and gets a major ram in, however, so Overhaul, it wasn't like they were doing nothing the entire fight. Claw Viper did have some issues self-righting for a moment, but gets back in, and Overhaul doesn't get a chance to really take advantage, as Claw Viper gets another amazing lift in. Overhaul does manage to wedge Claw Viper right as time runs out, but wasn't able to turn the tide. Claw Viper won by unanimous decision, and it wasn't a surprise after such an incredible performance. Honestly, this was a really fun fight. I know some people won't like it because, there wasn't a bunch of damage or big flips, and sometimes the spectacle of Battlebots is its most intriguing thing that draws you in, but to me, this was an incredible display from Claw Viper, and I gotta say, Overhaul wasn't too shabby either. Claw Viper is absolutely moving on to the round of 32 after these qualifying rounds, now that they're 3-0, as Claw Viper, in my opinion, is easily the best grabber and lifter we've seen in the Battlebots reboot, and possibly one of the best grabber and lifters Battlebots has ever seen of all time, based on these performances. Still, their fight with Hypershock will be their toughest challenge by far, so it'll be interesting to see how they'll cope against the meta of Battlebots. Will they do well, or will we see the same old when those two collide? After these performances, I cannot wait to see how that goes. After that, we got Horizon versus Monsoon, and let's be real, did any of us expect it to go any other way? Come on! Just to sink in the obviousness of who was going to win even more, Monsoon comes out with an interesting anti-horizontal wedge, which honestly looked really cool. It worked really well with the design. It's nice to see them mentioning Horizon's smaller weight class robots, and they even showed Huge's smaller robot as well, just continuing to show that a lot of these teams, they start off with smaller weight class robots and then expand. It's often not a good idea to start off with a heavyweight robot. Some people can make that work, but a lot of the time you're going to see teams that start off small and then work their way upwards. Still, I knew that unless Monsoon completely crapped the bed, this was only going to end with Horizon dying pretty much instantly. Now, apparently they had Horizon put more power in the spinner this time, which didn't mean anything. The fight began and Monsoon rushed in with a quick hit, then some more spikes from some small hits and wedging Horizon. They finally then back away to get up to speed and they flip Horizon over. They back away and then they get one more massive hit, knocking them on top of the pulverizer and leaving a massive gash in Horizon's bottom, which you can see when they're being counted out. This wasn't much of a fight, let's be honest, but it was an amazing showcase from Monsoon. They're back and they're here to stay, as they sent bits and pieces of Horizon everywhere from their shots. It's happy to see Monsoon is firing on all cylinders once again, and I hope that they can continue this performance in their next bouts. Next up was Starchild versus Mammoth, which I could already see was likely going to go into Mammoth's favour, as they managed to survive a fight with Huge in the past, if barely, and Starchild I had a feeling was going to have a harder time hitting that crucial blow. But given how Mammoth's spinner broke last time, it wasn't something I could be entirely confident in. They also brought out Anna Zolnikov of Ripperoni, who was joining commentary, which is another nice choice for the commentary team, as while the vertical spinner is definitely a far more conventional weapon choice, with the rear flywheel and overall design, it's definitely one of the less conventional ways we've seen that weapon type used. So I definitely like the choice of having Anna's viewpoint on this match. The battle begins and Mammoth rushes in with a nice lift, though they end up flipping themselves and have to self-right. Starchild goes in, gets a glancing blow, but nothing massive. It seems that they're still struggling to get those all-important shots with what honestly looks to be a pretty nice weapon. It's a shame really, but that means that Mammoth gets to get another nice lift in, but then an enormous tangle. The robots for a moment looked like they were completely stuck. You saw Starchild trying to get a shot in at that weapon chain, which they were very close to. And honestly, if the fight had to be stopped there, how in the world would you unstick that? I don't even know if there's a safe way of managing that one. Thankfully, the robots manage to free themselves, and Starchild ends up getting hit by the pulverizer. Mammoth flips Starchild again and keeps the aggression going. Starchild is struggling to get those big meaningful hits in, and Mammoth is relentless. Every time the Starchild even gets close to Mammoth, Mammoth pushes and flips them away. Mammoth's flipper does end up getting worse for wear as time goes on after all of the abuse it's been through, but it's still working, and thankfully doesn't break as the match comes to a close. The judges give it to Mammoth, and it's awesome to see Mammoth working as expected, as it's always such a fun, unique robot to watch. The spectacle of Mammoth is something I hope returns year after year, because there's nothing quite like it. Starchild, meanwhile, is definitely struggling to get a big shot in, and if this continues, it will really hamper their chances of moving on. I hope they can keep working on the robot to get them to where they need to be, because I could see them making a huge upset if things work out. Overall though, it was still a very fun fight from two unconventional robots. Next up is Triton versus Copperhead. Now, I was already worried that this could end up being disappointing based on Triton's performance last fight. And plus, Copperhead is scarily consistent, so I felt this could end up being very one-sided. Now, apparently the team did try to work to get Triton to be more effective. And Copperhead comes out with an anti-horizontal front, which I'm not sure if I fully get. It just seems a little bit too small to be of much use, but I'm not a builder, so chances are someone will be able to explain to me how it manages to be more effective than just the regular forks. Now the fight begins and Copperhead rushes in while Triton tries to hold back and spin up. Now Triton ends up getting some increasingly better shots. I'm starting to get some hope for Triton that the spinner might finally be dialed in and is about to unleash some huge hits, but right as I'm typing all this out, oh my god, Triton gets hit from behind and is absolutely gutted. Bits and pieces just spill out of the robot. There is absolutely nothing stopping that armor from completely breaking apart the moment Copperhead's drum gets there. Batteries flying everywhere. That was unbelievable. Unfortunately, because Triton was in its dying blows, was able to smack one of the batteries right under Copperhead, Copperhead ends up also getting counted out, leading to a double KO. Which, I can't believe it, that means that goes to a judge's decision, but let's be real, the judges were only ever going to go one way after that, who unanimously gave it to Copperhead. Because of fucking course! My god, what a clash! This was definitely very disappointing as a fight, as it ended before things could become an epic clash, but that mega hit absolutely was one of the most destructive Battlebots has ever seen. Now we've seen Copperhead destroy 2 opponents. Kraken and Ripperoni better be worried, because the Copperhead curse may be coming for them next. Then there's a main event high package for Minotaur and Cobalt, and there's no crazy story, no big drama. This is a case of 2 just incredible robots. 2 incredible teams that have made some extremely high tier robots that are ready to battle it out. You have Team Cobalt mentioning about how they've got some special forks made to try and deal with Minotaur. And Minotaur is just like, we've got Daniel. And I mean, to be fair, Daniel is one of the most aggressive drivers ever. Minotaur is good, but one of the things that makes Minotaur one of, if not the best drum spinner of all time, is the fact that Daniel is so damn good at it. He has got driving a drum spinner down to a science. It is absolutely brutal the way he goes, and I knew that this was going to be an exceptional fight, one where I genuinely wasn't sure who was going to come out on top. But before that, there was Lucky versus Kraken, which I felt could be interesting. Lucky has been better than ever lately, but we're facing a far more dangerous Kraken, as we saw in the fight with Beta. Saying that, I also knew Kraken had its own driving issues last time, and I was hoping that they had them fixed for this fight. Now, Lucky also came down with some additional armor to try and protect vital components from overhead attacks, and which was very smart given what Kraken was able to do in the fight with Beta. Now, the fight started and Kraken had some driving issues right out of the gate. Clearly, one of the drive was not working. Lucky pushed them around before backing away. Kraken tried using the gyro of the spinner to move around, but Lucky just took control, getting a massive flip in, sending them into the upper deck. Kraken eventually climbs back down, but is immediately thrown back onto the upper deck. Kraken's spinner at this point begins to lose its efficiency as it ends up losing one of the weapon belts, so you can see that the spinner is really struggling to get up to speed now. They climb back down eventually and just get flipped back onto the upper deck. This is absolute bullying. They eventually get back down and just Lucky just keeps flipping them around. Kraken really can't do anything. It's just being pushed around the battle box, and at this point it's just focusing on surviving. Lucky holds Kraken in place for some pulverizer shots before getting in another flip and then pinning Kraken again. Lucky does begin smoking in the end and does end up losing one half of their drive, but this is like at the very end of the fight. The judges end up giving it to Lucky, and I'm gonna be honest, this was a bit of a disappointing fight. I'm definitely happy to see that Lucky is doing as well as it is, but Kraken was basically dead on arrival in this fight. It was just a very prolonged squash match. I can definitely say there's a lot of promise in Kraken's new design, but there's some serious teething issues that are holding them back. And finally, the main event is here! Minotaur versus Cobalt. Admittedly, I was hoping Minotaur would win this, but with the power of Cobalt's spinner, I genuinely wasn't certain on this one, especially with those forks. Cobalt also comes out with the Brent cutout, and I gotta say that there's a lot of pedigree in this main event. On one hand, you've got Riobots, which has had tremendous success in not only Battlebots, but robo games, with the Turo line of robots, genuinely an incredible team in their own right. And of course, you have the union, the unholy union of Team Robotic Death Company and Team Carbide. Veterans of Battlebots and Robot Wars champions combining. This was an absolutely incredible main event. 2 incredibly made robots by 2 championship level teams. But saying that, 2 championship teams that have never won the Giant Nut. They've had success in other competitions, but never gotten to the very top in Battlebots. The fight begins and both robots come out a little slowly as they get up to speed, Then we get to see a good exchange of blows back and forth, though Cobalt ends up getting the better as they get a huge shot, sending Minotaur into the air. Minotaur does manage to rip a fork off and keeps the aggression going, refusing to back down. Cobalt, though, does exchange some sparks with Minotaur before getting another huge hit in. Minotaur has managed to rip off the smaller forks of Cobalt, and Cobalt only has one large fork remaining. Lose that and I knew that it was likely that they'd be done at that point. On the flip side though, Minotaur has also lost a fork at this stage, which, given how Minotaur is stupidly durable, that's kind of crazy really. There's a great back and forth of sparks, both robots spinning hard, and clearly another huge shot is on the cards, though right now the robots are at a stalemate. Cobalt can't seem to get under with only one fork left, and Minotaur with only one fork left is also struggling to get under Cobalt. It leaves it to a situation where you know at any moment one of these robots is about to die. And in fact, both robots end up getting a big hit that smack each other away. Cobalt Spinner briefly falters and Minotaur begins to smoke. The robots are beginning to buckle, but some big hits tip Cobalt over. Cobalt does manage to self-right using some of the force from Minotaur to bounce back, but Minotaur has learnt now that Cobalt is about to die, and they learn from that. With the second tip over, they leave Cobalt to be counted out, which honestly is lucky for them as the smoke from Minotaur has gotten a lot worse, and I feel that if the fight had gone the full 3 minutes, well, Minotaur likely wouldn't have been able to keep going much longer. Honestly, this was an exceptional main event. You can really tell the caliber of these two teams as they have a knack for some exceptional spinners, and they were absolutely brilliant at driving them and going toe to toe. It really came down to the wire as to who was going to win, and I think Cobalt would have likely gotten the judge's decision had it gone the full 3 minutes. Minotaur, though, with an absolutely legendary win, they are also in the top 32 for certain. I have no doubt about that in my mind. Now, overall, I'll actually admit to being a little mixed on this episode. Fights like Mammoth and Starchild, while fun, could have been better, while Triton, Copperhead, and Kraken and Lucky had Kraken and Triton failed to really deliver. With that in mind, there's still some incredible fights in the episode, such as Overhaul vs Claw Viper and Cobalt vs Minotaur, so there's still some absolutely fun fights to watch. I'm just not sure this is my favourite episode. Still, overall, had its highlights. Welcome back once again! Another episode of Battlebots has come and gone, and oh my goodness, it was a crazy one. Let's not waste any time. In today's review, we're going to talk about episode 8 of Battlebots. Now, the episode wastes no time now. We're well and truly in this season, and really there's no need to ease us in at this point. We're just diving in right at the deep end. And the fight card looks crazy today. There truly wasn't a single match on there that I wasn't at least intrigued to see how it would go. And the opening fight was between Free Shipping and Hydra. I'll admit, I didn't think Free Shipping had any chance in this at all. Hydra is weak to verts for sure, but I don't think Free Shipping has quite the firepower to take out Hydra. And at the same time, I also feel like while Free Shipping has a lot of similarities to that great legendary robot Original Sin, I didn't feel like it would have the same ground-scraping potential. Now, Free Shipping came out with the Original Sin-style wedgelets, which will always win bonus points with me. If you couldn't tell, I love Original Sin. Meanwhile, Hydra came out with the same wedges that they used in the fight against Tantrum. Now, the fight began, and Hydra and Free Shipping met in the middle, and Hydra immediately sends them flying, with a second flip also sending Free Shipping into orbit. It seems I was right that Free Shipping just doesn't have the same legendary wedge game of Original Sin. Hydra sends them flying with some more flips, and it seems Hydra for a moment is a little bit cautious, but eventually, Free Shipping is sent flying again, and bits are coming off of Free Shipping, including one of the wedges. Free Shipping's spinner seems to have given up at this point. The damage from the repeated drops from such a high point is clearly taking its toll, and Free Shipping was struggling. Throughout the entire fight, you could see Gary's trying to drive around to figure out a way to get around Hydra's extremely low front, but they just weren't able to. It's like, man, Free Shipping is just being chewed up and spat out by Hydra. Eventually they seem to have died after one almighty flip, with one more just to rub salt in the wounds. The match does end up ending before the countout can conclude, but of course the judges end up giving it to Hydra. As if he needed it, this was an incredible flipper showcase for Hydra. Not only sending free shipping into orbit repeatedly, but actually causing free shipping to fall apart with each successful impact. It's a shame free shipping isn't getting quite the expected result with this new, more competitive design. Saying that, free shipping got to give another fun losing performance. Gary and the team are great entertainment in a losing fight, where many end up being a letdown, which is really rare. It's one thing to be an amazing winner, which Gary and the team often can be, if you've seen them in robo games, but it's even rarer to also be fun when losing as well. So while the spotlight is on Hydra, I feel like we should still give a hand to the team behind free shipping. They're absolutely brilliant no matter the outcome. After that was Huge versus Fusion. Now, I had a feeling this could be a lot of fun, but also pretty one-sided. Huge, I felt, had the advantage right away, as Fusion's typical advantage is the way that Verts can struggle, given that, you either have to pick to be able to get under Fusion, in which case the horizontal could potentially rip off any, loose wedgelets, while if you try to deal with the horizontal, then the Vert can get under. That doesn't apply to Huge, because Huge just rains down pain from above. And at the same time, because of that, Huge is so high up that Fusion's Vert is basically useless. I'm also pretty sure that Huge has fought several of the Waiachi robots. There's that infamous fight with Hydra. But also the time that Huge faced Son of Waiachi, which means that there is a bit of history here between, the Huge team and the Waiachi team. So I felt that this was actually kind of interesting. So there's a bit of backstory, there's a bit of history to this fight. Fusion ends up with a very different setup to what they're usually using. They put on a smaller Vert, seeing as it's basically useless. They ditched the wedgelets as well, because again, what are they really going to need them for? And apparently they put on better top armor. On top of that, Fusion ends up using a bar for the horizontal spinner front. I'm assuming this has some benefit over the triangular spinner, but I'll admit, the aesthetically pleasing part of myself does miss the nod to Son of Waiachi with the triangular one. But at the same time, you do what you have to try and get a win. Now the fight begins and both robots immediately get up to speed. Fusion gets a small glancing blow, but Huge absolutely messed Fusion up. With just a few hits, Fusion's top armor just pops off like a can of baked beans. Fusion has its innards exposed and it's already dead and counted out. My God, I felt like Huge had the advantage, but I was thinking Fusion would go a little further before dying. And I expected the problems to be maybe internal with Fusion, as history has shown before, not external, with the armor, the improved top armor, popping right off. Now, it does seem to be a bit more the top armor did seem to be a bit hardier, because there was no real damage to the top armor from what I saw. But the fact that it popped right off means something failed along the way there. Oh, that is brutal. I feel not only was Huge on a whole new level, but I don't think Fusion had any way to prepare for this monster. I can't say it was much of a fight, more of a message being sent by Huge. Huge is on a whole other level, and I gotta say, I fear for Starchild. Huge, without a doubt in my mind, is going to go 4-0. After this was Lockjaw versus Glitch, and obviously when it comes to two Verts like this, it really does come down to ground clearance. I worried that if Glitch got smacked hard enough, they could get into a lot of trouble, given how when they got flipped over against Riptide, that could be it. Plus, Glitch was apparently having more issues. This really seems to be an extremely ambitious robot, but ambition can come with a lot of headache, really trying to maintain it seems, in this competition. Meanwhile, I wasn't sure if Lockjaw would be able to survive many shots from the new, more powerful Glitch, so this is a fight I felt could end in a heartbeat. Now the match begins and Lockjaw comes forward, but Glitch ends up drifting to the side. Both end up getting up to speed, and you can hear the roar from these spinners. Lockjaw tries getting around, but Glitch is not making it easy. They're dancing around each other in this fight. A glancing blow from each other and some minor exchanges. Nothing that substantial yet. Glitch does end up getting a nice hit to Lockjaw, but then Lockjaw exchanges with their own colossal blow that flips Glitch over. Lockjaw then suddenly starts to smoke hard and catches on fire. Lockjaw's fine, surprisingly, it all seems to be working, and it doesn't seem to really matter as Glitch is out. But man, Glitch's weapon clearly hits hard. I have to wonder how Lockjaw would have coped if Glitch kept going. Despite that, man, this fight was disappointing. Glitch, I think, has a ton of potential to replicate its success last year based on how that shot caused so much damage to Lockjaw, as there clearly are some major improvements made. But if they can't self-right when flipped, then they're not going to be able to really make the most of it. Self-righting, or being able to at least run invertible, is pretty much an essential with so many colossal vertical spinners, the amazingly powerful flippers. It's something that can really make or break your performance, and really for Glitch, it is breaking their chances hardcore. Oh, now this was a fight that I was excited to see. Beta versus Shatter. Similar to Claw Viper versus Overhaul, it's so awesome to see these robots that aren't the meta coming to blows. And in this case, it's some of the best of two different eras colliding. You've got the team behind Beta, with people like John Reed, Gabriel Stroud, and Jason Marston. John Reed, of course, being the person behind robots such as Kilohertz, Terahertz, and Beta, some of the finest axe bots from the classic series, even making their way to being some of the more fearsome axe bots in the modern day season. Then on the flip side, you've got probably the best damn hammer bot of the modern day in Shatter. Team Bots FC have created a monster, and truly, this was a fight that I had no idea how it could possibly go. But I was excited to find out. Beta this time came out with the classic hammer. Clearly, they wanted to dish out the mightiest shots that they could, which made a lot of sense because this is two incredibly powerful machines coming to blows. Shatter, meanwhile, comes out with its own classic hammer, two gigantically long forks to try and get underneath Beta, added with tiny little wedges to the forks to make sure Beta doesn't get too close, gets him in that perfect range. And without all that shiny armor, you can actually see the lineage of Shatter, the old days of Mega Melvin and Blue lying underneath. This was exciting, and I was dying to see this fight. Now the buzzer sounds, and both robots come racing right out of the gate. Both struggle a little bit as they try to get the better of the other, but Beta fires first, getting a glancing blow, and then the robots manage to start hitting each other. Shatter does try to retaliate a few times, but does end up missing. Now they can afford to, because they actually have basically unlimited firepower due to it all being electronic, while Beta has to make sure every hit counts due to using pneumatic systems. Shatter eventually does get some more shots in, and you can see that this is a hell of a driving contest. Beta ends up getting the better in that driving contest, while Shatter ends up flailing around, with Beta having much more worthwhile shots as they pin Shatter in the corner and just start firing away. Shatter tries to back away, but Beta just comes in again, smashing away at Shatter. It seems Beta even damaged Shatter's hammer mechanism, so that when Shatter finally got under Beta, Shatter couldn't do anything with it, and Beta eventually just fired their hammer to dislodge themselves and get off the forks to get free and keep the aggression going. Beta keeps wedging Shatter and firing away. Shatter is slowly losing the fight here, as without the hammer and surprisingly without so much ability to wedge Beta, it really wasn't able to do anything. As the final countdown begins, Beta starts swinging like mad at the end, just to further cement to the judges who the winner of that fight was. The judges, of course, give it to Beta, which wasn't surprising at all, given how the fight shaped up in the end. I gotta say, Beta did amazingly well. I didn't expect him to handle Shatter's forks so well, and the hammer did notable damage to Shatter, denting the armor and disabling the weapon. While it's a shame we didn't get to see much from Shatter this time around, or at least not as much as I would have liked, as Shatter is just as beloved in my heart. These are two incredible robots with one of my favorite weapon types. It was still a lot of fun, and Beta is back in top form, so this really was just a lot of fun. This is two of the best hammer teams right now. I love this fight. It might end up being one of my favourite fights of the season. After this, we got Quantum versus Black Dragon, which I knew was going to be Quantum's toughest challenge so far. As while Black Dragon is just as biteable, Team Warrior has a tough robot on their hands and a powerful vertical spinner. If Black Dragon got underneath Quantum, then based on how Quantum typically doesn't handle spinners all too well, I knew that this could end in disaster for the team. Quantum's wedge did seem to have some things to attempt to get underneath robots, but definitely not as substantial as the fork setup on Black Dragon. The battle begins and both robots were caught, but Quantum gets under Black Dragon easily, and I began to think to myself, what is happening to the forks this episode? Like, are we seeing the fork game finally shifting here? Quantum ends up getting a nice bite in, and they have a driving match. I thought Black Dragon would burn out, as their weapon is actually caught in the jaws of Quantum, but Black Dragon does end up quickly recovering, even when Quantum sends their spinner into the pulverizer. Black Dragon gets some shots in with the spinner, but Quantum keeps going, and the fight is extremely tense. Neither robot wants to slip up, or it could end for them so quickly. Black Dragon ends up running right into the jaws again, and I got to see why the forks might have been ineffective, as Black Dragon actually ended up bucking up. This is because Black Dragon came down with larger wheels than usual, and I have to imagine having, ditching that lower profile for this probably actually ended up causing them some issues that they didn't expect. Quantum ends up managing to badly damage a bit of Black Dragon's armor, and Black Dragon, when it escapes, manages to get some sparks in, but again, Black Dragon ends up biting them in the weapon, and after some smoke, the fight ends up having to be stopped, as Quantum cannot let go. I can't imagine poor Trey, whenever he sees stuff like this, I can only imagine him being like, fuck my life. Especially as you realise that there's just no way to separate robots like this easily. And so the judges make their way in to survey the damage as the fight is called to a close. The judges end up giving the fight to Quantum, and honestly, I thought this was another fun fight. Not only did Quantum have another amazing performance, but Black Dragon, despite one major miscalculation with those wheels, still gave it their all. Had the fight gone the full 3 minutes, we might have seen a different outcome. Still, Black Dragon still has not lost by KO, so, that's something. It was time for the main event hype package, which, it was very simple, but definitely intriguing. 2 robots from the same team duking it out. Of course, if you're in the same team, you're going to know each other inside and out, and know each other's robots inside and out. Maybe not the most hype main event of all time, but definitely something with a very interesting hook to it. What happens when you have 2 robots from the same team battling it out? Before we could have that question answered though, it was time for Terratops versus Slammo. Now this was tough to predict because while I'm a massive Danby fan, and clearly Slammo is tougher than ever, Terratops looked surprisingly robust for a rookie team. I knew it likely had the better ground clearance. Assuming we don't get any more of the way the forks have been performing this episode. Now Slammo raced right out of the gate and immediately was lifted and hit from the underside by Terratops. Slammo's drive is not doing well after that as it's flipped and hit again by Terratops. Terratops' strategy is actually something I really like. Being able to lift the opponent up and then hit them when they're at the most vulnerable, it's actually pretty good and ends up shifting things a bit. I mean, you can't get underneath Terratops if you're on your back. Now, Slammo's lifting arms seem to have died at some point as they stay stuck like a dead beetle. One last hit causes Slammo to get stuck, and Terratop gets a pretty amazing victory for what seems to be their first fight, at least in the heavyweight scene. I gotta say, I'm actually kinda sorry I didn't rate the Terratops team higher sooner. Not only is the bot robust, decently strong, but it's also very well driven. Very well done by the team, and only strengthens the argument I made a few reviews ago when I was saying that Battlebots really shouldn't say that the rookies have no chance, because sometimes you do get a stunning performance. But finally, the main event was here! Blip versus Tantrum. Now, I had to imagine that this was going to be Tantrum's fight, given how well they did against Hydra, along with how much Blip struggled with Endgame. Both robots shockingly come out with their regular forks this time, which is a shocker because I thought Blip would have gone with the piano keys to get that ground game. But then again, after Tantrum managed to wedge Hydra with those forks, I guess I understand, so I was curious to see how this would go. The fight begins, and man, Tantrum races off, but then veers off course, strangely enough, and Blip wedges and flips them over. Tantrum then gets a quick blow in, but catches on fire. The spinner of Tantrum stopping after that, and one of Blip's forks ends up coming off, as both robots are slowly breaking apart. Which is shocking, given how tough these robots usually are. Blip gets a second flip in, but more of a mid-sized one. Tantrum is struggling as Blip just is gunning for them at this point, trying to get a third flip in. Blip does a small lift more than a flip, but they more than make up for it with the floor flip. When Tantrum crashes down, Blip rams Tantrum across the box into the wall. After a back and forth, Blip manages to ram Tantrum into the wall again, and then slamming them into the screws. Tantrum does get into pushing as well, but they don't make much of it as Blip recovers and rams Tantrum into the wall repeatedly before flipping them onto the upper deck just before time runs out. The judges give it to Blip, and honestly, I was a little underwhelmed. Tantrum's weapon gave out extremely quickly, making this very one-sided, and Blip, while it was a lot of fun to see it pushing Tantrum all over the battle box, didn't quite have the legendary flips I was expecting to see from them. It wasn't a bad fight, don't misunderstand me. It's just that these are two incredible robots, and I know that these robots can deliver better performances than what they gave us. This is a case of me being disappointed that I got a 7 out of 10 performance instead of a 9 out of 10, so take what my criticism with a pinch of salt there. Overall, despite my nitpicks, I absolutely loved this episode. Most of the fights were either epic moments or incredible back and forths. I'm not saying this is the strongest episode of the season, as there's episodes I definitely prefer more, but it's definitely one of the better ones in my opinion, and absolutely a must-watch. Welcome back once again to another Battlebots review. It's episode 9, let's not waste any time. This is the second time I've had to record this because my computer blue screened. Let's get into the review. So the intro was this crazy pizza advert parody. I can say it's not that I laughed from it, but I was just so entranced watching it. It really was amazing just how bizarre it was. Thank you, Battlebots? Chris and Kenny then introduce us proper, and the fight card as always looked exciting. Gruff versus Witch Doctor seemed like it would be a wild fight to start things off. Scorpios versus Sawblades I was certain was going to be an amazing driving match, and of course, the main event of Endgame versus Hypershock was going to be a short but brutal bloodbath. I could just feel it. I was so excited for this. Now, Witch Doctor comes out with some forks to help get underneath Gruff. It's interesting to see, given that they usually rely entirely on the spinner's reach. Though I imagine in this case, given that Gruff is such a brick, maybe they're just hoping to get as much bite in as possible. The match begins, and Witch Doctor quickly ends up ripping one of the wedgelets off of Gruff. After some more sparks, they get another massive hit in. Gruff just keeps going like it's nothing. It's truly remarkable just how tough this robot is. It feels like you could fire missiles at it and it would somehow keep going. Gruff's other wedgelet ends up getting pretty badly damaged as Witch Doctor keeps just getting some massive shots in. Witch Doctor is just gunning for them. Witch Doctor rams Gruff into the screws, followed by another massive set of spinner blows, sending Gruff up into the air, with one causing the flamethrower to be destroyed. Flames just went everywhere. Witch Doctor dismantles Gruff and then sends them over the screws onto the upper deck with one last almighty shot, and due to the way that Gruff landed, they were unable to self-right. Witch Doctor had an awesome performance in this fight. It was short but so sweet. Witch Doctor is clearly still one of the best vertical spinners in the competition. Even with all the crazy robots like Endgame and Riptide, Witch Doctor still stands as one of the best, as they now stand at 3-0. Next up was Malice versus Valkyrie. Now they don't waste any time as they cut straight to them entering the bots into the arena. Well, okay, they had to hold off for an ad break, but you get what I mean. You know, they are cutting right to the action in the show. Malice has come out with a 50-pound spinner bar and apparently some additional armor, which I knew they would need against a robot like Valkyrie. Valkyrie, meanwhile, seemed to have this tri-tip spinner, or maybe I was just looking at it wrong, but it did look very nice as well. There was no forks or anything like that. They're going for that old school approach, which I thought would ultimately work best for them. The match begins and Malice raced right out but stopped before crashing, so ultimately both robots were able to get up to speed. There were some exchanges back and forth, and at first I thought Valkyrie was getting the better of it, but Malice was getting some very nice shots as well, and the damage began to build. Valkyrie's armor began to start denting against Malice, and then with one last almighty shot from Malice, they sent the disc of Valkyrie clean off. I can't believe it! That's the kind of stuff I usually expect to see in Robot Arena 2! Unfortunately, the good times end for Malice as their weapon and one half of their drive dies not long after, and then Valkyrie loses one half of its own drive. Now, the way that the referees judge locomotion now is different. Back in the day, if you drove on only with one wheel, then they would count you out. However, now they typically count any form of movement as still being able to go. However, if both robots are stuck like this and unable to contact each other, then it'll force a double countout, which is what happens here. Which means that the decision ultimately ends up going to the judges. The decision ends up split, but ultimately went to Valkyrie, which honestly kind of shocked me after the legendary shot from Malice. I do agree with Lucy Doo that the fight was incredibly close, but I was definitely siding with Bunny when she mentioned that she wanted to use the appeals process, which is the first time we get to see it this season, I'm pretty sure. For those who are unaware, now one of the new systems in Battlebots this season is the appeals process. Basically, if a judge's decision is just that bad, you can say, hey, I don't agree with this, I want it looked at, I think my robot won. Your story will be heard out, there'll be considerations, were you actually correct? And if so, the judge's decision will be reversed and you will get the point. But if they stand by their decision, then that is it. You cannot make any more appeals. So, it's a very risky move, but I felt Bunny was in the right there, especially because it is pointed out that Malice's weapon does come back to life, which I think is kind of interesting, meaning that in terms of damage, only one of them lost their weapon, quite literally. After the fight, we get to see Mike Jeffries of Bombshell, who is now the match steward, as Bunny explains why she feels the decision should be reconsidered, and I want to give a little side tangent to just say, I'm really happy about all the previous Roboteers and veterans that are working at Battlebots. The judges have the likes of Fon Davis of Mausamecha Catbot, Lisa Winter of Tentamushi, Derek Young of Complete Control. Of course, Battlebots is ran by Trey Roski and Greg Munson behind machines such as La Machine and Ginsu. You've got Tom Gutteridge behind the scenes who helped get the Robot Wars TV show off the ground and now is helping with Battlebots. You've got Mark Satrakian, who was behind a whole host of robots such as Mechadon and the Master, and you've got Pete Abramson, who worked on Ronin. It's just great to see Battlebots showing a huge amount of respect to the people who have dedicated so much time and love into this sport. Even after they stop competing, they're still able to contribute and keep the sport alive, which is, it's just fun to see. I'm glad Battlebots does that. Anyway, we move on to the next fight now between Mad Catter and Big Dill, and it's a battle of the mini-bots as well, as both robots just come out with a whole host of them. I doubt the mini-bots will have much effect, but it is just fun to see so many little robots roaming around. It kind of makes me wish that Battlebots still did rumbles so we could have the effect of so many robots roaming around, but full-size ones. I think that'd be so much fun. The battle begins and Mad Catter and Big Dill actually let the mini-bots battle first. They then shortly come in afterwards, and after an initial exchange, it's actually Big Dill that gets the upper hand, sending Mad Catter flying as they bounce around and actually lose a fork in the process. Mad Catter does manage to get some shots in return as the weapon is roaring and the poor mini-bots are just getting decimated in the crossfire. Big Dill's actually doing very well as they get under Mad Catter again, getting in some shots, but Mad Catter's superior firepower is definitely testing Big Dill's durability. Big Dill's, I think, taking more punishment in this fight than I think we've seen in any of their previous fights. Mad Catter does back away after being briefly wedged by a mini-bot, and gets a nice shot in on Big Dill, which does look a lot worse for wear, but is still keeping the fight going. Mad Catter is just getting more aggressive, however. Mad Catter pushes Big Dill, which his forks get stuck in the kill source slots, allowing Mad Catter to get another great shot in. a brief lift from Big Dill once it's free, and then there was just one more shot from Mad Catter as the fight goes to the judges. The fight goes to Mad Catter, and honestly, this fight was incredible. The mini-bots in the beginning was silly but fun to watch, but the big bots, as always, were the stars of the show. Both robots took extensive damage, but neither died, and both just showed that they're extremely capable. Mad Catter, as always, is extremely punishing, but Big Dill had its best performance to date. I'd argue that this could potentially be my fight of the night. Next up was Jackpot versus Ribbot. Ribbot was going in with their undercutter, which in my opinion was their strongest option to go with against Jackpot, as I feel Jackpot isn't that good at dealing with horizontal spinners. And Ribbot, as long as it doesn't die, I felt that they had a good shot. When the buzzer sounded, Jackpot was a little apprehensive while Ribbot came in with some blows. Ribbot quickly took out the mini-bot, but Jackpot in return took out a wheel. Ribbot then takes out one half of Jackpot's front, and these bots are taking huge chunks out of each other as Jackpot takes out the other left wheel. Now, Jackpot ends up avoiding Ribbot despite the clear upper hand, before finally going in for a good shot, flipping Ribbot over. Ribbot is struggling. With only half its drive, it is not able to do much of anything. And Jackpot is still being extremely apprehensive before they push Ribbot into the screws. Ribbot looked down, but they started crab walking back out. Jackpot does try to get a killing blow, which is so powerful that it causes itself to flip over. Ribbot continues to live, and Jackpot eventually comes in for some more. Jackpot's drive then suddenly half dies as well, which leads to both robots crab walking, and once again another double countout begins. However, the countdown stops as Jackpot's drive does manage to come back, leading the 3 minutes to end and it going to the judges. The judges end up giving it to Jackpot, which honestly I can agree with. This really was a fight where, depending on which half I look at, my opinion varies quite a bit. The beginning was a crazy fun fight with both robots tearing each other apart. The second half, however, was just hampered by Ribbot being unable to do much and Jackpot being overly gun-shy. Don't get me wrong, I totally understand why Jackpot wouldn't want to rush in case Ribbot got a lucky shot that took them out. I just wish the damage and chaos could have continued. It's that thing again of, I get why you do this strategy, but I want to see carnage. Next up was Scorpios versus Sawblaze, which was another fight I was so excited to see. It's been great to get to see, two robots that are the pinnacle of a lesser used weapon type coming to blows, with Scorpios and Sawblaze pretty much the pioneers of the hammer saw. And it was, at least at the very least in the Battlebots reboot, they were the pioneers of the hammer saw. Now Scorpios comes out with a heavier fork setup and the Overkill blade? Overkill will be coming to the Destructathon and is a legendary classic Battlebot, and so I could see this was a bit of an interesting bit of promotion there, but I'll admit, I was a little disappointed, given that I was hoping for a hammer saw on hammer saw fight, But my disappointment was admittedly balanced out by the awe of this strategy. I didn't think it would work, but I was interested to see what their thought process was. Sawblaze meanwhile came out with additional armor to deal with overhead attacks. I have to feel they were planning for a hammer saw and not a thwackbot blade. Anyway, the fight begins and Sawblaze isn't spinning up the hammer saw at first, meaning that Scorpios does manage to get a nice blow in with the blade. After tipping Scorpios over, however, Sawblaze attacks the underside and Scorpios, from my guessing, likely due to the thin blade, is just unable to self-right. Sawblaze lets them get counted out as they get 2 shots in on the Overkill blade, nearly completely decapitating it. Apparently Jameson Go just really wanted to take a piece of the Overkill blade home. I can't blame him, it is a wonderful bit of kit, honestly. But man, that fight was disappointing. I hope that sometime in the future we'll get to see a rematch where we'll get to see them come hammer saw to hammer saw. Don't be wrong, I love that Scorpios tried to be a little bit almost memey with the way that it came out with the Overkill blade. But man, it really underdelivered. I was hoping for another legendary fight like Overhaul versus Claw Viper and Beta versus Shatter. Ah well, there's always next season. Anyway, the main event hype package comes out a little bit early this time. The endgame team acknowledged that they made a crucial driving mistake and even roast each other a bit, but their confidence in their robot is still very strong. Hypershock, meanwhile, is one of the earlier notable vertical spinners in the Battlebots reboot, at least in my opinion, And it's crazy to think that the show has been back since 2015, with the reboot nearly being 8 years old now. Despite some rocky times, Hypershock seems to be back on the up and up, returning to a fearsome status once more as one of the better verts in the competition, and beating Endgame would leave no doubt in anyone's mind, but that's easier said than done. Safe to say that this had me very interested to see how this would go. The reboot's been going on long enough now that you could almost see this as a classic Battlebot coming up against a modern Battlebots, but let's not dwell on the passage of time before we all start feeling really old. Next up was Ripperoni vs Hijinks, with Bunny Soriol coming to join the action on commentary. Like I said, I love this and I hope they do this every season from now on. Again, it's just a lot of fun. The builders have their own little spark, and they're clearly passionate about what they're talking about. Now, they do go on to elaborate that the decision was reversed. Bunny's appeal was successful, and I can see why the judges had the initial decision that they did. Clearly, they thought the same thing I did, which was that both weapons were disabled, which would have left it either way, but I still would have lent towards Malice winning in either case, so I'm ultimately happy that the appeal was successful, so that was good. I'm glad to have gotten an update there. Now, onto the fight itself. While I think Hijinks has some amazing potential, I was certain that they were going to get absolutely torn apart by a terrifying Ripperoni. Ripperoni comes out with some sort of anti-horizontal front, which didn't look like much, but then again their wedgelet setup seems to work as well, so if they could keep Hijinks from getting up to speed, I could see it working. Now the match begins and Ripperoni rushes, but then stops as both robots get up to speed. Ripperoni then ends up sending Hijinks up into the air with one almighty blow. Hijinks keeps going, however, and actually manages to wedge Ripperoni with the tail. That tail is really good at getting under opponents. I'm surprised at how good it is. However, unfortunately, with that initial shot from Ripperoni, it seems that the bar has stopped working, so all Hijinks can really do is try to delay the inevitable for long enough to get the judge's decision. And unfortunately for them, Ripperoni keeps tearing them apart, quite literally, as while Hijinks refused to die, it was getting mangled and disfigured after some almighty powerful spinner shots. Hijinks had a brief spark of life from the spinner, but it was very brief. Between the fire, the bits of armor on top of the sides of Hijinks popping off, and all kinds of additional damage, it was a miracle Hijinks lasted as long as it did, but that was the end of it. Man, this was yet another amazing showcase from Ripperoni. It was fairly clear who would win, but I don't think anyone expected it to be this good and this one-sided. At the same time, I have to give it to Hijinks for refusing to die, even with the absolute carnage it endured. After Big Dill and Hijinks had kind of a weak fight, their reliability seemed to come into question, both of them actually have done really well to try and assuage those fears in this episode. Now, Ripperoni, meanwhile, looks like it might be a genuine giant nut contender. As long as that weapon works, it seems to be unstoppable, though I think Copperhead will easily be their toughest match. It's a solid robot, it's got a pretty powerful spinner, and no force to get stuck in the kill saw, so it's going to be interesting to see how they'll fare against Copperhead, which I think is going to be extremely exciting. But now it's time for the main event! Endgame vs Hypershock. Endgame has a fork addiction or something. I thought their wedgelet setup was practically impenetrable, but they just had to break it up with two long forks. Don't get me wrong, I see the strategy, and it does work out for them, spoiler alert. Now, I gotta say, I love the entrance Hypershock made with Will Bales and the like having these sunglasses. It was a slight jab at Endgame, and the sunglasses unironically looked kind of awesome. They also show how this is actually a rematch, funnily enough. I have a feeling Kenny was more annoyed than he was letting on in that replay, as when that bit of the arena hit him in the face. Thank goodness for professionalism, because I don't think either team wants to square up against Kenny Florian. The fight begins with Hypershock rushing out and Endgame getting caught on the floor. Still, when the robots clash, Endgame ends up getting the better of it, tipping Hypershock over. Hypershock begins to panic. They really do struggle when upside down, and end up running into Endgame upside down, causing a massive clash. Endgame ends up losing a wheel as they get sent up into the air. Endgame has also lost a fork, and Endgame then goes for another wheel, taking that one out as well. Hypershock, when attempting to get back on their feet, actually end up getting stuck on their side, which was a shame, but what a redemption for Endgame after their last fight. Endgame is such a brutal robot. I have to imagine that after the Ripperoni fight, Endgame is going to do whatever it can to avoid a similar mess up, and that just makes them all the more dangerous. But the fight was a little bit disappointing. Just as it was getting good, just as it was getting really exciting, it was over. Then again, I don't know what Hypershock could have done after this point, so I guess it's probably for the best that it ended. Overall, I'd say this was a very strong episode. Getting to see the appeals process come into play was interesting, and the fights for the most part were incredibly exciting. Robots like Ripperoni and Endgame were incredible, while fights like Mad Catter vs Big Dill and Malice vs Valkyrie were great endurance tests. I highly recommend checking this episode out. Welcome back once again to another Battlebots review. We're finally here in the double digits, episode 10. Let's get into this. So the fight card is admittedly one of the lesser hyped ones for me, with several of them seeming pretty obvious as to their outcomes. Still, with the possibilities of upsets and of course that main event, I was definitely still looking forward to seeing what would happen tonight. And that first fight was Riptide versus Captain Shredderator. And let's be honest, Brian Nave would have needed a miracle to win this one. They mentioned it potentially being Brian Nave's last season, and I could imagine this would have ended up being their last fight with all the damage that I predicted that they would get, and yeah, we're going to get into that. I was a bit on the money on that. Riptide comes out with these anti-horizontal looking wedgelets to try and deflect some blows, while still allowing them to get under Shredderator. Shredderator came out with, these big chunky teeth, and the fight begins, and Shredderator was trying to get away, but ends up driving into the screws. They end up getting hit by a Riptide, who ends up just ripping one of Shredderator's teeth right off. After a few more hits, Shredderator is sent into orbit and flipped over. Now, this is where the controversy comes in, and I can already tell that the comments are going to be interesting. If Riptide wanted to, they really could have left Shredderator over. Even though it was still trying to spin, once Shredderator's flipped over, it's dead. Like, it's gone. It's not self-riding. Riptide continued going in for more. Oh, but what's the problem, TheDominusIgnis? Robots committing huge amounts of damage. That's what makes spinners so cool. We loved seeing that with Tombstone. Isn't this a bit of a double standard? Yeah, that's where you're wrong. The thing is that there's typically an unwritten rule that if a robot is basically done, unless the other team is saying go in for more, you typically leave them alone because, the team's got to repair that robot, and it's just generally respectful. Even Ray Billings, for the record, goes by this. Remember that fight where Gigabyte's shell just popped right off? If Ray Billings wanted to, he could have fucking decimated Gigabyte beyond repair. But he didn't. Because Ray is, he may play a villain, but he's not going to do that. The you want more? I'm pretty sure is an actual question. It's just a common courtesy, really. Apparently, the Riptide team straight up just didn't hear, and so did, the Shredderator team, and so they just didn't know to stop. So let me make it clear. I'm not here saying Riptide bad. I don't know the Riptide team. But I think it should be made clear that, typically speaking, yes, it's BattleBots. Yes, you expect your robot could potentially get damaged to that point. But if it's done unnecessarily, yeah, it's kind of a dick move, I don't know, that was a bit of a sour note, because while normally I would have been like, oh my god, Shredderator got fucked up, I just couldn't get into it because, it just didn't need to happen. That's like thousands of dollars of damage done right there, when really, once it's no longer necessary, it just loses the fun for me. I'm not saying the Riptide team are bad people. Again, I do not know the Riptide team, though I definitely do think they need to exercise some restraint, because between this and the behaviour to the Mad Catter team, it's not a good look for them. So yeah, TLDR, damage good, unnecessary damage bad. Riptide team, I don't know if they're good. I'm not going to say bad, but maybe you show some restraint. There we go. Let's move on. Next up was Mammoth vs Death Roll, which I knew was going to be really one-sided, you know, given that Mammoth is extremely light on armor and Death Roll is Death Roll. Mammoth seemed to have their own equivalent of Forks in an attempt to try and have some attempt at getting under Death Roll, while Death Roll was Death Roll. Death Roll ends up coming out with some small blows against Mammoth, bending them about, but Mammoth did manage to get some good lifting pushes in. Mammoth has one of their little bits ripped off by Death Roll where they then get stuck on at the screws, allowing Death Roll to get another shot in at the wheel, completely immobilizing Mammoth. This was not much of a fight, as it went about how I kind of expected, and I imagine how everyone else expected. Mammoth is fun, but a robot that basically has no armor against one of the mightier vertical spinners really is only ever going to go one way. Then you have Banshee versus Emulsifier. Now, Emulsifier I felt had the overall advantage, with that mighty spinner, and I felt that it would win, but I knew that Banshee likely was going to have an easier time getting under, so it really wasn't certain who the actual winner was going to be. And one thing to lighten the mood, Martin Mason was joining the commentary, which I knew should be a lot of fun. It was nice to hear him talk about, the fight with Big Dill. It's just, again, it's great to have the Roboteers on commentary. Banshee apparently made some further improvements to the Flipper's power, and man, you can tell Martin Mason, he tried to keep up the promo voice, but he could only do it for so long. And oh my god, Emulsifier is a fork. Apparently it wasn't the original setup they intended, but I could see how it maybe would help them in the ground game. The battle begins, and you could see Banshee trying to get around Emulsifier, but failing to do so as Emulsifier got some nice shots in, bending Banshee's armor. Banshee kept going and managed to briefly wedge Emulsifier, but he really couldn't make anything of it. There was a lot of cautiousness on Banshee's part. They got another wedge in, and still no flip. I think there might be some issues with the flipper. Emulsifier gets some more sparks flying as Banshee is struggling to get anything in. After some more hits, Banshee slows to a crawl before finally stopping. Now after this, Emulsifier backs off while Banshee is counted out. Overall, this was an okay fight. It was a shame to see Banshee couldn't do much of anything in this, and Emulsifier, due to the fork setup, didn't quite get some major hits in. You heard me say sparks, but you didn't hear me say there were some big shots or anything, because unfortunately, due to it not being the setup they hoped for, they couldn't really get the most efficient use of that spinner in. Still, it does leave me wanting to see Emulsifier get a match in where they actually get to really get a proper shot in, because that spinner looks like it could really damage an opponent. Still, this was okay, Emulsifier did pretty well. It was time for the main event hype package where they mentioned Whiplash's issues this season. From what I can tell, they tried a number of upgrades under the hood, which, if they could dial it in, could be very good for them in the long term. But here this season, it seems it might have been too much for them to deal with right now. Meanwhile, Monsoon, who has made a grand return, that only winning a fight against a more unproven robot in Horizon meant that they needed a big win here today for round of 32 consideration, almost as much as Whiplash needs to redeem itself. It's two robots that have been high tier and clearly know what they're up against, as they show a lot of respect to each other. I knew this fight should be a lot of fun. Before that, we had a few more fights. Copperhead versus Kraken was up next, and Copperhead had wrecked its opponents up until this point, and while normally I'd rate Kraken to at least last, if not win, I knew that the issues that they were having made me a little bit more uneasy about their chances, and worried that the Copperhead curse would reach them next. Copperhead looked about the same, but apparently had some thicker top armor to deal with some overhead blows, and Kraken looked about the same as usual. The match begins, and Kraken raises forth but misses that initial ram, allowing Copperhead to get some shots in. Though you can begin to hear the weapons roar as Copperhead gets some more shots in as Kraken flails around, and partially because due to the weapon being up to speed, it seemed that they were just losing control. Narwhal is taken out by Copperhead before Kraken is tipped over, who is unable to self-right, though Copperhead tips it back upright, so the fight can continue. Copperhead sends them into the screws, and Matsberg essentially just taps out, realizing that the goose was cooked. This was pretty one-sided, but another decent encounter for Copperhead, who is decimating every competition it's in so far. Every fight it's been in has been an absolute stomping. I do have to feel for the Kraken team. This new version of Kraken clearly has so much potential. It's got an amazing bit of drive to it. That thing is super fast. It's got an awesome weapon as we saw from the beta fight, but they just cannot get it together for that complete package. I do hope they continue to work on it, however, as I'm willing to bet that if they can get that all together and maybe work on that front wedge, I don't think it's quite as low as they need it to be, I think that they could have a very dangerous robot. Copperhead, meanwhile, is on the best run of its career. That's absolutely, I'm so happy for them. Next up was Horizon versus Shatter, and I'll admit I wasn't exactly excited about this fight given Horizon's previous performances. The spinners didn't seem to be very strong, and Shatter's armor is typically next level. Horizon comes out with a very long mini-bot called Sunrise, and had some heavier top armor to deal with the hammer. The battle begins and Horizon spinners are going, though they weren't spinning the full body at first, so clearly they weren't going full pelt. They got some good shots on Shatter, but the spinners do seem to stall whenever they make a hit, which isn't great. A missed shot from Shatter though means that Horizon is able to get right back up to speed. After a second shot from Horizon, Shatter does manage to get another shot in, though they follow with some more misses. And I think we're really starting to see the potential of Horizon's design here. It's really throwing Shatter off as Shatter keeps whiffing blows while Horizon keeps going in at the sides. Horizon may not be getting in killing blows, but they're doing better than expected as they start ripping into the armor. Shatter is continuing the aggression and they do manage to get some more shots in. Horizon does struggle to get the spinners going as fast as I would like, but the robots are going back and forth. As Shatter gets a series of blows in, the drive seems to be breaking down for them. Their Omni wheels definitely seem to be giving up on them. But a disc of Horizon also seems to give up the ghost. This means that Horizon can't attack as much, and that means Shatter gets one last Hail Mary in at the end. The match ends up going to Horizon in a split decision, and honestly, I was surprised by this match. While I'm sad that Shatter did so poorly this season, I have to say, while I was a bit down on how Horizon spinners weren't going up as fast as I would like, they really got to show the potential of this machine. You know, it really was kept throwing Shatter off. Team Bots FC weren't sure how to go at it, it's felt like, and the spinners did more damage than you maybe would think, given how small they are. So, overall, I was pleasantly surprised that the unproven machine was able to do something. Now, Shatter did say that they were going to appeal the decision. However, I agreed with the judge's decision, as Shatter to me was just poorly controlled, and while they were maybe more aggressive, the damage was on Horizon's side here, though I could see that being more of a grey area, so I can't blame Team Bots FC for wanting to appeal the decision. After the ad break though, it was announced that the decision was still going to go to Horizon, and yeah, this does pain me as a Shatter fan, as that means that they can no longer appeal, which I pray doesn't bite them in the backside. Next up was Ominous versus Shred It Bro. Two robots I'd been excited for, but have yet to see standout performances of, yet after seeing Horizon do so well, it gave me hope that we were going to see these bots do incredibly this time around. The match began and both robots got up to speed, but Shred It Bro struggled at first with Ominous getting a nice shot in. Shred It Bro then got up to speed, turned around, and sent Ominous flying with a huge blow. Ominous comes back in, but Shred It Bro's drum is down, and Ominous's disc spinner also seems to be out. That almighty blow has taken out both weapons in this situation. A massive shame really, as it turns into a pushing fight. One of Shred It's wheels seems to not be working correctly, apparently someone got like high centered or whatever, and Ominous was just avoiding Shred It Bro entirely. There was a little lift from Ominous's spinner as it seemed to get working again, and they got a small dig in, but not much, as clearly both of these robots are in a right state. However, Shred It Bro ends up getting beached. They managed to get free, but this fight is so boring at this point that they are desperate to not make you change the channel. They're reminding you, please don't change the channel, we're begging you, we promise, Whiplash vs Monsoon's gonna be amazing, please don't change the channel. This is the kind of thing that would have made it on the YouTube channel back in the day as like a highlight, a bonus fight, you know, one of those ones where the raw footage would have been in, no commentary. Ominous does flip Shred It Bro over, and they get another small shot in, but holy cow, this fight was bad if Battlebots is just begging you to stay. I think it went to Ominous. And genuinely, like, recounting this has actually started to make me forget the details. This fight reeked. After an incredible early shot from Shredded Bro, both robots just weren't able to get going, really. And these robots aren't pushers. So there wasn't much that they could really do. This fight fell off hard. Like, oh my god. Thankfully, though, it was time for the main event. Whiplash versus Monsoon. Two incredible Battlebots, and I was surprisingly unsure of who would win. While I would normally lean towards Whiplash winning, as, you know, they are typically a very good control bot, Monsoon was so cool and powerful, and Whiplash was having so many issues that I wasn't sure what could happen. If Whiplash messed up, Monsoon could take them out with their new, more powerful spinner. Monsoon came out with the disc, which at first I didn't understand, but when they explained that, you know, they didn't want to get beached, which was a real problem for Monsoon, I kind of understood. The disc would give them more ability to self-right, so if Whiplash did lift them, they could keep going for more. Now the buzzer sounds and Whiplash races out, trying to get to Monsoon before they could get up to speed. They manage to get under Monsoon and then ram them into the wall. Monsoon do get a small blow in, but they manage to flip themselves over. A great lift from Whiplash is then retaliated with a much better blow in return from Monsoon. Whiplash is actually not spinning their weapon up at the early stages, as they're going solely with their lifter arm. Whiplash pushes Monsoon around, and with a pin, Monsoon eventually gets free and does get some more strikes in, getting a lot of sparks in. Whiplash is dancing around, but does get hit pretty hard, and so after some shots you can see that Whiplash's forks are bent. Whiplash rams Monsoon into the corner, but the top armor of Whiplash is starting to bend off from the repeated strikes from Monsoon's disc. There's a pulverizer shot to Monsoon, and Whiplash resumes pushing Monsoon around. Monsoon gets some more shots in return, causing a wheel on Whiplash to die and ripping one of the forks off. Monsoon and Whiplash both begin spinning up, as Whiplash, now that they can no longer be a control bot, they've got to go spinner to spinner, as the two exchange some blows in the closing moments. The decision is given to Whiplash, and overall this was a very fun fight from both robots. Monsoon got some amazing damage in, but Whiplash remained aggressive. We got to see the Whiplash we all know and love, as they got a lot of control in this fight, and even when they couldn't be a great control bot anymore towards the end, they used that spinner. This is why I'm a massive Whiplash fan, and I've said that they are perfect for the Battlebots formula, because they've got the four-wheel drive for the aggression, they've got the lifting arm for the control, and they've got the spinner for damage. That to me means that they are just a brilliant robot. Monsoon, however, did appeal the decision, and it turned out so did Shredded Bro. However, both were unsuccessful. So much so that what was previously a split decision with Monsoon and Whiplash ended up becoming a unanimous decision when reviewed. So, not a big deal, Whiplash wins either way, but I did have to bite for Team Monsoon. You know, going from a split decision to a unanimously against them decision. Overall, I'd say this was a fairly fun episode, despite that South Spot in the Shredder Raider Riptide match and that Shredded Bro Ominous match. A lot of fun battles were had, and it's just getting all the more exciting as the series progresses. You know, we're wondering now who's going to make it to the round of 32, and it just is so much fun. I cannot wait to see the round of 32 be announced. Welcome back once again to another BattleBots review. Thank you all for waiting and your patience. It's genuinely really appreciated. Oh man, we are gonna get right into this. Let's not waste any time. Let's just jump right in. So the episode starts off once again with Chris and Kenny introducing us and a look at the fight card, which as always looks like a lot of fun. We get Triton's third attempt in the battle box. We get Bloodsport versus Rotator and so much more. I can't wait to talk about this. And in our first fight, it's Black Dragon versus Beta. Heading in, Black Dragon has gone 23 fights with no KO, close to beating Byforce's record of 25. Now, I'm going to say right away, the moment I saw that, I feared that this is setting us up for Riptide to stop this record from being broken. My prediction right away, as soon as I saw that, was Beta is not going to knock them out. I mean, obviously, even if Beta wins, Beta's not a robot that knocks people out. And I have a feeling that Riptide will. But, well, let's see how well this ages. Anyway, Beta comes out and No, Peter, not the anti-vert front again. Oh my god, it never ends. Now, I did like the little detail of letting a kilohertz toy press the button, showing the ancestry of Beta in a fun little nod. My god, like, John Rick's been in this a long time. The fight begins, and Beta raced right out of the gate while Black Dragon got up to speed and got a huge shot in, knocking Beta in the air. There were some more nice hits, and the stuff holding the frame of Beta are coming off with each successive hit. It's definitely a little more loose as Beta tries to keep going. Beta tries swinging the hammer, but they just aren't able to get that much in as Black Dragon gets another hit from behind this time, followed by one gigantic hit. Beta is basically done as it's flipped over and they call for Black Dragon to stop, saying that they're done. A crazy opener, and Black Dragon looks as strong as ever. I know that the whole point of this frame is to try and lessen as much damage as possible taken from vertical spinners, but I really hope that like they can figure something out, because I don't want it to, because this seems like a case of they know they're going to lose, so they're just going to take as little damage as possible, which is fine. In terms of the fight nights, that's fine. But if they get into the tournament, they can't afford to do that, like, because then one loss and it's over. Beta really needs a way to get underneath opponents. But Black Dragon looks as great as ever. Team Warrior are so good. Like, they may not have the most blow-away weapon ever, but they've just got everything dialed in. It's just a very reliable, capable robot. Anyway, we move on now to Cobalt versus Overhaul, and oh, poor Overhaul. This was not gonna be pretty. Cobalt comes out with their old school blade, allowing them to get little mini digs in with some of the smaller teeth, and enormous chunks taken out with that large tooth. It's definitely my favourite of their spinning choices, as it's just, in my opinion, it's iconic to that design. Overhaul, meanwhile, comes out with forks that would make Endgame proud. Still, only 2 hinged wedgelets. They also doubled up their rear wheels as well, I imagine in case of driving accidents. The battle begins, and Cobalt gets right up to speed, went after Overhaul, and initially got stuck. Overhaul, if they'd have left Cobalt, I feel would have won, but they did end up freeing them, which was good. Whether that was an accident or good sportsmanship, Cobalt repaid them in the only way it knows how, sending them up into the air. Soon Cobalt went for a second shot, ripping the entire mount for one half of the hinged forks, sending shrapnel everywhere. A second shot takes out one of the wheels and the other forks mounting. Overhaul continues driving, but they're definitely worth the wear at this point, as Cobalt keeps spinning hard and are ready to go for the kill. They do struggle a bit with the floor seams and are unable to get that crucial next blow at first, only getting sparks until they finally send Overhaul into the wall and up and over, killing them. Cobalt teasingly keeps going back and forth, but show restraint as Overhaul is counted out. This is another short but sweet fight right here, as Cobalt dismantled Overhaul. They have to have one of the most devastating weapons in the competition right now, up there with the likes of Riptide for sure. If the Cobalt team decided to go too far, they'd make what happened to Shredderator seem like child's play. I also want to thank Overhaul for freeing them. Be it accident or on purpose, it stopped the fight from being a dud, even if it did mean a loss for them. Next up is Switchback versus Ominous, 2 robots who I feel are still very much unproven this season, and I was very interested to see how they would do. Now the fight began, and both robots are a little cautious at first. They collide, but there's no real hit. On that, Ominous then roars up to speed and sends Switchback flying. They have to self-right, but Switchback's beak is broken off. However, Switchback keeps going, and Ominous is then flipped over. Ominous is unable to self-right and is counted out. Man, what a shame. That fight made me feel bad for Ominous more than anything, as for a brief moment it really was beginning to show its potential, but the system is just not where it needs to be this season. Switchback really won purely by surviving, as Ominous seemed to really die on its own sword. Triton vs Glitch was up next, which I had a feeling was going to be a very short but sweet fight. Don't get me wrong, these are 2 robots that I definitely like, but you've got Triton whose armor is made out of basically paper, and then you've got Glitch who has had an absolute shocker this time around. Will Bales joined the commentary for this one, and I definitely seemed to feel like the fight was going to be very short, as they tried to get as much out of Will as possible before the fight. Like, they know that this could end in any second, so they need to get Will to just say as much as possible. The battle begins, and both robots get spinning up before going weapon to weapon. Triton keeps spinning, but Glitch begins smoking. At first, Glitch's weapon does seem to be dead, but they begin spinning up again, meaning both robots can keep fighting. A second shot disables Triton's weapon, and Triton is in an unenviable position, as they now need to approach a death-humming Glitch, who isn't moving that well, and sure they're smoking up a storm, but Triton had little that they could do. One wrong move and they get torn to shreds. Triton actually does manage to time a few pushes perfectly, getting them up against the wall to the point where they couldn't move anymore, and then actually use Glitch's own weapon energy against them, causing Glitch to flip up and over where they're counted out. Honestly, it might be because my expectations were so low, but the fight was better than expected. Both robots got some major hits in, and while both robots struggled with their reliability, it actually managed to be used for an unexpected strategy and outcome. And to me, it's always awesome to see teams adapt. Like, things don't always go exactly how you planned it, but if you can manage to keep your robot going, if you can find a way to win even when things look dire, that's pretty cool in my opinion. Next up was Gigabyte versus Starchild, and I actually felt that Gigabyte had this going in, as Gigabyte is kind of hard to approach if you've not got like a big sturdy wedge, and Starchild has been having troubles with its precision. Now Gigabyte came in with a special attachment to try and deal additional damage to Starchild, which really piqued my interest, and oh boy did it deliver. The fight begins and Gigabyte gets up to speed, though at first seemed a little unsteady. They end up taking a bite out of Starchild from the first hit, though they do need some time to recover. A second shot in then does some major damage to Starchild's wheels. They continue to do damage as Starchild is struggling to do much of anything as they slowly begin to lose traction, as Gigabyte just takes chunks out of the wheel. Gigabyte keeps going, and while it is unsteady, which is revealed to be as at some point it lost one of its wings, it is causing so much damage to Starchild, who at this point is just struggling to do anything, as the wheels begin bending and buckling, and Starchild's spinner also seems to have died at this point. It looks like Gigabyte's other wing breaks off at some point, meaning it's mainly the shell doing damage at the end, but still, the damage that is done throughout this fight is incredibly impressive. Starchild barely survives the full 3 minutes as the wheels have enough to keep them moving, but this fight was an obvious one as the judges gave it to Gigabyte. And I gotta say, this has to be Gigabyte's best performance ever. Like, no question in my mind on that one. Starchild really couldn't do much of anything, and Gigabyte just adapted so well to the situation. Chris and Kenny mentioned Gigabyte will be facing Endgame in their final fight, and ask if they can win. No. Now then, it's time for the main event hype package, which is about Bloodsport and Rotator, who are typically pretty high tier robots that have had some struggles finding their footings and both needing to redeem themselves. Listening to the strategies, of course, was interesting, and I was excited to see which robot would begin the path of redemption. But before that, we had Captain Shredderator versus Jackpot, who were both 1 and 2, and on their last fight before consideration for the round of 32. Shredderator has mentioned how they apparently barely managed to get something working in time, which is crazy given how usually teams will have 5 billion different versions of each thing, but given the amount of damage, there may have just been things that they didn't have replacements for that they had to repair. And I don't know, I don't know how all this works, I'm not going to pretend to know. All I can imagine is, after you bring back a robot that looks the way it did after the Riptide fight, probably not going to be easy to get back into the fight. Anyway, the battle begins and Shredderator bumps into the wall, preventing them from being able to spin up in time. Jackpot gets some small digs in and Shredderator tries to get out but is backed into the wall again. Jackpot continues and Shredderator takes a while to get out of the corner, only for a large hit from Jackpot to knock them back in. Shredderator's blows are easily bouncing off Jackpot's wedge as Jackpot continues to smack them about. Shredderator gets smacked by the Pulverizer next as they try to run away, but Jackpot is relentless, continuing in on them and trying to suffocate that spinner, which is a classic strategy. Jackpot's spinner isn't running at 100% anymore though, and isn't quite getting the hits it might want. There's some more glancing blows until finally one huge hit takes a chunk out of Shredderator's shell. Jackpot's weapon has finally seemed to die down, while Shredderator shockingly is still spinning hard and fast, but the wedge on Jackpot is very good at deflecting the blows, with only a good few shots from the captain as it goes to the judges. It goes to Jackpot's, which I can't say I'm too surprised about. If this is Shredderator's last fight, then towards the end they managed to claw back the fight to stop it being a complete squash, but I wouldn't say it was a great fight. But both robots did keep it as interesting as possible. But it's time for the main event, Bloodsport versus Rotator. Now Bloodsport comes out apparently with some extra armor in the head area to try and avoid what happened to Icewave in the past, as the head is an obvious weak spot, as we saw when I believe Icewave fought Rotator. Now Rotator meanwhile replaces its wedgelets with a plow to deal with Bloodsport's weapon, and the battle begins and both robots are up to speed really quickly. Bloodsport gets a good shot in, and you can see Rotator's armor bending already with a big gash in. There's some nice back and forth with the weapons, though Bloodsport is definitely getting the better of things, but a shot in return sends Bloodsport into the screws, where they're stuck for a moment, and you could see that they lost their flexlets in the exchange. They finally do get free, and the weapon quickly gets back up to speed again. Rotator is moving more slowly now from the damage, and another hit takes out their weapon. And with a final hit, while Bloodsport does lose its face and exposes the inner workings of the head, Rotator stops entirely. That is shocking, because if Rotator kept going just a little bit more, with the exposed inner workings, they might have been able to claw this back, but they get counted out. Now, this wasn't much of a fight, as Rotator, I would actually say, was decimated, but they did get a few shots in. This was like watching Brock Lesnar in the WWE. Your favourite wrestler might get a few moves in, but soon they just get completely destroyed. Overall, this was a decent episode of Battlebots. I wouldn't say there was a fight that had me extremely excited, but generally speaking, it was pretty good, and I didn't feel too shortchanged by any of the fights. Definitely recommend checking this one out if you haven't already, which, given how this episode was delayed, my apologies again, you probably already have. Welcome back once again to another Battlebots review. We're at episode 12 of World Championship 7, and oh my god, it just keeps getting more and more exciting as we approach the round of 32. Let's get started. So once again, the intro starts with Chris and Kenny introducing us, and the round of 32 is drawing closer and closer. We'll get to see how many robots I actually got right. Now the fight card looks very interesting, but one that caught my eye, funnily enough, was Dragon King. Finally! I was worried the thumbnail for that video of top 10 new Battlebots was just going to show a robot that would never make it to TV. Oh yeah, and of course, Claw Viper versus Hypershock and Hydra versus Sawblaze, which were both very anticipated matchups, and I was so excited to see where this would go. But first up, we had Lockjaw versus Mad Catter, and I knew that this should be crazy. I felt like Mad Catter had the better shot, but Lockjaw is a classic machine which could make some very strong performances. Also, I need to apologise for not including Lockjaw in my top 32 video. I simply deleted it by accident when making my list. I do officially consider it being likely to make it in, at least more so than Ribot, which is why it's on my revised list, as it would have been had I noticed. But don't worry, it's the only revision. I'm even keeping my endgame prediction, which really upset one person. The fight begins and the bots come to blows, with Mad Catter I feel getting the better of things, but no major damage yet, but the mini-bots are quickly taken out. There's some more back and forth as Lockjaw is slowly becoming worse for wear, with her wheel being notably damaged. However, Lockjaw then returns with a massive hit, popping Mad Catter up in the air. Mad Catter is now limping along, and Lockjaw keeps going in for more. Gassy Cat tries and fails to stop Lockjaw, though it does manage to distract Lockjaw enough so that Mad Catter can go face to face with Lockjaw. Now Lockjaw then goes in and ends up ripping off one of Mad Catter's wedgelets, sending it up into the lights. Lockjaw isn't getting a major hit after this, and it looked like the match might be petering out, but Mad Catter races and smashes into Lockjaw, who flops and flounders, but Mad Catter seems to go out on this last attack, meaning that they are counted out, and my god, what an opening fight. Lockjaw was able to hold its own and show it's still a tough customer as it got the win, but Mad Cutter did not go down without a fight, going out with one last furious assault. This is the kind of thing I like to see from two great spinners. Sometimes it's great to see like a crazy knockout that happens really quickly, but oftentimes I love the fight where it just goes back and forth and you see two spinners pushing each other to the limits. Next up was Malice versus Gruff, and I admittedly didn't know how this would go. Obviously Gruff is a brick, and if it endured it could risk dominating Malice, but Malice is also very capable of dishing out some nasty damage when it wants to, and the damage category weighs pretty heavily in the judging criteria. Now the fight starts and Gruff races right out, but Malice tries to avoid them while getting up to speed. With the forks, Malice then is easily able to get under Gruff for some initial hits, but Gruff, when they get under, are able to ram Malice into the screws and hold them with the flamethrower before popping them onto the upper deck. Malice climbs down and retaliates with a very noticeable hit that seems to have actually caused some real issues with Gruff's drive being majorly hindered. It seems Malice must have deformed the chassis with that last hit. With that, Gruff ends up getting counted out, and Malice gets a shocking win. Now this is shocking to me because it's crazy to me that Gruff could survive Tombstone, but not Malice, which leads me to imagine that there must have been some failure point in Gruff's wedge, similar to when Witch Doctor Spinner kept breaking in the past. Still, Malice was definitely very aggressive, and that weapon made some nasty shots. I'm happy to see Malice is far from done yet. Next up was Dumba versus Dragon King, and I had some very low expectations for this fight, but I was so happy to see that it was finally here. They went into a bit about Dragon King and its creation, but also explained that Dumba's chainsaw was fully functional in this fight. Some people said that it was actually functional in the last fight as well, and that was just a mistake on the part of Chris and Kenny. Either way, I'm glad to see the chainsaw is working. Now the match begins and Dragon King is actually fully extended. Now Dumba gets up to speed, though it's definitely less mobile than Dragon King. There's a few glancing blows, and Dumba's spinner then ends up breaking down as Dragon King grabs a hold. Dumba and Dragon King go saw to chainsaw, and then Dragon King bites onto Dumba and sinks in one of the saws yet again. Dragon King goes in for another attack, and Dumba is actually struggling to do much of anything. Dumba seems to stop temporarily, so Dragon King gets a nice long go with the saws again as the two tussle. Dumba ends up under a pulverizer, and the chainsaw is smashed to pieces now. Dumba has no weapons left. The undercutter is broken down, the chainsaw has just been smashed up, and now they are in a world of trouble as Dragon King continues going in with more saw attacks. Now Dumba actually does end up getting the chainsaw caught in one of the saw arms, and because of that they're able to actually take out the right weapon chain, meaning that Dragon King goes down to one saw before the fight ends and goes to the judge's decision, which obviously goes to Dragon King, and honestly, I actually quite like that fight. Sure, it wasn't some heavy hitter fight, and I would never expect Dragon King to be a giant nut contender, but there's enough going on with Dragon King to make it really fun to watch when it all works, and in my opinion, this fight was just really fun. Now before and after the Dragon King fight, they actually did do a hype package for Claw Viper versus Hypershock, which was a bit of a shocker. Going into how Claw Viper's drive is basically like 2 times Riptide's weapon. Basically, they have like 2 motors for Riptide's weapon, and Claw Viper uses 4 of those motors for that extreme drive. So that kind of gives you an idea on the kind of power of Claw Viper's drivetrain. That's kind of crazy. And it shows how, despite what everyone would have expected in the preseason, this is a main event tier fight worthy of that level of just build. But we thankfully didn't have to wait much longer as the fight was up next. And even before the fight, I knew this could end almost as quickly as the robots themselves. Claw Viper is fast and could control the fight, sure, but if they make a mistake, then they would get torn apart by Hypershock's powerful spinner, which, spoiler alert, the match begins, and as expected, they race right out of the gate, with Hypershock getting some good shots to start off with and sending Claw Viper into the screws, refusing to let up. There's some more shots that cause the top armor to buckle on Claw Viper, but Claw Viper is still going. However, they're not able to make much of it, as Claw Viper keeps taking more and more shots, and Hypershock is just on top of their game. After a few more hits, Claw Viper finally dies, and while it seemed to be barely moving, it wasn't enough to stop them from getting counted out. And being real, I don't think it could have done anything with how mangled the grabber and lifter setup looked to be. Hypershock was relentless in this fight, and they really had to be to help themselves move on to the round of 32. Claw Viper, in my opinion, is still safe to move on to the round of 32, but Hypershock showed that Claw Viper, while they may be better than ever, still has some growth to go to potentially become a champion. This is the thing that we gotta keep in mind. Robots like Claw Viper and Beta and Quantum, they're better than ever, but they have got to go up against some of these mighty robots like Hypershock and Endgame, and they've gotta be ready. It's good to see how good Claw Viper has gone, but it's still got a little bit of growth to go. Next up was Big Dill versus Free Shipping, and they actually bring out Nick from Endgame for this commentary, and they of course bring up the Ripperoni fight, but it is fun as ever to hear his takes on Gary Jin, Free Shipping, and Big Dill. Big Dill also brings out this mini-bot with just this gigantic vert on it for something of its size. It's so notable that even Gary was like, what the hell is that? I'm right there with you, Gary. Holy cow. That has the kind of like vert you'd expect to see on like some heavyweights. Now the battle begins and both robots are a little slow to start, but Free Shipping makes the initial ram, actually flipping itself over. The robots get to blows, but Big Dill gets a nice lift in. Both clash with their spinners, and that mini-bot might be the most powerful mini-bot I've ever seen. It's gyroing, and even pops Free Shipping a little before Big Dill gets an almighty hit in. Free Shipping is flying around like a robot half its weight in the box. Free Shipping does recover and rams one of the wheel guards off of Big Dill before it begins smoking. Free Shipping does get stuck on the pulverizer, and Big Dill tries to get them stuck. The pulverizer ends up freeing them, and they try again but end up beached. Big Dill ends up off, but Free Shipping is done. Man, Big Dill was scary in this one. This is a fight that I can't really do justice. I really recommend you check out the episode just for this fight, in my opinion, because the lifting arm and the spinner both worked amazingly on Big Dill. Free Shipping is always just such a fun robot to watch when it's getting bumped and flung around. Like I said, it's an entertaining robot, win or lose. And the mini-bot was also surprisingly fun to watch as, sure, it's a mini-bot, but that thing had way more power than you'd expect. It's probably the most powerful mini-bot I think we've ever seen in Battlebots. Now it's time for the main event hype package, as once again we have two championship level contenders ready to duke it out, and two teams that have really taken themselves to the limits of their designs. Both are basically guaranteed to make it, but winning this fight would be huge for them and would guarantee them pretty much one of the top seeds in the competition. But before we can get to that, it's time for Shred It Bro versus Lucky. And I knew right away Lucky had this easily. Lucky has been so dominant and is really low to the ground, while Shred It Bro has just been having a ton of teething problems. Lucky comes out with a long extending fork / spatula to help with getting under the drum, and with how thick it is, it might actually deal with my concerns that I had with Tantrum having a similar style. I heard that they might be using it against Cobalt later down the line. I don't know how well it's going to hold up to that kind of damage, but we'll see. The buzzer sounds and Shred It Bro rushes over, but before they could get the spinner up to speed, which seems like a rash decision, as Lucky is able to take control in the early goings. Though at the beginning, Lucky makes no huge flips. Shred It Bro is struggling to really get that death hum going with their spinner, as Lucky manages to get Shred It Bro into the screws, where Shred It Bro actually manages to slot perfectly with nothing for the screws to grab onto. Keep in mind, of course, they sometimes reverse the screws to try and help get the bots back into it. There was nothing for the screws to latch onto, so Shred It Bro was out, meaning Lucky goes on to 3-0. Now, this was definitely the weakest part of the night for me, but still better than a lot of the other night's weakest fights. Lucky is looking great, and now even with just Cobalt to go, they seem certain for the round of 32 now that they've gotten 3 victories. Now it's time for the main event, Hydra versus Sawblaze, and I really couldn't tell you how I thought this would go. Hydra, in my opinion, had the better ground game, but we know that against spinners, Hydra cannot afford to make mistakes, as it usually gets taken out quite easily by them. Now the fight begins and Sawblaze races and ends up getting caught on the seam, getting popped slightly by Hydra, but nothing substantial just yet. Sawblaze dances around and gets flipped about again, but keeps recovering quickly, but they're struggling to even get in too close to Hydra, who remains front on and gets in even more powerful flips. Sawblaze does get a shot in when facing from the back, but the drive is just a little off, as the flips from Hydra have caused some issues. There's some more glancing blows before Hydra goes into a flipping frenzy. Sawblaze did manage to get under Hydra, but the hammer arm seemed to struggle, before attempting again and getting a shot in, but Hydra gets back to throwing them around. Sawblaze gets a second shot in, but Hydra is unfazed as nothing vital is hit, and they flip Sawblaze over. Now Sawblaze's hammer arm isn't seeming to work properly, causing them to slowly be counted out, but Hydra actually flips them before the 10 count, allowing Sawblaze to keep fighting. The fight goes the distance and is headed to the judges, who of course give it to Hydra. Now for a one-sided fight, it was actually quite fun to watch. Hydra's ground game might be the best in Battlebots next to endgame, and it meant that they were able to dominate Sawblaze throughout the fight. I did wish that we got to see a little bit more from Sawblaze, but I understand that if we got to see more, the chances are the fight would have ended a lot sooner, because, again, I just don't think Hydra's very durable against big spinner hits. Now, overall, I'll admit I didn't have the highest expectations, but the card delivered some fun fights. Robots like Dragon King did better than I expected, while Claw Viper and Sawblaze struggled against championship level contenders, but all three had very fun fights. And yeah, sure, there was some downers like Shredded Bro vs Lucky, but I don't think that was enough to bring down the overall quality of the fight card. I think this was one of the better episodes personally, but of course your mileage may vary, but I definitely recommend checking it out nonetheless. But with that all being said, I hope you all enjoyed this. Welcome back once again to another BattleBots review. We're now on to episode 13. My goodness, this has been so exciting, and I'm not going to waste any time. Let's just jump into this. Now, the fight card this time around on the outset was far more exciting to me than last week's, with Quantum, Endgame, Fusion, Rotator, Scorpios, Ribbot, Dragon King, Terratops, Copperhead, and Ripperoni. This could be incredible. What a stacked card. But the fight cards do have a way of surprising me for better and for worse. As for example, I was pleasantly surprised by last week's episode. So I knew that I had to keep my expectations in check when heading into this one. So let's jump into this. The first fight was Emulsifier versus Quantum. Now, this fight, in my opinion, could have gone either way. It all depended on if Emulsifier could finally get those full power shots. Emulsifier, I thought, would actually go for one of their fork attachments, but they actually decided to go with a similar approach to Gruff, with some pieces of metal to deal with Quantum's biting power. They looked simple, but very effective, at least more so than Gruff's, as they looked a bit thicker. Quantum also went for their solid wedge, which I worried would come back to bite them, as if they took damage, they risked the wedge becoming unusable for the rest of the fight. Now the buzzer sounded and Quantum raced right for Emulsifier, who managed to rip off one of Quantum's fangs with a nice hit. That didn't stop Quantum, however, who bit into one of the treads. When they let go, Emulsifier got another shot in, but Quantum was relentless, slowing the weapon down, and they tried going in for another bite when disaster struck as the other tooth came off. However, Quantum still had a lot of grabbing power and managed to grab Emulsifier and just began pushing them around easily, even managing to rip off one of those crusher protectors Emulsifier puts on. Emulsifier gets some sparks in, but clearly is not designed to be like Death Row and just can't get their shots in like they'd want to, as Quantum shoves them about into the screws and Emulsifier at some point stops moving. Emulsifier barely keeps moving enough to avoid a counter and does end up popping Quantum up with a nice weapon shot, and Quantum has to grapple with them, but Emulsifier appears to end up stuck on a floor seam. The countout begins anew, but they manage to reach the 3 minute at the 2 count, which means they were so close to losing right there. Now the judges of course give it to Quantum, And I have two major takeaways from this. Quantum, of course, is incredible, and one of the best crushes the Sword has ever seen. Yes, up there with Razor in my opinion. But still, it has not yet fought a major vert this season that is at its full potential, such as a robot like Endgame or Minotaur, which could really give them issues. We saw that last week with Claw Viper, and I feel we really haven't had that chance to see how Quantum will deal with a similar threat. Quantum going 4-0 obviously though is genuinely incredible in my book, and I am super happy for them, but they will have to be ready for that round of 32, because at this point, round of 32, they cannot afford to lose once, because then they'll be out. Emulsifier, on the other hand, is a robot that I think has a ton of potential, but definitely seems to need to figure some things out. The main wedge they came with seems perfect for horizontal spinners, but they need to figure out what they're going to do with the ground clearance. They either need to get as low as possible, or try something akin to Death Roll, in my uneducated opinion. Still, I could be an armchair builder all I like, but Bots FC will absolutely be able to improve Emulsifier with no doubt in my mind, so chances are they've already been thinking long and hard on how to improve the robots. Next up was Endgame versus Gigabyte, which I already predicted right away was going to be a quick squash match. I have a soft spot for Gigabyte, sure, but Endgame is vicious. Again, former champion. A robot that could easily deflect them, and I just knew this was going to be short and sweet. Maybe not so much for Gigabyte though. The fight begins, and while both robots got up to speed, Endgame wastes no time with a huge hit, actually taking out a clock by slamming Gigabyte into it and ripping off the Shremek pole. Another almighty hit turns Gigabyte over into its Beyblade position, but Gigabyte knows they're done and just stops spinning, assuming they could keep going. As the robot is badly damaged and Endgame back up, gyro dancing for victory as Gigabyte is counted out. Now let's be honest, this was only ever really going to go one way, but did we expect it to end this quickly? Absolutely incredible by Endgame, who has done everything they can to redeem themselves after the Ripperoni loss, and I think an emphatic victory like that is going to be considered when heading to the round of 32. Of course, at the end of the day, like was said, it doesn't really matter what number they get, round of 32 is still the round of 32, but man, that was a hell of a performance. Next up was Shredded Bro versus Overhaul. Again, this was a fight I felt Shredded Bro had little to no chance in. That drum just hasn't been consistent enough for me, and the ground game was, in my opinion, definitely going to be Overhaul's. Both robots are cautious in the beginning of the fight, but Overhaul does get a nice lift in from behind, but then Shredded Bro turns, and their drum is so slow that Overhaul just grabs it and drives them into the screws. Shredded Bro tries again, and you get to finally hear that frightening death hum, but Overhaul causes Shredded Bro to use its energy on the arena with another grab that slams them about. Shredded Bro gets back up to speed and gets some nice shots in return. Overhaul keeps going and does keep pushing Shredded Bro about, but the sparks flying are undeniable. Shredded Bro gets another shot in, and Overhaul once again retaliates with more lifts and shoves. However, Shredded Bro continues humming about as they manage to flip Overhaul over and just keep going, causing Overhaul to flip over once again. In the final moments, they get a more massive shots in on Overhaul and finally get in some major damage as Overhaul's drive seems to give up right at the final moments. It looks like there's some post-fight hits, but Evan backs up and there seems to be no ill will. Still felt it right to mention anyway, you know, if I'm going to mention the Riptide Shredderator fight, I feel like I should mention it anyway. But it goes to the judges who, in a split decision, give it to Shredded Bro in a shock in the end. And honestly, this fight was way more competitive than I thought it would be. Just as I begin losing hope in Shredded Bro, they finally give me the performance I've been waiting to see from them. The drum has a nice death hum when it really gets going, and Overhaul was getting thrown around. Overhaul, of course, is better than it's ever been in my opinion, and it did have some nice moments in this match. So all in all, this fight was way better than I expected it to be. Not a huge hitter, but it absolutely beat my expectations. Next up was Rotator versus Fusion, which was a fight that, again, I was especially split on. On one end we have Rotator, who is especially reliable and durable, with a pretty nice weapon, but as we've seen, Fusion has two very capable weapons That means Rotator could have been struggling in either case, but with that lack of reliability, made it so I wasn't sure how it could fall. Now the battle begins and Rotator and Fusion goes vert on plow, but the first shot sends Fusion flying. Fusion ends up getting a nice shot in with the horizontal, which causes them to fly off once again. And another nice exchange, and Fusion's horizontal spinner dies briefly before the vert seems to give up instead. Rotator was very hesitant as Fusion and Rotator got up to speed, but Fusion ends up catching on fire as Rotator finally goes in for a hit, and while Rotator's weapons seem to die, Fusion entirely dies at this point and is counted out. I'm a little disappointed by the ending of this fight, I won't lie. Both robots gave some mighty hits in the beginning, but the trepidation by Rotator and Fusion's reliability issues coming back caused this fight to end on a bit of a damp note. Next up was Ribot versus Scorpios, and again I felt this one was going to be a tough one to call. Ribot is typically a robot that I'd go for every time, but it just hasn't seemingly worked out in its previous fights. Though coming out with 7 forks, they really were trying their best to ensure that there was going to be nothing left to chance. But listen, I'll try to avoid talking about the lack of symmetry of the forks, you know, how one side has one less fork, how the long forks aren't even in the same position on each side. No, I'm not going to talk about it. We're going to move on. The fight starts and Ribot races out, but Scorpios wins the ground game initially, with their thicker forks pushing under Ribot, and they get some nice shots in. Ribot, however, returns in kind and causes the weapon chain of Scorpios to come loose. Scorpios does get under again, but all they can do is bat at the frog. Ribot retaliates with some major shots on the Scorpios. Scorpios is getting to fight a Ribot that's desperate to redeem itself in its last fight. Scorpios does keep going, but Ribot is tearing them apart. Soon their forks are damaged, their left tire is basically gone, and just in general, Scorpios looks a mess. After some more sparks, Ribot backs up as Scorpios is counted out. Ribot ends off on a KO victory, and finally, we get to see the Ribot we've been waiting for all season. This was a fun, if brief fight. Scorpios did get a nice bit early on, but Ribot did some insane damage. Before the next fight, we have the hype package for Copperhead versus Ripperoni, which is honestly such a cool fight. Ripperoni stunned everyone with its win over Endgame, but Copperhead has proven to be amazing at taking out robots that are leaning into wilder spinner designs, what with it just being a very solid, sturdy package. At the same time, Ripperoni is unlike anything Copperhead has ever faced before, so this genuinely could go either way. But before that, we have Terratops versus Dragon King. Off topic, but I do wonder if these exhibition fights will continue. What with Destructophon apparently planning to add proving grounds for new teams and designs, we might want to enjoy Dragon King while we can. Terratops, on the other hand, I have a feeling will be a little more safe. It's got a pretty good spinner and the lifter also seems pretty decent, so I have a feeling they may get an invitation to Season 8. Assuming it does in fact take place. The match begins and both robots come out and Terratops gets the first shot, but Dragon King returns with a go at its saw. It's a really good driving fight as Dragon King gets around and gets a brief bite. Terratops is well built, but as a rookie team, they're definitely being outdriven in the early stages. However, with a weapon like Terratops, it only takes one mistake, much like the Claw Viper Hypershock fight, which is what they get as they manage to rip off one of Dragon King's tracks. Terratops Spinner does seem to give up after this, but they manage to get some great lifts on Dragon King, one involving into a suplex as it hooks onto Dragon King's mouth. Dragon King refuses to give up, however, as it keeps trying to drive with that last half of its drive, but Terratops keeps the aggression going with some more lifts. Terratops ends up taking the judge's decision in the end, and much like both of these robots' previous fights, while maybe not a heavy hitter, I actually really enjoyed watching them. I feel like Dragon King might be a lower card equivalent to free shipping for me in terms of entertainment value, where if it does well, there's enough uniqueness to make it a blast to watch in action, and even when losing, there's so much going on here, it's fun to watch it just get killed. And Terratops for a rookie robot is way better than you would think. Sure, it has some reliability issues, and they clearly aren't ready to go for the giant nut just yet as they work out the driving, but Man, is it doing very well here for such a new team. 2-0 definitely makes it likely we'll see them return. And now it's time for the main event, Copperhead versus Ripperoni. Copperhead had a very fun pizza-themed entrance. Meanwhile, Ripperoni came out with ham and pineapple. Biggest villains in Battlebots. Okay, confession. I don't think I've ever actually had ham and pineapple. Maybe when I was like really little. Still, I think that's something more I dislike texturally rather than the flavour. Anyway, I've gone over why this fight is so hyped for me. You know, you got the crazy Ripperoni and the far more sensible Copperhead, but both are pretty much just as capable as each other. You know, I don't want to go into this. Let's not waste any time. The robots get up to speed in the early goings, but a major driving mistake on Copperhead's part meant Ripperoni got a huge shot in, flipping them over. Ripperoni then goes in for another shot and end up immobilizing Copperhead. And even when rereading my notes to record this, I forgot how short this was. And this has to be like the shortest main event on Battlebots since it first came back in like 2015. I mean, it ended so quickly that not only did they hype up next week's main event before the fight, but essentially became a Chris and Kenny podcast at the end as they discussed how likely the roles this episode are to move on. Which, don't get me wrong, I would totally be down for a Chris and Kenny podcast, but it's kind of wild. You know, this means that Ripperoni, of course, wins another fight, but we didn't get to see what would happen in a normal circumstance due to that lethally bad bit of driving, and we're really starting to see a bit of a reputation for the main event for ending way too quickly. You know, I've heard some people complain about that, how the main events have just been so short lately, but this has got to be the worst case. And I think overall, it kind of sums up this episode for me. It's a pretty hit and miss one. A few of the fights ended a little too early for my liking, and there was still some fun battles, but overall, you know, I was really excited for Copperhead and Ripperoni, so I can't help but feel a little let down in the end. But there's still some little glimmers in that I think you should check out. I'd recommend checking out stuff like Terratops, because we might be seeing them as a genuine contender next season, and I think it'd be good to see them in their early stages. Of course, stuff like Ribbot getting one last actual look in, we get to see the best fight of Shred Bro and Overhaul. There's still some bright spots in this episode, but I am a little disappointed overall. Here we are once again with another Battlebots review. It's episode 14, let's do this. Now in this intro we actually got to see the giant nut again, which has been a while, hasn't it? It's always good to see what everyone's fighting for. Now today's fight card looked incredibly interesting. Some fights like Starchild vs Huge and Mammoth vs Kraken I felt were pretty obvious as to their outcomes, but some fights could genuinely go either way, such as Triton vs Horizon, Bloodsport vs Beta, and the main event of Black Dragon vs Riptide. So I was very curious to see where this would go. And now for our first fight, it was Huge vs Starchild, which I was certain Starchild was basically screwed. They need to be able to hit their weapon pretty precisely, which has proven to be an issue for them this season, while Huge's major strength, apart from those wheels, is that it's basically nearly impossible to avoid that spinning bar when coming at them, which, as we've seen, that bar is on a whole other level this season. Now the battle begins, and Starchild races in while Huge gets up to speed. Starchild does get some thwacks in, but Huge at the same time brings the pain with their spinning bar. Huge continues the assault, while Starchild begins to flop around like a fish out of water. You can see Starchild trying its best to recover, but Huge continues tearing into them. Starchild ends up stuck in the screws for a moment, and Huge ends up knocking them loose with just another colossal hit. Starchild is barely hanging in there at this point, but refuses to give up, as Huge continues to tear them apart. With a limb and their weapon no longer working, they're basically done for. But as if to add an exclamation point, Huge rips a chunk off of Starchild's wheel and then sends the disc flying into the ceiling. And my god, this is what I like to see. If a robot's going to get this badly decimated, I want it to be because the other robot is actively wanting it. And Starchild is refusing to give up and actually makes it to the 3 minutes and to the judges. But you can tell by the team's expressions, they know there's no hope for them here, as the judges rightfully give it to Huge. And I have to give Starchild credit for getting a little in early on and just surviving more than anything. Because with that kind of damage, 99% of robots would never have made it all the way through that. That was incredible! Still, Huge is easily one of the best Virgil spinners in this season and might genuinely be a top contender for the Giant Nut. Robots like Endgame, Witch Doctor and Minotaur better beware, as their established statuses might end up being under threat, as we might get to see Huge do to them what I had originally hoped they would do to Bite Force back in the day. Honestly, Huge has me extremely excited because it has the potential to really throw the spanner in the works as to anyone's prediction for the Giant Nut. Now with that out of the way, next up was Shatter vs Ominous, which I was admittedly a little unsure on. Given how Shatter normally is a very strong contender but has just been having a bad season, meanwhile Ominous, who many have been excited about, including myself, to see based on his performance in the UK, has been failing to deliver as strongly in the US. This means that really neither robot is delivering at full potential so far this season and really need to redeem themselves in this fight. Still, with two robots with that Omni-Wheel drift drive, I knew it could be a very fun driving contest. Now the match begins and both robots drift around a bit, meaning Ominous can get up to speed, but Shatter does get some nice shots to start off with, even piercing Ominous's, I think, HDPE armor, though Ominous does return as they smack Shatter upwards. Shatter already looked a little bit shaky after that, but they keep firing hits, taking another blow from Ominous, and then after firing some more shots as they manage to rip off one of those sheets. The two end up a lot more cautious than before. By the time Shatter gets in position, they miss some of their swings. Now it seemed the drive of the two robots was struggling at this point, but both managed to exchange some more blows. Shatter's drive I felt was a little bit more worse off, as while Ominous isn't being aggressive, Shatter was struggling to keep moving. Ominous does get another shot in before the spinner stops, and it seems like Ominous is beginning to give up the ghost, as Shatter ends the fight swinging but mostly missing as it goes to the judges. Now the judges end up giving it to Shatter in a unanimous decision, which I can generally agree with based on the damage and aggression. Still, this is definitely one I could see being argued either way by the community with how Ominous fared. Again, I don't think we got to see these robots at their full potential, but it was nice to see them both, trading blows with each other. Before the next fight, they hype up Black Dragon's amazing work. Warrior, even if they got knocked out in their fight against Riptide, honestly deserve a lot of respect for making such a tanky robot. It's not just about the density of the armor or having the most powerful weapon, but as shown with Black Dragon, a lot of thought went into how to make sure Black Dragon can keep kicking on no matter what, really. It's genuinely great, and it goes to show that no matter what robot is in the competition, a lot has to go into making sure these things work. Next up was Triton versus Horizon, a situation where normally I'd assume Triton would have this based on Horizon having some pretty janky armor, but due to the difference in reliability, I genuinely couldn't tell. Triton has their long 80-pound bar for this one, the upper limit in how heavy a spinning weapon can be. So clearly they want to take advantage of the weapon disparity and rip Horizon apart. The fight begins and both robots take a second, but Horizon can get up to speed in a scary amount of time. Like, that thing goes so quickly before it stops. Then it spins up again, and then it stops. But then it spins up again! You get the idea. Meanwhile, Horizon has only one spinner working, so we're already off to a rocky start here. The two finally exchange some blows, and both doing some notable shots to each other, with Triton losing one half of its drive, and Horizon not looking too hot either, as it's barely moving. Triton manages to crab walk over to do some more hits, and eventually the referees decide that Horizon's movement is so insubstantial that it's counted out. Now, we definitely didn't get the big blows we were hoping for, but I do need to once again note just how quickly Triton can seemingly get up to speed. If they can pull it all together for next season, they could genuinely be a threatening force. An 80-pound weapon like that getting up to speed just so quickly means that they could really tear opponents apart before they even have a chance to think about it. If they could just get that armor checked out, if they can get that reliability worked on, that could be really quite a good horizontal spinner. Horizon, meanwhile, was a fun design, but in the end, it was always going to be uphill for them, and it seems they have a lot they need to figure out if they hope to return next time. Next up was Bloodsport versus Beta, and I was super excited for this one. Bloodsport comes out with the disc, which, while it might seem odd, I feel was a smart option. With how Beta's front wedge is proven to be able to endure robots like Tombstone before, I felt they were gonna go for the long game here and aim for the back instead of trying for a quick KO. I mean, keep in mind that the way that Tombstone won in the end was by disabling the hammer, not by destroying the wedge, so trying to last a while makes sense. Beta meanwhile comes out with the thinner hammer, which again makes sense, as it can bend and deform and still keep going, instead of fracturing like the regular hammer, which is going to be extremely important when fighting a robot like Bloodsport. Now the fight begins, and I am trying desperately to ignore Bloodsport's laptop. Bloodsport is up to speed pretty quickly, but as expected, Beta's wedge deflects the blows like it's nothing, and they manage to repeatedly upset the balance and cause Bloodsport to bounce around. Beta also manages to get a few swings in. Beta goes in again and is using Bloodsport's power against him, making them bounce onto the upper deck. It's like a game of pinball, people. They continue hunting Bloodsport down, pinning them against the screws and aiming for that weapon motor. Bloodsport gets their first major shot against Beta, but Beta just shrugs it off and continues to suffocate them, ramming them into the walls repeatedly. Beta keeps pinning and swinging, throwing Bloodsport all around and using its energy against them. We're really getting to see how the veteran hammer drivers utilize the robot effectively. Bloodsport does manage to wedge Beta, but the kills just make it so that Bloodsport is unable to take advantage, and the match ends there, and Bloodsport was absolutely devastated, not even really getting a look in this fight, which I don't think anyone could have really expected, given the power of Bloodsport and how Beta, you know, it's a Hammerbot. Hammerbots don't typically do this well, especially in the modern age. But the judges give it to Beta. Now, this was a fun fight for Beta fans like myself. I love Bloodsport as well, and I am admittedly also a little sad that they haven't been able to get this design where they want it to be, but Beta was supremely impressive, and I think absolutely deserved that win. They are the best I think we've ever seen from them, and it's just been wonderful to watch. And to the Bloodsport team, I hope they all the best for them in working out all of the issues that they've had to get them back to being such a competitive horizontal again for the next season. Next up was Mammoth versus Kraken, which Mammoth apparently had to switch out its drive motors, now going for ones that Hypershock used, which, that's pretty good. But the real thing that really put them over the edge was that they brought a dog! Oh my god, I love him so much! The fight begins and Mammoth is noticeably faster, pushing Kraken away, though Kraken seems to think it's another green scaly robot as it starts hitting like Death Roll. However, Mammoth refuses to relent as it keeps pushing Kraken away. Kraken does get some more good shots in, but Mammoth is holding strong and gets another big hit in. Kraken seems to be struggling with the position of the weapon arm, as every time they try to lower it to get into that kind of death roll position, it ends up being too low and hitting the floor before stopping entirely. Mammoth begins flipping Kraken over, and they don't have enough ability to raise the arm in order to self-right effectively. Mammoth just keeps smothering them before finally letting them bounce back. Mammoth then goes in for more as Kraken continues to flounder around like a fish out of water, getting flipped over again. Mammoth is essentially just bullying them at this point and taking their lunch money as they finally back away, letting Kraken leave in the final 10 seconds, and their weapon finally begins spinning again. Unfortunately for Kraken, it's too little too late as the fight goes to the judges, who give it to Mammoth. Now I'll admit this wasn't my favourite fight. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised to see Mammoth pull out a victory, and its improved drive is so much better. Like, seriously, if they come back next season, I'd really like Mammoth to maybe consider, you know, the drive motors that they used this time around, because I think that made all the difference. You know, Mammoth has had some amazing fights in the past, and while this was fine, let me make it clear, I did enjoy the fight. You know, this was like a 6 out of 10, yeah, maybe a 7. It was alright. Just nothing special compared to some of the quality fights we've seen from Mammoth in the past. Still, this gives Mammoth a chance to redeem itself and potentially enter the round of 32, which is honestly awesome. I love how some of this stuff is still up in the air, and it'll be interesting to see who finally makes it through. Then it was main event hype package time, which, given how Riptide is a controversy magnet this season, I'll admit, I'd be lying if I said this fight didn't make me uneasy. If Riptide wins and KOs Black Dragon, then they'll only cause more outrage as being the ones who to finally break the record. Also, why did they zoom in on Kenny Florian when he was just smiling and not saying anything? It was funny, but I feel like I kind of broke the mood of it. You know, it's being all dramatic and then you just get Kenny just happy, you know, just enjoying himself. He's just vibing. He's just vibing, you know? But anyway, before we get to the main event, we have Valkyrie versus Glitch. Now the fight begins and both robots get up to speed, but Glitch struggles in the beginning as Valkyrie gets a shot on the side and Glitch stops moving. Valkyrie hangs in close, which was the right decision as Glitch finally starts moving, then stops again, before finally beginning to move again. Both robots get up to speed as Glitch finally goes in and rips Valkyrie's fork right off. Valkyrie returns with some shots, and then one blow at their front causes Glitch to once again die for a moment. They begin moving after a while, but their weapon has died, completely cracked from the damage sustained. Valkyrie keeps taking shots at the back of Glitch where the wheels lie, and Glitch is barely able to move. Valkyrie keeps going in for more shots on Glitch, ripping pieces off of the vert. Now the fight goes to the judges that give it to Valkyrie for their dominating fight. While not enough in my opinion to make it to the round of 32, it was a pretty high note to go out on. Glitch meanwhile will really need to figure out what was wrong this season, because it's such a promising robot. It's shocking to me that it's fallen this much. Anyway, it's time for the main event now. Riptide versus Black Dragon. I've got to give it to Farouk for including 5,000 different memes in the Riptide intro without making me cringe to death. Like, that takes talent. Something that Farouk has evidently shown season after season after season. Also, Riptide comes out this time with some monumentally long forks. Black Dragon also has their heaviest weapon in order to come blow to blow with Riptide. Now the fight begins and Riptide races out, but Black Dragon tries going around. Likely to try and manipulate Riptide into gyro dancing. Riptide, however, sends Black Dragon into orbit, and after that, it is just downhill for Black Dragon as they keep repeatedly sending them up into the air. Black Dragon keeps fighting, but are taking some obscene amounts of damage from Riptide, who buckle their armor before flipping them over and causing them to get counted out. Just as I predicted in a previous review, this no KO thing was brought up for Riptide to smash the record. There's a reason they don't really bring up no KOs. This, I feel, was almost perfectly set up so that Riptide would smash it. Now, if I can come to the defense of Riptide, as I know there's going to be a lot of outrage, Riptide didn't do anything wrong this time as far as I know. I'm not saying like the team. I'm not here to tell you that you should like or dislike the team. But in terms of this specific fight, the team didn't do anything. They simply just won and were able to knock out Black Dragon for the very first time. You can be annoyed that they were the ones to do it, but that isn't Team Riptide's fault. You know, you can blame them for the Shredderator thing, you can blame them for how they behaved in the Mad Cattle fight, but they just were perfectly fine. And in fact, they seemed a bit more humble this time around, which I was happy to see. It is a shame for Warrior to lose like this, but I'm glad they've been given the respect they deserve, and I hope they still get a pretty good seed in the round of 32, because it's just good to see Black Dragon finally getting some major kudos for actually being a pretty solid machine. It's finally time! The final episode of Battlebots before the round of 32. The episode where the robots have to give their final impressions before it's finally called. And I'm going to be reviewing this episode here today. Let's do this! Now the fight card looked quite interesting. We finally get to see more of Slammo, and again in the middle of the card is what would normally be considered a main event in my opinion between Whiplash and Tantrum. And of course, the main event, the Minotaur versus Witch Doctor rematch is finally here. People have been getting excited about this all season. Now first up, we got Lucky versus Cobalt, which was one I was very nervous for Lucky on. They are a certainty for the round of 32, but Cobalt is without a doubt going to be their toughest test to date. Cobalt, meanwhile, with one more win, absolutely would secure themselves a pretty nice spot on the round of 32. Now the fight begins, and with one mighty hit, they tear Lucky apart and cause an almighty explosion as they hit one of the tanks inside of Lucky. Lucky clearly still has some gas left in it as it manages to self-right, but Cobalt has messed them up, and after a push, Lucky finally dies. Now this was short, but oh so brutal an opening fight. This is what will make Cobalt a genuine threat for the top, the way that they can take out an opponent before they even know it. If they face a robot like Hydra and get under them, they could genuinely make a major upset here. Next up was Blip versus Banshee, and they waste no time really, as both robots were already inside the box. Banshee, weirdly enough, had no wedgelets, which I found very strange given a flipper's greatest asset is their ground clearance. That's pretty much an essential part of what makes that design work. Apparently it was to get around Blip, but I thought that was a fool's errand because unless you're a robot that's as quick as Hypershock or Claw Viper, I don't think getting around is a very viable strategy, honestly. Blip, meanwhile, has this block on them which was apparently meant to help them get better flips in. I don't get it, but whatever. Now the fight starts and we get some initial wedges from Blip, but nothing substantial yet, as the block seems to be a little too big and is preventing them from wedging enough, given the fact that, because unlike a lot of other wedge flippers, Blip's flipper panel is like slightly recessed to allow for like the forks and whatnot. So they're not quite getting enough of a wedge in to allow for a flip. Banshee and Blip keep going for each other, but neither are able to do much, as Banshee just can't get under Blip, and Blip can't seem to get any flips in, and their piano keys keep falling off as well. The fight continues with a bunch of rams from Blip, and finally some small flips to Banshee, and Banshee seems unable to self-right, though they don't have to worry as Blip flips them back. Blip finally gets some decent flips in at the end to close the fight out, and I am soundly unimpressed. The judges of course give it to Blip, but I don't think anyone could say they won in spirit after those performances. Maybe I'm spoiled seeing how Battlebots flippers usually perform alongside some of the amazing flippers in the UK scene, but this fight vastly underwhelmed me. I was hoping to see two robots throwing each other around. I just know both of these robots can do better, so this was a massive shame. The main event hype package comes a little bit earlier than usual, as they talk about Witch Doctor and Monsoon, how the controversial fight between two modern Battlebots legends caused the rules to be changed. And I appreciate how, despite how they may feel about the fight, they make it clear that there's no animosity between the teams, which I think, what with how fans can be online, is a very important distinction to make. It's so easy for fans to wildly blow these kinds of moments out of proportion, so while it can be good for ratings to lean on the drama, it is good to not let it cloud the judgment of the team's character. Next up was Monsoon versus Death Roll. Now Monsoon came out with a new wedge for this fight, which normally I'd be all for, but I felt might have been a bad choice, as if it got hit by Death Roll, it could have ended up buckling and really could have put Monsoon in a potential disadvantage. Both of these robots are robots that mainly rely on their long reach and their powerful weapon, so I was interested to see how this would go. Now the fight begins and both robots get up to speed as Death Roll rushes over, but Monsoon ends up actually getting the initial hit, and Death Roll's drive is clearly damaged after that. And after a few more glancing blows, Death Roll is done! Now I did not expect that at all. I was expecting a much more back and forth fight, and I gotta say, I love Monsoon and I'm happy that they won. They got very lucky there, as given Death Roll's normal reliability, this could have been a lot more brutal. Not saying Monsoon couldn't have won, but definitely could have ended up with a lot more scrap metal in the arena. Still, a great fight, and I'm super happy for Monsoon in the end. Next up was Tantrum versus Whiplash, which I was already concerned because they were already giving us the reasons how Tantrum isn't ready yet. It's like you're already trying to get us ready for the disappointment of the fight to come, which
Spoiler alert. The buzzer sounds and both robots race out, with Whiplash coming straight in while Tantrum dances around. Tantrum gets the initial attacks in with some good punches, though Whiplash returns with a nice lift and spinner hit into the screws, flipping Tantrum over, where their Self-Rider again fails to perform due to the chain getting, dislodged or broken. I've heard some people call Tantrum a paper champion, and honestly, I think that's untrue and quite frankly disrespectful of all the effort the team has taken to get them as far as they did last season, but they definitely have fallen majorly from grace this time around. It's another disappointing fight as it was over before we knew it. It could have been vastly more entertaining if Tantrum could have just been able to self-right, as we could have seen a real good fight between two high-tier robots. Next up was Hijinks versus Switchback, which I had very low expectations heading into this one. I will say there were some nice and interesting attempts at armor between Switchback's anti-horizontal wedge and Hijinks' AR-500 ribs, both trying to do things in their own special way at dealing with each other's weapons. I liked it. Switchback races right over and jams up Hijinks' weapon as they get some nice hits in, flipping Hijinks over. Hijinks starts getting up to speed, but Switchback is undeterred, as Hijinks' drive also seemed to be dying. At least they seem to be going a lot slower. But that doesn't matter, as with one almighty blow, the bar of Hijinks is ripped right off by Switchback. Holy cow! It's been a while since we got to see a short fight that was more of a great moment rather than a great match, but Switchback really got to show that weapon potential there with such an impressive shot. So I gotta give them that. That was probably their best moment the entire season. Next up was Slammo versus Double Tap, the last exhibition fight of the season, and the last fight before the main event. And one that I didn't think would last long, as if Slammo got a suplex in, Double Tap pretty much is done for. I don't think it can self-right, and it's certainly not invertible. Now Slammo races in as Double Tap gets up to speed and gets a light tap in before driving into the wall, stopping the spinner from getting back up to speed. Slammo gets some grabs in, but is unable to get that suplex in. Double Tap gets another shot in, and Slammo then grabs on and lifts Double Tap slightly. Double Tap seems to be having some trouble spinning up as the bar is a lot more slow, and Slammo's drive starts giving up. Double Tap's drive starts giving up, so we get there begging us not to change the channel. It's happened again. The fight's gotten so bad that they're begging us not to change the channel. We promise the main event's going to be awesome. Please stay with us. Now, to be fair in this case, both robots are just bumping into each other ineffectually. Double Tap, I feel, is getting more as it's not quite crab walking, but neither are really doing anything. Chris mentions about impressing, so that they can try and get into the real competition next time around, but I can tell you that neither is doing that in this fight. Double Tap's weapon does seem to briefly come back in the final 10 seconds as they get one last tap in, and it goes to the judges who give it to Double Tap, and man, that was another sad fight. Oh my god. There doesn't seem to have been a single great fight in this episode, and it all rests with the main event now, between Witch Doctor and Minotaur. Now the fight begins and both go spinner to spinner, with Minotaur getting the upper hand as they then pin Witch Doctor on the side of the arena and get some sparks in as they keep digging into the side with their drum. Soon they bend and break off Witch Doctor's forks with some amazing shots, but Witch Doctor then gets an almighty blow on Minotaur, sending them flying, and it takes Minotaur a moment to recover. The two then go weapon to weapon again, which causes Minotaur to go flying, and Minotaur is now struggling as it begins smoking, though they do manage to push Witch Doctor back into the wall again. Witch Doctor begins smoking next, as Minotaur goes and pins them once more. Both robots are struggling to do much now, as both of their weapons give up the ghost. This would seemingly normally be Witch Doctor's to win, what with the stronger drive, but both start crab walking as well and struggle to make meaningful pushes. Not for lack of trying, this isn't like the Double Tap Slammo fight, where the robots are just unable to do much of anything. You can see that these two are really doing everything they can, and, there's clearly a lot of effort to try and take control, even with the robots barely clinging on. The fight comes to a close though, and it goes to the judges. The judges end up giving it to Minotaur, which I think is absolutely deserved. But man, another disappointing fight. Both did the best they could given the circumstances, but it definitely sucked to see them both lose their weapons and part of their drive so quickly, given just how good this fight was, and of course the legendary performances these two teams have had. These robots are two modern Battlebots legends in my opinion, and I just know that they are capable of so much more. I did enjoy Marco and Andrea's peace talks though. Again, the online community could get way too hung up on some of this stuff, and I appreciate that, you know, they just made it very clear that there's no ill will. I kind of got the idea a lot of the time that there's very rarely ill will between the teams. You know, it's a competition, sure, but it's a community. There's friendships, you know. It's not that deep a lot of the time. They then reveal the brackets for the round of 32, but I'm saving that for another video because we're going to compare my predictions to how it actually shaped up on the show. Now, overall, this might have been the worst episode of the season, which I hate saying that, but God, this was so disappointing. Apart from big moments like Lucky vs. Cobalt and Switchback vs. Hijinks, each fight ended either too quickly or on a sour note as the robots couldn't deliver at the end due to the damage built up or just not being able to, you know, deliver their full potential. It really sucked, especially as we were getting so hyped up for the round of 32. Watching some of the robots that are going to be moving on failing to deliver, it just hurts, man. I don't know what to say. I was asked to make a predictions video on which robots I think will be making it into the round of 32. Now, at the time of recording, we've only seen 10 episodes of Battlebots. There's still so many fights left to go. So, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get these quite accurately enough, but I thought I'd give it a try. You know, because part of the fun is going to be seeing how close or far I end up getting some of these predictions. So, with that all being said, here are my predictions, at the moment at least, for who I think will make it to the round of 32. We'll start from number 1 and we'll then end up at number 32. I don't really feel that strongly about the numbering, but, you know, I kind of have to, don't I? You know, that's the whole point of the video. And I'll try to explain myself as best as I can, but again, some of these were really difficult to pick, to be honest. And first up, our number 1 seed, I'm almost certain, is going to be Endgame. Now, you might be wondering why I'd pick Endgame, given that there are robots right now that are undefeated. Well, it's a few things. Firstly, you know, there's some tough opponents that Endgame has beaten, such as Blip and Hypershock. Their loss is to surprise up-and-comer Ripperoni, which I actually think could end up working in their favour. And they're a former champion and Golden Bolt winner. I think that as well will catapult Endgame to maintaining that number 1 seed heading into the round of 32. Then you got number 2, which is Witch Doctor. Now, Witch Doctor, currently at the time of recording, standing at 3-0. After attaining wins over Ribbot, Fusion, and Gruff with a fight against Minotaur to go. Again, pedigree definitely helps in this case, as I feel that it'll help Witch Doctor in gaining a higher seed, but being undefeated and potentially, I think, may even go 4-0, though saying that, as a massive Minotaur fan, I do feel it could go either way, but if Witch Doctor does manage to secure 4-0, I could see them getting the number 2 seed. Number 3, and a controversial one, it's Riptide. Riptide, who has been decimating the competition, and I have a feeling will no doubt go 4-0. It's beaten Glitch, it's beaten Mad Catter, it's beaten Shredderator, and, you know, whether or not we'll have to see whether or not it ends up knocking out Black Dragon, it's going to go 4-0 in my opinion. I think that's almost a certainty, and like Riptide or not, that's going to be extremely hard to argue against in it getting such a high placing. To me, it just makes sense. You know, like them or not, they've done so well. Of course, they're going to get like the number 3 placement in the top 32.
Then you have Sawblaze, who is currently undefeated after beating Hypershock, Lockjaw, and Scorpios. And with one fight left to go, which win or lose, they're going to do very well against Hydra. Now, if they lose, they've lost to a very high tier opponent. If they win, which I think they will, they'll have beaten a high tier opponent. And I think that that will be enough to get them the number 4 placement in the round of 32. Then we got Minotaur at number 5, who has so far done exceptionally well, beating Tantrum, free shipping, Cobalt, and will have a match against Witch Doctor. Just based on the fact that they've beaten a champion and will be going toe-to-toe with Witch Doctor, win or lose, that already would secure them a spot in my opinion. However, their wins against free shipping and Cobalt will almost assure them the win. And like anyone who's 3-0 right now, I can spoil this for you, they're on my list. Like, at this point, something would have to go catastrophically wrong for them to not make it. And then at number 6, we have Claw Viper. Claw Viper, who has gone 3-0 against Ominous, Ribbot, and Overhaul. And his last fight is going to be against Hypershock. Now, some people are definitely going to be questioning me putting Claw Viper this high, but I think Claw Viper's shocking performance, like, they're dominating displays, I think is going to impress enough that it's going to get a notable bump. Similar to what I feel is will happen with Riptide getting the number 3 spot. I think in this case, these robots are going to impress so much the selection committee that they're going to just put these robots in these high positions. Another robot that I think will do exactly that is the wonderful pizza Ripperoni. Now, Ripperoni may have lost its first fight against Gruff, but its wins so far have been exceptional. Not only getting a KO win over Hijinks, but beating former champions Endgame. That is incredible. That win alone, coupled with the Hijinks win, which is almost just the icing on top, I think that has secured them that win. Even if they lose to Copperhead, which would bump them quite a few positions down on my list, you know, I'd still say that they're a shoo-in to be in the round of 32. But I have faith that they might just break the Copperhead curse and go 3-1. But I will admit, giving it the number 7 spot was difficult, given the performance of number 8, Huge! Huge, who has been devastating, and who I'm almost certain will be going 4-0. Shatter, Blip, Fusion, and Starchild. You know, some incredible fights. Only thing that I think, you know, now we've got to look at the strength of the schedule, and the only reason I'd rank it lower is because while 4-0, wins against, you know, newer robots like Starchild, Hammerbots like Shatter, and previously very unreliable Fusion, I feel like this is a situation where the committee might not place it as high as some of the other undefeated robots. Still, Huge in my mind has got this in the bag, a guaranteed 4-0 in my opinion. Then at number 9, we have Quantum! Quantum, the Great Crusher, bringing back just that amazing piercing potential as they took out Captain Shredderator, Gruff, and Black Dragon, with their last fight being against Emulsifier. And while it'll be difficult, I think they might just be able to pull this off. Emulsifier is not the lowest to the ground robot ever made, and I think Quantum could get that 4-0 victory. I don't think the schedule is quite strong enough to get them any higher up, but again, going 3-0 and potentially even 4-0 is more than enough in my opinion to get you into that top 10. Quantum has had a hell of a performance this season, and I am so happy to see it. Now, we were talking about performances we didn't see coming with the likes of Claw Viper, but did anyone expect the fights we've seen with Copperhead? Copperhead, who has destroyed Bloodsword, destroyed Triton, and Kraken, it didn't know what it was doing. Copperhead has gone crazy this season, and with one last fight to go against Ripperoni, there is the real chance the curse takes hold and Ripperoni's rear flywheel stops working, meaning Copperhead would easily have that fight. So, to me, that means that Ripperoni, could allow Copperhead to go much higher in the list. But, as it stands, because I don't think they're going to be able to win this one, I've got to give this a number 10 spot. And then number 11, we have Death Roll. Now, Death Roll, you might think is a little bit more on shaky grounds. I mean, their wins so far are just Switchback and Mammoth. Not to say anything bad about these robots, but Mammoth hasn't got the strongest armor, and Switchback is still proving itself. Its loss is to Cobalt, which, while that's definitely a stronger robot to lose to, again, we got to keep in mind that strength of schedule, it's not enough to necessarily grant them round of 32 position. But I think that their fight against Monsoon will turn the tide. Once they get that, they will be 3-1. And like I said, once you get to that position, once you've gotten 3 victories, I think you're a shoo-in for the round of 32. So in my mind, it doesn't matter that Switchback and Mammoth may not be the strongest wins. The loss to someone as strong as Cobalt and the win over Monsoon, I think will be enough to get them into the round of 32. And at number 12, we have the new generation of Flipper. It's Team Waiachi's Hydra. Coming in at 2-1, I gotta say the strength of schedule really comes through on their loss, as it was to former champion Tantrum, defending champions Tantrum at that. That to me is a great argument for them for the strength of schedule. Again, you can lose, but if you lose to someone that's good, then that is massively beneficial to you. More beneficial if you won, of course, though. Their wins so far have been to Rotator and free shipping, and a Rotator win definitely would have been very nice. And while I think they're going to lose to Sawblaze, again, that's another extremely solid argument. A 2-2 record's getting a bit dicey, but a 2-2 record, I think it's a strong enough one to get them in. Then you've got number 13, Mad Catter. Mad Catter, who has had wins over Whiplash and Big Dill, so far has been doing pretty solidly. And its main struggle has been against the almighty Riptide, which took them out in about a minute. Now saying that, Mad Catter has one more fight to really prove itself against Lockjaw, and I think this is going to, completely secure Mad Catter's position. Finding robots like Whiplash and Lockjaw absolutely are robots that are going to give them that strength of schedule. If they win that fight, they're guaranteed in. But even if they lose, I think they've still got a potential argument to make here. And then at number 14, we have Beta! Beta, who, oh my god, has had an incredible performance so far. Now, we only have 2 of the fights at the moment, Kraken and Shatter. Their other fights will be against Black Dragon and Bloodsport, and I gotta admit, I'm a little nervous for them. Black Dragon, I think Beta's done for now. I've gotta be straight up. I think Black Dragon is gonna have him. Beta struggles immensely with Verts. But Bloodsport might be a different story. This new version of Bloodsport hasn't seemingly found its footing quite yet, and, with a very vulnerable top part, Beta might just have their number. Either way, I think they're going to have a strong enough argument to make the round of 32, but of course, my positioning is this high because I think that they'll be able to beat Bloodsport. If they lose, then again, they'll probably go severely down the list, but not enough to knock them off, in my opinion. Then we have Scorpios. Now, Team Scorpios, the fight against Sawblaze massively disappointed, but with 2 wins over Jackpot and Big Dill, and I feel could potentially beat Rebot, will give them that 3-1 that will get them into the round of 32. And plus, of course, a loss to Sawblaze, while that was a very bad loss, might still be a decent argument for them. So, I think they've got this pretty much in the bag. Then you got number 16, it's Cobalt! Oh my god, you knew this was coming! Don't try to pretend you didn't. Cobalt, which beat Death Roll, lost to Minotaur. Sure, 1-1, you might be thinking, why would you pick Cobalt? Because of its next 2 fights, Overhaul and Lucky. Now, I love Lucky, and I think Overhaul's pretty cool. I see why a lot of people like Overhaul. They're not beating Cobalt. Cobalt is going to have an easy run to 3-1, in my opinion. No doubt in my mind. So, with that in mind, I think Cobalt is safe for the round of 32. Then I believe number 17 will be Blip. Now, Blip has had a rocky time, admittedly, but its losses have been to high-tier opponents. Endgame and Huge. Again, they've lost to a former champion, and they lost to Huge. Huge is a very well-proven robot so far, especially in this latest run. And of course, their win so far has been to defending champions Tantrum. They just need to beat Banshee, which may not be a lot, but I think the strength of schedule is really going to be backing Blip up here. Then at number 18, I believe Fusion will make the round of 32. Now, this one I'm a little bit nervous about, because, of course, we know that Fusion is pretty unreliable. You know, Fusion, however, has had a win over Emulsifier, maybe not the craziest thing, but its losses to Witch Doctor and Huge is a great strength of schedule argument, and I think that they're going to really throw Rotator off its game. Keep in mind that a lot of these spinners, they're going to struggle to know how to deal with Fusion. You either, if you're a horizontal, then Fusion can just come at you with the vert and knock you everywhere. If you try to get low to the ground, then Fusion can send its horizontal at you. I just feel like Rotator might struggle here. So I think Fusion might go 2-2. At number 19, I believe Malice will make it through to the round of 32, based on the fact that I think that it's got itself pretty well secured. Lockjaw is its one big loss, and Emulsifier and Valkyrie are its wins. Both pretty solid wins in my opinion. And its last match is against Gruff. Maybe not the strongest schedule overall. There's definitely robots with much more competitive schedules. But I think Malice is going to have a solid enough argument to just make their way in, and my placing is just in case that they win. Because if they beat Gruff, I think that's going to bump them up just that little bit more, given that they will be 3-1. Number 20, I believe Lucky is going to make it through to the round of 32. Now, I told you that I think Lucky is going to lose to Cobalt, but they have another fight that they're going to need to do as well against Shred It Bro. And listen, I think Shred It Bro's neat, but I don't think it's going to win. Lucky is so low to the ground, it's doing so well, and Shred It Bro just has these teething issues. I don't think it's going to be able to beat Lucky, meaning Lucky is going to go 3-1 in my opinion. And that is going to be pretty good for it. That is definitely going to guarantee it a round of 32 spots. Its other wins against Triton and Kraken were also really good. I think Lucky is having one of the best runs it's had in a while. Then at number 21, it's Black Dragon. Black Dragon, who in my opinion is having one crazy schedule so far. A win against Monsoon and a loss to Quantum. So far, their run might be on the balance right now. Some of you might not be sure if Black Dragon's going to make it, but I think a guaranteed win against Beta is absolutely going to help. And then their fight against Riptide, if they win, that'll be huge. Massive for them. Even if they lose though, that would still be 2-2, and I think the schedule would be just strong enough to ensure that they won't be going anywhere. Now at number 22, I believe Rotator will be making it into the round of 32. Now Rotator, who has lost to Hydra, but won against Jackpots, and has fights with Bloodsport and Fusion. Now Bloodsport, I think, is a shoo-in for Rotator. I love Bloodsport, but it's really struggling at the moment, and I just don't know if that motor gets hit by Rotator's weapon, over. End of story. Just nothing happening there. Rotator, if it could do that, I think it's got a solid argument to make it into the round of 32. And that fight against Fusion, I said that I think Fusion's got it, but I can't say that I'm certain. That's going to be one to watch. Then at number 23, I think Hypershock will be making it into the round of 32. Now, its losses are against high-tier opponents like Sawblaze and Endgame, which again, we have to go back to the strength of schedule argument, as that's a real thing that they do consider in Battlebots. Sure, it doesn't mean as much as winning, but if you lose to Endgame, that probably does mean more than winning against Balespear, for instance, I think that will help Hypershock in the long run. Plus, their win over Whiplash will have helped them immensely, and I think that they've got a good chance of beating Claw Viper. I would love Claw Viper to go 4-0, but Hypershock, they just need one mistake to really ruin Claw Viper's day. With that in mind, Hypershock, I think it's going to go up to the round of 32. Now, number 24, and I can definitely tell that I'm starting to get on shakier and shakier grounds the lower in the 32 spots I get. But I think Bloodsport is going to make it. Bloodsport has so far lost to Copperhead in an immense way. That was crazy. But it did get a good win over Gigabyte. Its next fights will be against Rotator and Beta, which are really going to be determinants on how well the upper part, the weapon motor, is able to endure the abuse from these robots. If it gets dominated, it's over for it. But if they can eke out a win against either robot, that might be a solid enough argument for them. Along with their pedigree, they've done pretty well for themselves, let's be honest. They might be safe. Might. Again, we are starting to get rockier and rockier the lower down on the list we go here. Speaking of which, at number 25, I've put free shipping down. Hear me out, okay? Its losses have been to Minotaur and Hydra. Again, we go to that strength of schedule argument. It's won against Gigabyte, and I think it's got a solid chance of beating Big Dill. Big Dill, I gotta say, but after that Mad Catter fight, absolutely did a lot better than we expected. But has it been enough to mean that they can beat free shipping now that free shipping does have that vertical spinner? I'm not convinced yet. And with that in mind, yeah, free shipping might have a chance of getting into the round of 32. Anyway, with that in mind, at number 26, I think Gruff might have enough to make it through. Its loss to Witch Doctor and Quantum, I think, are going to be good strength of schedule arguments, especially Witch Doctor. Their win against Ripperoni, especially Ripperoni's performance, is especially going to help them make their argument. And I love you, Malice, but Gruff is a brick. Like, either way, I think that's going to be a very close fight. And I think that Gruff might have just enough of an argument to make it. But we are getting very dicey at this point. So Gruff has got to really... It's really got to knock this one out of the park here. At number 27, we've got Jackpot, who I think will make it into the round of 32. Its losses are to Scorpius and Rotator, which was definitely a rough start for them. But their win against Ribbot has put them back in the running, and I think that they're guaranteed to beat Shredderator. I guess we'll find out tonight, but I gotta say, I think that their 2-2 record is going to be just enough to save them. Will it be enough to get them further, though? Number 28, we have Switchback. Yeah, this one I really am not sure about. I just feel like, their loss to Death Roll was a good argument for them. Banshee was a pretty good win for them, and they're going to be facing Ominous and Hijinks, which I think they've got they can't, I don't know if they can beat Ominous, but they might be able to beat Hijinks. Really, with some of the robots that didn't make it, if you want to know why I didn't pick Robot A, B, or C, chances are I thought the strength of the schedule was so weak, or I just felt that they had such a bad run that I just didn't think that it would be enough, so... I think Switchback has just enough to make it, because we're now getting to the bottom. We're on the bottom 5 now. At number 29, we have Monsoon! Now, Monsoon, who I could have probably placed higher if it wasn't for the fact that their only win so far really isn't that much to write home about against Horizon. Horizon isn't a proven robot in Battlebots yet, and it's just not enough for them to really secure it, even if it was such a great victory. Their losses to Black Dragon and Whiplash are a good strength of schedule argument, and probably the same thing with Death Roll. Though, I gotta say, Monsoon really needs to win that to ensure it, because, like I said, we're at shaky territory now. At number 30, I put Whiplash in, and that's because I think Whiplash... Not only did it have some good fights with Mad Catter and Hypershock, yeah, it got knocked out, but again, 2 higher tier robots, they beat Monsoon, and they're gonna have a fight with Tantrum. Win or lose, that's pretty good, all things considered, and I think they might have a chance of winning, which if you can beat the defending champion, safe to say you're gonna be in. I think you're gonna have a good chance of getting into the round of 32. Speaking of the defending champion, I put them all the way down at number 31. Now, given my whole thing about strength of schedule arguments, I could have placed them definitely higher. And now that I'm looking at it, Tantrum probably could have been higher than like Gruff and free shipping. Look, I'm sorry. I'm literally making this as a silly YouTube video. Please, please go easy on me. But Tantrum, its losses so far have been quite brutal. It lost to Minotaur. It lost to Blip. I think it's going to lose to Whiplash. It's winning its Hydra is good. I think the ultimate thing that's going to save it, however, is its champion status. That gives it enough pedigree that I think when it comes to the selection, I feel like, controversial or not, they're going to think, well, we can't leave Tantrum. It's the champion. I feel like they can't, they won't do it. They will not cut Tantrum before the round of 32. And the final robot that I think will make it into the round of 32, my final prediction is Ribot. And man, was this one a tough one to even think about, because like, I remember right until the very end, until I realized that I had only one spot left to fill, and I think like the other robot just had a slightly worse argument. Like Ribot, it's such a hard one to imagine making it at this point. It's lost all 3 of its fights so far against Witch Doctor, Claw Viper, and Jackpot. Now, you got the argument of the strength of schedule, of course, against Witch Doctor and I'd even argue even Jackpot, but it's not great. Let's be real, it's not great. The judge's decisions might help them. You know, I imagine it might help them a little bit over being KO'd, but it's not solid. Let's be honest here. It's not a solid argument. I think that their win against Scorpios will be just enough. Again, there are some robots which didn't make the list where I just felt like their wins and losses were either so bad or just not good enough to make a case. So, you know, like Kraken, for instance, who lost to Beta, Lucky, and Copperhead, and its only win is gonna likely be against Mammoth. That's not enough to make the round of 32, as much as I might like Kraken, and as much as you might be able to make some arguments about the opponents it's faced. I think Ribot has just enough to make it into the round of 32, but that is pushing it. And I wouldn't be shocked if Ribot gets bumped in favour of another robot that just manages to pull away, given that some of them have 2 more fights to go. Ribot is one that I'm by far the least confident in. But there you are. That is my prediction so far for the round of 32. Now, scrolling down as I make this outro is the match schedule as it currently stands. This is what I had to work with to try and make my predictions so you can see where my thought process is, because I guarantee you, right after tonight's episode airs, this will age like milk, so I need you to see what I was working with to understand some of my thought process. I guarantee you will not agree with me on this. I had to pick 32 robots here. There's going to be a lot of disagreements. Please be civil in the comment section, but I'd love to hear who you think is going to make it into the round of 32. You know, hell, leave your predictions for the round of 32 in the comment section down below. If you can give your reasons, that would be super appreciated. I'd love to have a civil discussion talking about this stuff, because honestly, it is very interesting to see who we think is going to win. Geez, I should probably make a prediction about Giant Nut, shouldn't I? Endgame. I think Endgame's going to do it. Like, being realistic, yeah, there's robots like Riptide and whatnot, but I think Endgame just has it. It's got everything it needs to be a championship level vert. I think it's got it being real here, but should be interesting. But thank you all so much for watching. Well, here we are. My goodness, the round of 32. This has been a crazy season. So many things that I don't think any of us could have expected. Now, recently I did a round of 32 predictions video. You know, I was asked to do it because during the 2-week hiatus, and I thought that'd be a fun idea. We'd only seen like some of the matches. You know, there was still plenty of like wiggle room. You know, sure, some robots were dead certainties, but you know, it was still a lot to play for. Now, of course, if I do this again, I definitely plan on doing it in the pre-season because it makes a lot more sense that way. But you know, it was a fun little thing, and you know, something I might consider in the future, despite how angry I made that one person. But it's finally time. I've been wanting to see how well my predictions have aged. So, my predictions were Endgame, Witch Doctor,
Riptide, Sawblaze, Minotaur, Claw Viper, Ripperoni, Huge, Quantum, Copperhead, Deathroll, Hydra, Mad Catter, Beta, Scorpios, Cobalt, Blip, Fusion, Malice, Lucky, Black Dragon, Rotator, Hypershock, Bloodsport, Free Shipping, Gruff, Jackpot, Switchback, Monsoon, Whiplash, Tantrum, Ribbot, and Lockjaw. Now hang on, that's 33 robots. Yes, that's because when I was making the initial predictions video, I accidentally deleted Lockjaw, and I can tell you that Lockjaw would have definitely made it on the list had I realised that mistake, so... I mean, 33 is not that bad. Anyway, now with that being said though, there were 3 robots that I got wrong. And 2 robots where I not only got them right, but I actually got their seeding right. Which is crazy, because I didn't give it that kind of crazy thought that you might think. I kind of went like, oh, endgame, it's a former champion, and it's going to be 3-1. That seems like a solid chance it'll be a, number 1 seed. But, still getting 2 right, in the exact placement, is pretty good. So with that being said, let's look at the round of 32. Now, in number 1 is Minotaur! Minotaur coming in undefeated, 4-0. It's absolutely deserved with some of the robots that it's beaten. I know that typically they consider strength of schedule only with Battlebots records, but I need to just explain the level that Minotaur has gone here. Tantrum, of course, a former Battlebots champion, the last Battlebots champion, in fact, the winner of the Giant Nut. Then you got Free Shipping, which, has Gary Jin, a multi-time Robo Games champion. You've got Cobalt, which was built by the Carbide team, who was a Robot Wars champion. And of course, you have them winning that rematch with Witch Doctor. An incredible, insanely impressive strength of schedule. And I gotta say, that absolutely makes sense that they would get the number 1 seed. And it honestly makes me happy that they got it over a robot like Endgame. Don't get me wrong, Endgame was very impressive themselves, but I'm glad that their being a former champion didn't weigh so heavily that it overrode some of the achievements of the other robots. In the number 2 seed, we have Riptide, which honestly wasn't too far off my initial guess, given that I guessed number 3. In fact, Witch Doctor and Riptide basically swapped places for me. Riptide, another 4-0 robot, and my god, this thing is terrifyingly, dominating. Its wins have been so impressive and so devastating that right now it looks pretty much unstoppable. It is a genuine Giant Nut contender. I am shocked at how well it's done. Yeah, I'd expect it to be something like Captain Shredderator, and, Glitch, while it was a shocker, Glitch has been on a bit of a shocker of a run this season. But Mad Catter and Black Dragon, they are no small feat. They absolutely stomp them, however, and that's pretty scary. If there's a robot that could go the distance, it genuinely could be Riptide. Then at number 3, as I already spoiled, was Witch Doctor, coming in at 3-1. Now, Witch Doctor, I'm kind of surprised that it's gone so much higher than Endgame. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that they got a higher seeding, but I'm surprised it isn't a little bit closer, because, it's gonna be a little bit till we get to Endgame. But still, Witch Doctor absolutely deserves a high seeding for its performance. It did especially well against the likes of Ribbot and Gruff. It got that incredible, like they said, match of the season, match of the year against Fusion. Just incredible all around. And while that Minotaur fight was a bit of a letdown, I'd still say Witch Doctor is still a very high-tier contender, and I'm super happy to see them get the recognition they deserve. Then at number 4, we got Hydra. Now, Hydra absolutely deserved the seed that they got based on their performance. Their only loss is to the defending champion Tantrum. Meanwhile, they did absolutely incredibly, not even close, against robots like Rotator, Free Shipping, and Sawblaze, making it look absolutely easy, despite the fact that robots like Rotator and Sawblaze have typically been a thorn in other robots' side. Honestly, very well played in my opinion, and Hydra right now is the most dominating flipper in Battlebots. And yeah, there's a lot to look forward to with them. At number 5, it's Quantum. Now, I was super happy to see that Quantum got such a high seed. Again, like, it doesn't matter that much, but I didn't expect Quantum to get such a high seed. But it going 4-0 does make a lot of sense. Again, it's 4-0, it beat the likes of Shredderator, Gruff, Black Dragon, and Emulsifier. So it actually has defeated some robots that Riptide beat as well, though not quite in the same dominating fashion. Still, Quantum has got one of the best crushers in the game, able to pierce any robot it even thinks about, and even if the crusher gets taken out like in the Emulsifier fight, the grabbing force and the driving power means that they can easily take control of a battle, which makes them just so good. It means if they get put up against a particularly mean spinner, they're not necessarily out of the game right away. Then at number 6, we have Huge! And Huge, with a 4-0 record as well, has absolutely decimated the competition, winning over Shatter, Blip, Fusion, and Starchild. And Huge has been on one crazy run as of late. That bar is better than ever. Like, that thing is genuinely devastating. It's embedded itself in robots. It's just caused all kinds of havoc. Starchild was barely clinging on by the end of their fight together. Huge is looking to be achieving every bit of the potential that we've been seeing for years. Like, this is the kind of robot which I had expected to take out Bite Force, do what Chomp had done by taking out the weapon belt, or weapon chain, or whatever it was, and, you know, being able to just rain down the pain from above. This is a genuine robot that could really upset things in the round of 32, but we will get to that. Stay tuned, because I will be giving my predictions on how I think the round of 32 will go. Then at number 7, we have Endgame. Now, Endgame, definitely slightly lower than I would have expected at number 7, but I can't say that I'm too shocked given the incredible KO loss that they took against Ripperoni, and I'm guessing the Gigabyte fight didn't quite do enough for them. As much as it was dominating, Gigabyte's not a robot that likely weighed too heavily for them. But wins against Blip and Hypershock, I imagine, did a lot more for them, and Endgame, in my opinion, is still a favourite to win the Giant Nut. There is just so much that works well with Endgame, and as long as they don't make that same mistake again, which they don't seem like they're going to, then yeah, they look like they could be a shoo-in to get to the finals. Then at number 8, we have Sawblaze. Now, Sawblaze, coming in with a 3-1 record, actually has won pretty well in all of its fights. It got a judge's decision against Hypershock, which, if we remember, the fight got called off because its weapon got embedded in Hypershock. Lockjaw, it won by KO. Scorpios was by KO. Its only loss was to the number 4 seed, Hydra. So that's all in all a pretty strong strength of schedule for a 3-1 record. With that in mind, that means Sawblaze, in my opinion, is still a top contender in Battlebots, and it's really showing that with its record. At number 9, it's Cobalt! And oh my god, anyone who doubted Cobalt, well, I gotta say that, you know, the 3-1 record might put some of those doubters to rest, but maybe not all of them. Wins over Death Roll, Overhaul, and Lucky, all by KO, are absolutely impressive and shows that with Cobalt, if you get on the wrong side of them, you are destined to be taken out. It doesn't matter how dense your armor is, it doesn't matter how tough you think you are, you will get torn to shreds. However, Cobalt has fallen afoul of Minotaur, the number 1 seed, and this is where things are really going to fall for Cobalt. How are they going to fare against the top robots in the competition? Are they going to prove that they're one of the best vertical spinners in the competition? Or is this where they begin to fail? And at number 10, a robot that I even got the number right, it's Copperhead, coming in with a 3-1 record. Its wins have been absolutely incredible, all things considered. You know, it had the fight against Bloodsport, which was basically one hit and it was done. It had the fight with Triton, where it absolutely destroyed Triton's back end. It had the fight with Kraken, which it also won quite decisively. The only fight that it didn't absolutely dominate was against Ripperoni, because Ripperoni was just able to, take advantage of a driving error. Copperhead has done especially well. I'd even argue this is probably their best performance to date so far. And while we haven't got to see them against some of the top tier verts yet, Copperhead is showing that they are without a doubt one to fear. Definitely one of the top tier drum spinners. Absolutely up there with the likes of Minotaur in Battlebots. That's the top 10 seeds. So many incredible robots showcasing themselves here in Battlebots. But we have 22 more to go. With number 11, we have Claw Viper! And my god, did anyone expect Claw Viper to come in with such an incredible performance this season? Wins against Ominous. Sure, Ominous is a slightly newer design, maybe. People could maybe see that one going that way. Ribbot? No! Ribbot, who'd been doing so well, suddenly just gets bodied by Claw Viper. Overhaul? Okay, maybe a little bit more, but still, Claw Viper, not only has it won these fights, it has absolutely devastated the competition, suffocating them with that almighty speed, they are lightning quick, and a lot of robots don't know how to handle that. The real kink in its armor, however, has been against robots like Hypershock. See, Claw Viper is great when it's in control, but just one bad move against a robot like that, and it's all curtains. And I think that's really going to play a major part for Claw Viper here in the round of 32. Still getting recognized with an 11 seed is amazing, and I'm so happy for them. Now at number 12, it's Ripperoni! Now I gotta imagine some people will have argued that Ripperoni should have gotten a higher seed, which I can see that. Given that its only loss has been to Gruff, its other wins have been to Endgame, Hijinks, and Copperhead. Which, I gotta say, those are some pretty good robots to win to, especially in the ways that it did. Ripperoni's wins have been pretty damn decisive. And I wonder if maybe the cartoonish design kind of, maybe not intentionally, but subconsciously docked it some points. I'm not sure, that's entirely speculation on my part. I could be entirely off base there. But still, a number 12 seed is pretty damn good. That's still the upper half of the seeds. Then at number 13, it's Beta! And let me tell you, in terms of the robots that I really love, Minotaur, Quantum, Beta, some of them are doing way better than I expected, honestly, in the seeds. Cobalt, there's just so many robots that I expected to do quite well. They've got much higher seedings overall. Now, looking at Beta, I can absolutely see why. Its wins against Kraken, Shadow, and Bloodsport were absolutely impressive, with its only real loss being to Black Dragon. But I'm surprised that the loss to Black Dragon didn't dock them more points, given just how bad that loss was. And it's really what worries me about Beta heading into the round of 32. They don't handle verts well at all. And don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting Beta to become the Giant Nut winner, but I'd love to see them make a deep run in the tournament. But if they face a robot that, like Black Dragon, again, then they're in trouble. Then at number 14, it's Lockjaw! Lockjaw getting the number 14 seed with some pretty nice wins overall, beating the likes of Malice, Glitch, and Mad Kata. Two of those wins being by KO. Now, its loss was to Sawblaze, but honestly, Sawblaze is a pretty good robot to lose to. So overall, I imagine this is a very strong case, not only of a 3-1 record, but a pretty sturdy strength of schedule. Not overwhelmingly so, such as a robot like Endgames, but still pretty solid nonetheless, and that's probably why it has such a high standing. Now we're starting to reach the halfway point, as number 15, it's Lucky! Now Lucky with another 3-1 record, but it's one, I gotta admit, the 3-1 has probably helped it more than the strength of schedule in this case, as its wins were to Triton, which Triton is very unproven and clearly needs a lot more work done, Kraken, which there's a lot of potential there as well, similar to Triton, but it's just not there yet, Shredded Bro, which Shredded Bro really only showed its potential at the end, with its one loss being to Cobalt.
which Cobalt is the strongest opponent that it's had so far. Now, don't be wrong, I'm a massive Lucky fan, so I am super happy that it's gotten the number 15 seed, but I really hope that they have an answer for the big vertical spinners as well, because if they do, Lucky could be very fun to watch. Again though, super happy that they've made it to the round of 32. Then at number 16, someone who was quite a bit higher in the placements than I thought they would be, it's Switchback. Now Switchback making it with 3 and 1, which... What? Holy cow! Now I thought that Switchback would go like 2 and 2, and that would be enough to get them like a lower place seeding. No, 3 and 1! That's incredible! Switchback really got to show the power of it and potential of its weapon in the latter stages when it fought Hijinks and ripped the bar clean off. It also had wins against Banshee and Ominous, and you can tell at the beginning of the season that they really were having some teething troubles against the likes of Banshee. The fight against Death Roll, wasn't amazing, but it seems like the robot is getting better and better with each subsequent fight, which might bode well for them. I don't think they're going to make it to the Giant Nut, but it'll be interesting to see how far they can go. Then at number 17, we have Malice! Malice coming in with a 3-1 record of its own, and it's actually done pretty darn well for itself. Its losses to Lockjaw, which again, if you count for the strength of schedule, that's a pretty good robot to lose to, and has wins over Emulsifier, Valkyrie, and Gruff, being a robot that actually knocked Gruff out, which is really shocking, honestly, but crazy good. Now, normally I don't rate, like, wedgelets and forks on horizontals that highly, I get it, I've seen how it works for, like, Bloodsport, but, like, it's never something that I fully understand, but, like, Bloodsport and Malice seem to be the only ones that really are able to make good use of that kind of thing. It actually, they especially in that Gruff match, getting under Gruff and being able to lay in those hits really was very beneficial for them. At number 18, it's Hypershock. And Hypershock with a 2 and 2 record, having the strength of schedule helps out a lot for Hypershock in this case. Not only did it have really impressive wins against Whiplash and Claw Viper, but its losses were to Sawblaze and Endgame, and it nearly made the distance with Endgame, keep in mind. So, with that in mind, Hypershock had a pretty good run of it. And I've got to say that Hypershock continues to prove to be a robot that is pretty damn decent at, it's a pretty damn decent robot. The spinner can leave mighty bites, it's pretty darn quick, maybe not Claw Viper fast, but that maneuverability can make them a threat in the arena. When it all comes together, he can really disrupt the competition. Then at number 19, it's Bloodsport, and I gotta tell you, I was very worried for Bloodsport, admittedly. After its loss to Beta, I thought that they might be done. Winning against Gigabyte and Rotator is great and all, but the loss to Gobberhead being as bad as it was, and how they were bodied by Beta had me concerned that it was just not going to be enough. But they made it in, and I gotta tell you, I am super happy, because I still think this Bloodsport has so much potential to it. We've seen that it has a ton of power in the weaponry, and as long as a robot doesn't completely deflect it like Beta did, I think they could absolutely tear a robot apart. So I'll be interested to see how Bloodsport does in the round of 32. Then at number 20, it's Whiplash! Whiplash, my god, another case of a robot that, started off on a rough start, but has absolutely made a comeback. It's kind of crazy, really. Like Mad Catter and Hypershock were absolutely painful losses. Whiplash was a shadow of its former self. But the win against Monsoon showed that there was still some life there, and the win against Tantrum showed that if everything works as it should, we might just still have a, deep run in Whiplash. It's hard to say yet, as we haven't yet seen it face a robot like Tantrum that goes the distance, so it's going to be interesting to see if Whiplash can keep on top of its game, or if a robot will catch it out. Then at number 21, and another robot that I actually got the exact number right, is Black Dragon. Now Black Dragon with a 2 and 2 record actually had some pretty good fights, all things considered. It fought the likes of Monsoon, which it won by KO, it KO'd Beta, of course, and its only losses were to Quantum and Riptide, which, given how high these two have been placed, especially Riptide, that's gotta be pretty darn good for them. Black Dragon, I think, was likely going to make it anyway, just because it's been so impressive, but, you know, the fights have absolutely been testament to that, with the only real stomping being the Riptide fight. I think Black Dragon is a pretty damn great robot, all things considered, and Warrior is finally getting some respect shown to them, which I think is very well deserved. Then at number 22, we have Mad Catter! Mad Catter with a 2-2 record, with fights against Whiplash and Big Dill going in their favour, with their losses being to Riptide and Lockjaw. Again, the strength of schedule I think comes in there, but their fights against Whiplash and Big Dill were so good, so much fun to watch, and that's probably what helped them in the end, because the KO win to Whiplash was pretty good, and I mean, they were, you know, it's just a fun robot. I'm not surprised that it made it in. Then at number 23, it's Rotator! Rotator, of course, coming in with a 2-2 record, getting even with the Waiachi clan, as while they lost to Hydra, they won against Fusion, which I think both of those situations aren't so bad. Obviously, winning against Hydra is so much better, like, don't get me mistaken. Just because I'm saying strength of schedule, obviously wins matter a lot more than losses. It's why you see robots with 3 and 1 standing much higher than robots at 2 and 2. But still, losing to a robot like Hydra and losing to a robot like Bloodsport isn't isn't so bad as, say, losing to a robot like Horizon, for instance. And so when that is taken into account, those are some pretty good robots to lose to. And of course their wins have been to Fusion and Jackpot, which are some pretty solid robots to beat. With that in mind, Rotator's doing pretty well for itself, but it really needs to bring it all together against some of those higher tier robots, because right now it's not a certain thing for them. Then at number 24, it's Monsoon! Monsoon with a mighty 2-2 record. Just when I thought things were starting to get really dicey for them, they managed to win against Death Roll, which honestly I was pretty surprised by. Not to say that Monsoon isn't a pretty good robot, but Death Roll can be scary sometimes, as we've seen when they fought Endgame back in the day. Their losses were to Black Dragon and Whiplash, which I imagine is a good strength of schedule argument, and their win against Horizon was so damn quick. All in all, that's a pretty solid schedule. Sure, we're getting weaker as we go along, but still, enough for Monsoon to make it through, and I'm really happy for them there. Then at number 25, it's Blip. Now Blip, who has had a bit of a rocky time honestly, still manages to make it through with a 2-2 record. Now its losses were to Endgame and Huge, which all things considered aren't the worst robots to lose to, and its win against Tantrum absolutely probably helped them even more in the right direction, seeing as Tantrum is the defending champion. But their Banshee fight was very weak, so I imagine that's why, despite everything, their placement is as low as it is, because it's just not a strong enough performance yet on a particularly high seeding. Then at number 26, it's Tantrum! Now Tantrum, I remember when I made my round of 32 predictions, I predicted that they make it in the round of 32 simply because they're the defending champions, and based on this, 1-3 record, I feel even more strongly about that, because this has been a pretty rough time for them. Now the schedule absolutely speaks for itself, robots like Minotaur, Hydra, Blip and Whiplash, that's a pretty strong schedule all in all, but its losses have been pretty bad, all things considered. It's not been a strong time for the defending champions. Now, hopefully they can start to redeem themselves in the round of 32, but it might just be that they'll have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong heading into World Championship 8. Then we have Scorpios coming in at number 27. Now, Scorpios coming in with a 2-2 record. Its major losses have been to Ribbot and Sawblaze, and I have to say, I think the Sawblaze loss is really what cinched it, into such a low position because it really didn't put up any fight at all. Sawblaze quickly took it out. But its wins against Jackpot and Big Deal were pretty good, all things considered. You know, with that in mind, it's not done too badly. I'd even argue that if we went off performance alone, I'd probably place it higher than Tantrum at the very least. But still, Scorpio's placing in the round of 32 is very promising, and I'm super happy for them. Then at number 28, it's Ribbot! Now, Ribbot, holy cow, I'm actually kind of shocked they made it in. Like, if you check my pinned comment on my round of 32 predictions video, I said that if I could, I'd swap Lockjaw with Ribbot. But Ribbot actually did make it in, which is really surprising, because it's another 1 and 3 robot. You know, its losses are to Witch Doctor, Claw Viper, and Jackpot, which you can make the argument that those are some good robots to lose to, but a 1 and 3 record just in general is so difficult to make a good argument for. But it has managed to make it through, and based on its last performance, there may still be some fight in the frog yet. Then at number 29, it's Death Roll! Death Roll coming in with a 2 and 2 record, and its placement being this low, I can totally understand because its wins haven't been against the highest tier robots. Robots like Switchback and Mammoth. I love the look of Switchback, and I've always loved Mammoth, but they're not robots that are going to get you worldwide acclaim for beating, and their losses have been to other big vertical spinners in Cobalt and Monsoon. Still, with that in mind, a 2 and 2 record is still pretty damn good, and clearly it was decided that it was enough to get them through, which I absolutely agree with. I think Death Roll still has plenty of tricks up its sleeve, and I think it could really pull a major upset. Then at number 30, it's Jackpot! Now Jackpot coming in with a 2 and 2 record as well, with losses to Scorpios and Rotator. Its wins have been against Ribbot and Captain Shredderator. Losses to Scorpios and Rotator aren't the best for Jackpot, especially given Scorpios typically loses to Verts. That almost seems like it was gift wrap for Jackpot. But wins against Ribbot is pretty damn good, and Shredderator is basically another free win for them. So it's looking a bit dicey for them, but the Las Vegas locals might still get a visit from Lady Luck in the round of 32. Now at number 31, and a robot I did not predict at all, the one robot I didn't expect to make it into the round of 32 that did, is Shatter. And can you blame me when you look at the way that it dealt with the fights it had? A loss to Horizon, being bodied by Beater and Huge, and with only a win over Ominous, I genuinely did not expect to see Shatter at all place in the 31, in the round of 32, especially given that there were several 2 and 2 robots. I'm not saying robots like Mammoth could have gotten very far, but it just shocks me. I love Shatter, don't get me misunderstood, but that is crazy to me that it was enough to get through. This one I'm not sure I agree with. I'm happy for Shatter, but I just don't quite see eye to eye, I feel. Then at number 32, it's Fusion! Now Fusion are another robot at 1 and 3. This one I can understand a little bit more because the strength of schedule is just that little bit better. It's 1 win against Emulsifier, that's pretty good for them. Their robots, the robots that they lost to though, being Witch Doctor, Huge, and Rotator, have been pretty good, all things considered. Those are good robots to lose to. Still, Fusion definitely is very rocky, so I can understand why they got the 32 seed. But, oh man, that's the thing though, isn't it? The final seeds are always going to be dicey, so I could see plenty of people arguing that Fusion shouldn't have made it through. Now, the 2 other robots that I didn't get right, I mentioned how I didn't predict Shatter making it in. Well, the 2 robots that I predicted would get in but didn't were Gruff and Free Shipping. Which, at the end of the day, that's just the way things go sometimes. Gruff and Free Shipping with a 1 and 3 record, we're going to have an uphill battle, really. But I am a little bit shocked for Gruff, given that its fights, were against Ripperoni, Quantum, Witch Doctor, and Malice. I would have thought that maybe would have given it a win over, say, I thought it would have maybe given it a seed over a robot like Shatter. But,
I don't know how the selection committee picks the 32 seeds, so I don't see how they got to that position, but I'm not here to argue, if that makes sense. This isn't me getting on my soapbox and ranting from the rooftops, why couldn't it be Gruff? Oh man, I don't, it's fun for it's fun to watch and talk about this at the end of the day for me. I don't take it that seriously, but that is the round of 32, which, my goodness, all in all though, that is, like, whether you agree or disagree, I think it's hard to disagree that this is a strong lineup. Absolutely incredible. Some impressive robots, some designs that we maybe didn't expect to do as well as they did, but like proving that alternative designs really can go the distance. I'm just so happy to see so many wonderful designs make it through. But let's go on to the predictions on how I think the round of 32 will go. So, the fights in the round of 32 include Minotaur versus Fusion, which, I gotta say, I think Minotaur definitely has that. Fusion has proven to be very impressive, but its unreliability against Minotaur, which often has supreme reliability, I think is going to prove to be a massive headache for them. I think Minotaur is going to be so aggressive and overwhelming that Fusion is going to have a hell of a hard time. Then you got Switchback versus Malice, which I gotta say, I don't think Switchback is going to have the same luck with Malice that it did with Hijinks, so I think that's going to be an easy win for Malice. Then in Sawblaze versus Blip, I gotta give it to Sawblaze. Sure, Sawblaze suffered badly against Hydra, but Blip has not been having the run I would have expected from them, and I think Sawblaze could really overwhelm the Flipper. Then in Cobalt versus Monsoon, I gotta give this one to Cobalt. If they get underneath Monsoon, they really risk tearing them apart, and given that Monsoon has so many little bits that move around, Monsoon is a prime target to get split into pieces. Then in Hydra versus Deathroll, this is really a fight that could go either way. I think it's going to lean more towards Hydra, but if Hydra's not careful, Deathroll absolutely could leave a huge gash in them. It's one that I could see a major upset taking place. Then in Beta versus Whiplash, I'm going to lean towards Beta in this case, because I am not fully convinced that Whiplash has figured out all their problems. And I think that if Beta can take advantage, as long as they don't go for that anti-vert setup again, I think Beta could overwhelm and absolutely dominate Whiplash in this fight. Then in Quantum versus Ribbot, I've got to give it a Quantum. Ribbot, while it's had a strong performance, again, I'm not fully convinced that they've got everything worked out, and Quantum has proven to be a robot that, even if they take out the crushing fangs, could still overwhelm with that grabbing and driving ability. I think it could be close, but I still think Quantum could have this one. Then in Ripperoni versus Black Dragon, I gotta say this one is one I'm actually really torn on, because on one hand, Ripperoni has had some amazing battles, but I think this is going to be their first time facing a big-time vertical spinner that's not going to just get immediately caught on the kill source slots. Now, with that in mind, I gotta say, I think Black Dragon might actually end up winning. I know, listen, I'd love for the pizza to make it through. This is one of those predictions I hope I get wrong, but Black Dragon is a robot that typically is so reliable that I could see them just overwhelming the pizza in the end. The design just seems like there's certain ways that Black Dragon could take control. Then we have Riptide versus Shatter, and let's be honest, Riptide has this one easily. And like I said, I love Shatter, but I just can't see how they'll be able to deal with Riptide. Riptide is so devastating. I worry that this could end up being the last fight we see with Shatter, unless Team Bots FC end up with like a massive rebuild of the robot. I could see Shatter in pieces. In Lucky versus Hypershock, I gotta say things are looking pretty grim for Lucky there. I think I'm gonna lean towards Hypershock, but again, I'd love to see Lucky doing well here. But Hypershock, they can get so low to the ground. We saw how Lucky can deal with we've seen how badly Lucky deals with powerful vertical spinners. I just don't see them beating Hypershock here. Then in Endgame versus Tantrum, it's got to be Endgame.
Tantrum has really struggled this time around, and while I think that they are still a high-tier contender, they're just not up to par this season. They really need to figure out what's going wrong here, but I think that's a situation that they've got to prepare for in World Championship 8, as I think that their run will end in the first round of 32. Then in Copperhead versus Rotator, I'm gonna give it to Copperhead. I think Copperhead is just so reliable, so capable, that I think that they're going to beat Rotator quite handily, actually. Then in Witch Doctor versus Jackpot, I think this one risks being a complete stomping. Witch Doctor has gotten everything dialed in pretty much, and I think that against Jackpot, while Jackpot might put up a decent fight, it risks getting absolutely bodied, given how we saw it break down at one point when flipped over in the Scorpios fight. It's a fight which could go the distance, or could end in moments, but I still think Witch Doctor wins in either case. Then it's Lockjaw versus Bloodsport, and this is one that I'm very torn on. Again, this is a case of where Lockjaw on paper makes a lot more sense as the vertical spinner, but Bloodsport as that powerful horizontal could prove to be the upset. I'm gonna be leaning towards Bloodsport on this one, as if they avoid breaking down, they might do to Lockjaw what Tombstone did and tear some of those wheels off. I think that the damage they could do to Lockjaw might just overwhelm Donald Hudson and the team, so yeah, I think Bloodsport will make it through. Then in Huge versus Scorpios, I'm sorry Team Scorpios, but I gotta go with Huge on this one. Huge has been on a whole other level this season, and I just think nothing is going to stop it yet. This is a runaway freight train right now, and the way things are going, I could see it going all the way to the semi-finals. Now, finally, we have Claw Viper versus Mad Catter, and man, oh, this one, I gotta go with Mad Catter. I wish I could go with Claw Viper, but as we saw in the Hypershock fight, if they get hit with that big vertical spinner, that can be curtains for them. And sure, Mad Catter's not fast like Hypershock, and so it's not going to be able to dominate quite the same way. But I worry for poor Claw Viper. I worry that it's not going to be able to, I don't think they're going to be able to bounce back quite as quickly as they would hope. And I think Mad Catter is just going to have them, just like that. Of course, as much as I love Mad Catter, this is one that I hope I get wrong, because it would be so good to see a design like Claw Viper's going the distance. Now let's go over the round of 16. So with Minotaur versus Malice, I think Malice has done very well for itself, but I feel like when it comes to that weapon-on-weapon power, Malice just doesn't compare to Minotaur. I feel like Minotaur might really ruin Malice's day, honestly. Like, you think about how badly it got messed up against Emulsifier? Yeah, along those lines, basically, but, Minotaur isn't going to just randomly die, so I think Minotaur has that one. Then in Sawblaze versus Cobalt, I'm actually going to try and go against the grain here. Now, don't get me wrong, I realize that I'm probably going to be wrong in this one, but hear me out. So, obviously, Sawblaze has the general advantage, given that it's much lower to the ground. Cobalt really tends to struggle with that, but just one mistake, I feel, is all Cobalt needs. If Cobalt can get that huge shot in on Sawblaze, they might really turn this fight around. Don't get me wrong, I know going with Cobalt is probably the wrong avenue to take, but hey, sometimes you gotta live a little, sometimes you gotta try and go for the wild card, and I think Cobalt's gonna be my wild card for this fight. Then with Hydra versus Beta, I gotta say, Hydra I feel will have that any day of the week. It doesn't matter how Beta comes out, what hammer, what front it has, it's just, Hydra is a scary robot. It's so low to the ground, its flipper is so powerful. I feel like Beta won't stand a chance if those two end up facing each other. Then if Quantum and Black Dragon have a rematch, once again I've got to give it to Quantum. Quantum, in my opinion, is just so good at controlling fight, and we saw what happens when the two collide. I imagine Black Dragon will learn from its previous mistake and pick smaller wheels if this rematch does in fact happen. Again, we're speculating on matches that might not even happen, but I feel that's still not going to be enough to stop Quantum from taking the W and moving on to the round of 8. Again, assuming this fight even happens. This is the thing, I was a bit uncertain about doing these predictions, because obviously there's a chance these fights just don't happen. But I mean, it can be fun. I can't wait for like this, as time goes on, for this to diverge further and further from the actual like what happens. Then with Riptide versus a Hypershock, oh man, I gotta say I think Riptide is gonna have it. Like in terms of weapon to weapon, Hypershock does stand at least a decent chance against them. But the problem is, if Riptide tips Hypershock over, we know that the game is basically over. Riptide is so dangerously aggressive when a robot is flipped over, as we saw in the Mad Catter fight. And given the fact that Hypershock is so bad when it's flipped over, I gotta say, Riptide is going to just decimate Hypershock. I just feel so bad for them. Then if we get Endgame versus Copperhead, I gotta give it to Endgame. Copperhead has been amazing, don't get me wrong, but Endgame is a former champion. I feel like this fight could get close, but just as we saw when Copperhead got taken out by a big shot from Ripperoni, that's all Endgame really needs, and Endgame can easily get that. Then if we get Witch Doctor versus Bloodsport, I've got to give that to Witch Doctor. It's going to be able to tank those horizontal blows a lot more easily than most, and I feel like Bloodsport won't be able to say the same when it takes some of the big shots from Witch Doctor, especially if flipped over. I feel like Bloodsport gets into a lot of trouble in that situation. So if we get that fight, I'd have to give it to Witch Doctor. Now if we get Huge versus Mad Catter, I gotta give it to Huge. Mad Catter is impressive, but it's that situation again, a low to the ground robot versus the power from above. I feel like Huge is just going to rain down so much punishment and move on. We're straying further and further away now. Let's talk about how I think the round of 8 will go. As I think if the first fight is Minotaur versus Cobalt, I gotta give it to Minotaur. Minotaur has shown that it has what it takes to beat Cobalt, and I feel like it's just gonna do it again. I feel like they're absolutely gonna make it to the semi-finals. Then in Hydra versus Quantum, once again, I don't know what Quantum can really do in this situation, as Hydra is ludicrously low to the ground, and I don't think they'd give Quantum even a second. So, with that in mind, I think Hydra has that one pretty much in the bag. Then if it's Riptide versus Endgame, I gotta say, I think the former champions might just win that one. This is one situation where I feel like Riptide isn't going to have a clear-cut advantage. If they flip Endgame over, Endgame can more than easily get back on its feet. In terms of weapon-to-weapon power, I feel like this is the closest that Riptide's going to have to someone that can match them in that power. And I know that Endgame can take some wicked abuse. So, I gotta say, I feel like this fight is going to get very close, but if it happens, I gotta give it to Endgame. It's so weird predicting fights that might not actually happen, but you get what I'm saying, right? If this fight happens, then I think Endgame would have it. Then if Witch Doctor versus Huge happens, then for pretty much the same reasons that I think Huge would beat Mad Catter, I think Huge would beat Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor's great, but I feel like, again, there's not a whole lot that Witch Doctor can do against Huge. It's such an unconventional design for the typical meta of trying to get as low to the ground as possible, that Huge has always been a bit of a wild card, and the fact that now that they have like one of the more powerful spinners, I gotta say that's gonna be massively beneficial to them. Then again, assuming the semi-finals go the way that we've been predicting so far, and we get Minotaur versus Hydra, I gotta give it to Minotaur. Hydra really only needs like a few big spinner hits to be taken out, and if there's a robot that is gonna stay consistently on them, it's gotta be Minotaur. I think like Minotaur, it's gonna have a tough time because it's maybe not the absolute lowest to the ground robot, but that aggression and that power, I think could really ruin Hydra's day. Then in Endgame versus Huge, if that fight happens, I'm gonna have to go wild again. I think Huge could actually win. I mean, keep in mind that a lot of us thought that when Huge was going to fight Bite Force, we thought that weapon belt was going to be taken out, we thought that this was going to be a major upset, only for Huge to unfortunately split apart from damage it sustained earlier. At least I assume that's what happened. I think like that this is their time. I think this is their time where they're going to take out a former champion. you know, they can snipe that weapon chain, they can just generally do a lot of damage. Endgame's weapon's a bit bigger, so it might be able to reach the body of Huge, but I'm willing to bet Huge might just walk away with this and make it to the grand final, where it will fight Minotaur. Oh my god, I have predicted, what, like, a good month or so of, like, episodes? This is going to be wildly off. I don't know why I've done this. Now, I predicted that the grand final will be Minotaur versus Huge. Who do I think's going to win? Bale Spear, baby! Woo! Oh my god. Honestly, this is a fight that I think it could go either way. Jeez, I've got to do it, don't I? I've got to go the whole hog. If I don't do it, I'm going to go with Minotaur. I don't know. This one's tough because, you know, again, Minotaur isn't that low to the ground, but I feel like one too many shots from Minotaur's drum, if they were to go weapon on weapon, that could probably do some major damage to the bar. Maybe it's partially me just hoping Minotaur finally wins the Giant Nut, but if this were to happen, again, we haven't even seen the round of 32 yet, and I'm trying to predict the grand final winner. Like, this is a final. If this happened, I would be super happy no matter the outcome. Oh my god, I can't wait for this to be, like, hilariously off base. Well, I guess we'll only find out as the weeks progress. If you're watching this in the future, don't be too hard on me. Oh my goodness. Well, there we go. This video is a lot longer than I thought it would be, but that is my look back at my round of 32 predictions and my predictions as to how the round of 32 will go and who I think will win overall. Yeah. Round of 32 is finally here. Oh man, I've been so excited for this, especially after the seeds were finally announced. Such an amazing selection, you know, for the most part at least. It's just gonna be so much fun, but let's get started. The episode starts with an epic walkout intro with Farouk and this big montage, setting the tone as the round of 32 is here. The hype is on a whole other level, and this intro was just a great way to get us started. Now for the round of 32, we're actually starting off with the right side of the bracket this episode. I get the feeling that maybe this has some of the better fights compared to the left side of the bracket. Obviously, won't know until we get to see the next episode. But I feel like they're trying to start us off on the best foot possible here. And there are some unbelievably hyped matches in this episode, with Endgame versus Tantrum guaranteeing one champion won't be making it to the finals. Claw Viper versus Mad Catter being a fight I could see being unbelievably close. And Lockjaw versus Bloodsport, which I knew could be an absolute slaughter from either robot. They also advertised this new post-show, The Road to the Giant Nut, which we'll also cover later. But for the first fight, it's Jackpot versus Witch Doctor. This fight I felt was Witch Doctor's to win. While Jackpot has some heft behind that mighty spinner, they've got enough issues that against the generally more reliable and mighty Witch Doctor, I saw it being clear who would come out on top. Of course, the reach difference could still have caused an upset. The fight begins, and both are slow as they spin up, and Witch Doctor drives a little confusingly at first, but wins in the first series of shots, ripping off one of those Streamech arms. There's some more hits, and Jackpot's spinner seems to have stopped working, and with one enormous shot, Jackpot is sent onto the upper deck. Jackpot is able to self-ride and hops off, but all they can do is endure, as Witch Doctor continues to absolutely destroy them with some of the nastiest hits in the season outside of Riptide. Jackpot keeps trying to drive, but their chances of winning keep dwindling as time goes on, with one last massive shot bending the frame into a warped atrocity. It's tough to look at, but Jackpot kept trying until the very end, so Witch Doctor had to go all out to put them away. What an incredible fight. I felt a little harsh last episode with my review, but this reminded me why. These seasoned Battlebots are capable of having all-time classics. And sure, while it was a squash, this has to be one of the greatest recent squash fights. Also, Witch Doctor saying that the weapon was just at 75% is crazy to me. I can imagine why we won't see 100% as it would make the robot less reliable, but to think that this robot is that good shows why it's a constant threat for the Giant Nut. It also means it's the end for Jackpot, but they have nothing to be ashamed of losing to Witch Doctor. Next up was Hypershock versus Lucky, a fight I felt was Hypershock for similar reasons to why I believed it could beat Claw Viper. While I don't think Hypershock has quite the same oomph as a robot like Cobalt, they do have a nasty spinner, and if Lucky makes a mistake, it would be curtains for their championship run. The buzzer sounds and Hypershock comes out while Lucky holds back. They try to fire the flipper but end up in Hypershock's spinner. They try a few more times and end up punished for it, but are able to bounce back and flip Hypershock over, who rams into the wall to flip back. Hypershock goes in and massively bends the flipping arm out of shape. Lucky is basically done at this point, as they basically have no chance of getting the flipper in place. As Hypershock continues to buckle that flipping arm, it's almost at a 90-degree angle at the end, and causing it to stand upright. Entirely useless. Lucky is keeping the pressure on, but it's mostly bark with no bite, as Hypershock keeps hitting and breaking them. When flipped over, we see that Lucky can self-right still, but that's about it. A wheel guard is off, a wheel is bent, 3 of 4 forks are missing, and again, Lucky's flipping arm is just wrecked. It's like at a 45-degree angle or something. It goes to the judges, but there was no doubting who this would go to, as Hypershock moves on and Lucky is done for the season. Now Hypershock, while there are definitely more competitive verts now, seeing as Hypershock really doesn't do well when flipped over, it's still an absolutely mighty spinner to go up against in the competition, and one you simply cannot afford to let hit you. Lucky, in my opinion, is doing better than ever, but it was always going to be an uphill battle, so I'm not too shocked to see them go out. Still, massive kudos for them getting this far, and for enduring so much abuse. Now, a fight that I knew could be very exciting was Lockjaw versus Bloodsport, as I knew this could get devastating with some of the shots. I saw that Bloodsport actually ditched their flexlets for this fight, while Lockjaw comes out with only 1 fork in order to come out with that rear plow to tank some of the blows. With Bloodsport bringing out such a beefy bar, I could tell that Lockjaw was gonna need it. The fight starts and immediately both are spinning up, and Bloodsport gets a nice shot in on Lockjaw's tyres, but Lockjaw keeps the rear pointed to tank those blows, and soon Bloodsport motor briefly actually catches on fire from the looks of things. Thankfully it doesn't last long and they keep going, and with one mighty slam, a wheel is ripped right off of Lockjaw and their weapon briefly stops working. This was crazy because when the motor burnt out, I thought Bloodsport was going to lose, and now it's been completely flipped to looking like Lockjaw would lose. But Bloodsport fans shouldn't rest easy, as one bad shot flips Bloodsport up and over where they're unable to self-right. The team are beside themselves, as all they had to do was survive, and with the spinner still working, they almost certainly would have had it. But the fight ends and the KO goes to Lockjaw, who will be moving on. What a brilliant set of twists and turns. My heart breaks for Bloodsport for going out like that after such an impressive performance, but in robot combat, it really can go down at any moment. Donald Hudson and the team are going to need to get some major repairs done for the next round, and Bloodsport will undoubtedly come back better than ever in World Championship 8. Next up is Riptide versus Shatter, and okay, before we even get into anything, I feel like we all could tell that Shatter was doomed with this fight, and I felt so bad for them. It's been a rough run for one of the best hammers in Battlebots. Now, there's some controversy before the fight, as Riptide was seen messing around with the robot after the weigh-in. Apparently, in actuality, all they were doing was like taping like some plush or something or other, some prop. Like nothing like actually competitive, they were just adding a silly doodad or whatever. And assuming that's the case, while I understand Ethan's frustration at the insistence that they be re-weighed, retested, to me it just seems logical, as you can't afford to have that risk of cheating. That's the whole point of the weigh-in and stuff like that, is so that, like, this is the robot as it is, as it's going into the arena. If you do stuff with it after the fact, then, you know, it kind of flies in the face of that, and it looks a bit suspicious. I'm not here saying Riptide cheated, because I don't know that. I don't believe Riptide cheated, but the fact of the matter is that I don't think the team can be that upset, you know, that they're seen like messing around with the robot after the weigh-in, and they're asked, hey, can you re-weigh the robot? I don't know what you've done. It's all in the spirit of fairness, and I would say the same if it was any other robot. If Ray Billings was seen tinkering with Tombstone after the weigh-in, I would say, yeah, Tombstone should probably be reweighed. I don't think Ray would cheat, but, well, you've just been seen tinkering with a robot, we need to double check now. Like, that's just fair, really. And guess what? It was really easy for them to prove that they weren't cheating, so, again, I don't see the issue here. The green light is a go, and the robots race out with Shadow rushing into Riptide. Shadow has these forks from Emulsifier, and they want to try and channel some of Riptide's energy into those forks to try and slow Riptide down. It really doesn't work, though, who just rips one of the forks right off. Shadow does get a hammer strike in, but Riptide immediately begins tearing them apart and sending them up into the air. Shadow is keeping itself going, but is being torn to pieces by Riptide, who looks effortless in its destruction. Despite some of the gnarly hits, Shadow wants more and more. However, after getting sent into the pulverizer, their drive is just done. And despite how badly they want to keep going, the smoke beginning to rise is just the ultimate sign that their run today has come to an end. Now, this was a devastating fight, but I think we all knew this would be how it panned out in the end. With the trash talk at the end, the denial of a handshake, and the accusation of Riptide going over the tip speed limit, this was just awkward. It's painful to watch. I feel like the digs were unnecessary. You know, like if you're supposedly friends, you probably shouldn't be taking their very valid concerns and mocking it. Like, I don't know, if I was in Ethan's position, I'm trying to think of like a better way of putting it. You know, they had us reweighing a robot, they had us reweighing Riptide, and I can understand why they thought we were cheating. When you got a robot this good, it just doesn't seem possible. But I think we just showed them that it's real. I don't know, I'm just like, look, I'm just spitballing here. Like, it just seems like, even if Riptide doesn't win the Giant Nut, it should win a special award for being the biggest controversy magnet the sport has ever seen. Move aside, Tornado. Move aside, Hydra. Like, get out of here, Typhoon 2. We have the biggest controversy magnet the sport has ever seen. I'm begging. On my hands and knees, Battlebots. On my hands and knees. Can we get one episode without Riptide drama? Please, I'm dying here. I can't keep talking about it. It's getting so awkward now. I don't know if it's the team, the robot, the editing. Like, something needs to change here, please. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we move on now to Claw Viper versus Mad Catter. This fight, once again, I really feel comes down to just one mistake. While I feel they have an easier time getting under or around Mad Catter, it, again, won't matter if Mad Catter smacks them around. This could either be a great driving match or a quick execution. Now the fight begins, and Mad Catter actually starts side on, as Claw Viper rushes in and initially causes Mad Catter some issues with that speed and Mad Catter's gyro. Claw Viper manages to actually end up sending Gassy Cat into Mad Catter's spinner, by the way. Oh, that's brutal. They then soon pin Mad Catter into the wall, and it appears the two robots get stuck at a point. It takes a while, but soon a mighty hit from Mad Catter spinner does get them loose, no need for an unstick. Claw Viper then flips Mad Catter over and begins taking control, as it takes a while for Mad Catter to get back upright, where Claw Viper pounces again on the cat. Soon Mad Catter makes a mighty shot, and Claw Viper is done. They can't self-right as their grabbing arm is snapped in half, but they can just barely move with the rear wheels, while Mad Catter's spinner has died. The fight sadly does drop off right at the very end here, as neither robot can really do anything, but thankfully a good 90% of the fight had happened at this point, which was absolutely awesome. The judges end up giving it to Mad Catter in a split decision, likely for the damage, but still, what an incredible fight. And while there were some mistakes made, Claw Viper really brought the fight to Mad Catter and did way better than I expected, proving why it was in the round of 32. It's a fight I definitely feel where neither should walk away unhappy. Claw Viper decided to appeal, and honestly, I think when the difference now is victory or elimination, I can totally see why they'd want it reviewed, but the decision was maintained, which I also completely understand. Next up was Huge versus Scorpios. Now, I gotta say, I've actually been enjoying Scorpios more than ever lately, but I knew that this was the end for them. Against a new and improved Huge, I just didn't like their chances. The fight starts and Scorpios races right in, takes a bar shot, and for a moment they actually manage to jam up the weapon. But Huge soon breaks away and begins dealing even more damage. Scorpios gets a shot in on the balance bars on Huge, before Huge gets some far more vicious blows in, severely damaging Scorpios and causing them to break down and burst into flames. The fight ends right there and the Scorpios team took the loss really gracefully. This was short but sweet as Huge continues to be one of the most fearsome spinners in the competition this season. Then we had Copperhead versus Rotator, which was a fight I was definitely leaning towards Copperhead on, but this is two very reliable, capable robots where anything could happen. Rotator comes out forks first, but Copperhead immediately gets under and gets some shots in. The two then go weapon to weapon, and while Copperhead had some minor tire damage, it didn't affect them as they keep going as they get a mighty blow in on Rotator. They then rip the wheel guard, causing it to go into Rotator's weapon, causing it to slow down and seemingly die. They keep going forks first, but Copperhead is refusing to let up as they continue damaging Rotator. Copperhead is flipped over by Rotator, and when Copperhead eventually is flipped back, they evidently lost one half of their drive, but Rotator also lost one of their forks. These are two super reliable machines that just refuse to give up. Copperhead manages to rip a second fork off of Rotator, and they're basically done as they bump into each other ineffectually as the fight comes to a close and to the judges. The judges end up giving it to Copperhead, and honestly, this fight was still fairly entertaining, if maybe the weakest fight of the night. Not the most entertaining, but just a great time as these two kept going till the bitter end and did some pretty nice damage to each other. Finally, it was time for Endgame vs Tantrum, the main event with two former champions colliding. This to me is clearly Endgame's fight to win, as Tantrum just won't get under Endgame's crazy front. The two start in a deadlock at the beginning of the fight, neither getting substantial wedges in, but Tantrum does get the initial shove in, as their forks seem to actually be getting the better of the piano keys, as Tantrum keeps the aggression on, pinning Endgame against the wall. Tantrum continues and gets really far under, though Endgame finally gets a nice shot in, making Tantrum do a complete flip in the air. Tantrum spinners seem to have stopped working at this point, and with that the beginning of the end was at hand. Endgame rips a fork off and begins making nasty digs in, before ripping off the other fork and flipping them over again, but Tantrum's Shremek actually works! But they are a lot more defensive now with no forks. Endgame rips off one half of Tantrum's face after that, and back Tantrum into the corner as they begin tearing chunks off of the punching robot. Tantrum makes it to the end of the fight, actually managing to pin them in the final 10 seconds, but they looked mangled. Endgame of course gets the judges' decisions, and I can see why, but man, I think that was closer than any of us expected. Tantrum finally got a great showing in with its exiting performance, and Endgame, as ever, proving why it's such an amazing robot, one of the best vertical spinners in Battlebots. Now normally this would be the end of the episode, but the new post-show, The Road to the Giant Nut, started here. They start off with a bot autopsy of Shatter after they got ripped apart by Riptide. The damage looks gruesome, and they go in depth about Shatter, the way it works, and why the damage done was just so gnarly. They then discuss, of course, the declined handshake. Adam explains about the Riptide team being unsportsmanlike, and honestly, Adam Wrigley, in my opinion, makes sense to me in this moment. Maybe some veteran builders could argue otherwise, but I can understand exactly why he feels the way he does. It's a shame, as Adam says they got on before, which points to the community Battlebots has that I've talked about before, and to see a falling out so publicly, it's just saddening more than anything. They end the segment asking Adam who he thinks will win, and while he doesn't answer who he thinks will win, he does say he wants to see Quantum to win, which, to be honest, same. After promoting next week's episode, they then bring it over to Sawblaze and Blip, who will be fighting next week, and they try to get the strategies from the teams and eventually rely on soundproof headphones to get them comfortable enough to spill the beans. I won't elaborate further, as I think it's the kind of thing you should check out yourself.
This Road to the Giant Nut segment is actually quite interesting, getting to hear from the builders some more. It's kind of like when we got to see them on the commentary desk, except a little bit more time is dedicated to them being able to talk about themselves, their robots, and the other teams. Now overall, despite the controversy, this was one of my favourite episodes so far. In terms of battle quality, the fights have been some of the best this season. It was truly incredible, and I am so excited for next week's, because even if it's not as good, even if it's half as good as this, it'll be incredible, and if it's better, oh, that'll be like a best of all time episode. You know, it'll be amazing fights, there won't be any Riptide drama, it'll just be amazing, it'll be 10 out of 10. It's time for the second half of the round of 32. Welcome back everyone to another Battlebots review. Last episode was extremely exciting, despite the controversy and drama. There were some incredible fights, and we were set for some even more just amazing battles. Let's not waste any time, and let's jump into the review. Quadrants 1 and 4 were our focus for today, and there were some crazy fights here as always. Minotaur vs Fusion had the potential to either be a complete squash or completely down the middle, as we saw when Fusion fought Witch Doctor. Cobalt vs Fusion would be a great vert fight that could go either way, and the other fights were so difficult to predict that I was intrigued just to see how they would go. And one of those fights was Black Dragon versus Ripperoni. Black Dragon actually had a different look. I think Black Dragon is meant to look more like their Lucky Duck this time around. This is a case of a more conventional and hardy robot versus a less conventional but just as effective in its own way robot. Now I felt Black Dragon had it, as with any new design there's always some teething troubles that comes from the first iteration that you have to improve on in subsequent seasons. And I felt Black Dragon was going to be the first robot to really push Ripperoni. The battle begins with Black Dragon racing out, but Ripperoni keeps their distance to get up to speed and get some awesome hits in on Black Dragon. Black Dragon rebounds and gets some hits in return, but Ripperoni soon returns with some more shots, taking out Black Dragon's weapon. Black Dragon soon begins pushing Ripperoni around, and the rear flywheel on Ripperoni soon seems to give up the ghost as they begin gyro dancing everywhere. You even notice the motor for the flywheel on the ground, at least I think it was the motor. This leads to a crazy back and forth where Ripperoni is landing some major hits on Black Dragon, but Black Dragon just keeps the pressure going, shoving them and having them bounce around on their spinner. Soon the flamethrower on Black Dragon ends up getting caught and the robot is on fire, but we know that Black Dragon can keep on going even when the flamethrower is taken out, as they keep shoving Ripperoni around, taking them onto the upper deck, where Ripperoni actually stops moving. With that, the pizza is counted out. And what an amazing opening fight. This was one concern I did have with Ripperoni, is that we never really got to see them take on a fellow spinner for longer periods of time. You know, usually it was a case of Copperhead with its majorly bad driving mistake, Endgame with a majorly bad driving mistake. We never got to see a situation where Ripperoni went toe-to-toe with a big-time spinner for a longer stretch of time. And Black Dragon really got to expose the weaknesses in Ripperoni's design. With that being said, I think Ripperoni has so much potential getting this far, even with the issues that cost them tonight. And I'm almost certain that next season, they'll be back stronger than ever. Black Dragon, meanwhile, is such an exciting robot. As we've seen with it and Copperhead, sometimes it isn't about having the craziest weapon. Sometimes it's about that perfect balance of reliability amongst that weapon power. Then we had Cobalt versus Monsoon, which I was excited for because I knew it would be a powerful vert-on-vert fight. I felt Cobalt had the better shot. You know, it's an established team, an extremely powerful robot, and I just felt like if the two verts were to clash, Cobalt's spinner might just do more damage. But with the reach of Monsoon, I knew that there was still potential for a shocker. The fight begins and Monsoon races over, but Cobalt gets the better of the initial exchange, but misses a second ram. They get Monsoon with the next weapon-on-weapon collision, but it's a dead heat on the third.
Cobalt sends Monsoon into the screws, but Monsoon retaliates with some monster shots now that the wedges on Cobalt are gone, leaving only the forks. Cobalt takes some time to back away and goes again, but makes little of it as Monsoon soon rips off the forks and flip Cobalt over where Cobalt is unable to self-right. Now this is something I didn't think about. Of course, the moment Cobalt loses those forks, there's not much it can do as it's an incredibly steep robot. So the moment Monsoon took those out, of course it could only ever go Monsoon's way. And I gotta say, that was an incredible performance from Monsoon. In the end, it really did have Cobalt's number. Honestly, I think maybe it's time for the Cobalt team to revisit the carbide design for Battlebots. Maybe it wouldn't do much, but I think it'd be kind of interesting. I think Cobalt's really good, don't get me wrong, but I'd be interested to see how they manage to push the carbide design in the Battlebots, and I wonder if the issues that Cobalt has with the steep wedge might end up being too big a problem for them, especially as more robots are getting incredibly low to the ground. You know, in a world of piano keys, you gotta wonder, you know, is this gonna prove to be too big a problem for them? Either way, I mean, I'll still be happy no matter what. If they bring Cobalt back next year, I'll still be happy. It's still a really good robot. But it's just me fantasizing more than anything. Either way, I was super happy for Monsoon to pull out this major victory. Next up was Minotaur versus Fusion. And I gotta say, I'm still ecstatic that Minotaur is the #1 seed. It's probably my favourite Battlebot, and just seeing it get that recognition as the top seeded robot this season was amazing. I honestly expected this to be the main event, which tells me that this fight will be a lot more one-sided before it even began. Now, I saw Fusion had no wedlets on their vert, which in my opinion was a major mistake, as in my opinion it made the vert completely useless, which, given Fusion's whole thing is that both weapons are very viable options, and that having them both like that means that no robot really has a guaranteed option. I just didn't understand it myself. Now the bot battle begins, and Fusion does shockingly get the first hit on Minotaur, and then another. Just as this fight is looking like it might actually become a major back and forth, Fusion catches on fire, and it is out right there. What a shame for Fusion to go out so quickly, so easily. Good lord, I can't believe it went out. Like, this fight, you know, that's crazy that Fusion's gremlins came to just kill it like that. Now, I did see a belt come off of Fusion, so I do wonder if that played a part. Maybe something got sucked in or whatever. You know, I've heard that can sometimes kill a robot. But either way, it's a massive shame for Fusion to go out so easily. But as a massive Minotaur fan, I'm very happy to see them move on. And honestly, I'd love to see them finally win the Giant Nut. Then we had Hydra versus Death Roll. This honestly was so hard to call, as we know that Death Roll is one of the more vicious robots, but it has a terrible ground clearance. It of course tries to make up for it with that big vertical spinner, but it was going up against Hydra, which is one of the most low to the ground robots in the competition. But on the flip side, Hydra's really bad at taking spinner shots, which meant that a single mistake would cost Hydra the battle and the competition. Now, at the beginning, Death Roll hangs back to get up to speed, but Hydra is not wasting any time, racing over and immediately begins flipping them around. Death Roll, of course, keeps on going as it's one of the wildest spinners that just doesn't give up if flipped over. Still, they're no doubt struggling to deal with Hydra, who just keeps throwing them around. Soon, Death Roll does get an almighty shot in and gets the spinner completely stuck in Hydra's armor. Now that is an incredibly deep spinner shot, and it shows what I was saying about how Hydra's not very good at dealing with spinner shots. However, Hydra is lucky in that in this case, the damage seems to be mostly external. Still, it means the fight must be paused to see if they can unstick the machines. Thankfully, Death Roll was able to be unstuck, and the fight could continue. The fight resumes and Death Roll begins trying to spin up the weapon again, but clearly Death Roll is having some issues. Death Roll's drive is off, and their spinner has given up the ghost. Hydra, meanwhile, has lost part of its drive from that mighty spinner hit.
Unfortunately for Death Roll, with no spinner, there is nothing they can do, as Hydra has enough drive to keep front on and get a few more flips in. It goes to the judges who, in the end, give it to Hydra, and while it did peter out in the end, this was absolutely exciting up until they got stuck, with Hydra going harder than ever with those flips and Death Roll going out with one gigantic spinner shot. The round of 32 has been amazing, as even the weaker fights have been fun to watch. Quantum vs Ribot was up next, and Quantum had been absolutely amazing this season. I was concerned against Ribot, as while Ribot has had a tough time this season, they really came back with a vengeance with their vertical spinner fall, which is what they were obviously bringing out this time around. And again, Ribot's forks are still not symmetrical. There's 2 long and 1 short on one side, and 1 long and 3 short on the other. Ribot, do you not have enough forks? Please balance them out, I'm begging you. What is this? Now the battle begins and both robots meet in the middle, and Ribot has done an endgame, getting their forks stuck in the kill source slots as Quantum gets a bite in, but decides to not get that aggressive, hoping that Ribot was stuck and would be counted out. But this was such a critical mistake, as Ribot soon gets free. Quantum is then hit in a major way and gets back, but have a major gash on the underside. They try to get the pressure back on, but one more massive hit takes them out. Man, this fight hurt the most, given Quantum's lack of aggression when it mattered most. If they'd have gone in like Ripperoni had with Endgame, we might have seen a different outcome to the fight, as they could have gotten in a critical bite that might have taken out Ribot. But Ribot is finally back and bringing back the pain to their opponents. Still, as much as I love Ribot, I was praying to see the unconventional Crusher going around further at the very least. Then we had Switchback versus Malice, and Ray Billings was back in the house! Ray still wasn't taking part, as at the time of recording he was still recovering from his hand injury, which, don't worry, he's all good now, as you'll see in my RoboGames 2023 review, but he is here to rep the other big horizontal spinner in the round of 32 in Malice. Now Switchback raced out, but has their vert in the air for some reason. Malice punishes this and pins them against the screw to get some horizontal shots in. Switchback does utilise their articulating arm to keep the pressure on, and escapes, where the two exchange some lovely weapon shots. Malice once again pins Switchback against the screws to get more blows in, where Switchback's spinner dies. Malice keeps going, they are unrelenting with their horizontal spinner, while Switchback backs into the pulverizer with one half of their drive gone. Malice's spinner isn't working as nicely as I imagined they were hoping, as they have to back away each time to get up to speed, but the weapon shots are as nasty as ever, as Switchback's weapon chain falls out and Switchback looks badly dented. Malice then runs into the kill swords as it runs in for the kill shot. But Switchback is proving to be very durable in this fight. In the final countdown, Malice gets some last sparks in on Switchback as the fight goes to the judges, who of course give it to Malice. Honestly, I gotta say, this was a brilliant showing from Malice. While Malice doesn't deliver the kind of shots like the legendary Tombstone, they have enough power to slowly break down a hardy opponent, and as long as the robot keeps working, then as we can see here, it can devastate you over time. Then we had Beta versus Whiplash, and this fight was going to be painful. Beta came in with that anti-vert front, which meant there was no question who was going to win the ground game. And let me make it clear, I understand on paper why they go with this. In a fight against like Whiplash, it means that the spinner and the lifter have less to grab onto. You know, a spinner can't do as much if there's less to bite into, and with a round shape like that, there is less to bite onto. My problem has always been, though, that while yes, it does reduce the amount of damage they take, it reduces the amount of stuff that the opponent can grab onto, there's then nothing for you to utilise to get under your opponent and take control, which their regular wedge is very good at. And honestly, I've been burned one too many times to be confident about Beta's chances heading into this one. Now the battle begins with a cat and mouse chase as Beta starts chasing Whiplash around the box before both finally meet front to front. There was a lift retaliated with a hammer shot before the second verse ended up being the same as the first.
Then Whiplash came in with a shot on the backside, sending Beta over the screws and onto the upper deck, where Beta's drive sadly dies right there, and the fight is over. Now, while this fight was disappointing, I'll give them this. The boat might actually have been kind of the correct choice for this fight. I'll admit it, the boat might have actually been kind of useful here, as Whiplash, when trying to drive to lift the front, they clearly had some issues due to the shape. Sadly, John Reed's bots tend to be extremely weak in the back, and that is what did them in the end. Whiplash once again gets a chance at redemption as they move on to the round of 16. Then we had the main event, Sawblades versus Blip. Blip actually came out with some extra top armor and 3 small but resilient looking hinged forks at the front. The two both try wedging each other, and despite some initial wedgings, nothing is made of it at first, as both robots are driving around like crazy, including Sawblades narrowly dodging a flip from Blip. The moment Sawblades gets under Blip though, we get to see that hammer saw come into action, doing some massive damage to Blip and ripping off the 2 longer forks. The moment they get loose, Sawblades then takes them to the other set, getting some more digs in, and they just keep ramming them around. Blip does manage to wedge Sawblades in, but I think their flipper died after some of that initial damage, so even when Blip is able to make wedge attempts, that's all they can really do, get some rams in here and there. Sawblades, however, gets some more amazing blows in. Every time Blip wedges Sawblades, outside of a brief ram, they're just unable to do much else, and Sawblade just immediately ends up retaliating, continuing to strike again and again, attacking that top armor, which is actually absorbing the damage amazingly well, but unfortunately there's not much Blip can do except just tank it all as the fight goes the distance, which of course is given to Sawblades. I've got to say, this was a fun fight. You know, Blip obviously lost the judge's decision, but between the durability and the fact that they were able to repeatedly wedge Sawblades, they were no slouch in this fight, keeping the pressure on even with no weapon. Even if it was a downhill slope for them, they refused to back down at any point. Still, Sawblades is one of the best driven robots of all time and never let up for a single moment in that arena. Blip, try as it might, was done for, I think even before the buzzer sounded. Now in the Road to the Giant Nut, we got a bot autopsy with Ripperoni, a quick glimpse of Jevon World of Woodrow, and a great explanation of how Ripperoni was able to be achieved and do as much as it did. Also, Anna absolutely roasted Chris Rose. I won't spoil how. This is a segment, again, that you really do just have to see. And it's why these robots are so impressive to behold. There's a lot that goes into Ripperoni to make it, like, a surprisingly good new design. They do a bot memoriam showing the robots that fell in the round of 32. And man, it is so sad to see so many designs trying something different fall at this stage. You know, we've seen, like, on the spinner front, there's robots like Ripperoni and Fusion, which were trying different things at the spinner design, just go out at this stage. We've seen Claw Viper go, we've seen Quantum go. Oh my god, it is so depressing. I will say, it was kind of funny seeing Reese Hewitt being clipped saying, "Son of a bitch," as he left with Fusion. That was kind of funny. Then after that, they had Martin Mason and Jonathan Schultz talking about the fight they're going to be having next week. Seeing Hughes' wheel in the hands of Chris and Kenny really shows just how crazy they are. Like I've said before about how the durability of them is probably not on the same level as a robots like Gabriel's with the holes that spinners can hook onto, but still they are surprisingly thick and resilient regardless. They once again go over the strategies, which again is just fun to hear about. I've really been enjoying this Road to the Giant Nut segment, as it is truly great to hear from the builders. Overall, I can see why they went with the other half of the round of 32 first, as it just hit that much harder, but I still had a lot of fun with this episode. It's honestly a shame to see some of the more fringe designs like Claw Viper, Beta and Quantum eliminated in the past 2 episodes, as I was praying we'd get to see more amazing action from these killer robots, and get to see spinners get put on notice about how other designs maybe won't win the nut but can really shake things up. Them getting to the round of 32 is definitely testament to that, but man, I was hoping they'd go just a little bit further. Still, even some of the robots I imagine no one expected to do well have had some amazing fights, and it's been so exciting to see, and I cannot wait for the round of 16.
It's time once again for another Battlebots review. Oh my god, we're actually on time this time. Let's do this! We got another epic intro this time with Chris Rose, as we are now in the round of 16. Again, Battlebots, when they want to be, they are so great at setting the scene for an extremely hyped event. Again, the fights just led me so excited. Hydra versus Whiplash, Sawblaze versus Monsoon, and quite literally every robot in this are robots that could go the distance under the right circumstances. Now the first fight was Ribot versus Black Dragon. This fight I knew could get unbelievably close. Both are robots that can be quite robust and have decently powerful weapons, but I definitely leant more towards Black Dragon heading into this one. Ribot came out with two long hardy forks to help assist with getting under Black Dragon, and thank you Ribot. Finally, you've got symmetrical forks! Black Dragon similarly has some nice long looking forks with wider bases at the bottom. I also noticed what I believe were two smaller forks on Black Dragon, but I could be wrong there. The match begins and they meet in the middle, clashing weapons with Black Dragon getting the better of the initial exchange, but Ribot then gets some almighty hits in return, ripping off one of Black Dragon's forks. Black Dragon does manage to recover, but Ribot refuses to let up. Despite one of their forks being broken, they're able to deform Black Dragon's other fork and keep the aggression going. Black Dragon then loses one half of their drive, but they are trying their best to keep the fight going, making it so Ribot has to go all out if they want to win. With another hit, Black Dragon lands on Ribot's tyre, causing them to get stuck for a moment, but it's clear from this moment that Black Dragon's drive is gone! Black Dragon has received its second career KO in this fight against Ribot. Now this was a fun opening fight, and while I am sad to see Black Dragon exit here, I am extremely happy to see Ribot's redemption arc in this season, with its most recent performances being excellent. Next up we had Lockjaw versus Witch Doctor. Now these are two classic reboot Battlebots in my opinion. Witch Doctor and Lockjaw are iconic robots to this decade of the show. To me, Witch Doctor immediately had the advantage due to the power and reliability being more certain to me than it is with Lockjaw. But I knew that Donald Hudson and the team are never ones to be underestimated and could absolutely have pulled out a major shocker. Now the fight begins and the two hold out as they exchange blows, but soon Witch Doctor ends up taking off one of Lockjaw's tyres and then kills Spitfire by throwing Lockjaw into them. That's got to be a unique way of taking out a drone. Witch Doctor then rips off the weapon belt of Lockjaw, and Lockjaw is done. I remember reading a comment on one of my reviews about how Mike Gelately isn't aggressive enough, and Mike must have heard this comment coming from the future because, my goodness, they went all in on this. Going after Lockjaw for one more almighty shot the moment the pulverizer lifted off. Now, like I thought, Witch Doctor is just overall more reliable than Lockjaw, and Witch Doctor is still just one of the top robots in the competition. It's just such an amazingly built robot, and clearly that brushless system is helping keep them at pace with the competition. Now, of course, Lockjaw is an amazing robot in its own right, but I think it's clear to see that there are definitely some issues that are holding it back from being able to progress further. But saying that, a robot that can make it to the round of 16, regardless of any issues, that's a dang good robot. Like, we can critique Lockjaw all we want. It got into the round of 16. It's one of the top robots in the sport, clearly. Next up was Minotaur versus Malice, and poor Malice. It's genuinely an actually decent robot. Like, this is a robot that can take out some hefty competition, but I could tell before the fight even started that Malice would be in major trouble against the raging bull that is Minotaur. Still, Bunny apparently tried to keep summoning major championship energy, not only having Ray alongside them, but apparently getting advice from Bite Force's Paul Ventimiglia. While I don't rate Bunny's chances, the passion that she has shown helping out with robo games, you know, having Ray Billings and Paul Ventimiglia, you know, for advice and support. You know, I like Bunny's passion for robot combat. It's genuinely so much fun to see. They elected this time as well to not go for the forks with Malice, as they decided to go with their hardiest spinner in a hope that they may be able to survive going weapon to weapon, which on paper I completely understand and it's probably their best strategy. But in reality, maybe there wasn't Minotaur? Now the fight begins and both robots are slow out of the box as they get up to speed, with Malice actually getting the better of the first 3 shots, as Minotaur was stuck upside down for a bit, unable to get their better shots in, especially as Malice chased them down. Still, once Minotaur was back, they got some good shots in return, before it seemed for a brief moment that Minotaur's weapon had died. But as if it sucked the life out of Malice, when Malice's weapon died, Minotaur sprung back to life. When we got a closer look, the teeth that gave Malice the damage dealing potential in that spinner had been ripped out by Minotaur, so I'm not shocked that Malice's spinner had died. Saying that Minotaur's drum isn't at 100% either, as it isn't going into full death hum mode, but between the pins, the small hits they manage, and pushing Malice around, it is keeping that aggression on. Malice, however, is refusing to let up. In this moment, aggression is all they really have. They cannot afford to let up in this late stage. But Minotaur is making it clear that they are walking away with the victory as it goes to the judges. The judges, of course, give it to Minotaur, and again, this one was fun. We got to see Malice do shockingly well. I guarantee many expected this to be a quick win for Minotaur, but for a brief moment, I thought we were about to see a major upset, as Malice had a brilliant fight with Minotaur, who of course soon came back with their reliable performance, which we've come to love from Minotaur. It's why they are a favourite of mine heading into the grand final. Now we go from one amazing drum spinner to another, as it's Copperhead versus Endgame. Copperhead has had their best performance to date, but for similar reasons to the last fight, I just felt that they didn't stand a chance against the former champions. Endgame this time went for 4 forks this time amongst their setup as opposed to the usual 2, as they clearly want to leave nothing for chance to get a quick victory. You know, they may be former champions, but Copperhead has clearly proven itself to be quite a formidable force. As the buzzer sounds, both robots are slow coming out as they begin spinning up, and of course, Endgame easily gets under, hitting Copperhead repeatedly with some major blows, but thanks to Copperhead's hardier front, they're able to bounce back like it's nothing. Copperhead then begins ripping off a fork, and soon, Endgame's spinner dies. Copperhead keeps ripping off the piano keys and the forks until Endgame is essentially just a box, with no weapon, just a 4-wheel drive, and as I mentioned before, they may have pretty good drive, but a box is not very good at pushing. We've seen that in Series 1 of Robot Wars with Robot the Bruce. We've seen that with, like Bullion in Robo games. A box just cannot outpush a wedge, or in this case, Copperhead. Endgame with no weapon at all they can do is survive as Copperhead keeps ripping into them as they try to rely on the strategy of breaking Copperhead's fist with its face. A strat we basically saw Copperhead do just now to Endgame, enduring until they broke Endgame's spinner down. Now Endgame is hanging by a thread the entire fight. The drive is still going strong, but with no weapon and no wedge, there's simply nothing they could do, and eventually they end up tipped onto their spinner and are only saved by the 3 minutes being up before a KO countout. Had this happened a little earlier, this would have ensured a KO victory for Copperhead. But still, it goes to the judges, and in a surprise to no one now, but as a surprise to everyone, I imagine, when the buzzer first sounded, Copperhead wins! Copperhead's reliability is all in that front, as we got to see in this fight. Had Endgame gotten lucky like Ripperoni, I'm sure we'd have gotten a different result, but we're seeing how Copperhead's hardy, reliable design has gotten them so far here in taking out a former champ. That has got to be the biggest victory of Copperhead's run, at least so far. Next up we got Sawblaze versus Monsoon, and this fight had the potential to be legendary. If Monsoon got a well-placed shot in, they were one of the few robots I could see potentially knocking out Sawblaze, but that requires taking out the exceptionally well-driven and extremely low and well-designed Sawblaze, who has only gotten so much better since their last encounter. The fight starts and they rush forward to the middle and exchange shots as Sawblaze gets a blow on Monsoon before Monsoon sends Sawblaze up high. Monsoon is keeping Sawblaze under a lot of pressure. but Sawblaze sends Monsoon into the screws repeatedly as Monsoon ends up chewing one of the eyelashes. This is a situation where Sawblaze cannot afford to make any mistakes, and luckily for them, disaster struck for Monsoon, who got caught on the kill saw slots, allowing Sawblaze to take out one of the top forks. Monsoon's bar then hits the arena, and while they did a number to one of the hardiest parts of the wall, the spinner ended up dying as a result, which Sawblaze capitalizes on by knocking them onto their spinner where they are counted out. Honestly, this fight was really good, with some amazing power from Monsoon and some incredible tension, and the fight kept swinging around as at any moment Monsoon could have taken the KO victory, but ultimately the incredible driving by Jameson Go, undoubtedly one of the best drivers in Battlebots history, secured them that victory. Sawblaze is always so much fun to watch go, and I just had a lot of fun with this fight. Then we had Hydra versus Whiplash, and again, this could have been an incredible fight, but one that I was definitely leaning more towards Hydra on. Whiplash was clearly back in a major way, but Hydra is so scarily efficient that I didn't know if it would be able to stop Jake Ewart. Hydra and Whiplash once again take a bit of time coming out, though Hydra more so as it kept catching the floor seams, and Whiplash had a very strong strategy as they tried to bait Hydra out to get a flip in at the wrong time so they could take advantage. Of course, if Hydra misses a flip, they get popped up slightly, which then would guarantee Whiplash could get under. But they just didn't get a whole lot in when they did, besides a quick lift, as Jake then starts flipping them about, and for a moment it looked like Whiplash's spinner had died, but it seems it was more of a case of a piece of armor getting in the way, which Whiplash easily smacks away. Unfortunately for Whiplash, the problems kept coming as their lifting arm broke down, which I didn't even realise until Hydra flipped them over and Whiplash was stuck! I can't believe it! Whiplash was counted out as Hydra would join the rest in the round of 8. My goodness, a bit disappointing in the ending, but with two great robots like this, it was always going to be very close. Next up we had the hugely anticipated Huge versus Mad Catter. Mad Catter came out with a huge poon, a spike to catch the gaps in Huge's wheels, which is undoubtedly the best option they have, as where they're most likely able to break Huge is in those wheels, as they're quite low down, and Huge is almost perfect for dealing with that kind of design. At the same time, it was also something I was worried about, as the Huge poon was also looked like it was perfect to get eaten up by Huge's monster bar spinner. Mad Catter came out in the fight with sparks flying everywhere. It looked like Destructifon all of a sudden, and the Huge poon immediately is ripped off. At least I think that was the Huge poon. But Mad Catter then comes back with some nasty shots in return, even ripping off a piece of Huge's wheel. After some weapon exchanges, however, some that flipped Mad Catter over, Mad Catter's spinner broke down. Mad Catter keeps the pressure on as they try to gum up the spinner, but they are just being torn apart by Huge's almighty spinning bar. Eventually, once they rip off the lifting arm, Huge's bar then breaks down as well. It does show a brief bit of life, but it's clearly not an option anymore, as it was not doing well at all, and in that moment this fight suddenly became a lot more uncertain, as Huge can't do a lot to Mad Catter, as Mad Catter keeps on them, though aren't able to do a lot of substantial aggression either. The fight goes the distance and the judges have to decide what is to me an extremely difficult to judge battle. Huge did spin up the weapon right at the very end to show that it did still work, even if not as well as before. Now that, I have to imagine, helped seal the deal for Huge as they win the judge's decision and move on. Then it's time for the main event! Hypershock versus Riptide. Shockingly, they left the hype package for right before the fight. I didn't expect that, but clearly they're just so much more confident in their fights this time, and I guess didn't feel the need to try and prompt the audience to stay tuned this time. The hype package does have Ethan going fuck the haters, but that's about as deep as it goes. Thankfully, there's no real drama. Now, I'll admit that I had no real hope for Hypershock heading into this one. It's good, don't get me wrong, but given how Hypershock generally doesn't handle being flipped over, I felt like a fight against Riptide was never going to go well for Will Bales and the team. Now the fight begins and Hypershock races over, but immediately they make a major mistake as they are flipped right over. And then, as they mentioned, with Hypershock spinner spinning down and Riptide spinning up, they get the ultimate bite, sending Riptide up into the ceiling! Now this is, I believe, the second time that a robot has hit the Modern Battlebox ceiling. Apparently Hydra managed to dent the ceiling with Death Roll, which is incredible, but now we've had the first time with a spinner-on-spinner collision. This is incredible. We are seeing power from flippers and spinners that we have never seen before in Battlebots. This is genuinely unprecedented. Now Hypershock actually does keep going, but Riptide rips off 2 of Hypershock's tyres, and honestly, it's an absolute slaughter as Hypershock keeps going, refusing to back down, and actually does get some nice shots in, but it's nothing compared to the hell being brought by Riptide. And finally, Hypershock dies from the terrifying punishment from Riptide's Egg Beater. I will say this was actually a really exciting main event. Thankfully this had no real drama as it was just 2 amazing verts killing each other. As far as I can tell, there wasn't any noticeable bad blood. And honestly, that was legendary, that shot. Like, even if you're sad that Riptide won, if you look at that moment, that is incredible. That's one of the most iconic moments of the season, in my opinion. Now, Battlebots, I know what you were doing. No, don't try and play dumb. Earlier in the episode, you were framing Will Bales watching on to be because of Riptide's reputation, but we have seen plenty of instances of people watching their opponents in the test box. I understand Riptide is a good bit of drama fodder, but please don't try to force rage views. This fight's great enough, it doesn't need the attempt to get more drama. Riptide's pretty good at doing that anyway, let's be real. Like, to me, it wasn't necessary. That's just my point of view. Anyway, before we end off, we have the road to the giant nut. First up, we had an endgame botopsy, with Endgame coming out with a bucket full of parts, but the base bot actually looks surprisingly in good shape. It's a little twisted and chewed up, sure, but, given the abuse they took throughout the fight, you'd expect it to be a lot worse. And the Endgame team have taken the destruction of their bot very well. Likely, as they said internally, it still works actually, but just externally it took some hefty damage. It really is a sight to behold, and it only gets better when we get to see how tight and compact all the internals are. Endgame is such a well-built robot, it's no wonder that they managed to win the giant nuts at one point. It's just so well built. Now, in a surprise twist, Will Bales actually comes out as we get 2 botopsies in one night, as we get to see a scrap heap, Hypershock, carted out. Shockingly, it again isn't that badly mangled, all things considered. I mean, it's mangled. Let's not beat around the bush. That thing looks torn up, but not as badly as I would imagine from that fight. I was expecting to see a vertical spinner version of Captain Shredderator after that fight, but you can still recognize it. That's at least better than Shredderator. The Endgame and Hypershock teams discuss the future of the meta, how forks might be slowly being taken out by the big wide weapons like Minotaur, Copperhead, and Riptide, and Will voices how he hopes something new comes in to shake things up, or as he says, pee in the punch bowl. Of course, I'm always hoping to see shake-ups to the meta, but I think that would require verts to get a small nerf or something, and a more significant development to be done by a non-spinner team. Now, we're seeing that with the likes of Claw Viper, Quantum, Beta, Shatter. These are robots that have managed to, pull off surprisingly well these alternative designs. And as we've seen in the meta of Battlebots, these things can shift and change all the time. At one point Tombstone was the ultimate dominant meta because it was just so powerful that most robots weren't able to handle it, and some robots still can't. Then of course there was the low to the ground vertical spinner, which we saw Bite Force and Endgame really prove was very good, and in a sense Tantrum as well, though it did it in its own unique way. But we've been seeing, with the likes of Minotaur and Riptide, and in RoboGames with Manta, that wider robots with these big spinners are actually quite devastating to go up against.
and have consistently proven to be robots that could actually go the distance. It's hard to say for certain, but it's absolutely a type of design that I could see winning a giant nut in the future, if not this time around. I mean, robots like Riptide and Minotaur have to be favourites to win the whole thing now. But with designs like Sawblaze, Huge, Hydra, there are alternative designs, spinner and non-spinner, that could still shake things up. And that's what I love to see about the BattleBots meta. There's always going to be a design that ends up winning overall, but sometimes that design shifts ever so slightly, and even then, even if you have a favourite heading into it, it could always get outsmarted by something that's not a meta design, or at least not a giant nut winning meta design. And I'll always be happy to see how BattleBots is never a certain thing. Like, even if you've got a design that's seemingly perfect, anything can happen, and sometimes underdog stories get told. Now, the final bit of the bot road to the giant nut involved Jake Hewitt and Ethan Kurtz, and they start off talking about the power of Riptide Spinner, and you have Jake taking some of Ethan's thunder by pointing out that he hit a robot in the ceiling first. Jake definitely admits that Riptide is powerful, but manages to keep that cool swagger about him, as he said that he'll just have to beat Riptide in the final. It would be a tough fight, but definitely a lot of fun, though I probably would be leaning more towards Riptide, because Hydra's armor... Look, I like Hydra. Its armor is pretty flimsy against spinners, I'm sorry. Ethan and Jake both are confident, but actually quite reasonable in this. There's no excess trash talk in this segment, knowing that their fights won't be easy, but they're ready to give it their all to get to that giant nut. I won't go too in-depth again, as the road to the giant nut I think is fun to check out and wind down after some of the intense fights we've seen this season. Now overall, this was another exciting episode. This had the same perks of the first round of 32 episode in having pretty much every fight being exciting, with the extra bonus of no real drama bogging things down. I will say I had been banking on Endgame being the robot to take out Riptide, which I gotta say I'm a little concerned. I don't know what's gonna stop Riptide getting to the giant nut. Maybe Copperhead can pull off another upset. You know what? Anything's possible. Like I was just saying earlier, you can have an upset for sure. But, right now I'd say Riptide is definitely going to be a lot of people's favourites heading into next week's episode. But that's what's so exciting. This is truly incredible. Some of the designs we've seen getting this far, it's making for some absolutely incredible fights into the round of 32. Of course, not every fight's going to be a winner before the round of 32, but man, there's been very few disappointing fights now that we've managed to narrow it down to the absolute best that Battlebots has to offer. And I am so excited to see who finally gets to hold aloft the giant nut in next week's episode, and I hope you are as well. We're here! We're finally here! The grand final. The final episode of the main competition of BattleBots World Championship 7. We're going to see a champion crowned. We're going to see someone hold the giant nut up in the air. Well, I already saw it, but you get the point. Most of us already saw it, but today I'm going to do my review of what has to be one of the most legendary episodes in BattleBots history. Let's get started. Now, the intro is actually surprisingly chill. Given that the prior episodes had some absolutely epic beginnings, I was kind of shocked about how relaxed everything seemed. I mean, we're about to see a giant nut winner. This is what everything has been building up to. And then suddenly the epic intro stop? Yeah. It's not that big a deal, but I just thought that was kind of funny. But man, the fights tonight. Minotaur versus Sawblaze, Hydra versus Ribot, Riptide versus Copperhead, and Witch Doctor versus Huge. These are all fights that I feel could have been a main event in the fight nights, and these were all going to be incredible. I was so excited. There was so much still in the air, nothing was certain, but all I knew was that these were some incredible robots. So first up we had Sawblaze versus Minotaur, which was a rematch. I remember the first time that these two collided, Sawblaze absolutely bodied Minotaur.
I was, I believe it was the opening fight of World Championship 6, and I was really interested to see how they would do in the rematch. Minotaur ditched the wedgelets, which normally I would be against, but in this case, the wedgelets really wouldn't make much of a difference. So instead, focusing on Minotaur's weapon reach was likely the best avenue. I've kind of warmed up to that approach now that I could kind of understand it a bit more. Still, I knew that Swordblaze was definitely the favourite heading into this one, as it's one of those robots and teams that I felt really pushed Minotaur to its limits. But either way, I was excited as it's two of the best Battlebots drivers in the box. Jameson Go is like a surgeon in that arena, and of course you have the raging Daniel Freitas, who is easily the most aggressive driver I've ever seen. Now the fight begins and Swordblaze runs into Minotaur and uses Minotaur's energy against them before bringing the Hammer Sword down. Though Minotaur does return with some nasty shots in return, before Swordblaze then takes them into the screws and hits them in the rear with the Hammer Saw, which soon causes Minotaur to catch on fire. But Minotaur refuses to back down though, as it continues to roar. If it's going down, it'll go out fighting. It soon pops them in the air with the drum and does some mighty damage, taking out the weapon of Swordblaze and keeps the aggression going. Swordblaze does keep the pressure on, their plow is just perfect at dealing with Minotaur, but they are looking worse for wear. Meanwhile, Minotaur is still burning and smoking up the arena, somehow still twitching to get free of the screws as Swordblaze goes in to push them, but soon in that moment you realise that Minotaur, the robot that I thought might take it all, finally gives up the fight and is out. With that, in the final moments of the fight, Minotaur is eliminated as Swordblaze takes victories from the jaws of a possible defeat, as I feel, had it gone to the judges, Minotaur did have a chance of taking it thanks to that aggression and some substantial damage on its own front, at least, before the KO. But either way, this was a spectacular performance from both robots, and already an incredibly tough act to follow. I've been asked what are my top 10 favourite fights, which you can look forward to in the near future, because I'm going to make a top 10 fights of World Championship 7, but this has to be one of them. Swordblaze is so amazingly driven and so incredibly well designed that it's the perfect counter for Minotaur that isn't reliant on pure power. Meanwhile, Minotaur's amazing package of just that durability, that power, made for an amazing dying performance. Like, it was pretty much certain that they were going to lose because they just can't seem to beat Swordblaze, but they went out swinging. I don't think I've seen a better losing performance. And it only makes me more happy to call Minotaur my favourite Battlebot, and someone who absolutely deserves to win the Giant Nut eventually. Maybe World Championship 8 will be that season. Either way, Swordblaze moves on, and that was a fun opener. Next up we had Witch Doctor versus Huge, and I knew right away that this was the end for Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor is amazing. It's one of the best low-to-the-ground verts in Battlebots, but Huge is perfect for dealing with that type of robot. Unless Witch Doctor could win a weapon-on-weapon collision, I just didn't see what they could do, as Witch Doctor just doesn't have the reach to hit anything truly vital, except maybe take out the tyres, I guess? Anyway, the fight starts with both slow to start as they get up to speed, and they go weapon to weapon, where Witch Doctor immediately loses their weapon belt, meaning this fight went from bad to worse as it became a squash match, as Witch Doctor essentially had to just be a brick to Huge's offense. Huge soon starts ripping apart the ribcage of Witch Doctor, and then buckling the main armour underneath. Witch Doctor is refusing to die, however, and while there isn't much they can do, they do manage to do a tried and true strategy, once again, breaking your fist with my face, as Huge's spinner does end up worse for wear after so many shots. Still, the damage done to Witch Doctor is obviously far more substantial. I mean, oh no, Huge's spinner isn't as good as it was at the beginning. Meanwhile, Witch Doctor is, being murdered. It's quite obvious where the more substantial damage lies. But I gotta give Witch Doctor this, they are keeping the pressure on in the best way that they can given the circumstances, which is commendable in its own right. At this late stage, you need to give it everything you've got, and they are refusing to give it up here. Still, while Huge Spinner isn't at 100%, it makes digs in at Witch Doctor as the match comes to a close, and to the judges, who give it to Huge! A major squash match, honestly, which I kind of expected Huge to win, but I was definitely shocked at how one-sided it was. Witch Doctor tried its best, but like I said, it was a foregone conclusion, even more so than Sawblaze versus Minotaur, in my opinion. At least then, Minotaur had room to make some notable shots, while Witch Doctor had very little room to work with. And that wiggle room went in the first 10 seconds of the fight. Witch Doctor has been amazing. Unfortunately for them, while they are one of the best modern day Battlebots, this was mainly down to just the design of Huge being an amazing counter, similar to what Minotaur just had to deal with Sawblade. Now we had Hydra versus Ribbot, which was a crazy hype fight. Ribbot was back on form and coming with the forks that are all over the place, those forks which are just not symmetrical in the slightest. Meanwhile, Hydra is the meanest flipper in World Championship 7. It's the best Waiachi machine since the legendary Son of Waiachi, in my opinion. Son of Waiachi is clearly still the Waiachi robot, but Hydra, I'd say, comes pretty damn close at this point. It's also the only real non-vert still in the competition, so, there's that as well. Still, so far the show has only been robots I love watching in the box, so these have all been extremely exciting for me. The buzzer sounds, and Hydra and Ribbot are both a bit cautious, knowing that a bad move could swing this fight. Ribbot does get a graze in, followed by a missed flip from Hydra, and the two end up in a very tense stalemate. It is palpable as they wait for the other to flinch. This really is a moment where any moment the fight could have swung in either which way. Hydra does miss a few flips, but Ribbot is unable to capitalize each time, and if they get it wrong, they'll end up on that flipper, whereas a good shot from Ribbot could ruin Hydra's chances. All they needed was for the other team to flinch. And with a slight turn on Hydra, Ribbot gets a massive shot in, and it suddenly goes all downhill for Jake Hewitt and Hydra as their drive is immediately impacted. With that, they keep trying to drive, but Ribbot is now much more easily able to get at their weaker side and make huge gashes in both sides of Hydra, causing them to slowly die and be counted out. Now, man, in terms of entertainment value, this fight in a vacuum may not be much, but with the tension of watching the series for the first time, watching the build up to this point, knowing that this would be the end of either one of their runs, the tension in that stalemate was almost anxiety-inducing. Hydra is incredible, but their armor is definitely their one major downside. If they can endure more shots in World Championship 8, then they'll almost certainly be back here going this far again, and potentially even further. Ribbot, meanwhile, I'm so happy to see that they weren't going to go the way of Glitch and had such an amazing redemption. Next was the fight that everyone was talking about, Riptide versus Copperhead. Now, even Kurtz was unable to make it and drive the robot this time around due to catching COVID. COVID was still very much a major problem. I mean, technically it still is, but basically, Ethan caught it and unfortunately was unable to drive the robot as, he had to be quarantined, meaning that they had to find a new person to help drive the robot. This, of course, changes things a lot. With a robot, even with a robot as well designed as Riptide, it will make it obviously easier to make up for the changes. But Felix Jing, he had a tall task here. Like I said, Riptide's an amazing design, so Riptide still had a very good shot. But when you change drivers, that can change entirely the complexity of a robot. I mean, you saw how Beta went from starting to fall off to bringing Jason Marston on, and suddenly it's like one of the top one of the top Hammerbots. It really can change things, so I have to imagine the pressure was on for Felix. They then say, Copperhead's weapon has only ever been shut down once, which, stop bringing up no KO stats, I'm begging you, you're gonna jinx it! Now for the entrance, my god, Ethan was coming to the Battlebots via Zoom. Ethan really was living the lockdown experience in this big time fight. Though I do like the choice of taping the tablet to a Riptide fork. Though you can really, like, this is one of those things where, you know, the catching the COVID, the lockdown, you know, the Zoom call. This is one of those things where we'll be able to watch this in, like, say, 20, 25 years' time, and we're going to be like, oh, wow. You know, like, this is a time capsule almost now of the time period this was recorded at. Now, right before the fight, I did notice Riptide looked to be in rougher shape than I expected. I'm guessing the stress of the situation, you know, with Ethan recovering from COVID and the long-term damage done to the robot had exhausted the team's ability to repair the machine to 100%. And I did wonder, is this going to swing the fight? Well, the fight starts and Riptide races out, but Copperhead gets a nice shot on the side before Riptide starts winning the weapon-on-weapon shots. But, as usual, Copperhead keeps on going. If you hit Copperhead at the front, it seemingly just doesn't die. And Riptide's weapon, which looked rough heading in, soon split in half after some of those mighty shots. Which, honestly, I was shocked by, because for a moment, I thought, okay, Riptide's going to get like a big shot in, and Copperhead's going to die. Riptide's moving on. Once that happened, holy cow! I gotta say, Copperhead's durability when front to front is unreal. Like, I am shocked that the robot was still going after some of the hits. But because of that completely changed the tide of the match. Riptide wasn't out as they began pushing Copperhead about, though they do end up pushing, though they do end up running into the drum and being flipped over, where Copperhead then just keeps digging into them and making nasty shots. Riptide is now struggling to figure out what to do, as, they've got no weapon, and Copperhead is keeping the aggression going. But then, just as the fight seems certain as Riptide's egg beater continues to fracture, Copperhead loses a tire! Riptide ends up pinning Copperhead against the wall, and the two finish up going to the judges in an extremely close fight. Now, the judges are split, but end up giving the fight to Copperhead, which I entirely agree with. On damage, which is like the most important thing, losing a wheel's bad, sure, but it's not as bad as losing your weapon. It was overall just an incredible fight. The Riptide team did file an appeal, but it went from a split decision to a unanimous one in favour of Copperhead. If I remember correctly, I think it was the aggression that swung it. Well, either way, both times it went to Copperhead. I gotta say, what an amazing moment. Like, that was something I think it shocked everyone, because I imagine there was a lot of people, including myself, that thought, okay, Riptide's gonna walk away with the giant nut, aren't they? Like, I don't think they were definitely gonna win it, but I definitely knew that it's very possible. Oh my god. Each fight has been incredibly tense, but with the status of the robots, at the end of it, this had me on the absolute edge of my seat. This was unbelievable. There hasn't been a single miss so far in this episode, and it just keeps going, as all four top seeds fall in the first round. Once again, Battlebots shows us that no matter what happens, to never assume you know what will happen, as twists and turns can come at you at any moment. Anyway, we move on, as it's Sawblaze versus Ribbot next. Ribbot comes out with those big long forks, to go in, but I didn't think it was going to be enough to deal with Sawblaze, especially as I think Ribbot has less durability for an overhead attack compared to Minotaur. I just felt it was a case of Minotaur would easily get under a few bad Hammer Saw attacks and Ribbot was going to be done. That was my prediction heading in anyway. The battle begins with Sawblaze racing at Ribbot and immediately grabbing the frog, who begins struggling to get free, and in a similar way to Ribbot's last fight, it becomes a massive deadlock full of tension. Ribbot does get free, and the death hum on that weapon is incredible. But Sawblaze hooks them again and slams in hard, causing Ribbot to smoke up and their spinner to die. Ribbot is in panic mode now as they try to survive and drive around as the smoke gets worse. Meanwhile, Sawblaze grabs them and slams that weapon in again, pushing the frog about as Ribbot is struggling to do anything against the relentless driving by Jameson Go. As if it couldn't get any worse for Ribbot though, they soon catch on fire as they are sent onto the upper deck. But similar to Minotaur, it's actually not enough to stop the frog right away as it keeps on driving. They shove back onto the upper deck and the match soon draws to a close, and to the judges, who, of course, give it to Sawblaze, meaning Sawblaze was going to the grand final! Again, another amazing fight. Ribbot's driving was different against robots like Hydra and Sawblaze, creating a very different dynamic to their usual performances, but in this situation, the amazing driving from Sawblaze was incredible and secured them the win. The fact that, Ribbot got to the semi-finals, that's incredible, massive kudos to them, and it shows that Ribbot is still a top contender despite their shaky start in the beginning. Then we had Copperhead versus Huge! And Copperhead had been seemingly unkillable as long as they keep their front pointed at their opponents, with only the back side really being a weak spot. Still, while Riptide might have been able to push them to their limits had their weapon not been broken, Huge will not share that same mercy with them. They were on point, their weapon wasn't going to break, and I was wondering if Copperhead would be able to survive. Now, Copperhead's strategy heading into this was to spin the weapon in the opposite direction to increase the bite. And this is shown to have devastating effects, not just in the example they have of Copperhead versus Endgame, but in Riptide versus Hypershock. This has the potential to be the best or the worst idea they've had. Huge rushes over in the beginning, and the two go weapon to weapon, and Copperhead immediately looks worse for wear as they lose one of their drive chains, meaning they need to gyro over the drum to move effectively, as Huge just bides their time, spinning up to speed before going in for another hit, and I think this is where the critical issue with Copperhead's strategy lies. The bite idea was a smart idea against a robot like Endgame, but as Huge comes in from above, the amount of bite they can get in with their compact drum was always going to be limited in this specific situation. With a few more shots, Copperhead's drum soon dies, and then the rest of the robot follows suit, with Huge getting an almighty win. With that, Huge manages to gyro dance as they will be headed to the grand final to fight Sawblaze for the giant nut. Another crazy fight, definitely more of a squash, but given how good Copperhead has been at taking abuse, I knew there was still room for an upset. But man, Huge is unbelievable this season, looking as likely to take out champions as I pictured it would in its debut season. This is definitely peak Huge. Now, before the main event, we got a huge hype package. They talk about the shift in the meta, and while some will argue that the finalists are verts, technically their spinners are spinning vertically, it's safe to say that these two are very unique takes that do shake the meta up and are incredibly distinct. They're not typically what you would think of if you're thinking of a vertical spinner. Now, I did like some of the old Comedy Central Battlebots clips. Maybe we can get Battlebots to release those older episodes or fight in the future? Please? I swear I remember hearing that Battlebots had these older episodes still. Like, please? I'm begging you. You've got so much footage. We got Mech Plus. We got Robot Wars episodes in HD. Can we have Battlebots do the same? I'm begging. On my hands and knees. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit carried away now. Let's move on now to the main event. Something that's been building up to this point. It's time for Sawblaze versus Huge. I was so super excited for this one. I felt this one was certain for Huge to get, just again due to the design difference. But I will admit, in my heart, I knew that if there was going to be a robot that would take out Huge, it had to be a robot that could reach. Now, my thought process was, it was either going to be a robot like Endgame, or a robot with a big vertical spinner, or a robot like Sawblaze, because they can actually reach vital parts of the robot. But I knew that wasn't, that's something that's much easier said than done. Though Sawblaze was trying a very interesting tactic to attempt to cradle Huge's weapon. It was no doubt a gamble, as they said, but it was really their only option to try and stop that mighty bar spinner from tearing them apart. As from the outset, Sawblaze's design, is still one that could suffer from a robot like Huge. Still, this is a fight I knew I'd be happy with regardless, as both robots are ones that I feel absolutely deserve the giant nuts. Now the grand final begins, and Sawblaze races right over, but Huge does pop them into the air with a few nasty shots. But Sawblaze keeps coming in for more. Sawblaze's cradle takes a while, but soon it works as intended as they are able to go in and snipe one of the weapon belts. Sawblaze keeps going in for more, tanking blows and refusing to back down. Then Jameson has Huge right in front of him as he goes in for more. Huge tries to make some distance to spin up, but Sawblaze just won't let them and is suffocating them. Huge does manage to get some shots in here and there throughout the fight, but Sawblaze's cradle is allowing them to shove Huge all around the Battlebots. They have figured out an amazing way of dealing with Huge without putting a bite crack on. And as much as Huge is keeping the weapon spinning, their weapon clearly has very little to no bite left. Huge keeps buckling with each additional shot. The eyes are gone, there are gouges throughout the robot, and it looks ready to fall apart. But Huge does survive the 3 minutes, as the final fight goes to a judge's decision. Both robots do show that their spinners are still working, but Huge has actually lost drive on one side from the looks of things. The judges deliberate, even heading into the box to get a closer look and doing their best to ensure they get this right, as this is the most important fight of the entire season. This is what we all came here to see. They cannot afford to get this wrong. The judges have a unanimous decision, and I can certainly agree with what they chose, as they decree that the Battlebots World Champion for World Championship 7 is Sawblaze! The energy in this moment is truly electric. To see Sawblaze finally get their extremely well-deserved Giant Nut victory. They do ask Jonathan Schultz if they'll appeal, which, come on guys, you can see Jameson's ready to have a heart attack before Jonathan says that they accept defeat. They do interview Jonathan to ask how he feels, and to be honest, he should absolutely be proud. I thought Huge was personally going to go the whole distance, and I was happy to see that they did make it to the final. Huge is finally at that level that we all hoped it would get to be at, and is the meta-shattering robot we all knew it could be. I hope this is far from Huge's final season, as I think it has the ability to continue being any championship hopeful's worst nightmare. This is what I've been so happy for. This is why I've been a fan of Huge since the beginning. This is remarkable, and the team behind Huge should absolutely be proud of what they've done this season. And of course, you know, Jameson Go and the Sawblaze team should be doubly so, because Sawblaze, this design that they've been working on, this design that's been tweaked for many different seasons, you know, you think back to like when it fought Razorback and lost controversially. It went from that to now being a giant nut holder. You know, it's going to have a banner set up. You know, that is incredible. In the road to the giant nut is given by Trey Roski, who is just beaming as he hands it to Team Sawblaze, who all hold it up into the air as they celebrate their well-deserved victory that they fought so hard for. Chris Rose mentions about how we'll get to see in the first episode of World Championship 8 the grand unveiling for the new banner for Sawblaze, which World Championship 8 is, from what I can tell, basically a guarantee. So, you know, we've got something to look forward to there. And I gotta say, overall, this was such an amazing episode, full of so many tense, edge-of-your-seat moments, exciting battles, incredible upsets, unconventional strategies, and a cast of robots that refuse to die, even when taking damage that for most robots would end them in a heartbeat. World Championship 7 has overall been absolutely incredible, and Battlebots continues as ever to raise the bar. I'm so super happy to have seen this, as Battlebots has once again put on a legendary show, and keeping the sport on TV is something we have to thank everyone who works to put this show together for. You know, seeing as we don't have Robot Wars, I don't know if anything's happening with King of Bots, you know, so without them, Battlebots I'd say is like our big bastion for having this stuff on TV, which I'm super thankful for. Now, if you haven't seen World Championship 7, you need to at your earliest possible opportunity. It's genuinely incredible, and any fan of Battlebots will almost certainly find something to enjoy amongst these episodes. And if you're new to Battlebots, then I gotta say, If World Championship 8 does happen, which, like I said, I think is almost a certainty, that is something to be truly hyped about, and I almost certainly will be covering that when it does happen. But with that, I believe now all we have to do is wait for the Golden Bolt tournament, as the main competition has finally come to a close. The 2023 season of Battlebots is back once again, as it's time for the Golden Bolt tournament. But the build up to the Golden Bolt tournament, there are 5 Sin City Slugfests. So basically a series of tournaments building up to the main tournament. And I gotta say, it's so great to be back. Let's do this. We get a nice, short but sweet intro as we enter the first Sin City Slugfest. The intro feels very confident jumping from the 2015 season. Like, they don't need to go overboard to hype us up for this, as we already know this will be a blast. Like, Battlebots has nothing to prove here. We then go to Chris and Kenny, who go into how the first Champions event was a big deal. It led to some amazing moments, and then they explain the format of this one, and how there are 5 Slugfests, with the 3 remaining slots being filled by former champions Endgame, Tantrum, and Sawblaze. Meaning that when it's all said and done, we will have 8 robots competing for the Golden Bolt. And yes, to answer a question that I might get in the comment section, the giant bolts do in fact fit with the giant nut. Ray Billings actually answered that question if you want to check his channel out. In the first tournament, we got a whole slew of fun robots, some of which could really do with a redemption to showcase themselves. In the first round, we had Shreddit Bro vs Scorpios, Switchback vs Kraken, Rotator vs Terratops, and Valkyrie vs Ominous. This is just the first round, and it already looked pretty exciting, and I couldn't wait to see which of these designs proves themselves. In the first fight, it was between Shreddit Bro and Scorpios, which was a fight I was definitely excited for. I've been hoping the entire series to see Shreddit Bro achieve its potential, as a great drum spitter can be so entertaining to watch. On the other hand, Scorpios is a robot I've grown more fond of over time. Safe to say it's a fight where I'm happy either way, but I was definitely hoping for Shreddit Bro to prove any doubters wrong. Now, at first I was definitely curious to see Scorpios go for its traditional front as opposed to those giant forks, but given the wide base of Shreddit Bro, I can see how the curve to their traditional front could work out very well, at least on paper. Now the battle begins and Shreddit Bro chases after Scorpios, but their drum is just a little too low as it keeps grazing the floor. Still, the death hunt is quick and ominous as ever, as Scorpios is unable to do much. Soon Shreddit Bro lands a massive shot as smoke briefly rises from Scorpios, while Shreddit Bro keeps their sparks flying. Soon a chain or belt or something comes off of Scorpios as their hammer saw finally gives up, meaning that Scorpios Howl has no answer for Shreddit Bro, as Shreddit Bro keeps the pressure on, landing some massive hits on Scorpios. While the drum keeps hitting the floor, causing sparks to fly and Shreddit Bro even to bounce sometimes, it doesn't seem to be hindering them enough as Scorpios' front is beginning to buckle and bend, with Scorpios eventually breaking down. Shreddit Bro actually briefly does get stuck on the dead Scorpios' plow, but they do get off as Scorpios is counted out and the victory is given to Shreddit Bro. Now I gotta say, this was an exciting, if one-sided encounter. Scorpios, I imagine, had something go wrong, as they definitely seemed less durable than usual, but at the same time, Shreddit Bro was performing better than ever, and altogether that made just a crazy opening squash match. This was a lot of fun, and gave me a lot of hope for Shreddit Bro as we headed into this. After that, we got Rotator versus Terratops. Now this was a fight that I thought was very interesting. Rotator, of course, is a good combination of power and durability, but Terratops has been an extremely impressive rookie bot. Not putting them in the top 10 new robots was definitely a mistake on my end, but of course I can always make up for that mistake with my returning bot of World Championship 8. Subscribe. Saying that though, their forks were my big concern. We saw at Robo Games that was a major issue against White Rabbit, aka Malice, and that was done after this was recorded. So I was definitely concerned for them heading into that. Saying that, spinner on spinner, I thought Terratops could dish out some nasty shots, and the main body looked pretty tough, so there was definitely some room for things to go either way. On top of that, Terratops also actually seemed to have an attachment to absorb some of Rotator's horizontal spinner blows, which, while it does sacrifice some of the Fork's suplexing ability, I thought was smart because it was either that, or the Forks just get decimated right away. Now the battle begins, and Terratops actually starts off arm in the air to go spinner on spinner. They are not taking any chances with the durability of that lifting arm. They want that thing to be there, the entire fight, which fair enough. And they were exchanging blows spinner on spinner, but soon one half of Terratops' drive seems to break down, leaving them struggling as Rotator slowly begins picking them apart. Still, Terratops keeps on crab walking through all the abuse. Even if they can't do much, they have both weapons ready and are trying their best to keep their front to Rotator. Despite this though, Rotator keeps on them with spinner shots and then using the Pulverizer to break Terratops' ribs. After a little movement, Terratops' drive soon gives up entirely. Rotator wins in impressive fashion. Now Terratops for a rookie team have certainly got an impressive robot, and I'm genuinely curious to see how the design is improved for World Championship 8. Like, they seem to be really onto something here based on some of the fights that we've seen with Terratops in Battlebots and Robo games. But Rotator was just overwhelming with their own great design as well as their experience. Not as good a fight as the first match, but both fights have been solid. After that, we got Switchback versus Kraken, and oh, Kraken. On one hand, I really like Switchback's new, improved design. It's really great with the Egg Beater and the lifting arm, and Kraken has a pretty nice new design too, but Kraken has too many teething problems that I can just tell that this fight was going to be one-sided before the buzzer even sounded. I still think the new design has potential, as it's got pretty good drive, the weapon packs some mean punch, but I just don't think it's ready for World Championship 7. Still, the buzzer sounds, and Kraken ends up actually initially overturning, but neither robot gets there at first, so it doesn't really amount to much. But then when the weapons collide, that pretty much shakes up the entire fight and dictates how things are going to go. As when the weapons collide, Switchback gets the better of it, punting Kraken over and immediately disabling Kraken's weapon, as Kraken ends up going into the screws. Kraken recovers, but with no weapon, Switchback keeps the pressure on. Though at the same time, it appears that Switchback's own spinner stopped working as well. Still, despite losing the spinner, Switchback clearly has more pushing power, and they keep hunting Kraken down. Switchback does show a brief bit from their spinner, but it quickly dies again as they continue to bully Kraken about. Kraken soon begins smoking some more, but all they can do is keep running away and making things difficult for Switchback. But it's clear they can't do anything substantial themselves now that the weapon is gone, so the action does begin to lull here. Finally, the match goes the full 3 minutes, and to the judges, who obviously give the fight to Switchback. Honestly, while this fight started off exciting with the initial weapon-on-weapon collision, with the weapons giving out so quickly, and the fact that Switchback, while it can push robots about, and was a better pusher than Kraken, it's not as good a pusher as, say, a robot like Quantum. It's not a robot that can lose its main weapon and really bounce back as well as a robot like Quantum can. So that, coupled with the fact that Kraken really just kept dodging and weaving, it definitely hindered the entertainment value of the match towards the end. After that, we got Valkyrie versus Ominous, and Valkyrie feels like the obvious choice in this situation, but at the same time, it would be really nice to see Ominous prove itself in this fight. They also brought it up that Reality was from World Championship 3, which really shows you how long it's been since we've seen the Ominous team. Valkyrie came out with their bar undercutters to dish out heavier hits, which against Ominous feels like the best choice. Ominous, meanwhile, has gone for a more defensive approach with a rather sturdy looking plow that reaches out towards the two front wheels, meaning that Ominous was built generally to deal with more abuse from the horizontal spinner. The green light is on, and both robots make their way over, but Ominous isn't spinning the weapon at first, as Valkyrie gets some nice shots in at the beginning. Late to the party, Ominous' spinner does get moving, but the plow begins getting chipped away by Valkyrie. Ominous gets some little looks in, but the reach of Valkyrie is clearly causing Ominous some issues. Ominous has a similar strategy, it seems, to like Witch Doctor, but Witch Doctor's spinner is definitely more out there and able to hit with a little bit more decisiveness, but I imagine even Witch Doctor would have a little trouble getting to Valkyrie at first with the length of the bar, so Ominous is really struggling. And as time goes on, Ominous is slowly but surely breaking down as bits of the Omni Wheel start scattering around the battle box. Ominous does get in a huger collision with Valkyrie getting sent into the screws, but Valkyrie recovers easily and keeps chipping away, and just as I was thinking it would go the full 3 minutes, at least there'd be something for Ominous, Valkyrie goes in with their biggest shot of the fight, knocking Ominous out. This one was actually the complete opposite to the Kraken vs Switchback fight. It started a little bit more slowly, the fight maybe wasn't quite there at first, it was a little cool, but it began heating up more and more as time went on. Now if Valkyrie can fight more like that, they might get back to their status of being a truly fearsome undercutter. And in the first fight of the second round, it was between Shredded Bro and Switchback. Two vertical spinners that I really like, and have really been proving themselves as of this season. But I feel like there's so many moving parts to Switchback that heading in, I already felt that Shredded Bro would prove to be more reliable in this one. At the same time though, I know that Switchback does have some major weapon power, so either way, I was excited to see how it would shake up. Weirdly, Switchback came out with their Beak attachment, which on paper I see where they're coming from, but I'll admit it wouldn't have been my first choice. Though, not like I know better than the actual team, it is their robot after all. So going in, I could only hope it was the right choice for them to make it an even battle. Now the fight begins, and Shredded Bro is coming out while Switchback was a little more hesitant, though they did get a nice shot in, but Shredded Bro still got the better of it in the end, as Switchback's weapon quickly packed up. Shredded Bro began death humming as they began tearing the armor apart, ripping back that flimsy bit at the back, before getting a mighty shot in on Switchback. Anytime Switchback self's right, we see Shredded Bro destroying them some more, soon ripping the beak off. Shredded Bro soon gets one last almighty shot in, sending Switchback flipping in the air and crashing down dead. And this fight was great, another amazing display by Shredded Bro. They really have been coming into their own. Like, if you watch this season, you've been watching the evolution of Shredded Bro in real time. They've been looking better than ever as they move on to the finals. Then we got Rotator versus Valkyrie in an undercutter fight. I was definitely leaning to Rotator in this one, as while Valkyrie has been improving, I wasn't sure yet if it was at the level where it could take out a robot like Rotator, at least until they were fully confident in the bot. Still, this had the potential to be a really close one, given that these are probably the two top undercutters in Battlebots right now. Rotator is actually going in though, with the spinner up top, so undercutter versus overcutter fight, I guess? As well as that, Rotator also has an extremely sturdy wedge to endure shots from Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Valkyrie is going in with their tri-tipped spinner. Now the match begins and Rotator comes out wedge first, but both are tentative as they both get up to speed. Soon the weapons clash, and after some sparks, Rotator gets the better of the initial exchange, followed by Rotator being sent flying with the second shot. Still, both robots are mostly unfazed as they keep exchanging blows. The bots are both giving high impact shots while at the same time being armored enough that they can endure them with ease. Rotator is masterfully changing how they use the wedge and the weapon, but Valkyrie is still dishing out massive, powerful shots, and one does a significant number on Rotator. Still, Valkyrie at the same time looks like a dog's chew toy with the damage that they've sustained to the front. Towards the end of the fight, however, Rotator's spinner seems to be in worse shape as it seems to be spinning slower. The wedge is looking properly damaged as well, and Valkyrie ends the fight with a huge flurry of offense, which I have to imagine helped with the judge's decision. The judges deliberate, and they end up giving the fight to Valkyrie. Rotator would go on to appeal decision, but Valkyrie was maintained as the winner. I gotta admit, while I knew the fight could be fun, my expectations were actually a little lower than you might think. As heading into the fight, I wasn't sure if Valkyrie was truly ready yet, but I can safely say that Lucy has shown that she has truly gotten to grips with Valkyrie now. Similar to its future opponent Shredded Bro, they've really begun to prove themselves in this final stretch. But only one robot can make it to the Golden Bolt tournament, so we're on to the final of the Sin City Slugfest. But first, before we do that, they mentioned the Giant Bolt Awards were given out. The Excellence in Sportsmanship Award went to Rory Mangles of Monsoon. To go from wrecking a champion in Robot Wars with nuts to being recognised in Battlebots with a giant bolt, that's definitely been a great career, in my opinion. So I gotta give congrats to Rory there. Next was the Most Destructive, which went to Huge. And I could definitely see this one being controversial because it didn't go to the bot that courts controversy, Riptide. It definitely is a close call in my opinion, however, but I'm certainly happy to see Huge standing tall, not walking away completely empty-handed. But again, I could see people really disagreeing with this one, given the state that Riptide left some of its opponents in. Shredderator. Then the Grant Imahara Award for Best Design went to Ripperoni, which for its innovation with the rear flywheel, I can totally understand. Though I'd have loved to for a bot like Claw Viper to get it for its amazing speed and control, as they're really pushing what control bots are capable of. Still, Ripperoni is also very deserving of the award, and it's great to see them being recognised. Finally was the Founders Award, which went to Martin Mason of Mad Catter. Honestly, I think that's great. Martin is extremely entertaining even without the bot, and it's nice to see Greg and Trey recognising that and honouring them. Speaking of entertainment, if you become a member, not only do you get access to custom emotes, you get access to members-only videos, including bonus reviews and members-only Battlebots challenges in Robot Arena 2. More's to come, and yeah, have a think about that as we head into the final! Between Shredded Bro versus Valkyrie, and this one I straight up couldn't tell who would win. On one hand, Shredded Bro feels like the one I wanted to lean to, but that reach advantage has really been helping Valkyrie out immensely. With their bar as well, they were coming in to match the power levels, meaning I was extremely excited for this one. It was impossible for me to predict. The final begins, and both robots are quickly up to speed, and the reach of Valkyrie does win them the first exchange, only for Shredded Bro to come and win the second exchange. Soon both robots are exchanging major shots back and forth as they send each other flying. Soon though, while sending Valkyrie into the screws, Shredded Bro's drum seems to stop working. Because of this, Shredded Bro doesn't have as many options against Valkyrie except to try and break that fist with their face as they dance around, trying to push Valkyrie. But at the same time, Valkyrie's drive seemed to be struggling, getting worse as worse, which started to allow Shredded Bro more opportunities to get around that weapon and start slamming them into the wall, allowing the weapon to smack into the wall, causing more damage to Valkyrie, as they then push them into the screws, or at least they got a little taste of the screws. After this, Valkyrie really isn't moving much at all, but due to the uncertainty of there being movement, as they were kind of moving a little, just a little bit, you know, if you look at you could probably count the individual atoms at this point that Valkyrie was moving. They decide that they're going to push Valkyrie into one more wall, where Valkyrie is finally considered to not be moving and is counted out. Both robots did have some form of reliability issue in this fight due to all the damage stacking up, but in this case, that's just part of the tension and the drama. These robots have been through a lot of fights, and it was only at this final stage that it really started to, be a bit much for them both, but in the end, the drive giving up on Valkyrie was a fatal problem for them, and it overall made for a very fun main event. Overall, I'd say this episode was mostly pretty fun. Even in weaker fights, the weapons were dishing out some nasty shots throughout. It was also great to see a bunch of redemptions in this episode. Seeing Shredded Bro really proving itself in this was so much fun to see. I've been hoping that we'd get to see this all season, and now in the 2023 season, they've proven themselves so much that they're now heading to the Golden Bolt Tournament, and best of luck to them. I can't wait to see how the Golden Bolt Tournament continues to shake up. Welcome back once again to another BattleBots review. It's the second episode of Battlebots Champions 2, the second since City Slugfest. That's a lot of twos. Let's jump into this. Now in this intro, they mentioned the huge history of BattleBots with some glimpses of some of the first BattleBots Grand Finals, including the 2015 Grand Final. Insert plug here. I mean, you can check the review for the 2015 Grand Final that I did actually very recently on my channel. Subscribe!
Anyway, after that, we of course are met as always by Chris and Kenny. Not a lot to note as they generally reiterate the format and recap what happened last episode with Shredded Bro's crazy redemption arc. Honestly, again, that episode was a lot of fun to watch. Now the tournament this time looks like it has some heavy hitters. Blip versus Black Dragon, Mad Catter versus Bloodsport, Malice versus Hijinks, and Fusion versus Whiplash. I could go on about this one, but I already saw several robots that I'd love to see win this episode since East Slugfest. Between a possible redemption for Whiplash or Blip, Black Dragon, Bloodsport, Malice, Mad Catter all being crazy cool spinners, or even my thought that if Fusion has its reliability in check, that it could be a genuine contender, got me really excited to see how this would all play out. But in our first fight, we had Blip versus Black Dragon. This fight, I was definitely predicting it to go Black Dragon's way right from the offset. I love Blip, but I could see it struggling against Black Dragon and Black Dragon's famous reliability right from the offset. Still, I hope that Blip would get a good showing in this fight. Both came out with some nice looking forks, Blip with its now traditional long sturdy forks, while Black Dragon has two long hinged forks, which meant that ground clearance was going to be especially interesting and had me excited to see how things would play out. Now Blip came out of the box a little slowly at first while Black Dragon waited to spin up. The two then had a battle of forks with Blip getting the first strike in with a nice flip and then pinning them in the corner. However, after another battle of the forks, Black Dragon starts coming in with some nasty hits. The Egg Beater then stalls for a bit, getting me a little bit worried for them, but did come back to life as Blip soon looks a lot worse for wear as the bots quickly catches on fire. Now Blip, save some fire for Fusion. Now, unfortunately, it was a sign of a bigger problem as Blip would end up losing half of its drive. I can't tell when, but it also lost a fork somewhere in the carnage. Black Dragon then attacks some more, peeling back the flipper of Blip. Black Dragon keeps going as Blip is crab walking, though somehow Blip is actually keeping up a little bit of a decent fight as it still gets a few flips in on Black Dragon, as Black Dragon would occasionally ride up the flipper. Still, the damage to Blip was building and eventually Blip would break down, getting them counted out, meaning that Black Dragon wins and would move on to the next round. Now this was a pretty good opening fight. Both robots fought hard, with Blip fighting till its dying breaths. It's just a shame to see Blip break down so quickly when in the beginning it looked like it could have been a far closer back and forth. A good fight that could have been great, it still definitely whet my appetite for the action to come. Speaking of, next up was Mad Catter versus Bloodsport. Okay, I knew right away that this was either going to be a huge encounter or a one-hit wonder. Two incredibly powerful robots, but Bloodsport has shown that it can struggle if tipped over, which it can do on its own, let alone against a hard-hitting vert like Mad Catter. Mad Catter, meanwhile, came out with their wedge to deflect horizontal spinner blows to allow them better durability, as well as feeding Bloodsport's weapon directly into their own vert. It's proven that a good wedge can treat Bloodsport's powerful weapon like it's nothing, as we saw in the fight with Beta. In fact, I think the Bloodsport team posted a video showing that Beta's wedge was pretty much unharmed by the end of it. Bloodsport, meanwhile, comes out with a long, powerful bar and cat ears. Yeah. But for real, it probably is a smart idea to try and hit as hard as they can in this fight. They also added a flamethrower to the self-righter, just for a visual, really. Perfect if they added a style category to judging like old school Robot Wars, but definitely just a visual thing here. The battle begins with both robots getting up to speed and landing a colossal shot. And one and done, just as I expected it would happen. Bloodsport got flipped up and over, and with a little bit of smoke, they are counted out as Mad Catter waved them goodbye. Again, like with the opener, I wish we got to see more, as both robots are so cool. But unfortunately, Bloodsport needs to figure out this issue for World Championship 8, as it leads to them being unfortunately too vulnerable, too much of a glass cannon really, as when they're flipped over, they are done. Meanwhile, Mad Catter definitely was the one I considered to be most likely to win the whole thing, so I expected and was happy to see them win. Next up was Malice versus Hijinks, horizontal on horizontal here.
Malice of course had their secret weapon of Ray Billings for emotional support, as he was still letting his hand heal at the time, but I just felt Malice was the favourite heading into this one. Hijinks can be a very cool design with an ultra long bar for ultimate reach, but it just seemed to not reach that potential this season. Plus Malice is very potent for how small it is. The buzzer sounded, and Hijinks goes tail first once again, likely to stop Malice from stopping the spinner, but it didn't work as Malice came rushing in and landed some shots of its own, and just quickly tearing bits of Hijinks' tyres off. Hijinks soon does get the bar spinning hard, and does get a massive shot on Malice, and even ended up tipping Malice upside down. And right there, I thought we were about to see a major upset, as I could see that Malice's belts were pretty much in line to potentially get sniped by Hijinks' undercutter. Still, Malice would persist, taking out just a bit more tyre to cause Hijinks to rest on its bar, meaning that Hijinks was no longer able to move, meaning that they got counted out, giving Malice the win. Now, I really hope Hijinks can get those tyres sorted for next season. When the robot was able to move, it looked like it could have put Malice in a really bad spot and turned the fight around. But those tyres were clearly their ultimate undoing. Generally, I'd say the robot itself is fairly solid, but those tyres have consistently been their downfall this season. Here's hoping that they can get back to the drawing board and figure out a way to deal with that. And then for the last fight of round 1, we got Fusion versus Whiplash. I knew that this fight could really go two very different ways. On one hand, Whiplash is generally one of the top contenders of Battlebots, and seemed to be coming back to form towards the end of World Championship 7, much like how Shredded Bro was reaching its potential at the end of its World Championship 7 run, to then go on to win their Sin City Slugfest. So there was a potential that we could see that mirrored here, with Whiplash struggling, getting their bearings towards the end of their World Championship 7 run, only to win the Slugfest, you know? I could see that being a real possibility, even from this first matchup. But Fusion, meanwhile, is a robot that has no real perfect counter, except to rely on its lack of reliability, which, based on the spinnerless plow that Whiplash is going with, you could tell Whiplash was relying on that if they didn't already spell it out for you, with them explaining that they hope to flip Fusion over to make that vert spinner pretty much useless, and then all they would have to do is just suffocate that horizontal spinner. Now the battle begins with Whiplash rushing into them like a speeding bullet. They quickly flip Fusion over, and Fusion ends up catching on fire pretty much instantly. If Fusion versus Witch Doctor is Fusion at its best, then this fight is Fusion at its worst, as Fusion quickly throws them into the corner where they are counted out. Now I'm sorry, I think I blinked. The fact that leading up to this, I was thinking of all the different ways this could go. Just for Whiplash to come and make a quick mockery of Fusion was honestly crazy to watch. Okay, sure, I could complain that we could have seen more, like I said in the first two parts of this episode, but I think the spectacle that Whiplash gave more than balances that out. You absolutely should check this fight out, as it's so quick and such a systematic dissection of a robot that has given some top contenders a real hard time. Reese made a joke about living in a woodshed or something in the aftermath of the match, and all I could think about was, with your robot, I wouldn't want you near anything wooden. I've heard some people wondering if Fusion will make it back for World Championship 8, and I honestly don't know based on its performance, but I do think that Fusion shows a great deal of potential. The vert horizontal combination is clearly a lot to try and juggle, but if it were to work, then it really does seem like a good counter for some designs. Like I mentioned before, you know, you try to get as low as possible, then, you know, the horizontal could rip the wedgeless off. If you try to go with durability, then typically the vert would pose a problem. It's an interesting design, but clearly it's got a lot of issues it needs sorting out if they hope to make it for World Championship 8. But given it's the Archie team, there's a real potential that Reese will either come back with an improved Fusion or just an all-new design altogether. Now with that, we're on to the second round of the Sin City Slugfest. First up was Black Dragon vs Mad Cutter, and this was an exciting one. An extremely durable spinner versus a very powerful spinner. This was an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Now Mad Cutter came out with two nice looking wedgelets for this fight to help them with ground clearance in this one, while Black Dragon once again came out with those hinged forks. Now the match begins and both robots race into each other, with Mad Catter getting the upper hand. But Black Dragon does rebound and goes in for another clash, but Mad Catter again gets the upper hand, ripping off a fork and sending Black Dragon into the pulverizer. Black Dragon in return then takes out the mini-bot and returns a shot to Mad Catter and manages to disable the weapon. Still, the kitty has 9 lives and rams Black Dragon into a wall. Sure, they've got no weapon left, but they've still got a pretty powerful drive system. And Black Dragon, while still landing some shots, gets shoved into the screws. The mini-bot proves to still be alive, though Black Dragon does more damage to it before going back to damaging Mad Catter. The fight is an incredibly tense back and forth as Mad Catter keeps shoving Black Dragon about, and Black Dragon does some major damage. At one point, Mad Catter actually ends up scooping up their mini-bot and accidentally giving it to Black Dragon. And the mini-bot ends up actually being almost some unintentional ablative armor, where it just gets absolutely wrecked, but saves Mad Catter from taking additional damage. Soon though, bits and pieces of Mad Catter begin littering the box as their wedgelets are absolutely torn to shreds, with their drive beginning to buckle, but shockingly, their spinner coming back to life. The match goes the distance and is thrown to the judges, with that last bit from Mad Catter definitely throwing a little bit of a question mark in the end. Still, I absolutely agree with the judges who give it to Black Dragon. But saying that, Mad Catter gave such a great performance. The driving of Calvin was truly exceptional with the odds stacked against them. This definitely has to be a contender for match of the night in my opinion. Both robots gave it their all and absolutely proved themselves in my opinion. After that we got Malice versus Whiplash. Another potentially fun fight and one I definitely could see Whiplash continuing its major redemption here. But I knew Malice was not going to make this easy, as I've seen with those forks they can get under and do some major damage to robots in a way I'd never expected from a horizontal. Whiplash meanwhile once again comes out with the spinnerless plow to endure the damage as best as they can and try to gain control, much like they did in the fusion fight. Also, they mentioned Manta. Yeah, one of the members of the Malice team, David, actually is the person who's been building Manta, who you might have heard is a very promising drum spinner that is likely to enter World Championship 8. It was meant to be entering World Championship 7, but did get denied that time around. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out, but for now, we're going to get into this fight. Now the green light is on, and Whiplash once again rushes over and quickly takes control, absorbing a shot which causes Malice to pop up in the air, where they do a brief pin before breaking away and then shoving Malice into the pulverizer, turning them around and nearly sending them into the screws. Still, Malice isn't out and begins landing some nasty shots. Whiplash then uses the lifter to regain control, soon sending Malice back into the screws before soon flipping them over, where Malice's forks are now dangling uselessly, meaning Malice has a lot less to work with, but Whiplash also seems slightly more sluggish, which they would explain was the drive getting damaged from the shots from Malice. Still, with that pinpoint precision we expect from the team, they end up pushing Malice into the screws and position Malice perfectly where the wheels don't touch the ground, and Malice is counted out. Another awesome fight. Malice only got brief moments in, but their offense is still pretty potent. Like, sure, it's not Tombstone, despite having Ray Billings there, but Malice definitely shouldn't be underestimated. That thing can do some nasty damage to its opponents. But Whiplash, putting all their weight into the fence, is so good at just enduring all of it, and with that immaculate driving that made me such a fan of them, they are clearly back in a major way. This is why I adore Whiplash. When they are like this, they are such an incredible control bot, and they feel almost perfect for the Battlebots format. They're a robot that can adapt to almost any situation. Now, it's on to the final. Black Dragon versus Whiplash. Now, this is a fight I'm happy to see end either way, as I enjoy both of these robots, but I definitely saw Whiplash as the favourite with their reach and of course their incredible driving. Still, again, Black Dragon is not a robot you can underestimate, as it refuses to die. Black Dragon comes out with an all-new front to have 4 forks on the front, almost a Bite Force style setup to aid them in reach and ground clearance. Meanwhile, Whiplash now has their spinner on, and of course 2 long forks to aid them in ground clearance.
meaning this fight had me really excited as both teams were absolutely going to give it their all. Now Whiplash rushes over in the beginning as the two go spinner to spinner, but apart from some sparks, neither get a definitive upper hand in the beginning. Though on the second clash, Black Dragon ends up on top with some nice shots in. Still Whiplash keeps the pressure on, getting some nice digs in, but then Black Dragon returns the favour, chewing away at the front of Whiplash. Still Whiplash ends up ripping off the forks on one side of Black Dragon and then flipping them over. With this, Black Dragon is vulnerable and at first begins to panic, which allows Whiplash to take advantage, though once Black Dragon is back upright, it continues to get into a crazy tussle with them. Whiplash tries using the lifter and Black Dragon retorts by repeatedly popping Whiplash up before getting under and landing more shots on the underside before ramming them into the wall. With that, Whiplash has clearly lost one half of their drive. Still, just as it looked like it might be that Black Dragon might just pull away, their weapon dies. With that, the match goes to 3 minutes and to the judges. And I was on the edge of my seat as I couldn't tell exactly how they judged the match. I mean, Whiplash lost half its drive and Black Dragon lost their weapon. Those are some critical forms of damage that could really swing the fight either way, and both robots gave it their all in this fight. The judges deliberated, and they gave the fight to Whiplash! Though Black Dragon did actually end up appealing the decision, which, given how crazy the fight was, I totally understood wanting to. But in the end, the decision stood with Whiplash moving on to the Golden Bolt tournament. Now, what a hell of a final match. I absolutely agree with the judges giving it to Whiplash, as overall they were getting more control in, and in the end some major damage was done to Black Dragon. But it was so close that even Matt Vasquez didn't expect to win. Both teams put on an extremely good performance, and I loved it. This is why I like these two robots. With an exceptionally durable spinner like Black Dragon, sure, it's not going to get the hits of a robot like Riptide, but they get some good damage in, and they can last the full 3 minutes, bringing an exceptional fight to their opponents. And of course, Whiplash, with that exceptional driving, just a generally great robot that can take control, they're extremely aggressive, and when they have that spinner, they too can get some damage points in. It's why I say Whiplash is almost perfect for the Battlebots format. Now, overall, this was another great episode and another amazing redemption as Whiplash reminds everyone why it's a top contender in Battlebots. From the incredible driving of Matt and Calvin, to the capability of Malice, to Black Dragon's always reliable performance, this was absolutely incredible and extremely competitive. I highly recommend checking out this episode if you can, and tuning into next week's episode to watch the race to the Golden Bolt continue to unravel. And I've seen that tournament, and I gotta tell you, I was shocked to see the tournament. I'm definitely curious to see how this is all going to unfold, and you'll get to hear me talk about that hopefully on time, Saturday. It looks like this video is probably going to be slightly late, but roughly on Saturday, I'll be posting my review for episode 3.
It's time for the Sin City Slugfest. Now, the beginning doesn't have much worth mentioning, as it's mainly the same intro as last week, so we're just going to look at the tournament, and this tournament last week made me audibly go WTF, but in a not so monetizable way. I mean, Double Tap, Slammo, Triton, Free Shipping, Beta, Gigabyte, Mammoth, and Death Roll. Now, Death Roll, Gigabyte, I can totally see them picking them, even Triton, because Triton was still a new robot. But while I love the likes of Slammo, Beta, Mammoth, and kind of Double Tap, but a little bit more because I just think it's funny, they seem like the choices that Battlebots would pick, where they're like, oh man, we got to put them somewhere. Okay, we'll just put them here, there in the 8th spot. But they've packed them all together, which is kind of surprising. But the Battlebots reboot is 8 years old now, so I assumed that there was some method to this madness, so I was certainly intrigued to see how it would go. Now, in the first fight, it was Triton versus Gigabyte, which seemed like a crazy fight. On one hand, Triton is designed to hit as hard as possible, like they are going the Tombstone route with that 80-pound bar, the limits that you can have in Battlebots now. But Gigabyte, in my opinion, is absolutely capable of enduring horizontal spinner blows. The only reason the Tombstone fight ended as iconically as it did was due to a defective part, as the show was otherwise looking good until then, so I already knew that they could likely absorb the blows from Triton. Triton comes out with their 80-pound bar, and I was certainly hoping to see it prove my doubts wrong, as I think the team formerly behind Deep Six absolutely could bring a major hitter to the Battlebots. They just needed to figure out how they were going to go about it, seeing as they unintentionally caused a rule change with how destructive Deep Six actually was. Gigabyte, meanwhile, looked a little bit banged up from World Championship 7, but that wedge-like design still made me think that they would endure. It's a classic design that, as long as it isn't flipped over, is fairly reliable. Now the fight begins, and both robots get up to speed, though Gigabyte did have an issue as they ran into the wall. Still, they soon get up to speed anyway, and start making some clashes in the box, with one mighty shot sending Triton up into the air, with Gigabyte ramming into them. Triton recovers, but Gigabyte keeps on them, dealing more damage and ramming into them repeatedly. Triton, however, keeps going, though they soon sound like an old film projector, as the guard for the belt seems to have deformed and is grazing the bar. Still, it doesn't seem to be slowing them down, and it's only when Gigabyte starts hitting that flimsy body at the back that this went from bad to catastrophic for Triton. With that, Triton was out for the count, giving the fight to Gigabyte. Now, I gotta say, this is a very good showing for Gigabyte. That design has been refined for years, and while being driven by new people, they are definitely getting used to the design, and are starting to harness it to its potential here. Like, this is why I say that this full body spinner is the best shell spinner out there. Triton, meanwhile, is an ambitious design, and I'm definitely curious to see the new version the team enter into World Championship 8. I swear I remember them mentioning that in the Manta vs Triton Proving Ground fight. I'm pretty sure they mentioned that that they were just using version 1 Triton just so that they could get some notes on how to improve version 2 Triton, which they were working on. And I'm curious to see the improvements that they have as they work on the next version, because I think Triton has the potential to be a really heavy-hitting horizontal spinner, but there's clearly a bunch of issues that they need to figure out, especially with the armor. But still, I'm hoping the best for them, because I'd love to see this team get to that damage-dealing capability that they were doing in the past. And another thing to note as well is, of course, when it comes to a horizontal spinner which is going for the all-weapon approach, we gotta remember that Tombstone didn't just magically spawn that way, despite how it may appear on TV. Ray got a lot of practice in with Tombstone in the super heavyweights and Last Rites in the heavyweights for years before Tombstone would be designed for Battlebots. So it might take a bit of time, but there is a chance that we could see try and come back in a major way in World Championship 8. Anyway, on to the next fight between Beta and Double Tap. And oh man, I think Double Tap is a fun design, but Beta has endured some of the most powerful horizontal spinners in the sport. That wedge at the front might be one of the hardest I've ever seen. Double Tap, I could just tell, didn't stand a chance. Beta, of course, had their classic wedge that can endure anything Double Tap has to offer, while Double Tap is going for their long bar rather than their flail spinner, likely to try and do as much damage as possible. Now the battle begins and Beta rushes over, while Double Tap spins up real slow, tries to get away and ends up hitting a wall, stopping the spinner dead in its tracks as Beta comes in with several hammer shots. Still, Double Tap manages to get a decent shot in and then, with the space, get up to speed, but it means nothing as Beta easily deflects the spinner blow and goes in for a nasty hammer shot. They miss, but they soon go in for more. Soon, Beta rams Double Tap into the wall hard enough to cause them to tip over. With no way to move or self-right, Double Tap is done. Still, Beta goes in for a few hits on that extremely vulnerable underside. Based on the lack of controversial reaction, I'm going to assume that the Double Tap team were down for this because, man, those shots looked brutal. Now, it's not an especially exciting fight, but Beta was absolutely dominant here, as expected. It gives me vibes of like when Beta fought Rusty, for instance, where it's not maybe the pinnacle of robot combat, But I gotta say, as a person who loves hammer robots, sometimes it's just fun for me to watch a hammer robot just go crazy on an opponent. Next up was Death Roll versus Slammo, and... oh, Slammo. Look, Team Danby is a team I'd love to see win and do well, but given Slammo has already moved on to a new design that they're showing off at Proving Grounds, I admittedly have little hope going into this. Not to mention that Death Roll is an exceptionally powerful spinner. It just seems like a surefire win for Death Roll. Saying that, I do enjoy Death Roll as well. They were easily the favourite of this entire slugfest going into this for me. Now there's nothing to note here with the designs, as both are ready to go with their typical design that they've been using throughout World Championship 7. The battle begins with Death Roll quickly getting up to speed, going over, Slammo isn't moving, and landing one major shot on Slammo. Slammo then stuck, gets smacked again by Death Roll. Unfortunately, those wedges go a little too far down, as Slammo can end up beached on them from the looks of things, meaning that Slammo is out. I mean, the drive seemed to give up anyway, and Death Roll would see themselves through to the next round. And while I'm happy to see Death Roll win, I am sad to see Slammo lose so badly. I really hope Team Danby get a chance at redemption with World Championship 8. They have a new version of Slammo that looks promising, and they're even bringing back Apex. Which I don't know about you, but I'm going to be checking out Battlebots Proving Ground to see how these new versions of these classic Danby machines end up working. But I can't help but feel bad for the team. They have some incredible ideas, but it just never seems to work out once the buzzer sounds. Thankfully, they have kept up their humour despite everything. They're an ambitious team, and much like when it comes to Kraken and other similar robots, I'll root for them to reach that potential that I feel is still locked away. They've had a rough time of it, but I just love seeing them each and every time. And then the last match of round 1 was between Mammoth and Free Shipping! And this is a crazy matchup. On one hand, we have Mammoth, the gigantic rotary lifter, which won my heart when I first saw it, and of course, Free Shipping, who even in this form, which I consider my least favourite due to the absence of the forklift, it's still Free Shipping. I can't hate the robot too much. I definitely thought Free Shipping would have this fight from the get-go, but I thought at the very least it was going to be tough to take Mammoth out, given the smaller weapon on Free Shipping. But it did still pack a little punch, so I couldn't say for certain. But I knew that Free Shipping was a little too small and a little too boxy for Mammoth to really get much to grab onto. And Free Shipping has a slushy machine! Apparently. Now, you can't fool me, Gary. That slushy machine is completely liquid. There is zero slush in that thing. That's the biggest controversy. Jot that one down on the wiki. That is not... that slushy machine, that shit melted. For real, Mammoth looks as always, while Free Shipping has its vaguely forklift-styled wedgelet, allowing to essentially act like a reach spinner while still getting under opponents. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. It's a unique approach that really I could only ever expect from the Free Shipping team. Now the match begins, and both robots race with it, becoming a game of cat and mouse, and Mammoth chasing Free Shipping, who is just trying to get around to get a good position. But Mammoth gets a decent look in the first 2 exchanges, but soon after some weapon-to-weapon hits, the weapon chain of Mammoth is destroyed! It's so high up, I can only assume that it got broken from Gary Jin's psychic forces. With that, Free Shipping keeps coming in to do some damage before pulling away and going in for some more. With Mammoth being unable to do much of anything now, soon, Mammoth's drive half goes. Still, before Mammoth can be eliminated, Free Shipping's weapon gives out. Still, Free Shipping keeps going, and with enough force, soon the other side of Mammoth's drive would give up the ghost, giving Free Shipping the knockout victory. Now, despite the way that I've been talking about this fight, I'll admit I was a little bit disappointed. Not that I expected it to be anything crazy, as both robots were a bit of a mismatch, but even then, the expected results seemed to limp along, with Free Shipping's weapon randomly dying. You know, it seemed like a fight that should have probably been a lot shorter, or more of a back and forth tussle. It kind of met in the middle. Still a good fight. You know, it was a fun fight still, just I think it could have been better. After that, we had Gigabyte versus Death Roll, and this was a fight I was very curious about. Both robots seemed perfectly capable of doing some major damage to each other, depending on how things worked out. Death Roll was definitely still the clear favourite to me here, as they're very capable of enduring some major damage, and if they got a good Death Roll style shot in, well, Gigabyte may have been in trouble, but at the same time, I felt like Gigabyte, ironically, actually had a better chance of getting a good shot in, depending on how things went. Given that Death Roll doesn't really rely on a wedge to stop a horizontal spinner like robots like Endgame would. Now the fight begins with the two robots racing for each other, but weirdly Gigabyte wasn't spinning at first, meaning Death Roll starts off getting some nasty shots in. Gigabyte does recover, however, and begins trying to spin up, but Death Roll keeps smacking them about, managing to flip them over. Still, Gigabyte manages to break away, getting up to speed, where they land a colossal shot on Death Roll. Still, Death Roll returns the favour and corners Gigabyte into the shelf to stop the shell from spinning. It takes a moment, but Gigabyte gets a good opportunity to spin up when Death Roll ends up losing a part of its face. At least I think it was a part of its face. They then try to corner Gigabyte in the shelf area again, but this ends up being their ultimate undoing, as one shot lands them upside down, this time in an awkward position in an extremely awkward part of the arena, essentially getting stuck between two walls, meaning that Death Roll was unable to continue, and they were counted out, meaning that Gigabyte was going to the finals of the Sin City Slugfest. And I gotta say, this was a shockingly tense fight, with the initial driving error from Gigabyte, half of Death Roll's face coming off, and then the eventual shot itself that caused Death Roll to take itself out in this fight. It had all the drama that you could ask for. Not to mention, both robots landed some major shots on each other. If this fight isn't a candidate for Fight of the Night, then I'll be extremely surprised. On the flip side, we then had Beta versus Free Shipping. And I gotta tell you, right away, I was hyped for this. This is two robot combat legends going at it. This had the potential to be a legendary clash. On top of that, the boat is no more. Beta was using its classic wedge in this fight, thank goodness. On top of that, they mentioned Original Sin by name. Now, I want to make it clear, I'm not saying it was actually me constantly banging it on about it that caused them to finally bring up Original Sin, but I can't help but picture Greg and Trey just hearing me mention that Wedgebot for the 5,000th time and going, oh my god, just shut up already. Fine, we'll mention Original Sin. Man, with Beta using its wedge and then mentioning Original Sin to explain to casual fans why Gary Jin is such a legend, as well as a brief look at John Reed's experience as well, because John Reed's been doing this for such a long time now, similar to Donald Hudson. It just feels like everything I've been asking for ages to do with these teams. Beta also has the Skinny Hammer to help them if they take vertical spinner damage, much like in the Kraken fight. So I was ready for a colossal collision between two legendary battles. I was expecting an ultimate driving match. Now the fight begins and Beta rushes over, but then hesitates, which creates an interesting chasing game as Beta, after being caught by Original Sin, does fire its hammer, smacking the robot. Original Sin then rams Beta into the screws, tipping Beta over, where Beta stops dead. Now, it seems like the motor that helps retract the hammer died, or the hammer being that thin causes them issues with self-righting. I'm not too sure. But Beta cannot self-right, and with that, the fight comes to an end, and this potentially legendary fight for me ends here with Free Shipping going to the final to face Gigabyte. That was... I gotta say, that might be the most disappointed I've been with a fight. Like, I know some people are going to be like, how could you be disappointed with this fight? It's Beta versus Free Shipping. But that's the thing. It's Beta versus Free Shipping. These are two legendary teams. I was expecting a great tussle. And unfortunately, we did not get that this time. Still, they're both teams that I absolutely adore, and I hope to see them both return for World Championship 8. While this fight was underwhelming, they are so much fun to watch 9 times out of 10, so I'm definitely eager to see them for World Championship 8. I'm praying we see them at World Championship 8, because that would be excellent. Anyway, it's time for the final fight! The qualifier for the Golden Bolt tournament. Free Shipping versus Gigabyte. Now I was definitely curious to see how this would go, as my mind went back to the first time free shipping and Gigabyte fought, where free shipping got the big W, and also to Original Sin versus Megabyte, where Original Sin absolutely suffocated Megabyte. So I knew right away that free shipping had the advantage generally, because that robot was just typically capable of dealing with Gigabyte. But at the same time, the Gigabyte team have massively improved. So this is not just a case of trying to win to get into the tournament for the Gigabyte team, it was a chance for the team to show just how much they've improved in a single season. Either way, I was intrigued because we were going to get an extremely interesting challenger joining the Golden Bolt tournament. Now the battle begins with Gary letting Gigabyte spin up before rushing over, and in a split second, they're all across the battle box, flipping Gigabyte over. Gigabyte, once itself rights, begins spinning again, and when free shipping rushes over, they miss, meaning Gigabyte does get a little shot in the process. But free shipping is undeterred as they get their flamethrower going and go for another almighty ram, catapulting Gigabyte across the arena like a pinball. With that, Gigabyte loses its self-righting pole and is back in Beyblade form. Free shipping goes and pushes the upside down Gigabyte under the pulverizer, letting Gigabyte get pummeled into submission. With that, Gigabyte is counted out, meaning free shipping is going to the Golden Bolt tournament. Now this fight was short but sweet. I do feel bad for Gigabyte going out that quickly, but that ram was also a spectacular way of being taken out. Free shipping is awesome. Like I don't think it's going to win the Golden Bolt, but I think if there was ever going to be a chance for free shipping to really get to show off that it's not just a fun robot but can actually put on a pretty decent fight, on top of the fun losing performances he's had in the past, I'd say this was a pretty good showing for it this episode. And speaking of, I'm overall of two minds of this episode. On one hand, this episode was definitely the weakest so far. In terms of overall match quality, this has to be the weakest Sin City Slugfest this season. Beta giving up being a prime example. You know, the likes of Double Tap just not being much of a challenge. If you have no love for some of the bots in this, then a lot of these fights might not do a whole lot of convincing for you. Saying that there are some pretty good fights in this one, such as Free Shipping versus Gigabyte, Gigabyte versus Death Roll, and Beta, apart from that last fight, was still the brilliant Hammerbot that I expect. But Gigabyte and Free Shipping really kicked things up a notch this episode. Taking out Death Roll was not going to be easy in any way, and yet this new set of drivers and builds for Gigabyte proved that they might be able to give Gigabyte a new lease on life. And of course, Gary and the Free Shipping team, with their incredible driving, have always been entertaining, able to drive the robot beautifully, even back when the robot had a full-blown forklift. So now that it does have this more competitive form, it's exciting to see them get some shine here in Battlebots, joining the Golden Bolt tournament. So, while the weakest episode, there were a few things that I did like about it. I can't recommend this one as highly as the other ones, but if you do like some of the robots that have been in this episode, you might want to check it out, because it may give you some nice surprises. Here we are once again with another Battlebots Champions review! The Golden Bolt tournament is getting closer and closer, and the fights are getting more and more tense. This one was definitely an interesting one, as in this episode we had some great robots, including Battlebots veterans like Lucky and Overhaul. We had Cobalt, which is now being manned by John Maladnik, and the always mighty Lucky. So with that all in mind, I was definitely curious to see how some of these fights were going to go. So let's not waste any more time, let's do this! Now onto the tournament itself, and it's an exciting one. Banshee versus Cobalt, Emulsifier versus Shredderator, Lucky versus Overhaul, and Jackpot versus Big Dill. All but one of these I felt had a foregone conclusion to its winner, but I still was excited to see how they played out, as it was either going to be some impressive wins for those foregone conclusions, or I was going to be thrown for a loop with some exciting upsets. And in our first fight, it was Banshee versus Cobalt. Now, for this one, I was definitely leaning towards Cobalt for this one, as Banshee, while I think it's pretty cool, if Cobalt gets under Banshee, well, we've seen what Cobalt can do to Lucky. But Cobalt also can struggle if flipped as before, so I knew that there was still room for an upset. Banshee, in a decision that shocked me,
decided to get rid of any chance of having forks or wedgelets, though in fairness this was to beef up the armour. It's something that on one hand I understand, but on the other hand I could see being a largely detrimental decision, because on one hand Banshee is going to be able to endure more punishment, but on the other hand Banshee has also given up a major way of getting under Cobalt. That is definitely a risk-reward thing, and I was curious to see how this would pay off for Banshee. Especially as Cobalt came out with their piano keys to assist them with ground clearance. Now the match begins, and Banshee comes rushing over, but soon begin dancing around as Cobalt begins to death hum, trying to get a good position in with the vertical spinner. Cobalt does get a small dig in, but then they soon send Banshee flying with two almighty shots, taking out a light in the process. Banshee does flip back, but are clearly experiencing some issues as Cobalt gets another dig in. Banshee tries to go for a flip, as Cobalt is definitely a lot more apprehensive under John Maladnik, but they miss, and the next time they clash, Cobalt makes another massive shot, ripping a piece off of Banshee. The next clash has a small dig from Cobalt, but Banshee returns the favour with a nice flip. It's then that I noticed that Cobalt's keys, which I had seen, were bending. They were really bent actually now. I've noticed this with piano keys. While I'm sure they're great because they're lightweight and you can throw a lot of them on if you're trying to get under opponents, it feels like a lot of them are really quite flimsy. Banshee gets another nice lift in from behind, and with Cobalt's timid driving, it seemed like the deadly spinner was potentially going to let a win go. They do end the match getting some nice digs in and push Banshee around the box though, as the fight goes to 3 minutes and to the judges. Now in the end the fight still went to Cobalt, but I had to say, Banshee did get a bit more in than I'd expected in this fight, given the setup that Banshee went for, and given that they were fighting Cobalt. As I felt Cobalt was just a bit too hesitant in this one, though at the same time this is understandable given that, you know, John, as he self-admits, is still getting used to all the unique intricacies of Cobalt. Yeah, obviously vertical spinners have the gyro to work with to start off with, and Cobalt's spinner is so far back that you can't use it like you would most vertical spinners, where it's front and center. On the flip side, I gotta give some kudos to Banshee as well for managing to keep on going. That choice of additional armor definitely helped them out in this one. It did have me wondering if maybe they were going to walk away with the win in this encounter. Wasn't to be, but hey, it's always nice when these fights keep me guessing. Now, as for the fight itself, it wasn't too amazing, as while it did have these amazing moments like I mentioned, it definitely didn't reach the heights I expected. You know, Cobalt, like I said, was just a bit too timid, and Banshee didn't get as many flips as I would have hoped. So, not a bad fight, but nothing that I would go crazy to watch again. After that, we had Jackpot versus Big Dill, and this one I was struggling to figure out who might win. On one hand, Jackpot seems like the obvious choice with the powerful spinner that can send a robot flying, but on the other hand, Big Dill's spinner has proved to be quite nice, and they could absolutely gain control depending on how the driving would go. Plus, with this being a rougher season for Jackpot than usual, this fight was exciting as both seemed just as capable of winning here. Now Big Dill comes out with their forks, spinner, and a little minibot with a vert of its own. Jackpot meanwhile looks good with its lifting forks and that single massive spinner, Blackheart. The fight begins and Big Dill wastes no time racing over with a box rush and lifts Jackpot repeatedly, flipping them over. Though they end up getting a fork stuck in the process, meaning that Jackpot has the opportunity to get away, come back and land a massive shot, which ends up doing some critical damage to Big Dill, taking out the weapon and one half of their drive. With that, Jackpot are able to break away, get up to speed, hit again before going to terrorize the minibot as Big Dill slowly crab walks over. Jackpot rushes in, but Big Dill does manage to lift them up in the air. Even with crab walking, Big Dill is still ready to bring a fight here. Jackpot soon gets another shot in before the two bots clash, though Jackpot ends up punting away the minibot for the second time in the fight. just for the Minibot to come back in from off-screen. This Minibot will not die. Now for a moment I thought both robots had actually managed to break down as a bit of smoke appeared, but Jackpot soon broke away, began spinning up once again, but Big Deal kept on them. Jackpot's spinner is definitely not doing as well as it did in the beginning, as it did seem like it was a bit dodgy, and it only continues to be rough for Jackpot as the Pulverizer starts repeatedly smacking them. Jackpot does get some more small digs in as the two play cat and mouse with each other, with Big Deal soon getting a hold and pushing them around the box as smoke begins to rise in greater and greater amounts. With that, the fight goes once again to the judges. This one was another exceptionally close fight, but the judges ultimately chose Jackpot as the winner, which I absolutely do agree with in the end, as ultimately the damage they did was substantial. For me, I would have tossed a coin personally on which one I thought was going to win. Honestly, I quite like this fight. It was a great battle to the bitter end between these two, and yeah, I had fun with it. After that, we got Emulsifier versus Captain Shredderator, and okay, beyond the potential for an upset, I had a feeling that this fight was going to ultimately end up going Emulsifier's way. I've been saying all season how Emulsifier, while they don't seem to yet have a solid answer for vertical spinners, absolutely has one for horizontals in its design with that strong wedge. So taking on Captain Shredderator seemed like an easy W for the Bots FC spinner. Now Shredderator comes out with that weird fork dustpan thing called the Talons of Freedom, which they use to help them with ground clearance, while Emulsifier comes out with that lovely wedge to absorb damage. Now I gotta ask, I genuinely would love someone to explain to me how well the Talons of Freedom could work, because the whole thing of adding like a wedge like that to a full body spinner, there seems to be so many things that go through my head, like, wouldn't that, obviously that would reduce the bite, right? But at the same time, would it get under opponents? Like, I don't know, like, that seems like there's a lot of different things. It's definitely experimental, and I don't know, like, it doesn't seem like something that would really work in my opinion, but also I'm not a builder, so I'd love to hear you all sound off in the comments. Anyway, the match begins, and Emulsifier rushes right over, landing some notable shots, but soon one clash causes Emulsifier to flip over. Still Emulsifier returns, and the two exchange blows. Emulsifier then runs into Disaster Dough as one side of their drive stops working. Both robots are spinning hard, but the hesitancy of Shredderator, given that they could get obliterated if they go about this wrong, and the crab walking of Emulsifier means that there's no action for a really prolonged period of time, in my opinion, until the referee straight up just tells them they need to fight. And we do get some small hits reluctantly from Shredderator, with each clash being spaced out. Likely as they knew, hitting a weak spot was going to be near enough impossible. Soon after those clashes, Shredderator's spinner then stops working, so the tentative clashes continue, as Shredderator is just not going to risk getting involved when they've got no way of really doing anything to Emulsifier. And it seems part of that isn't even really their choice, as it seems that they might have gotten stuck on the kill saws. I don't really know for certain, but they just did not want to get involved. I can't blame them necessarily, because what were they going to do at this point? But at the same time, the match goes to the judges, who give it to Emulsifier. And yeah, that fight was pretty bad. I tried to cut some slack, as not every fight will be a classic. You have to temper your expectations, I'm not expecting a fight from Emulsifier and Shredderator to be, say, on the level of the Huge versus Sawblades fight. That just wouldn't be realistic, that wouldn't be reasonable. Emulsifier is brand new to the heavyweights. Shredderator is an old classic design that's been having it a bit rough in recent times. It wouldn't be fair to judge on that same pedestal. But man, this fight, it started off kind of interesting, but after that initial exchange, it kind of fell off a cliff, and I just expected a short but sweet spinner clash, but I didn't really get that, as obviously with that apprehension from Brian Nave's team, from the Shredderator team, coupled with Emulsifier's drive half-die, meaning that they couldn't do much of anything, meant that the clashes quickly became too few and far between. This one, massively disappointing. Next up, we got Lucky versus Overhaul. We got more of a control fight here. Safe to say, I was backing Lucky in this. I think Overhaul is cool, but Lucky has been better than ever, and I just didn't see Overhaul bouncing back enough to win this fight. Lucky comes out with their usual wedgelet design to help them scrape the ground. Overhaul, meanwhile, comes out with some nice forks as always to help with ground clearance. The match begins, and both robots are slow out before they begin jockeying for position. Lucky getting a good wedge in, but no flip, followed by Overhaul trying for a lift with Lucky getting away. Soon Overhaul gets a better but still insubstantial lift in my opinion. Lucky then comes in for a few flip attempts, missing the first few as they pin Overhaul into the wall, but soon they send Overhaul up and over, and Overhaul's drive seems to be suffering, so Lucky begins flipping them all over the box and up onto the shelf. Overhaul is running away at this point as Lucky is hunting them down, though this is clearly tactful by Overhaul as they manage to get around and get some nice lifts in. But they can't do a whole lot with it as Lucky quickly breaks away and returns the favour with a flip to Overhaul. Lucky keeps going, sending Overhaul flipping and flying, though in a concerning display, Lucky does begin to smoke. Still, every time Overhaul even gets close, Lucky sends them flying away and manages to hold them off as the match goes the distance. The judges, of course, give the fight to Lucky, which I 110% agree with. Now, again, acknowledging the robots that are in the fight, I expected a fight where we get some good flips and some decent lifts, and while I felt Overhaul's lifts left a little bit to be desired at points, based on how it has shown control in the past, both robots still gave a pretty good performance, with Lucky being as aggressive and great as ever in my opinion, even when it was having some drive issues, so I'd say I was pretty happy with the match overall. Next up, we had a battle of the vertical spinners as it was Cobalt versus Emulsifier. And I'll admit, I wasn't as hyped for this as I'd like. Both our robots, I think, are pretty nice and have lots of potential in them, but Emulsifier is struggling with this being their rookie season, especially as getting as low as possible is one of their big kryptonites right now. And on the other side, Cobalt, John Mladnick is still getting used to the robot, and while I'm sure he'll get used to it, it seemed like a tall ask to expect him to have mastered the robot by what I believe was their third fight for him. Cobalt comes out with their piano keys once again, while Emulsifier, much like Banshee, has given up on having any forks or wedgelets to try and just become a reach spinner, which is an interesting tactic, trying to pull a death roll, which has proven for death roll to be quite a useful strategy. Now the fight begins, and both robots are cautiously moving out as they get their spinners up to speed. Emulsifier starts off with some initial hits, then Cobalt gets a minor dig in. Emulsifier starts dancing around as Cobalt stays held back. Soon there's some more sparks. Then with the next exchange, some more of Cobalt's piano keys come off, but Cobalt then takes one of the 4 tracks off in return. Then in another exchange, more of Emulsifier starts coming off, including another track. Soon the two then have a mighty clash weapon to weapon, where Emulsifier ends up under a pulverizer, stone dead. Honestly, given that John is still getting used to Cobalt, and Emulsifier had given up on ground clearance entirely, this actually wasn't too bad. Emulsifier was aggressive and kept the fight entertaining, and of course Cobalt, when it got shots in, did a lot of damage, sending Emulsifier flying pretty much every time they clashed. It was an explosive battle that managed to cover up some of the weaknesses of both robots, and yeah, that was better than expected. After this, we got Jackpot versus Lucky. Now, Jackpot needed to get some critical repairs done before the fight, while Lucky just needed really a top-up apparently. And this would definitely had me wonder, combined with, the Cobalt's cautious driving and the fact that Jackpot could potentially break down, were we going to see a Lucky sweep? Still, of course, thankfully Jackpot was ready to go in time, so we were ready for our big fight. Now the battle begins with Lucky rushing over and easily getting under Jackpot as they keep their lifting arm in the air as they go the reach spinner method to start off with. While this looks bad at first, the Minibot ended up being really useful here, getting under Lucky and allowing Jackpot to get some big shots in. The Minibot is way stronger than I originally thought it would be, as it actually managed to push Lucky aside during this phase of attack from Jackpot. Lucky isn't out though, as they manage to flip Jackpot onto its side, where the weapon hits the wall, causing the belt to snap off in the process, disabling the weapon entirely. Lucky then decides to start bullying Jackpot around the box onto the shelf. Then when getting down, they shove Jackpot under the pulverizer. Then, for a long period of time, they keep on Jackpot, flipping and pinning Jackpot for as long as they can, and soon we can see why, as when Jackpot finally gets away, Lucky can barely move in its position. Still, Jackpot doesn't do much of anything as the fight counts down and goes to the judges, and the judges gave the fight in a split decision to Jackpot. Honestly, I will admit I was a little surprised, as I expected Lucky suffocating Jackpot along with Jackpot's weapon break to be enough to swing the fight into a Cobalt vs Lucky rematch. But at the same time, I imagine the way the pin was going with not much active weapon use, while great control from Lucky, might not have been seen as too aggressive due to Battlebots needing active weapon usage. So I can definitely see how this close battle went the way that it did. Still a fun fight, even if it was incredibly tense at the end. Now before the main event, they do show off the latest robot from Mark Satrakian. It's a complex walker robot that, as always expected from Mark, is an absolute wonder. This thing is so well built. Like, I think that it's good that Mark doesn't put the bots in the Battlebots anymore, because these things have always been such wonders from Mark. Like, they're so amazingly well built and complex. It would break my heart to see them get drawn up against a robot like Endgame or Riptide or Minotaur. That would be absolutely tragic. Anyway, it's time for the grand final. Heading into this, I normally would back Cobalt all the way with that dangerous weapon, but while John is adapting as quickly as he can, I know how dangerous Jackpot can be, so I wasn't sure if Cobalt would be ready for such a hard-hitting encounter. This is definitely going to be one of the toughest to date for the new era of Cobalt. Now the main event begins. Both robots are slow at the beginning as they get up to speed, as they both dance around, trying to find the optimal position, leading to a tense moment of build-up. Cobalt, though, ends up getting caught by the Minibot in an impressive bit of driving, as Jackpot manages to get in from behind one of the major weak spots of Cobalt with a mega hit, embedding the weapon deep into Cobalt, and we get to see the Fog of War! Apparently you can take Cobalt away from the Robot Wars team, but you can't take the Robot Wars away from Cobalt, as that was absolutely amazing. It ends up filling the battle box quite quickly, meaning that they managed to get right into the batteries. Still, as Cobalt catches on fire, there is another issue. Jackpot is stuck! Still, Jackpot somehow turns this into a way to turn things around even more as they begin ramming Cobalt into a wall to separate them. Jackpot does continue to go after Cobalt, with somehow both weapons spinning despite everything that just happened, as Cobalt gets a small shot in. After a small glancing blow from Jackpot in the side, Cobalt finally stops though, seemingly realising, oh yeah, I shouldn't be alive. With the flame burning oh so bright as they are counted out, giving Jackpot the win in this Sin City slugfest. I gotta say, this fight was a lot of fun. There isn't much John could have done after just a single driving mistake, as he himself admitted, which Jackpot absolutely took advantage of. The fact that both robots were still spinning after that, though, was genuinely incredible to witness, as obviously Cobalt surviving that was a miracle in and of itself, and typically I found that, and of course Jackpot getting its spinner stuck, that can sometimes spell the end for a spinner as well, as they can burn themselves out. But also the spectacle of Cobalt on fire has to be up there as one of the iconic Battlebots champions shots. Like, you think about the likes of Hypershock hitting Gigabyte where it just cracks in two, or, you know, the amazing shot from Glitch to Rotator. I would have to add Cobalt's massive blazing fire to that, in my opinion. That was amazing. It was so good. And I also have to say, I'm extremely impressed with how well the battle plan of Jackpot ended up in this fight. Minibots struggle at the best of times to get involved without ending up as shrapnel, and this one actually ended up deciding the fight. The team should be absolutely proud of how that fight went. Overall, this episode was full of highs and lows. John Mladnick still isn't at David Mold's level with Cobalt, but we also saw some major improvement happen in real time, and given that Cobalt was a genuine threat to win the entire time, shows that when everything finally clicks in time for World Championship 8, they're likely to be extremely dangerous. Jackpot, of course, winning the entire thing was great to see, as the bot had a rough start in World Championship 7, but it seems that they, much like the other Sin City Slugfest winners, is back on the rebound here with some smart tactics and of course their killer weapon power. While some of the fights had a little to be desired, it still overall was a fairly fun episode in my opinion. Big Deal, Emulsifier, Lucky and Banshee all, in my opinion, showed that they'll be ones to keep an eye on in the next season in my opinion, as well as the 2 finalists. So while the episode does have its weak points, I'd say that there is still enough that you probably should check it out if you can. Here we are once again with the last Sin City Slugfest of Battlebots Champions 2. That's right, one more Sin City Slugfest. And this was exciting because we've seen that it's impossible to truly predict these. I mean, looking at the winners from the previous Slugfests is truly incredible. Like, who would have guessed some of these robots going through to the Golden Bolt tournament? So let's not waste any more time and let's get right into this. Now, the fights for tonight looked exciting. We had Claw Viper versus Shatter, which funnily enough was actually a fight on the very first episode of my Fuck It tournament, which is a series I do in Robot Arena 2. So be sure to check that out if you want. Like, it's a pretty fun time. It's a collaboration series. Yeah, sorry, we'll move on from the plug. Starchild versus Hypershock, Monsoon versus Grub, and Ripperoni versus Glitch. Fights like Ripperoni versus Glitch I was particularly hyped for, and robots like Claw Viper, Monsoon, and Shatter were always designs I love to see, and I was definitely hoping to see at least one of these robots get a Shock Tournament win to the Golden Bolt Tournament, but Hypershock had to be the favourite for me. It's such a good robot. When everything just works, it's just an extremely capable spinner in my opinion. Now the first fight was between Claw Viper and Shatter. If Claw Viper's fights this season, as well as its run in Fuck It, are anything to go by, then this will truly be something special. Shatter and Claw Viper both come out with forks, though Claw Viper notably comes out with no wheel guards. While the belts being exposed does make me a bit nervous, it was explained that it makes Claw Viper a narrower target, while also allowing them to bulk up in top armor, meaning that they are harder to hit, and if they do get hit, they can endure it a lot more easily. Now the match begins, and Claw Viper reminds me of when my cat plays, starting slow as it waits to pounce before racing over and ramming Shatter into the wall. Shatter though is landing several shots in return, meaning both robots are dishing out some pretty nasty punishment. Claw Viper did seem to struggle for a moment, going perhaps just a bit too fast to get anything substantial over Shatter, but a ram into the walls and the screws showed Claw Viper was proving to be a lot for Shatter to handle. Plus, to give Claw Viper reason to celebrate, Shatter's hammer stops working. With that, Shatter was in big trouble, as that Omni-Wheel drive is only really good at drifting with that weapon. Without it, they're ineffectual against Claw Viper, as that Omni-Wheel drive is only really good at drifting, which is great for when they have a weapon, but when it comes time to just be a weaponless robot, they're not going to be much good for ramming, especially against a monster like Claw Viper, as Claw Viper keeps pushing, ramming, and lifting Shatter all over the battle box. Ending the final 10 seconds, Claw Viper gets a good parting gift to Shatter as they lift the Hammerbot into the screws. It goes to the judges, but it was clear who they'd go for as the fight goes to Claw Viper. Now this fight was good. I definitely think both bots have had better fights. Shatter seems like a very difficult shape for Claw Viper to grab at times, and of course Shatter's weapon breaking down left them unable to do anything except drift and survive. Still, Shatter in the early goings was as fun as always with that Omni drive and powerful hammer, and Claw Viper, even when it's not doing a whole lot, is so fast and frenetic that it leaves me in awe. Both robots to me are definitely spectacles that I adore seeing, so even if not their strongest performances, it still left me ready for more. Next up was Monsoon versus Gruff, and I was unsure how exactly to predict this fight. On one hand, Gruff has been struggling to maintain that durability we've come to expect from it, so I felt a well-placed shot from the vert could put them out of the running, especially as Monsoon's spinner has only gotten more powerful as time has gone on. But at the same time, we saw in the Ripperoni fight that if a vert has a slightly awkward wedging situation, then Gruff can take advantage of that with their lifting forks. This definitely felt like a fight that was going to come down to the driving and if a fatal mistake would be made. Nonetheless, I was definitely still leaning towards Monsoon taking the victory. Now the fight begins with both robots rushing over, with Monsoon darting past, likely to allow more time to spin up to speed. Then the two glance at each other with a small shot from Monsoon and a small lift from Gruff. Then Gruff gets a major lift on Monsoon, followed by an almighty shot from Monsoon, who recovered quicker than I think Gruff expected. For a split second, I thought this would be a major back and forth based on that exchange, but that is quickly destroyed as Monsoon lays the smackdown on Gruff, landing several major blows that send Gruff flaming and smoking into oblivion, making a quick KO victory for Monsoon. Now that was a short but sweet fight there, as both robots absolutely went full steam ahead. I am a little sad for the Gruff team, as it seems after years of being a tank, being this seemingly unstoppable brick that could take on the likes of Tombstone, they've possibly met their match with how hard spinners can hit now, as they've been repeatedly knocked out at this point. It's definitely proving to be a lot harder now for robots to be able to endure severe punishment. We see the likes of Minotaur and Shatter can generally do that, but it's getting harder to do, it seems like, and Gruff doesn't seem to be able to do it anymore. Saying that, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out they had some issues this season, which led to their uncharacteristic lack of durability, and I'm almost certain that they'll be working on that to make Gruff more impactful and durable than ever for the next season. Still, Monsoon has been packing a major punch, and a KO that quick was a lot of fun to watch. They have absolutely shown that even though they've been gone for a few years, they are not lacking behind. They are not really lagging that far behind. They are quickly proving themselves to once again be a potent spinner to watch. Next up was Ripperoni versus Glitch, and this was a fight I was especially interested to see. I was just talking about potent spinners, and Glitch, who albeit had an awful run in World Championship 7, we know that they can pack a major punch with their weapon, that if they could keep locked on with a Ripperoni, would likely be able to keep toe-to-toe with them. And in fact, we've seen that Ripperoni can struggle if it comes down to that, as we saw in the Black Dragon fight. That being said though, mobility is a major problem. Not only has Glitch has shown issues there, but that Ripperoni is one of the more mobile verts out there with their counter flywheel countering those gyroscopic forces. Combined with the fact that Glitch dies when flipped over, which verts are pretty good at doing, while I was always up for an upset, I definitely wasn't expecting one. Still, this is a fight like the opener where I would be happy seeing either bot win. Now the battle begins and both robots slowly make their way out, spinning up to speed as we get some major death hums. There's a small glancing blow, but Ripperoni smartly backs away, knowing it'd be bad for them to go weapon to weapon. Then another close call, as Ripperoni actually ends up running right over Glitch. Still, then something goes wrong, as Glitch suddenly stops driving. With that, Ripperoni came in from behind and landed the blow to end Glitch's time in the box, right at the backside, sending them across the arena. After some final shots, one flipping them over, they were counted out. Honestly, while I'm sad for Glitch, I still feel that both robots here have a lot of potential. Ripperoni really did not want to meet Glitch weapon to weapon due to the likely obscene weapon power the bot has. And I just think that if they can get that mobility sorted for next time, they definitely stand a much better chance. I still think that this is a design with a ton of potential, so I really hope that they can pick themselves back up in World Championship 8. Still, with their amazing mobility and Glitch's sudden issue, not to mention Ripperoni's own pretty decent weapon power, Ripperoni continues to have one of the greatest rookie runs for a new robot. I gotta love both robots here in this one. It was truly incredible. Next up was Starchild versus Hypershock, and oh man, similar to the last fight, I knew an upset was unlikely. I was definitely rooting for Alex Bales here, as Hypershock can be extremely impressive and one of the more entertaining spinners, and I felt this was a good fight to start them off with, as they were almost certainly going to have the win. But at the same time, I was also hoping for Starchild to at least get one decent performance in before being inevitably ejected from this match. I remember the Hypershock team for a while were teasing, teasing this run for a while, and Alex is shown to be a major player with Hypershock, having already won the 2022 Remars event, which I think that's still like lost media or something. I'm gonna have to look into that. Hey, let me know if you want to see me review it. Hypershock comes out with the anti-horizontal wedge for this one, likely realising it doesn't truly matter given the unique design of Starchild, so just relying on durability. Now the battle begins with both bots squaring up, and the alien is obliterated. Now due to this being only decorational damage, the Starchild team are just celebrating as they landed one of the better thwacks that they've actually managed to have all throughout the 2023 season. Still, they can't celebrate for too long as Hypershock begins repeatedly landing some major blows to the wheels, and then the body and weapon, causing the spinner to stop as the chain flops out, a wheel to begin to bend, and what looked like wires to be exposed. Still soon, Hypershock's spinner stops as well, causing a curious situation as Starchild is difficult to push, but Starchild can't do a lot of whacking with just one wheel, given that the other one is busy bending in half. Suddenly, the spinner of Hypershock does return and begins tearing away at Starchild once again, though it's short-lived as the weapon gets stuck on the wheel of Starchild. The Killsaws take advantage, cutting the underside of a now stuck Hypershock, and while normally this would prompt an unstick, given how close the fight was to ending, the match ends in a slightly awkward fashion as it goes to the judges, who give the fight to Hypershock. Now overall, I was pretty happy with this fight. It did have some stumbling moments, such as both spinners not whirring in the middle of the fight, and the bots getting stuck at the end, but everything else was a fun fight between the two, with Starchild getting some of their best offense in, while Hypershock once again shows why it's still, after all this time, one of the best spinners in the competition. After that, we got a race of the fastest robots in Battlebots. It's Claw Viper versus Hypershock, and this was a rematch from World Championship 7. I was still giving Hypershock the edge going in, but I was hopeful for a great back and forth fight in fast forward here. Hypershock this time comes out with their force, which will help them with the reach and ground clearance, and as the fight begins, both robots race at each other. It's so quick that as I'm trying to take notes to work with when making the review, I could barely keep up with the action. But Hypershock gets the better of the initial exchanges, landing some blows and ripping off a piece of the top of Claw Viper's grabber. Still, Claw Viper gets a good pin on Hypershock, then Hypershock returns with a mighty shot when escaping, and after a clash, Claw Viper then gets an almighty grab and lift off of Hypershock, sending them onto the shelf. They try getting down, but Claw Viper rams them back up. Hypershock gets temporarily stuck, but comes back and lands a nasty blow on Claw Viper, but Hypershock is struggling as Claw Viper keeps going rapidly after them, and then my shock is compounded as I see the fight is only half done. Seriously, this fight is on the Battlebots channel right now. Give it a watch after this video because it feels like they have like 2 fights worth of action in just this one fight. Even when Chris and Kenny calls one of them a knockout blow, Claw Viper has some damage driving but was still going. Still, because of the damage driving, the match is running away from Claw Viper, as while aggressive, they're struggling as Hypershock keeps landing blow after blow after blow. Still, the fight manages to make the 3 minutes as Claw Viper looks like it caught on fire at the end. The judges still end up giving it to Hypershock, but man. Now I'm considering doing some top 10 videos, a top 10 fights video for World Championship 7, as well as a separate one for Champions 2, and I gotta tell you, this might have been easily one of my favourite fights of the 2023 period as a whole. Like, if this doesn't make it on the Champions 2 top 10 list, I'll be very surprised at myself there, because this was amazing. It was so frenetic with heart-racing action. The two went absolutely wild. It genuinely looked like it could have gone either way at points in this fight, and both gave top-class displays. Let me tell you, if Claw Viper and Hypershock aren't in World Championship 8, then I think I will just weep. They are so fun to watch. These two robots are so quick, so nimble, while having a lot of power, they're just good. They're so durable for what they are. Like, they are amazing. They are, like, some of the best in their respective weapon classes. Next up was Monsoon versus Ripperoni, and I was excited to see this one, as both are killer spinners with some unique traits to them. Both also relying on reach, I was curious to see how this fight would go. Now the fight begins with Monsoon getting some great initial shots, tearing into that pizza wedgelet, and at first it looked like Monsoon was going to take the win, as what would Ripperoni really be able to do if their only form of ground clearance was taken away from them? But then, disaster strikes as Monsoon catches on fire, with Monsoon stuck crab walking. On the other hand though, Ripperoni's rear flywheel has been disabled, so for a while there's a lot of cautious driving. But when they finally go weapon to weapon, Monsoon is sent on their face, where they are counted out. Man, short and bittersweet there. On one hand, a quick and intense battle, but on the other, seeing Monsoon burn out like that was heartbreaking. I love both of these robots, so I would have been happy either way, and I'm really happy to see Ripperoni make it to the finals, but Monsoon going out like that? Oh man. It's just a shame really. But Monsoon has had a great performance in the 2023 season in my opinion. Obviously, a robot coming back after a few years of being gone is always going to have a little bit of catch-up to do at least. But given how well they've stood up to some of their opponents, I think that they have to make it to World Championship 8, surely. At least I'm hoping so. Anyway, it's time for the final, the main event. It's Hypershock versus Ripperoni. In a shocking decision, Hypershock actually comes out with their wedge, which means that the robot won't have that reach or ground scraping ability. Still, given that Ripperoni only has a small wedgelet, it still was likely that they'd be alright, and it meant that the fight could still go either way. On the other hand, not much to note about Ripperoni, except for the fact that they're served on top of P1! Glad to see that front hinge flipper again, even if just for a cameo. I've always thought P1 was pretty cool. I always love a nice front hinge flipper robot, and given you can't get out of the arenas, I still think that there is potential for a front hinge flipper to be a pretty good design for the Battlebots, but maybe that's just me. Anyway, the main event begins with both robots meeting in the middle, with both exchanging blows. Both are making some notable damage to each other, but then Hypershock's wheel got jammed up by Ripperoni, and Ripperoni then is stuck as well, with half of their own drive dying. Still, despite this, Hypershock ends up gyroing right into Ripperoni's spinner, which sends them flying. The two are then slowly crab walking over to each other, and both teams are incredibly tense, as they have to deliberately risk overturning to get closer to each other, which leaves them vulnerable. So there's this careful balance. You've got to get closer and closer to your opponent, but you can't overturn. Unfortunately, the only way to get closer is to risk overturning, so you're constantly leaving yourself vulnerable. It's a very delicate balance. Ripperoni does get the better as they get some small shots as well, due to Hypershock having a longer side, therefore more to hit, and soon Hypershock is up against the wall. Still, the two are incredibly close, but sadly nothing much happens apart from a glancing blow as the fight goes the distance. The judges deliberate and end up giving the fight to Ripperoni, and yeah, not the best main event. I think that actually might have been the weakest final fight of an episode of Battlebots has had in a while. I am happy to see the crab walking rule as it allows a slightly more even playing field, but it does have its weaknesses, this being the biggest of them all. Overall, the fight was just very disappointing. I get why it went the way that it did. You don't want to just give away a win. You don't want to give up going to the Golden Bolt tournament. But at the same time, unfortunately, it means that we got a weaker fight. Overall, despite that though, the rest of the episode was really fun. Especially that Claw Viper versus Hypershock battle, which was just a blur of action. I still highly recommend checking out this episode if you can. It was absolutely incredible, and it was great to see these robots making it to the... And it was great to see these robots going on and just giving it their best. Welcome back! It's been a long time waiting, but we're finally here at the Golden Bolt Tournament. 5 Sin City Slugfests determined those empty slots, and as we've been reviewing, and as I've been reviewing them, I can tell you that they have been exciting. As I've been saying time and time again, you should absolutely check out these episodes if you can. And one thing I should make certainly sure of, be sure to check out the Battlebots YouTube channel if you haven't already. I know that 99% of you have, but for the 1% of you who don't, or haven't yet, then you absolutely should, because they will post a fight of the week, you know, some of the best action. They'll, you know, they post fights out there occasionally, and some of them are so entertaining to watch. But with that all being said, let's talk about the Golden Bolt Tournament. The intro has even been updated slightly, finally, with them noting that this is the night of the big tournament that we've been building up to, as well as having the Golden Bolt on the horizon, towering over Las Vegas like some sign of the apocalypse. Looking at the tournament, and man, I already felt bad for some of the tournament winners. Free Shipping versus Endgame and Shredded Bro versus Sawblaze seemed like they'd be absolute stompings. Meanwhile, Tantrum versus Ripperoni and Jackpot versus Whiplash felt like they'd be a lot closer. I definitely felt like a champion would walk away with the Bolt, but I couldn't help but hope that somehow, some way, we'd get to see the current luck that has been smiling on the newcomers ensure that someone new would be walking away with a prize tonight. Now, first up, we had Free Shipping versus Endgame. And man, I could already tell this was going to be brutal. I love Free Shipping, and it finally got to show its more competitive side in its Sin City Slugfest. But Endgame's ground game is equitable to how Original Sins was for years at RoboGames, or Byte Force in early Battlebots. I doubted Free Shipping would go out easy, but I had no doubt that this run would be over here. Now, Free Shipping came out with a strange setup, coming out with one wedgelet and one forklift fork. Endgame, meanwhile, comes out with a combination wedgelet fork setup for big time ground clearance. Now the match begins with Free Shipping rushing over and actually managing to get under, able to shove Endgame from screw to screw. Endgame is actually a little caught off guard, it seems, and struggles for a moment, but soon they rip off the forklift fork, and with half of the ground scraping ability gone, Free Shipping is now struggling, but they won't stop as they run into Endgame again and again. I love this, they are so aggressive. Unfortunately though, there is nothing they can do, and after a few more powerful shots, they lose a wheel and the match altogether as the robot stops working. Now, I normally don't note the post-match interviews all too much, as I think it's nice to hear it from the builders themselves, and it's a reason for you to watch the show. But there was a surprisingly heartfelt, teary speech from Gary Jin, talking about how his team are friends first, teammates second, and, you know, just, I think he was slightly overwhelmed by, you know, all how well everything's been going, all the support and whatnot. And honestly, I hope that Gary and the team all realise just how much we appreciate what he and so many other teams do for the sport. Like, watching Free Shipping go, even if it's not the most competitive robot ever, it's so much fun to watch. Like, if I was to list some of my favourite robots of all time, you know, I like stuff like Original Sin, like, would have to be up there, and Free Shipping feels like an amazing combination. Even back when it had the original forklift, it was always an entertaining robot. I don't normally ask this, but I would love it if some of you down in the comment section down below could maybe leave some positive comments to the Free Shipping team, or even just any of the teams, really. Like I said, I don't know how many of the builders actually see these videos, but I would love it if they could scroll down below and they could see some of the love and support that you have for them. So yeah, like I said, go down in the comment section down below and just leave some comments for some of your favorite teams. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to see this, but if they do, I think that would be really nice. Now, honestly, given the match, now back to the match itself. Honestly, given that it was a foregone conclusion, I was actually pleasantly surprised. Free shipping managed to overwhelm endgame at first, which was exciting to see, like really tantalizing with the possibility of it going either way, which I always like to see in the Battlebots. I always like that possibility that a fight could be turned on its head. I think that's why everyone got so excited during that Ripperoni endgame fight. Still, of course, endgame showing that they are one of the most powerful robots in Battlebots right now, and they are proving why they are still ones to fear. I think they are still likely to win a second giant nut, and they really do show it with performances like these. Next up was Shred It Bro versus Sawblaze, and this was going to be tough. On one hand, Shred It Bro has taken out the other major hammer sort of Battlebots in Scorpios, but Sawblaze is a different beast altogether. Not only the most recent champion, but has consistently been able to beat other top drum spinners like Minotaur. Now the fight begins, and apart from an initial trip up, Sawblaze easily scoops up Shred It Bro and lands 2 major shots, quickly causing issues as the robot seems a bit punch drunk and the spinner doesn't seem to be quite working as well as we've been expecting, as it doesn't seem to be giving us that death hum. But it wouldn't be as bad as the third strike, however, embedding deep within the robot and filling the arena with smoke likely from the LiPo batteries. Now the teams tried to see if Shred It Bro has any life left upon the referee's inquiry, but it's proven to be almost impossible to tell, as they can't tell where they're even going, and every time they move, they get completely shrouded in smoke again. So the refs, noticing that the 2 robots are stuck and you can't really tell what's going on, decide to do a double count out, and because obviously it would be quite frankly unsafe to unstick the 2, it will go straight to the judges. Now, the judges obviously end up giving the fight to Sawblaze due to the entire fight being them dominating Shred It Bro. Unfortunately, as powerful as a good drum is, it seems that robots like Minotaur and Shred It Bro are struggling a little bit to deal with the fork and wedgelet game that robots like Sawblaze are bringing to the ground clearance table. Still, Shred It Bro had a hell of a redemption arc, and if he were to lose to anyone, losing to the new champion is absolutely a brilliant opponent to fall to. They have nothing to be ashamed of. Sawblaze is one of the best in the sport with that amazing driving and that powerful controlled weapon. Next up was Jackpot versus Whiplash, and Jackpot changed itself up to have more armor on the top and less on the front, which could be interesting. I'm imagining they were doing that in case Whiplash decided to do that move where they move the lifting arm back and attack from behind. Kind of like a hammer saw. Anyway, Whiplash comes out without its spinner, and with some extremely long forks. And yet, despite how long the forks are, they actually look pretty sturdy, which you usually begin to lose. I mean, just looking at Endgame's really long paper-thin forks, for instance. Plus, with the length, I felt that they had a good shot in this. Now, the green light is on as Whiplash chases after Jackpot, who plays a cat-and-mouse game, with Ace trailing around after, but unable to keep up with Whiplash. Soon they do clash, and even though Jackpot only gets a glancing blow, Whiplash's wheel comes right off, which they later explained could have been that while it wasn't a humongous blow, they might have managed to hit right at the weak spot. I think it was like a bolt or something, and that caused the wheel to come sliding right off like butter. Whiplash takes a few more blows, but nothing substantial as they go to pin Jackpot, but there are more problems, as now it turns out that lifter isn't working. Ace then gets under Whiplash, but Whiplash soon gets free, enduring more shots from Jackpot as they ram Jackpot all over the box, even having them land face first on their spinner, where the spinner stops for a moment, only spinning back up once they finally get some space. But Whiplash comes in and flips Jackpot over with a ram into the screws. Still, Jackpot then lands an impressive shot in return, beginning to peel the top plate of Whiplash up. Both robots have been really excellent here, with the pin from Whiplash funnily enough being helped by the peeling top plate as it holds Jackpot a little bit higher in place. A quick trip into the pulverizers has them smack into Jackpot as the match counts down and we are off to the judges. Now the judges in this fight were split, but in the end they gave the fight to Jackpot! Now this was a close one, but Whiplash losing a wheel early on, the lifter never working, and the damage to the armor all definitely had to have added up, combined with Jackpot's own aggression as well, will be why Jackpot was likely able to win, despite how suffocating Whiplash was. Now, also at the same time, I gotta say, Jackpot and Ace are really good at throwing people off, and they might prove to be something that will really cause some upsets here in World Championship 8. Whiplash, meanwhile, needs some credit for somehow making a close battle like that with no weapon and 3 wheels. That can't have been easy and really showed off some expert driving. Next up was Tantrum versus Ripperoni. This one was definitely going to be interesting. I definitely think Tantrum is an awkward size and shape for Ripperoni to hit, and when working at their best, Tantrum can be a pain to deal with. But they have not been working at their best this year, and against the rising star in Ripperoni, it feels like a fight that Ripperoni could end faster than me going for a Domino's pizza if all goes well for them. Tantrum in the smart choice have come out with their forks for this one. They'll almost certainly be lower than Ripperoni, and those forks are durable just like the rest of the robots. Ripperoni meanwhile came out with that hormone leg, and dang, it's nearly all gone! Robot fighting really gives you an appetite, huh? The buzzer sounds and both robots race out, but neither want to make contact right away as they try and find a good position when suddenly the wheel of Ripperoni comes off. I swear there's a ghost in the Battlebots that hates wheels or something. Still, Ripperoni tries everything they can to keep that weapon pointed at Tantrum, but can't keep up as Tantrum gets a nice ram in and some weapon hits on Ripperoni, though Ripperoni accidentally really gets one in return. Tantrum lands another, and then as Ripperoni tries turning, they are clearly unstable without their wheel as they bounce all over the place, and Tantrum are absolutely taking advantage of this. They begin realizing which way to turn to make Ripperoni as unstable as possible and baiting them into making mistakes as they take some small hits in. Still, with Tantrum's more tactical play and Ripperoni's more defensive play, the fight lasts the full 3 minutes and goes to the judges. The judges, in a fight that must have had them scratching their heads, went to Tantrum. Now, this fight wasn't terribly exciting, but I was nonetheless intrigued at the thoughts that will have been going through both teams' heads, as Ripperoni played a careful game trying to keep that powerful weapon facing Tantrum while being extremely unstable with just one wheel. Meanwhile, Tantrum, not wanting to take any chances with the weapon, would dance around and would manipulate those gyroscopic forces against Ripperoni to cause them to go completely out of control. If you're looking for a fight with huge shots, this won't be for you, but if you want to see a tactical mind game at play, this is the fight to watch in my opinion. It's really interesting. Next up was Tantrum versus Sawblaze, and I think we could all already tell how this fight was going to go. While Tantrum added some extra armor with some Tegris on the top, that was only going to delay the inevitable. Now the match begins with Sawblaze immediately scooping Tantrum and letting them get hit with the Pulverizer. Then when they get the position right, the Pulverizer and Hammersaw start repeatedly smacking Tantrum. It reminds me of that one video that I keep seeing of some people in Japan making mochi. Like, dang! Sawblaze does go for another attack, but does miss, though Tantrum can't make anything of it, and are soon set up onto the screws. Once they're down, another shot comes in, ripping off the Tegris onto the Hammersaw. For a moment, the Hammersaw does stop as it gets jammed up with the Tegris, but once it's off, the spinner is alive and well. Despite the damage being done, Tantrum does come back with some nasty shots on Sawblaze. Now it's 50-50 as Sawblaze shoves them onto the shelf and begins making some more damaging blows. For a moment it looks like Tantrum might be done as one of their wheel guards starts peeling off, and just to let you know, if the wheel guard starts peeling off, half the face starts peeling off along with one of the forks. But a shot from Sawblaze proves to be too much as Sawblaze flips themselves over onto their head where the Hammersaw arm has died, meaning that Sawblaze is stuck upside down, unable to move. But, in another major shocker, the count out and the countdown coincide, so the fight has to go to a ruling. Does it go to the judges, or did Sawblaze get KO'd just in time? And I was like, what? Has Tantrum managed to get the win just barely? Have they managed to just barely beat the new champion? It was decided in the end that the timer went just before the KO was called, meaning it would go to the judges. To keep the tension going, the judges gave a split decision. Oh my god, guys! The judges in the end gave it to Sawblaze, but it was definitely a lot closer than any of us expected based on that ending exchange. Holy cow. I can't believe how close that was. Tantrum just has this unique energy to it where if you ever think it's truly out, then it'll somehow bounce back. And the fact that Sawblaze was nearly KO'd in what must have been a gut-wrenching loss for the Tantrum team, given that they were just 1 second away from winning. And honestly, what gut-wrenching. This was incredible to see. Both teams are so much fun to watch in this dramatic encounter. And I gotta say, this has to be a contender for Fight of the Week. Genuinely, I don't know how this happened. There's so many things just perfectly fell into place for a drama-filled experience. And the good kind. Anyway, next up, it was Endgame versus Jackpot. Two huge spinners coming to blows here. Though I definitely was still giving the edge to Endgame, I was still curious to see how Ace may play into this encounter. Now in the beginning, Jackpot tried to break away, but Endgame was not having it as the two clash weapon to weapon, quickly disabling Jackpot's spinner. Still, Endgame's suit ends up on top of Ace. Now this would have been amazing for Jackpot like 10 seconds earlier, but with no spinner there isn't much for Jackpot to do, as Endgame comes off and does some major damage to Jackpot before destroying Ace. No! Oh, and they also knock out Jackpot too. But Ace, no! Ace! What a colossal encounter. Ace actually did do its job, and had Jackpot been able to take advantage, that could have been a potential game changer. Like, that was giving me vibes of, like, Ripperoni versus Endgame there. I really hope that they hone in on this for World Championship 8, as it seems like such a great way for them to ensure a position in the round of 32 for World Championship 8. Endgame, of course, still one of the most terrifying vertical spinners, though, and shows that, like, no matter what, you have got to be, like, perfect if you want to beat them, or hope that they make a colossal mistake. Now, before the main event, they actually reveal that Battlebots now has a Hall of Fame. That reminds me, I need to finish the videos I was making on talking about the other Robot Combat Hall of Fame. Well, better late than never. Expect that sometime soon. Now, first inducted into the Battlebots Hall of Fame was Mark Satrakian, who with his incredible visual delights with the likes of Mechadon and Snake, which are just visual delights, and of course with the likes of the Master, which was been around for pretty much since the beginning, really, as well as in more recent times, not only just creating that Walker robot we talked about, but creating the Axis robot that holds the giant nut year on year. I'd say this spot is absolutely deserved. Like, I'd say that Mark Satrakian is an integral part to the atmosphere of BattleBots. But if we're going to talk about integral, we got to talk about the second entry, Mark Thorpe, the creator of Robot Wars back in San Francisco, and the person who essentially kickstarted Robot Combat as we know it. I know that there's arguments about when Robot Combat actually started, but like, if we're to talk about Robot Combat as we recognize it today, then we have to give credit to Robot Wars for being the place where it all began. As they say themselves, we almost certainly would not have these wonderful shows and robots without Mark starting this competition back in, like, what, 1994? It's genuinely undeniable how influential Mark Thorpe has been to Robot Combat as a whole. Without him, there'd have been no BattleBots, no Robot Wars, no King of Bots, none of this stuff that we've come to enjoy over the years. Now, these are two amazing entries, and I know I already made one call to the comments, but if there was one other thing that I would like to leave a question for you all, who do you think should be inducted into the BattleBots Hall of Fame next? Because I definitely was expecting more than just the two. I personally feel like Donald Hudson is a shoo-in for the Hall of Fame, as I honestly expected him to be in the initial class. Is there anyone else that you think should be in the BattleBots Hall of Fame? Go ahead and sound off in the comment section down below. Once again though, if you could leave a positive word for some of your favourite teams, that would also be appreciated. But now it's time for the main event, for the Golden Bolt! Now, while I had been hoping for an underdog victory, I can't deny that this is a huge clash. The Giant Nut winner Sawblaze versus the last Golden Bolt winner looking to claim a second Endgame. Endgame comes out with their setup for Sawblaze, beefing up the top armor while ensuring their ground game is as on point as ever. Meanwhile, Sawblaze has their little piano key set up to try and deal with Endgame's ridiculous ground game at least a little bit. Now battle begins, and while Sawblaze is initially quick, there's some caution from both robots, knowing the first move could change the entire tide of the match. Sawblaze then comes in, managing to ram Endgame into the screw and get a glancing blow on the forks. Still, due to that powerful weapon, despite pushing Endgame around, they don't want to ruin their weapon by having the spinners collide, so they neglect to go for another shot. So when they break away, Endgame is able to land a nasty shot. Though Sawblaze then comes in with a hammer blow when pinning Endgame against the wall. Though Endgame repeatedly starts smacking Sawblaze hard with their spinner, and now both robots are looking a little worse for wear, but Sawblaze undoubtedly struggling more, unable to get under Endgame anymore, who keeps chipping away at them. Endgame then rams Sawblaze into the screws before pushing them onto the shelf. Then when Sawblaze comes down from the shelf, Endgame gets some last second damage in. Still, despite this, Sawblaze is still going as the fight goes to the judges. Now the judges deliberate between the two champions, and after thinking long and hard, it's a split decision, much to both teams' shock. They give it to Endgame! That means both Golden Bolts are in Endgame's possession. It is a great battle between two championship robots, and it shows that the Sawblaze team certainly need to be on top of their game, as they will be fighting extremely hard to try and win the Giant Knight again in World Championship 8, and maintain their championship position. Meanwhile, Endgame has to still be one of the favourites to win a Giant Nut again. Now overall, this was an excellent episode of Battlebots. As always, when the robots have been whittled down to those final 8, some of the classic fights emerge, and the overall consistency is improved. Now I'd say every fight offered something interesting today, and I'd highly recommend checking this episode out if you haven't already. This was a brilliant time, and I'm happy to have seen it. Though I am sad that we will now be closing the chapter on the 2023 season. Just as I thought I was done with the 2023 season of Battlebots, they've come in and given us Vengeance in Vegas 2 with 10 extra fights. There's not much to say, as the fights are generally disconnected from the rest of World Championship 7 and Champions 2, so we're just going to jump straight into the review. This is the review of Battlebots Vengeance in Vegas 2. Let's do this! Now first up we got Hydra versus Rusty. Finally, we get to see the return of Rusty in the battle box. Now the battle begins with Rusty wielding a chainsaw and a katana, and as they drive around, it seems they might have some driving issues. I guess they spent too long studying the blade. Not that it matters, as Hydra easily flips them over, sending the chainsaw flying off of them and even denting Rusty's head. Hydra continues flipping Rusty all around the battle box, and I can't help but notice all the editing that, in my opinion, breaks the flow. My best guess is they're trying to make up for the fact Chris and Kenny aren't there, but the constant pauses to show flip height definitely messed with the pacing and the glass break effect. Okay, I found it funny, I really can't complain. Anyway, after throwing Rusty at the team's box, Hydra finally leaves Rusty to be counted out. One other complaint I may have is the number taking up so much screen estate, flashing in a way that I feel may be a problem for some viewers with photosensitive epilepsy, but I'm also not an expert in that field, so I may be getting up in arms over nothing, but I don't know, it just seemed like it was flashing a bit too much, perhaps? I really don't know, though. Still though, the fight itself was a fun one. Obviously Rusty is more of a joke robot than anything else, so going up against one of the more prominent flippers in Battlebots was only ever going to go one way, but that's exactly what I came for, and I was still entertained watching it all happen. Next up we had Mammoth vs Terratops, and they waste no time here. Mammoth ends up lifting Terratops a little bit, but doesn't make much of it, followed by a glancing spinner shot from Terratops that doesn't really amount to much. Then a close back and forth as the spinners soon start colliding. Terratops' ribcage starts to break, but then Mammoth's spinner begins to buckle under the pressure. Terratops, for a rookie, has a decently mean spinner as it soon even begins causing themselves to gyro about. Sure, they aren't quite getting the killer blows of some of the top spinners, but the damage they're racking up is causing Mammoth's offense to be more and more useless as they have parts of the giant lifter littering the battle box. Then, as Mammoth is barely holding together, Terratops manages to get a suplex in. Despite being nearly cut in half by Terratops, in the next exchange, Mammoth keeps on going, even managing to flip Terratops over when it appears to have an endgame moment, getting its fork stuck in a kill source slot. The fight ends up going the distance, but to no one's surprise, Terratops ends up getting the win. Honestly, I really like what Terratops is doing. For a rookie season, they've already proven that their robot has a decent spinner on it, some pretty good suplexing ability that I feel even some veterans can struggle with. I think it's just overall, as they continue to refine this robot, it could be a generally entertaining and competitive machine in future seasons. Next up was Gruff vs Slammo. It's two compact control bots, but there is a twist this time, as Gruff is actually coming out with a hammer attachment. I think this is like the first time we're seeing it, at least this season, as I don't recall Gruff pulling out this hammer before. Now the fight begins, and Slammo's drive is being dodgy again, right at the beginning of the fight. Gruff goes in and swings the hammer as Slammo tries its best to find its footing. Gruff meanwhile keeps the aggression going, though ends up having to dodge a lift from Slammo, as Slammo then is sent to the pulverizer, and ends up having to deal with two hammers slamming down on it. Sadly for Slammo, it seems there isn't much they can do. If their drive was functional, they might be able to do some more, but Gruff's forks have an easier time getting under Slammo's wedgelets, and Slammo just hasn't got enough maneuverability to get itself in a better position. Slammo ends up getting pinned near the screws as Gruff goes wild with the hammer, which, honestly, the hammer itself isn't too bad, seeing as how Gruff is typically a control robot. Which they do show that control side when they use the hammer like a grabber, holding Slammo in place as they torch them with that flamethrower. Despite everything, Slammo has continued to endure, unfortunately not really able to do much else though. It manages to hold out till the end as the judges end up giving the fight to Gruff. Now this isn't an especially entertaining fight, but Gruff certainly can't be faulted for that, as they went out of their way to give the best fight they really could in this situation. I definitely hope we get to see more Hammer Gruff in the future, because they weren't too bad, honestly. Next up was Death Roll versus Rotator. Rotator in this fight comes out forks first, while Death Roll works around Rotator, hitting the wheel guard. Unfortunately for Death Roll, their weapon is one and done right there, giving Rotator the opportunity to land a mighty shot on Death Roll in return. For a moment I was worried that Rotator Spinner had gone down as well, but soon it was back up to speed and landing some colossal shots on Death Roll. Honestly, at several points, as reliable as Death Roll has usually been, I was sure it would be KO'd, but it did keep persisting for a while. Unable to do anything, however, as Rotator kept chipping away at it before using its forks to pin Death Roll for a good while against the wall. Once they broke away, Death Roll had finally given up the fight, the Croc getting counted out. Not a crazy fight, but not too bad either, with some nice damage in from Rotator. Death Roll definitely had a rough time of it though, being somewhat uncharacteristically unreliable. This was definitely just a dud fight for them, as they got taken out handily by Rotator. They end up taking a small break to advertise the Battlebots Destructathon, which honestly I think would be a good idea to check out. The event in general seems like fun, even if it's not typically as hard hitting as the main show, but you also might get to see the Battlebots Proving Ground, potentially getting to see the next big Battlebot before they even enter the season, which sounds like an exciting prospect personally. Maybe someday I'll go if I ever end up having the spare cash to fly, because it would be fun to get to see it in person rather than just through the videos that I get to see posted online. After that though, we end up with the next fight, which is Double Tap versus Quantum. And this definitely felt like another Hydra versus Rusty situation, as the fight wasted no time, with Quantum easily deflecting spinner blows and chomping down on that futuristic looking chassis.
I've heard the Double Tap team welcome crazy damage like in the beta fight, and they definitely seem to be getting that with Quantum easily chowing down. Also, I gotta say, I was appreciative to see Double Tap using their extending flail spinner, even if one part did end up getting knocked off by the pulverizer. Quantum does what it does best throughout this fight, crushing through armor like it just doesn't even exist, and ramming Double Tap into every single part of the arena, into the walls, into the screws, into the pulverizers, you name it. Shockingly, despite how unbalanced the spinner is, every moment Quantum breaks away, you can see Double Tap trying to spin it up and actually getting some decent speed in. I had to admire the gutsy performance despite how inevitable defeat was at this point. Now the fight nearly went the distance, only if because Quantum just did not seem to want the fight to end anytime soon, but in the end, Double Tap was finally left alone to be counted out. Now, I compared this fight to Hydra vs Rusty before, and I'd say similarly, while very one-sided, I got exactly what I was looking for out of this fight, and was thoroughly entertained. Next up was Flipper vs Hammer as Lucky took on Beta. This was definitely a fight I was interested in. Beta came in with a nice hammer swing, but the forks of Lucky allowed them to easily get under Beta and start throwing them around. In fact, after Beta gets stuck and on the wall and has to throw themselves off with a hammer swing, a problem becomes evident where Beta's hammer is struggling to retract. Still, it's kind of like what happened in Champions 2 when free shipping had the problem. In fact, we end up nearly having the exact same situation. As after both robots show some more aggression, Beta is flipped over and stuck in the exact same position that cost them the tournament run in Champions 2. Thankfully, Lucky kept the fight going, and Beta kept persisting, though after a few more situations, it was clear that Beta was just struggling to continue. Lucky eventually left them beached up against the wall and the shelf, where they were finally counted out. Overall, a decent fight, but I definitely wish Beta didn't have these troubles heading in, as these are two Battlebots I really enjoy seeing, and it could have been a great back and forth to make a fun fight had both robots been working at 110%. But, oh well, either way, Lucky working beautifully, and I'm loving this. I'm loving this new lease on life Lucky is having. After that, we got Kraken versus Scorpios. Now this fight I was definitely curious to see unfold. Scorpios is coming out with the saw blade that I definitely missed coming from the hammer saws, but it meant that Kraken would end up having the more powerful weapon. Now the fight begins, and Scorpios manages to get around and under Kraken, not allowing them to get their weapon into play. Scorpios brings the saw down for a glancing blow, before the more decisive move happens, a ram into the screws. With that, Kraken's weapon pulls them up and into the screws, where Kraken is completely stuck, unable to escape, and are soon counted out. Now, there's not a whole lot to say about this fight, other than the Scorpios team knew what they were up against and strategized very well with just an amazingly efficient knockout. I'm happy to see the saw blade chosen over the hammer saw, as while I get the evolution, I still think the saw has some perks and usability in the arena. After this, we got a battle of the chainsaws as Dumba took on Overhaul. Now the fight begins as Overhaul clearly has no drive on one side, meaning Dumba has to come over as they start swatting chainsaws, which soon quickly start falling apart. As soon as Overhaul starts picking on the mini-bots, however, Dumba gets that undercutter going and brings the pain down on Overhaul, who ironically seems to actually be moving better afterwards. Dumba then also ends up taking out its frustrations on one of the mini-bots, which was kinda funny. It almost seemed like that at first they were spurred on, but then it just becomes a thing of, no one gets to bully the mini-bots but me! Now, with all pretenses of a chainsaw fight out the window, Overhaul rams into Dumba and then lifts them up into the air. Now, while the chainsaw is making lifting harder, it certainly isn't impossible, as evidenced here. Now, I didn't notice this at first, but when Dumba was rammed into the shelf, Dumba's undercutter ended up coming off entirely. It just happened with such little issue that it didn't even register to me, even though I was watching the match.
Not to worry though, as Overhaul would end up shedding a wheel in solidarity. Then another one, returning them back to only having half of their drive as the fight comes to a close. As Dumba somehow is knocked over, I actually blinked there, I didn't see what happened. Now the fight ends up going to Dumba in a split decision, and overall, honestly this fight was a bit of a mess, but a chaotic mess. A mess that I kind of expected, and I don't know, like, if you're hoping for big hits, this won't be the fight for you. But if you want to see something just really silly, this might be up your alley. I can't say I didn't get what I was expecting. It gives me vibes of that steel chair fight I saw at Robo Games with Banana Run versus Banana Runs. It's silly, you're not going to get like these major hits, but it's just a fun, silly time. After that though, it's time for Malice to take on Captain Shredderator, with Shredderator coming out with their little wings on top to get better reach. And as they spun up, it felt like they were barely holding themselves together, which is made very evident when the spinners clash as Shredderator's spinner stops, only making whining noises as they try to get some life from the shell. Malice keeps on dishing out punishment to Shredderator, which is deflecting the blows rather well with their slope design, but clearly internally are not having the same luck, as the robot is barely moving, only really able to just sit there and take the offense from Malice, who is running like a dream throughout this fight. Now, there really isn't much else to note throughout this fight. We briefly see the pulverizer here and there. Malice keeps smacking Shredderator, who is struggling but won't quite die. Malice's weapon does eventually die towards the end, and Malice ends the fight beached on top of Shredderator, who could barely move without an extra 250 pounds weighing them down. The fight goes to the judges, who give it to Malice in what is definitely the weakest fight of the video. I don't know, Malice has had better matches where it dominated. This didn't do as much for me as some of the other squash fights in this. I don't know, this didn't do much for me. And in what I guess we can call the main event for Vengeance of Vegas 2, at least it's the final fight of the video, we got Bloodsport versus Big Dill. This one I was very curious about. On one hand, Bloodsport could do some major damage to Big Dill, but Big Dill just needed to flip Bloodsport over. So this fight definitely had my curiosity piqued. Now the fight began and Bloodsport quickly got up to speed, as Big Dill at first seemed hesitant, playing very defensively at first, but soon began the chase, though one blow ends up completely ripping Big Dill's spinner system out. The fact that Bloodsport did that so easily is just frankly astounding. Now despite this and the force on Big Dill bending more and more as time went on, Big Dill kept pursuing Bloodsport, chasing them around, and soon with one almighty ram nearly completely cave in the upper section of Bloodsport. Still, everything Bloodsport needed up there is still intact as they keep spinning and doing further damage to Big Dill, who keeps the aggression high, while Bloodsport kinda dances around, trying to keep their spinner going. Soon with another round, Bloodsport's weapon is taken out by Big Dill, who continues chasing after them, with Bloodsport now struggling to do much as they are soon sent into the screws. As the fight ticks down, Bloodsport does manage to catch on fire, which doesn't look good for them as the fight goes to the judges, who give the fight to Big Dill! Honestly, I gotta agree with the judges' decision. This fight was an incredible back and forth, don't get me wrong, but Big Dill I feel scored pretty well in all three categories. Sure, Bloodsport did more damage, but Big Dill was pretty good there in my opinion, getting some notable damage taking out the weapon of Bloodsport. They were plenty aggressive throughout the fight, and I'd say they had more control. So I'd say Big Dill had an impressive performance here. And yeah, this was probably the best fight of the entire video, in my opinion. In fact, I hope we get to see this as a rematch in World Championship 8. Now, though we've reached the end of Vengeance in Vegas 2, we aren't quite done yet with this review. You see, there are two fights that weren't even shown in Vengeance in Vegas 2 that we're also going to review. Now, the original plan was I was going to save this for a members-only video, as I want to try and make little bonus stuff for the members, but as Christmas is getting closer and closer, let's just go through them now. Now, the first of these two bonus fights is Banshee versus Horizon. Two rookie designs facing off here. Banshee has their anti-horizontal wedge, while Horizon has what must be the longest mini-bot on its side.
Banshee races right out of the beginning of the match, but Horizon manages to dodge as they get some small shots in. But Banshee easily ignores all of that, pushing Horizon around the box as Horizon seems to struggle with their spinners, and soon with one notable flip, Horizon ends up stuck upside down on the screws. Now it seems like the fight is over right there, but after some chanting from the crowd, Banshee does try flipping Horizon a few more times, getting Horizon free, who thanks them the only way a Battlebot knows how, by blowing a chunk out of Banshee's armor. Banshee is driving around like it completely regrets its act of mercy, as the drive seems to be faltering as Horizon keeps going in for more. It almost looks like the drive dies completely for a moment before they go back again, though Horizon spinners aren't much longer for this world either, as they soon both die. With that, the two robots ineffectually bump into each other for the rest of the match, with Horizon having no weapon and Banshee not having enough drive to properly utilise their own. The judges end up needing to come in on this one. They go for a split decision for Banshee! Might be a bit controversial based on how the fight would unfold, but I think the earlier offense really helped Banshee out, and I'd still say they were still decently aggressive towards the end. Overall, it was a bit of a damp ending to a fight that looked quite promising in the beginning. I can only hope that both robots get another shot at each other as they refine their designs, as I think that this fight could genuinely be quite entertaining. Finally, we have Doom versus Samurai. Now, you don't know who Samurai is? Well, join the club. I didn't know about Samurai either, but Samurai is an undercutter spinner that flew in for World Championship 7 and unfortunately didn't get to take part in either the main competition or even Champions 2, only really getting this fight against Doom. And Doom, I'm pretty sure this was their only fight as well in 2023, so very interesting to see, really. Of course, both robots are looking to get into World Championship 8, so this is a good little early glimpse at these robots. Now, the fight began with Doom chasing after Samurai, though it seemed they would soon give up the chase as the drive seemed to falter a little bit, and Samurai was just much too fast for them as they get their undercutter up to speed and soon slam into the wedge as a bit of one of the robots ends up flying off. Soon both spinners are spinning hard and make a monstrous clash, sending more metal across the battle box. Sadly for Doom, it definitely seems more worse for wear, looking a little bit twisted after that collision, as Samurai soon goes in for more damage on Doom. Samurai's spinner does seem slightly dodgier than Doom's as they keep needing to break away to get up to speed, but otherwise the bot seems really solid as they soon knock Doom out, getting the win. Honestly, I think both robots have some solid potential here. Samurai may not be the hardest hitter, but it seems to be for undercutters what Black Dragon is for vertical spinners, a reliable robot that can hit hard enough to get the job done. Doom, meanwhile, despite performances like this, is still a robot I hope to see reach its potential, as it just feels like a robot that could have some stellar performances if everything comes together. Overall though, this fight was fine, but nothing special. And on one final note, I know that for some people the editing for Vengeance in Vegas 2 could be a little bit too distracting. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, you have to become a supporter of Battlebots in order to see the fights in their raw form. Think like the basement tapes that Battlebots used to post. So if you want to get around the way it's all been edited together, then that's the way to do it. Personally, I didn't find it to be too bad, apart from the occasional bits which were impossible to ignore, but I still found it overall an entertaining time, with some little bonus fights to keep me satisfied until the 2024 season. It honestly was a fun little time overall, and I gotta thank Battlebots for giving us a few little extra treats to keep us happy as we wait for the next grand season of Battlebots. And with that, we're, I believe, actually done now with the 2023 season. I will be doing a video later on about Battlebots Proving Ground in 2023, but aside from that, that's about it. It's overall been a fun time, and I'm so glad I got to make these videos as everything unfolded, and honestly, I can't tell you enough how super appreciative I've been for you all to come along for the ride. Thank you so much, seriously. This has been a crazy time for the channel, and it genuinely wouldn't be possible without all of you. Thank you again, and let me know in the comment section down below what you thought of Vengeance in Vegas 2. You can check it out on their YouTube channel.
in all of its weird editing glory. And yeah, let me know what you thought. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to leave a like on the video. Subscribe for more. If you become a member, you'll get access to some bonus videos that I've been making. I'm hoping to post more bonus members only videos, but for now, at least, I'm focusing on posting quite regularly on throughout December. So that's gonna be the main priority. I stream on occasions, and yeah, if you can share this video around, that'd be also great. But for now, I hope to see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys.